Science and Technology Library Chapter 380 to Chapter 448. Tenli Hongzhuang. Sun Lily sat at the front desk and stared blankly at the entrance of the company, waiting for guests to appear. Now that there were no guests, she looked at the computer. The news on the computer was about Chen Mo recently. His news was everywhere on the internet. This young, handsome, and talented man was the best standard for countless women to choose a partner. Unfortunately, this legendary man had announced that his heart belonged to someone else not long ago. This news made countless women envious and jealous. They didn't know if their future partner could be even 1,000th as rich as him. She had been in the wedding industry for 4 years. She couldn't even tell how many romantic weddings she had witnessed. Unfortunately, she was still single after so many times. Suddenly, a few people appeared at the door and interrupted Sun Lily's thoughts. Sun Lily didn't see their faces clearly, but she quickly walked up to them. "Sir, madam, welcome. This is Tenli Hongzhuang Wedding Company. May I know if you need?" Sun Lily habitually opened her mouth, but she stopped halfway and stared blankly at the people in front of her. "Oh my God! Who did I just see?" Sun Lily couldn't believe it. She wondered if her brain short-circuited from looking at the pictures on the computer. She rubbed her eyes hard. It was still that familiar face. Young, handsome, and confident. Chen Mo? You are Mr. Chen Mo? Sun Lily still couldn't accept this reality. "Hello." Chen Mo looked at the woman in front of him and nodded slightly. "Is it really Mr. Chen Mo?" Sun Lily's mouth opened into an O shape. She didn't know what to do. "Please come in, please." Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony. He held Xiaoyu's hand and followed Sun Lily in. On the way to the VIP room, Sun Lily kept gesturing to her colleagues to inform the manager. Xiaoyu was wearing a beige dress and light makeup. She was tall and had a sweet smile on her face. She looked even more beautiful. Xiao Meng was also wearing a dress. She followed beside Xiaoyu and looked around curiously. Wang Hai and Black Hawk followed behind Chen Mo, one on the left and one on the right. The appearance of this lineup immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Oh my God, isn't that Chen Mo? How could Chen Mo appear here? It really seems to be Chen Mo. And are they twins? That's Chen Mo's fiancée. She's so beautiful and a good match." A female employee looked enviously at Xiaoyu, who was standing beside Chen Mo. The other female employees were all jealous in their hearts. Why wasn't it them who stood beside Chen Mo? Chen Mo didn't know that his arrival had made the wedding company restless. Luckily, there weren't any couples asking about the wedding. Only Tenli Hongzhuang's employees were present, so it didn't attract too much attention. Zhang Lily led them into the VIP lounge and poured a cup of tea for Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. She stole a glance at Xiaoyu, who was sitting beside Chen Mo. Her eyes were filled with envy. "Have some tea first. Mr. Chen, are you here to learn more about the wedding? Our company has more than 20 years of experience in wedding planning. We have the best wedding planning team in the country." Sun Lily finally found a trace of calmness. She had a professional smile on her face as she introduced the company to Chen Mo. Manager. Liang Jing was holding a cup of coffee and looking at a wedding plan when she heard anxious shouts from outside the door. Hurried footsteps approached and the office door was pushed open. Liang Jing frowned and looked at the employee who rushed in. She was a little unhappy. "What's the matter? Why are you crying and howling?" In her impression, this girl was also very hardworking and had never lost her composure like this. After all, their job was special and their image was very important. "Manager, Chen Mo is here." "Silence? What silence? How many times have I told you that we have to pay attention to our words and actions? Don't be rash and leave a bad impression on the guests," Liang Jing said unhappily. "It's Mr. Chen Mo from the Army Ant Company. He and his fiancée are here." The girl's voice was filled with anxiety. She was afraid that Chen Mo would run away if she was late. "Which Chen Mo? What does his arrival have to do with us?" Liang Jing took a sip of coffee and thought about Sun Lily's words. She seemed to have realized something. Suddenly, she choked on the coffee and spat it out. She ignored the wedding plan that was soaked in coffee and jumped up from her seat. Her face was red, and no one knew if it was because of excitement or because she choked. Cough. You mean Chen Mo from the Army Ant Company came to our company? Yes, yes, yes. The girl nodded quickly. You're not lying to me? Manager, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. He's in the VIP lounge. Sun Lily is serving him. She asked me to inform you, the girl said anxiously. Quick, take me there now. Liang Jing couldn't care about anything else. She quickened her pace and jogged to the VIP lounge, completely ignoring the fact that she was wearing high heels. When she reached the VIP lounge, Liang Jing stopped and tidied her hair and clothes. She cleared her throat and adjusted the smile on her face before knocking on the door and walking in. When Sun Lili saw Liang Jing enter, she felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. She had to serve such an important guest like Chen Mo. If the business deal went well, she would get a promotion and a raise. But if she lost it, she might lose her job. Now that the manager had come and handed Chen Mo to the manager, she would be rewarded if the business deal went well. If she lost it, it would have nothing to do with her. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm the manager of the Shirley Hongshuang branch. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. Liang Jing was overjoyed when she saw Chen Mo. She hurried to greet him. Mr. Chen, are you here to ask about your wedding with Ms. Xiaoyu? You only need to make a phone call and we will go to you immediately. There's no need to trouble you to come here personally. It's no trouble. I don't like to set the time and do what I have to do. Chen Mo shook hands with Liang Jing. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't put on airs like those big shots, Liang Jing relaxed a lot. She walked to the sofa opposite Chen Mo and sat down. She still maintained her standard smile. Mr. Chen, our company has the most mature wedding planning team. We have organized many weddings and banquets for rich families and celebrities. We have many different plans for your different needs. We guarantee that you will be satisfied. Chen Mo pointed at Sun Lily. This lady said that just now. There's no need to introduce these. Then, Mr. Chen, what requirements do you have for your wedding with your fiancé? Liang Jing didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point. Based on her years of observation, she could tell that Chen Mo didn't like to talk too much. My requirements are quite special. I can't explain it clearly. Chen Mo took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Liang Jing. The details are in the USB flash drive. If you can come up with a feasible plan according to the requirements, we'll let your company organize our wedding. Okay. We'll ask the company's planning team to do it. Liang Jing excitedly took the USB drive from Chen Mo's hand. I wonder when Mr. Chen's wedding is? Is it urgent? There's still half a month. Then we'll give you a plan by the day after tomorrow. Mr. Chen, do you need anything else? For example, wedding photos and custom-made wedding gowns? We have the most experienced wedding photography team here. We also work with internationally renowned wedding design companies. These are all our company's most high-end wedding gowns. Liang Jing took the photo album from Zhang Lili and handed it to Chen Mo. It was filled with wedding gowns and wedding photos. We have wedding gowns and gowns. We'll decide on the wedding photos separately, Chen Mo said after taking the album and flipping through it. Okay. Mr. Chen, what else do you need to know? Chen Mo thought for a moment and shook his head. Nothing else. We'll talk about it in detail after your plan is out. Okay. We'll give you a plan as soon as possible. Liang Jing nodded hurriedly. This was no small matter. If they successfully accepted Chen Mo's wedding plan, their company would definitely become the top wedding company in the country. They would gain both fame and fortune. Donghai City, Shirley Hongshuang headquarters. Zhongsu was writing a planning proposal. As the top ceremony planning company in the country, they were well known in the industry. The banquets of rich families and the weddings of celebrities would all be approached by them. The case in his hands was the wedding planning of a second-tier celebrity. He had racked his brains for this. After all, those celebrities had high expectations for their weddings and wanted them to be perfect. They wanted to use the topic of the wedding to increase their popularity and expand their network. Therefore, this case was a bit troublesome. After several revisions, the other party was still not satisfied. He had to start from scratch. "Sir, assistant Bai he is calling." The voice of the smart assistant interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. The general manager's assistant was calling at this time. The boss was looking for him? Xianxia was puzzled, but he still picked up the phone. "Assistant Bai, what's the matter?" The boss informed all the people in charge of the planning team in the company to put down their work immediately and go to the conference room. "There is an emergency meeting." On the other end of the phone, Bai He's voice was trembling. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or other reasons. "Oh? Okay, I'll be there right away." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. This was the first time an emergency meeting had been called. Entering the conference room, Xianxia found that the others had already arrived. The general manager was also sitting at the head of the table. He hurried to an empty seat and sat down. Li Jiong was a little excited and a little worried at the moment. Liang Jing in Binhai City had just sent him a piece of good news. Chen Mo and his fiancée from the Army Ant Company were preparing for their wedding. They needed a planning proposal. If the proposal was satisfactory, their company would be able to host Chen Mo's wedding. However, the content of Chen Mo's request that Liang Jing sent back cooled his excitement. Even if they were a famous wedding planning company in the country, they were still a little uncertain about Chen Mo's request. He had been managing wedding planning companies for many years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Since everyone is here, I will talk about the content of the meeting." Li Jiong cleared his throat and said, "Today, the branch in Binhai City called. They received a case to plan the wedding of Chen Mo, the founder of the Army Ant Company." Wow, there was an uproar in the conference room. Then, everyone was ecstatic. Receiving the planning of Chen Mo's wedding was definitely a big case. "Don't be happy too early." Li Jiong knocked on the table, and the meeting room immediately quieted down. "Chen Mo's request is a bit special. Take a look at the content of his request and come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible. If Chen Mo is satisfied with the proposal, we'll get the right to organize Chen Mo's wedding. If the proposal doesn't meet the requirements, we'll give this opportunity to our opponent." "What's Chen Mo's request?" a director asked. "Before you read it, let me remind you that the content is confidential. Don't leak it out, or our company's reputation will be ruined. If Chen Mo is dissatisfied, all of you will lose your jobs and the company will suffer." Li Jiong told the assistant to open the file on the computer desktop. There was a short video and a document on the file. The moment they clicked on the video, everyone in the conference room was shocked. Was this still a wedding? Was this a technology conference, a large holographic projector? The Army Ant Company already has a large holographic projector? They had never heard of it before. It didn't seem to have appeared on the market. They didn't expect to use it at a wedding. And that wedding gown, such a dreamy wedding gown, made the female planner in the conference room unable to hide her amazement. They had never seen such a beautiful wedding gown. This was the first time they had seen such a beautiful wedding gown. This wasn't a wedding. It was a feast of technology. Everyone in the conference room had the same thought. Just these two technologies alone proved how terrifying the technology of the Army Ant Company was. It made people's scalps tingle. The value of any one of these two technologies was 100 times higher than his company's. The technology that had never been seen before was used at a wedding for the first time. How terrifying was Chen Mo? They wanted to use these technologies to create an unparalleled wedding, a grand and romantic scene. They already had the holographic image, but the execution required coordination. They had never planned such a grand scene before. This was beyond their scope. The requirements of this wedding were beyond any wedding they had ever planned. Grand scene, gorgeous technology, every aspect was the focus. They also had to highlight the role of the newlyweds. If they didn't use enough strength, they couldn't express that kind of scene and it would be imperfect. "This is Chen Mo's request. What do you think of this wedding plan? Can you come up with an execution plan?" Li Jiong asked. The conference room was silent. Everyone lowered their heads. They had never planned or directed a wedding like this before. This was unique. The kind of scene Chen Mo wanted was not something they could host or direct. If they messed up Chen Mo's wedding, they would be finished. No one can do it? Li Jiong tapped the table with a pen and looked serious. Everyone looked at each other but no one volunteered. Now was not the time to volunteer. If they messed up, their jobs would be gone. 2 minutes later, Xianxia hesitated and raised his hand. Boss Li, I'm afraid we can't do it. But I have an idea. Tell me. Li Jiong looked at Xianxia. Chen Mo's wedding is beyond a normal wedding. We can ask a famous director to help host and direct this wedding. They have experience in directing large-scale ceremony programs. Our company can help and pull the strings. We can provide an opportunity and channel for those directors to get to know Chen Mo. Our company will reap the fruits of the success of this wedding and gain popularity. It's a win-win situation. Moreover, those who can attend Chen Mo's wedding must be big shots. With such a good platform to expand their network, those big directors will not let go of this opportunity. Li Jiong was a little tempted. Their company could prepare the wedding of a big star. After all, it was normal. But Chen Mo's wedding was beyond their understanding. It was unprecedented. Only directors who had seen big scenes could be competent. Which director should we invite? One who has directed large-scale ceremony programs and is well known in the country. They may not have the time and may not agree. You have to call them, Xianxia said. Li Jiong nodded. At present, this was a good idea, but they had to contact them now. They had to give Chen Mo a plan as soon as possible. Then you go back first and think carefully about whether there are other ways to implement it. Give me an answer by tomorrow morning. Dismissed. Back in the office, Li Jiong began to look for the contact information of those big directors. Because they had done the wedding of some celebrities and seen some big stars, it was not difficult to get the contact information of those big directors. Chen Mo went to the 3 wedding companies that they liked and told them the conditions. As long as they could come up with a feasible plan, the right to organize the wedding would belong to that company. After confirming the wedding company, the wedding preparation work could be handed over to them. He did not have to worry too much. But now there was another problem, which was the wedding photos. Chen Mo was thinking about whether to invite a famous photographer to take their wedding photos when he went back tonight. Brother-in-law, this is the delicious food I bought for you. Chen Mo's thoughts were interrupted by Xiaoyu's excited voice. He saw Xiaoyu and Xiaoman running over with 2 boxes of cuttlefish balls in their hands. Now, the few of them were on the bustling pedestrian street, surrounded by a lively crowd. Brother-in-law, it's impossible for people to stare at your face all the time. They may not recognize you at first glance. Also, people are the ugliest when they are eating. You are wearing glasses, so no one will recognize you. Xiaoman laughed. Xiaoyu, who was eating cuttlefish balls, looked at Xiaoman speechlessly. Chen Mo was also helpless to Xiaoman's words. He took off his mask and took the cuttlefish balls from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was rarely exposed except for the last time when she was photographed, so she was not worried about being recognized. But he was different. Big news about him was always on the rise. When he accompanied Xiaoyu on the busy street, he would wear a mask and glasses for a simple disguise. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by people who would ask to take photos with him. His personal safety was also a matter. After all, it was not the first time that he was targeted. Brother-in-law, there is a photography shop over there. They have artistic and wedding photos. Why don't we go and have a look? Xiaoman tasted the cuttlefish balls with satisfaction. Suddenly, she saw the photography shop next to them and her eyes lit up. Now that Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were going to take their wedding photos, even if Chen Mo would not take the photos in this shop, it was okay to take a look. Welcome, handsome and beautiful, are you here to take artistic photos? As soon as Chen Mo, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoman entered the photography spot, a pretty girl came out and smiled at the 3 of them. She felt that Chen Mo, who was wearing glasses, was a little familiar, so she didn't dare to look at him carefully. After all, it was impolite. Let's take a look first. Chen Mo politely nodded to the pretty girl. Okay. The pretty girl smiled and didn't ask any more questions. There weren't many customers on the scene, only 2 young girls, but their attention was on the wall of the photography shop that was covered with photos. Brother-in-law, look at this. These photos are so interesting. Each photo has a small poem on it. Xiaoman took down 2 of the photos on the wall and found a small poem on the back of the photo. It was as if she had discovered a new world. The poem was handwritten, and the handwriting was a very artistic running script. The poem's poetic feeling was just right for the picture. Although these small poems weren't great works, they had the taste of tea. There were many photos on the wall, more than 100 of them. They were all street photos, and they looked like they were taken with inspiration. They were very natural and artistic. There were old people laughing, children crying, couples shopping, birds in the rain, grass, and so on. There were all kinds of photos, and each one was very exquisite. There was also a small poem on the back. Our boss is a photography enthusiast and a poetry enthusiast. He usually likes to take photos of scenes that inspire him, then write a small poem on the back of the photo and put it on the wall of the shop for customers to enjoy. If you like it, you can take the photo with you by putting 2 yuan into the donation box. After deducting the cost of developing the photo, our boss will donate all the remaining money to a charity organization. Everyone can only buy 1 photo. The pretty girl saw that Chen Mo and the others liked it and said, "This is quite creative." Chen Mo picked up a photo and looked at it. He did see a small poem on it. "Brother-in-law, look at that photo. It's your and my sister's desktop and phone wallpaper." Xiaoman pointed at the most eye-catching position at the top of the photography shop. It was framed and hung on the wall. The photo was of 2 lovers kissing under the night light. The night was hazy, and the couple's faces couldn't be seen clearly. The two's inexperienced movements seemed very natural under the night sky. The shyness and sweetness between lovers overflowed and was very infectious. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were very familiar with this photo. This was taken by a photographer when Chen Mo stole Xiaoyu's first kiss. That photographer had even asked for their opinion and said that he wanted to take it to a photography competition. At that time, when he saw that he couldn't recognize them in the photo, he didn't mind. "This photo is also your boss's?" Chen Mo pointed at the photo frame and asked. "That's our boss's proudest work. It's called Night Light. It was the work he took part in the national photography competition last time. When he went out to look for inspiration, he captured this scene. This photo won the gold medal in the national photography competition. At that time, the theme of the competition was love. There were categories such as family, friendship, love, and so on. This is the gold medal in the love category. It's very artistic." The girl saw that Chen Mo was interested in the photo. Since there were no customers at the moment, she proudly introduced it to Chen Mo. After all, there were only a few gold medals in the national photography competition. It also showed that their boss's photography skills were very good. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were also a little surprised. The photographer had told them that the photo was shortlisted in the photography competition. They didn't expect it to win the gold medal in the competition. "Are you selling the copyright? I want to buy the copyright of this photo. Many people have asked our boss to license the photo for publicity. However, he has sold the copyright of all the other photos. He has been unwilling to sell the copyright of this photo." Hearing that Chen Mo wanted to buy the copyright, the girl was a little surprised. "I'll call our boss for you. He's probably looking for inspiration now. You can talk to him personally." The girl took out her phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, the other side refused to pick up. The girl knew that her boss had received her call. They began to wait. "Brother-in-law, I know that you and my sister like this photo. But why do you want to buy the copyright?" Xiao Meng asked curiously. She had seen this photo many times. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu's phones and computers were all on the desktop. That was why she was curious when she saw this photo. Now that she saw that Chen Mo wanted to buy the copyright, she didn't understand. "I'll tell you later," Xiaoyu also said. This was the photo of Chen Mo taking away her first kiss. It was very memorable. Now that she thought about how she felt when her first kiss was taken away, Xiaoyu felt a little shy and a little sweet. "There's a story." Xiao Meng saw Xiaoyu's expression and immediately knew that there was a story behind it. 2 minutes later, a young man walked into the photography shop. He was wearing a checkered shirt. His hair was braided at the back. He had a beard, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a camera hung around his neck. He looked a little like an artist. Xiaoqi, do you want to take photos of these three? Liang Zhihong looked at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu, who was next to him. When he saw the two of them, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them. Boss, this gentleman wants to buy the copyright of Night Light. I told you to come back. The girl explained. Buy the copyright of Night Light? Liang Zhihong shook his head directly and refused. Sorry, handsome. I won't sell the copyright of Night Light. Oh? Why not? At that time, the situation was a little special. I took the photos without the couple's consent. Although I asked for their permission to take the photos to participate in the photography competition, I couldn't do it for profit. That would be disrespectful to them. Moreover, this is the most perfect work I have ever done. I won't sell it. 100,000, Chen Mo gave a price. Hearing this price, the girl was shocked. 100,000 for a photo. This was a price she didn't even dare to think about. Liang Zhihong was also shocked by Chen Mo's price. Finally, he shook his head. Sir, it's not about money. It's about principles. Seeing that Liang Zhihong was unmoved, Chen Mo was a little surprised. He admired him. After all, there weren't many people who stuck to principles. But thinking about selling photos for donations, it meant that the person in front of him was a little interesting. The protagonist of this photo wants to buy the copyright. Are you willing to sell it? What do you mean? Liang Zhihong was stunned and looked at Chen Mo again. It means what you think it means. Chen Mo took Xiaoyu's hand, took off his glasses, and smiled at Liang Zhihong. Chen Mo? Liang Zhihong saw Chen Mo take off his glasses and immediately recognized him. This face, which often appeared on the news, was definitely more famous than the mayor in Binhai City. Just now, he just felt that it was familiar and appeared on such an ordinary pedestrian street. He didn't even think about Chen Mo. Why are you here? I wanted to walk around, but I didn't expect to see this photo. Did you forget the situation when this photo was taken? Chen Mo pointed to the photo frame on the wall. Liang Zhihong looked at the photo and then looked at the two people carefully. He suddenly remembered the situation on the night when the photo was taken. It had been too long, and he didn't deliberately remember the appearance of the two people. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that the couple in the photo slowly overlapped with the two people in front of him. God? What did I do? When Chen Mo was in love and kissing, I captured it. Liang Zhihong didn't know how to describe his feelings. The protagonist of his favorite photo was already the famous Chen Mo, but he didn't know. No wonder he felt that it was familiar. Can I sell the copyright? Okay, I'll give it to you for free. I didn't expect that the person I captured that year would be a big shot in the future. Liang Zhihong no longer insisted. This photography shop is yours? When Liang Zhihong went to ask about the copyright of the photo, Chen Mo asked. Yes, photography and poetry are my only two hobbies. I don't have any other skills, so I opened a photography shop. At the same time, it's also a job, and I enjoy it, Liang Zhihong said. Hubby, why don't we ask him to take our wedding photos? It's a rare fate. Xiaoyu walked to Chen Mo and said. Chen Mo had the same idea, but he didn't expect Xiaoyu to mention it. After a long time, Liang Zhihong gave the license agreement and the original photo to Chen Mo. The permanent copyright of the photo was owned by Chen Mo. From now on, this photo will be renamed Silent Fish. Chen Mo handed the license agreement to Xiaoyu. What's your bank account number? I'll pay you the copyright fee. No, it's free. After all, I was a little embarrassed back then. I didn't expect that the person I casually took a photo of back then would actually become a legend. Furthermore, my photo even won a gold medal. I feel that it's amazing when I tell others about this. Chen Mo didn't expect it, Liang Zhihong said half-jokingly. Chen Mo didn't insist. Liang Zhihong's personality was indeed strange, and he had his own principles. Xiaoyu and I are preparing for our wedding, and now we're going to take our wedding photos. We're fated, so I'd like to invite you to take our wedding photos. Is that okay? Chen Mo asked. Mr. Chen, aren't you going to invite a better photographer? Liang Zhihong asked in surprise. With Chen Mo's current status, he could invite any famous photographer he wanted. Liang Zhihong was just an unknown photographer. A celebrity's wedding photos taken by a famous photographer are not much different from an ordinary person's. Plus, fate can't invite you, Chen Mo said with a smile. Okay, I'll take this deal. Liang Zhihong agreed without hesitation. It was also an honor to take Chen Mo's wedding photos. Then when are you free? I'll ask the driver to pick you up, Chen Mo said. Tomorrow. I'll prepare today. Okay, then I'll ask the driver to pick you up tomorrow. Chen Mo nodded. I'll take this photo with me. Okay. Liang Zhihong didn't feel reluctant. After Chen Mo left, Liang Zhihong still felt it was amazing. He didn't expect such a coincidence to happen when he casually took the photo. Boss, you know Chen Mo? The pretty girl looked at her boss in surprise. She felt like it was her first time meeting this artistic uncle boss. Just now, it was the legendary man of Binhai City, Chen Mo, who was talking and laughing with her boss. The main characters of the photo just now are him and his fiancée. They were the ones I took the photo of. I only remembered after thinking about it carefully. Liang Zhihong walked into the photography shop, leaving the pretty girl behind in a daze. Brother-in-law, why did you have to buy this photo? Xiaoming took the photo frame and looked at it again and again. She didn't find any secrets in the photo. Ask your sister. Chen Mo didn't answer. Sister, tell me quickly. Xiaoming couldn't wait to look at Xiaoyu. She didn't hear the conversation between Chen Mo and Liang Zhihong, so she didn't know what was going on. The main characters are us. That was my first kiss. He took a photo of it, Xiaoyu said shyly. Oh? Xiaoming was stunned. You kissed in public on the seawall? What does your first kiss feel like? The killing intent in Bailey's eyes must be especially strong. This scene is about killing someone. In your eyes, there must be a killing intent. Killing him is your goal. In a sand-filled desert, a middle-aged man wearing a gray cap was teaching an actor. No one on the set dared to speak. They all looked like they were being taught. The middle-aged man was the famous director Zhang Fengyun. Although he was almost 70 years old, his body was still strong. He looked like he was only in his 50s. In terms of experience, he was an internationally famous director, actor, and screenwriter. He was fully deserving of the title of a senior in the domestic film industry. The opening ceremonies of international sports events and international forums were all directed by him. Every opening ceremony of the event was shocking, and it also showcased the charm of Huaxia to the world. In terms of visual effects and control of big scenes, there were only a handful of people who were on par with him. Other than being good at war movies, he was also good at shooting wuxia dramas and literary films. Even such an award-winning director maintained his usual low profile, silently preparing for new movies and constantly training new actors. This unique strength of character was also the reason why many actors respected him. Now let's continue. Director Zhang, you have a call. Just as Zhang Fengyun was about to shoot, his assistant ran over with a holographic phone. Who is it? It's an unknown number. He said it's Li Zhiyong, the general manager of Shirley Hongshuang. He wants to work with you. Shirley Hongshuang is a famous wedding company in the country. A wedding company is looking for me? You guys take a break first and familiarize yourself with your lines. Think about how to express your character's personality. Zhang Fengyun frowned and took the phone. The phone in the assistant's hand was his work number. Usually, people who knew this number were his work friends. If they called to ask for a collaboration, it would be bad to reject them without saying anything. Hello, I'm Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun took the phone and said. Director Zhang, hello. I'm Li Zhiyong, the general manager of Shirley Hongshuang. There's something I want to work with you on. It's a little urgent and I don't know where you are, so I can only contact you by phone. Oh? What's the matter? Zhang Fengyun asked. A special person is going to hold a wedding. The requirements are a little high. Our company is afraid that we can't handle that kind of scene, so we need a director to help. Don't hang up. Let me finish. Li Zhiyong was afraid that Zhang Fengyun would hang up the phone, because the previous 2 times, before he could finish speaking, the other party heard that he was going to direct the wedding and immediately hung up. "Alright, go ahead," Zhang Fengyun said. He was not very interested in a wedding company looking for him to direct someone else's wedding. However, since the other party's general manager had called, and it was also a famous wedding company in the country, he could not just hang up out of politeness. Director Zhang should be able to guess the identity of this big shot later, so I won't say it for the time being. I can send you a short video with his requirements for the wedding. After you spend a few minutes watching the short video, if you don't want to cooperate, just send me a text back because it's a little urgent. Li Zhiyong said. Alright. The email is. Zhang Fengyun told Li Zhiyong her email address. I've already sent it over. Director Zhang, can I trouble you not to expose the content of the video? We have a duty to keep it confidential. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble, Li Zhiyong reminded. I will. Zhang Fengyun hung up the phone and asked the assistant to find a laptop to log into the mailbox. He wanted to see what kind of wedding the famous wedding company in the country did not dare to direct and had to invite him. Asking him to direct a wedding felt like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, the identity of the special person mentioned by Li Zhiyong made him a little curious. He opened the mailbox and saw an email from Li Zhiyong. Without thinking much, Zhang Fengyun downloaded the file and clicked on the short video. The moment the video played, Zhang Fengyun's eyes narrowed and he was a little surprised. He had seen big scenes and had also directed large-scale ceremonies before. There were not many things that could surprise him. Director Zhang, the scene in this video is a composite of special effects, right? The assistant beside him looked at the computer screen in shock. It's very interesting. It opens up a new world. Zhang Fengyun stared at the computer screen carefully, afraid to miss any details. Although his movies had many special effects, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. A large holographic projector? And a wedding dress that can change its color? Director Zhang, the Army Ant Company has not released a large holographic projector. There is no such technology at the moment. This is a composite of special effects, right? The assistant was still in disbelief. A large holographic projector with a projection of nearly 30 meters. Even the Army Ant Company, which released the holographic projector, had not released such a product. And a wedding dress that could change its color? He had never heard of such a thing. Hearing the assistant mention the Army Ant Company, Zhang Fengyun could guess who Li Zhiyong was talking about. After thinking for a while, he closed the video. Go back to work first. Don't tell anyone about this video, Zhang Fengyun said seriously. Okay. The assistant did not say much and turned to leave. Zhang Fengyun picked up his phone again and dialed Li Zhiyong's number. Director Zhang, have you finished watching it? Are you interested? Li Zhiyong asked as soon as he picked up the phone. Are you talking about Chen Mo from the Army Ant Company? Director Zhang, you really guessed it. This is the wedding of the founder of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo, as expected. Zhang Fengyun thought to himself. Chen Mo was probably the only person in the world who had the ability to play with these futuristic technologies like toys. Although he was old, as a famous director, he had directed many of the opening ceremonies of international events held in Xianxia. He had come into contact with many of those advanced technology products. Director Zhang, our company was fortunate enough to get this project. Chen Mo said that he needed a feasible execution plan before handing the project over to us. Our company's planning team is unable to handle such a situation, so we wanted to ask for your help. We will introduce you to Mr. Chen Mo and you will be the director of this wedding. Our company will assist you. Perhaps Chen Mo will agree to it. What do you think? This is the wedding of the century. It is also a good opportunity to get to know Chen Mo. He had to admit that he was a little tempted. It was not because of Chen Mo's identity, but because of the large holographic projector. This large holographic projector allowed him to see new possibilities for film shooting. It just so happened that he had a big IP for web novels, so he needed that kind of special big scene. With a large holographic projector, he would definitely be able to express that big IP better. After the Army Ant Company's medium holographic projector was released, he had been paying attention to it. Holographic technology allowed a new possibility for movies. It was similar to the significance of Avatar bringing movies into the 3D era. Holographic technology could allow movies to enter the holographic era. Although holographic projectors were popular, holographic movies were not yet available. There were only some short holographic advertisements and short holographic videos. Because they were not familiar with the technology, many directors were not willing to try holographic movies. He had always wanted to enter the industry, but he did not have the chance. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. I have directed several large-scale events and filmed many grand scenes. I have never tried directing a wedding, Zhang Fengyun said. Then, Director Zhang, what do you mean? When is the wedding? Zhang Fengyun asked. Li Jiong was overjoyed when he heard that Zhang Fengyun was interested. His wedding is in half a month. I'm afraid we will have to start the preparations in these few days. Is that so? Zhang Fengyun thought about it. Now that they were filming, they had to make a choice. If he agreed, it would mean that he would have to postpone the filming of the movie for a month. Postponing it for a month would mean that the crew would have to spend a lot of money. But if he could get the help of the Army Ant Company's large holographic projector, he might be able to create new possibilities in the film industry. He would also achieve new heights in the film industry. He had a lot of money for filming, but he only had one chance. Zhang Fengyun did not speak, and Li Jiong was a little anxious. In his opinion, Zhang Fengyun was undoubtedly the best director. With his help, it would not be a problem to get Chen Mo's wedding. Okay, I will rush back tomorrow. Zhang Fengyun finally made the decision. Then I will wait for you, Director Zhang. Director Zhang, you can go directly to Binhai City. I will wait for you there. We will go and meet Chen Mo together. Li Jiong's voice was full of joy. This was an opportunity to take the company one step further. It was also an opportunity for him to get in touch with those big shots. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fengyun returned to the set. Inform everyone that the filming will be suspended for now. The filming schedule will be changed. This sudden news made everyone on the set dumbfounded. The filming was going well, and the sudden change of schedule caught some people off guard. Director Zhang, did something happen? An actor on the set asked. I have something to do at the last minute. I need to go back, Zhang Fengyun said. I am sorry that I might have delayed everyone's schedule. Director Zhang, don't say that. The actor on the set immediately shook his head to show that he understood. That's it for today. Everyone, wrap up. The specific filming schedule may be in a month. I will inform everyone at that time and apologize to everyone again. At night. In the villa at Xianglu Beach, Xiaoyu stared blankly at the wedding dress in the display window in front of her. The milky white wedding dress was flawless. Under the light, the small diamonds embedded in the wedding dress sparkled like stars. It was perfect. Because of the wedding photo shoot tomorrow, Chen Mo had already moved the wedding dress out of the company's building in the afternoon and sent it back to the villa. The dreamy wedding dress was tailor-made for her by Chen Mo. It was a wedding dress that belonged only to her. Every time she saw it, she couldn't help but want to wear it. Imagining herself wearing this wedding dress at the most important ceremony of her life and announcing that she belonged to the man she loved the most, Xiaoyu's heart was filled with anticipation. If you want to wear it, take it out and wear it. It belongs to you, Chen Mo said when he saw Xiaoyu's longing eyes. I'll wear it tomorrow. Xiaoyu touched the wedding dress and said, Thank you, hubby. She knew that Chen Mo had put in a lot of thought and effort for the wedding that he had promised her. She had always known, but she couldn't help him. She also didn't know how to persuade him. She could only use all her care to take care of this man who belonged to her. If you want to thank me, just give birth to a bunch of babies for me in the future. How many babies is a bunch? 100. Do you think I'm a sow? Xiaoyu angrily punched Chen Mo's chest, not daring to use too much force. I will make you the most beautiful bride. This is my promise to you. You are the goddess of luck that God gave me. No matter how much I give you, it won't be too much. In the future, don't say thank you. If you say these polite words again, I will spank you. Duan Muqing sat in the car, admiring the scenery of Xianglu Beach. She was relaxed. Sitting next to her was her sister and colleague, Xianxia. Both of them were the most professional stylists and makeup artists. They were the image designers and often did the styling and makeup of some celebrities who were filming. Yesterday, their company had asked them to come to Binhai City today to do makeup for a bride who was going to take wedding photos. They didn't say who it was. In their opinion, it should be some celebrity getting married and preparing to take wedding photos in secret. While Duan Muqing was admiring the scenery outside the car window, she felt someone move her arm. She turned around and saw Wang Xiaona's curious face. Qing, which celebrity do you think is getting married this time? I'm not sure. We'll only know when we get there. Duan Muqing shook her head. She couldn't think of any big celebrity in Binhai City. Why are you curious? I'm just asking. At least we know which celebrity it is. Then we can think about which image suits her best, right? Wang Xiaona said. We'll have to see what wedding dress the bride is wearing first. It's useless to think about it now. Okay. Wang Xiaona quieted down. Not long after, the car stopped at the gate of the villa. Nan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, reminded them, "We're here." Hiss, what a huge villa. Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona got out of the car and were shocked when they saw the villa in front of them. The villa wasn't the usual retro style. On the contrary, it was full of technology and futurism. It was the first time they had seen such a magnificent villa. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. There were mountains behind it and the sea in front. The scenery was pleasant, and the location wasn't very remote. Sister Qing, look. There are 2 robots standing guard there. They're from the Army Ant Company, Wang Xiaona said softly as she pointed at the robots in charge of security. Handsome, may I ask who your boss is? Duan Muqing stopped Nan and asked. Our boss is Chen Mo. Nan didn't hide it. There was no need to. Chen Mo? Wang Xiaona's eyes widened in disbelief. There was only one person in Binhai City named Chen Mo who lived in such a high-tech mansion. Why didn't you tell us? You didn't ask, Nan answered directly. Okay. Duan Muqing didn't ask any questions. He followed closely behind Nan and looked around curiously. This was Chen Mo's mansion. This was the first time he had seen it. It was so big that it could enter the category of world-class luxury houses. Rich people really knew how to enjoy life. Not long after, the 2 of them followed Nan into the reception hall. Chen Mo was playing a game in the living room. When he saw Nan bring 2 people in, he put down his game controller and greeted them. Hello, are you the makeup artists from Exquisite Studio? Yes, Mr. Chen. I'm Duan Muqing. I'm Wang Xiaona. When they saw Chen Mo, they hurriedly greeted him. They stole a few more glances at Chen Mo. He was a legendary figure, and it was their first time seeing him up close. He was even younger than them. Moreover, he was playing games. He didn't seem to be any different from his peers. Don't be too restrained. Just order whatever you like. I don't eat people. Seeing that the 2 of them were a little nervous, Chen Mo smiled helplessly. Xiaoyu is upstairs. Remember to help me dress her up as the most beautiful bride. We will try our best. The 2 of them saw that Chen Mo didn't put on airs, so they relaxed a lot. I won't delay any longer. Nan, you take them upstairs. Okay. Nan nodded and led the 2 of them upstairs. As soon as they arrived at the door of the room, Bai Zhenju opened the door and looked at them. This is the makeup artist and stylist. Nan introduced them. Okay, please come inside. Bai Zhenju nodded and led the 2 of them into the room. Nan also turned and went downstairs. The room was a large suite with a small hall. After all, it was spacious, so they didn't feel crowded at all. In addition to Bai Zhenju, there was also a robot in the small hall. Miss Xiaoyu is changing into her wedding dress. Please wait a moment. Do you want to drink anything? Bai Zhenju asked. No, just give us a glass of water. Duan Muqing said, then pointed to the dressing table in the small hall. Is that the cosmetics this time? Can we take a look at it first? Yes. Bai Zhenju nodded. You can do whatever you want, you don't have to be too restrained. Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona walked towards the dressing table. When they saw the cosmetics on the dressing table, their eyelids twitched. They were in this industry, so they were familiar with the cosmetics on it. They were all the world's top cosmetics brands, and each of them was very expensive. A single lipstick cost them a month's salary. However, they were still calm. They had been in contact with a lot of high-end cosmetics for celebrities. It was not unusual for Chen Mo's fiancé to use these high-end cosmetics. However, these cosmetics were all brand new, which made them a little puzzled. This is brand new, can we open it and take a look? Duan Muqing pointed to the dressing table and asked. You are the makeup artist, so you can decide. You can open it. While the two of them were familiar with the cosmetics, Xiaoyu was also changing into her wedding dress in the room. Xiaoman was helping her. Seeing Xiaoyu wearing her wedding dress, Xiaoman's expression was filled with joy and envy. She was happy because the person in front of her was her sister. She was envious because her sister found the person who loved her the most to spend the rest of her life with. Sister, on the day of the wedding, when you appear as the bride, you will definitely amaze the audience. You are so beautiful. This was not the first time she saw this wedding dress. But every time she saw it, she still felt amazed. Especially after Xiaoyu wore it, it completely set off Xiaoyu's perfect figure and temperament. This was a unique wedding dress made for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at herself in the mirror and felt very sweet. The makeup artist and stylist are here. Let's go out and make up first. Don't delay the wedding photos. Now, she only needed to make up, and everything will be ready. While Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona were concentrating on checking the cosmetics, the door of the room suddenly opened. The two of them subconsciously stopped and looked at the door. When Xiaoyu appeared in her wedding dress, the two of them were completely stunned. The wedding dress was flawless. The one-of-a-kind dress was like a mermaid's tail. Xiaoyu held it in her hands. Under the light in the room, the wedding dress emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was dreamlike. Such a perfect wedding dress did not steal Xiaoyu's limelight. Instead, it completely outlined Xiaoyu's natural figure and perfectly expressed Xiaoyu's noble and elegant temperament. He would feel that it was not perfect if it was a little bit less. But now, it was just right. At this time, Xiaoyu was noble and elegant, like a pure ice phoenix. So beautiful. All the adjectives in their minds combined to form one word. Hello. Seeing the two of them in a daze, Xiaoyu smiled and greeted them. Hello. Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona came back to their senses and hurriedly greeted her. This was Chen Mo's fiancée, the woman who stole the dream lover of thousands of girls. She was also the luckiest woman in the world. She had a perfect figure and an otherworldly temperament. She was natural and unrestrained, and she didn't give others a sense of distance. It was no wonder that Chen Mo liked her. This was the same thought in their minds. There was no jealousy, only envy. My name is Xiaoyu. I'll have to trouble you guys from now on, Xiaoyu said. It's no trouble. The two of them hurriedly said. If they could create an image for Chen Mo's fiancé, it would be a topic of conversation in the future. It would be a great help to their careers. At this moment, the two of them were overjoyed. After Xiaoyu stood still, the two of them started to think about Xiaoyu's bridal style. This wedding dress was too stunning. Moreover, Xiaoyu's figure and temperament were unique. The hairstyle and makeup had to match. Otherwise, it would ruin the beauty. Wait a minute. This wedding dress is called Dream Wedding Dress. It's like a chameleon. When you design your image, you have to pay attention to this problem, Xiaoman reminded them. Chameleon, Xiaoyu, who was wearing the wedding dress, was speechless. Even her sigh was filled with despair. Couldn't they use another metaphor? What do you mean? Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona looked at each other. That's it. Xiaomeng took out her holographic phone and activated the holographic projection, projecting a purple light onto the wedding dress. The purple color quickly spread on the white wedding dress. In the end, it turned into a noble purple. Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona widened their eyes. The scene in front of them shocked them beyond words. Chen Mo's company had a lot of high-tech products. However, his fiancée's wedding dress was also so shocking. Any woman with a trace of romantic feelings would go crazy after seeing this wedding dress. This kind of magical wedding dress only existed in their imagination. They didn't expect it to appear in front of them in reality. Moreover, it was so close to them. After the shock, the two of them started to worry. The colors of the wedding dress changed. Xiaoyu's different temperament had to be set off. Makeup with only one temperament couldn't match this wedding dress and Xiaoyu's temperament. This created a lot of problems for them to design for Xiaoyu. While Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona were worrying about Xiaoyu's style, Liang Zhiheng had brought his camera equipment to the villa at Xianglu Beach. His assistant, the delicate girl Qiaoqi, came with him. Seeing Chen Mo's huge mansion, even though Liang Zhiheng and Qiaoqi were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. The mansion was dozens of acres in size. It had grass fields and beaches. It was definitely a world-class mansion. Under Black Eagle's lead, the two of them successfully arrived at the reception hall. "You're here. Have a seat." Chen Mo greeted the two of them. "Are the camera equipment ready? If not, I'll get someone to buy it. According to my personal idea, it's enough. However, it's definitely not as good as the studios of those big stars. There's no need for studio photos. It's all real," Chen Mo said with a smile. He knew this would happen when he decided to hire Liang Zhiheng as the photographer, so he didn't care. "The bride is putting on makeup now, right? I'll familiarize myself with the scenery of your villa first and take a few photos here. The villa should be good. We'll go to other places later." "Boss, look, those two smart robots are patrolling like security guards." Qiaoqi looked around the villa like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Chen Mo's mansion was definitely a rare mansion in the world. The scenery and technology here, as well as the design style of the villa, were all amazing. Liang Zhiheng didn't care about Qiaoqi's curiosity. Many people wouldn't be able to enter such a huge mansion even once in their lifetime, so it was normal for Qiaoqi to be curious. Now, his mind was focused on the shooting. After spending an hour, they walked through all the suitable shooting spots in the villa. Then, the two of them returned to the guest hall under Black Eagle's lead. The shooting in the villa had been completed, and there were a few spots that were very suitable for them to take wedding photos. There were grasslands, beaches, mountains, and a large library that was full of cultural vibes. These were all very good shooting spots. "Done?" Seeing the two of them return, Chen Mo put down the game controller and asked. "Yes, done. There were a few shots that were very suitable, so we didn't have to go elsewhere." Liang Zhiheng nodded. "Then sit down first. Xiaoyu should still be putting on makeup." Chen Mo asked the two of them to sit down, and the robot came over with tea for the two of them. In the room, Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona were carefully looking at Xiaoyu's face and hairstyle, afraid to miss any details. At this time, part of Xiaoyu's hair was already tied up in a bun, leaving two natural bangs on both sides of her forehead, but her face was completely exposed. Her long black hair fell neatly behind her like a waterfall, tied up by a braid. There was delicacy in her elegance, and her natural and otherworldly temperament was perfectly displayed. The wedding dress could change colors, and it had given them a lot of headaches just now. But fortunately, Xiaoyu's otherworldly temperament could control the changes of the wedding dress, so they only needed to bring out Xiaoyu's natural temperament. No matter how the wedding dress changed, it wouldn't look imperfect. Xiaoyu's face was lightly made up. Her skin was as white as jade, and even without makeup, she could still look good in high definition. With light makeup, she could perfectly express her natural temperament. Her delicate collarbone was exposed in the air, her jade-like arms were smooth and supple, her pink lips were soft and lovely, and her exquisite eyes and willowy eyebrows were gentle and beautiful. She was like a noble phoenix, but also like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Bai Zhenju and Xiaoyu were also in the room. The four of them looked at Xiaoyu with envy in their eyes. Possessing such an outstanding temperament was definitely very rare. She was a woman blessed by the heavens, a very lucky woman. "Big sister, do you want brother-in-law to see it as soon as possible?" Xiao Meng approached Xiaoyu and asked. Xiaoyu, whose thoughts were exposed, gently knocked on Xiao Meng's head. She looked at herself in the mirror with a self-evident smile. A woman dresses up for her sweetheart. Chen Mo was her only lover. Let's go out, the cameraman should be waiting for us, Xiaoyu said. Bai Zhenju hurriedly walked over and opened the door. Xiaomeng also carefully helped Xiaoyu lift the hem of her wedding dress. The few of them slowly walked out of the room. The most beautiful bride is here. Chen Mo and Liang Zhihong were chatting in the living room. When they heard Xiaomeng's voice, they subconsciously looked at the source of the voice. They saw Xiaoyu, who was wearing a wedding dress, coming down the stairs under the support of Bai Zhenju and Duan Muqing. Then, she walked in front of Chen Mo. What a beautiful bride. Xiao Qi, who was sitting next to Liang Zhihong, looked at Xiaoyu with envy. Liang Zhihong, who was next to him, also nodded in agreement. He grabbed the camera and pointed it at Xiaoyu. The current Xiaoyu made Chen Mo stunned. Xiaoyu's sweet and elegant appearance made him feel that all the preparations were worth it. How is it? Xiaoyu asked with great expectation. So beautiful. Being praised by Chen Mo, Xiaoyu's heart was as sweet as honey. She felt that she was the happiest person in the world at this moment. Other people's praise was not important. Chen Mo's liking was the most important thing for her. 2 simple words were enough. Brother-in-law, sister is ready. What about you? Xiaomeng asked in a timely manner. Mine is fast. Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Duan Muqing and Bai Zhenju. Sorry to trouble you again. It's no trouble. The two hurriedly waved their hands and followed Chen Mo into the room. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Mo came out of the room. His hair had been tidied up, and he was wearing a tuxedo. His whole temperament had become elegant. The design of the tuxedo was the same as Xiaoyu's wedding dress. It was obvious that they were a pair. So fast? Aren't you going to make yourself more handsome? Xiaomeng looked at Chen Mo in shock. I don't need much makeup. Just a hairstyle is enough. It doesn't matter if I am handsome or not. As long as my bride is beautiful. Chen Mo walked in front of Xiaoyu and said. Cheeky. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and reached out her hand to tidy Chen Mo's bow tie. Her actions were very natural. It was just like how she would tidy up Chen Mo's clothes before he went to work. Seeing Xiaoyu's natural actions, Liang Zhihong's eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed the camera in his hand and focused on the two of them. He froze this scene. Liang Zhihong checked the photo he had taken and was very satisfied with the photo he had taken. It was a rare photo. A person's expression was the most beautiful and lively in a photo. This was something that couldn't be captured by posing. The intimate actions of the two were like a wife tidying up her husband's clothes. The natural and intimate feelings between them were definitely something that couldn't be captured by posing. Xiaoyu didn't know that her habitual actions had been captured by Liang Zhihong. She only looked at them after she tidied up Chen Mo's bow tie. Now we can go to the shoot. Chen Mo said to Liang Zhihong, oh right, before the shoot, I have something to tell you in advance. It will be easier for you to design the wedding scene. What is it? Liang Zhihong asked subconsciously. This wedding dress can change its color. I want to do it like this. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. The holographic projector in the reception hall emitted a dark red light that focused on Xiaoyu's body. Suddenly, the dark red color slowly spread on Xiaoyu's wedding dress until the entire wedding dress turned into a deep rose red. Liang Zhihong and Xiao Qi widened their eyes and stared at the changing color of the wedding dress in disbelief. Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona were much calmer, but they were also amazed. However, when they looked at Xiaoyu again, her aura changed as the color of the wedding dress changed. When Xiaoyu wore the white wedding dress just now, Xiaoyu was like a noble ice phoenix and a lively fairy. Now, the deep rose-red color was beautiful but not seductive. She was like a flower fairy in a sea of roses, noble and cold. After adjusting his shock, Liang Zhihong also came back to his senses. Can parts of the wedding dress turn into a pattern? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Perfect. It's a work of art. The person who designed this wedding dress must be a genius. Liang Zhihong was excited. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and looked at Chen Mo with pride. It was as if she was praising herself. I have a new inspiration. Let's do a set of themed wedding photos. They are a wood fairy, a flower fairy, a water mermaid, and a mountain goddess. This kind of otherworldly aura can be perfectly expressed. Liang Zhihong was pleasantly surprised. A wedding dress that could change color meant that there were countless possibilities for wedding photos. But some of the photos will have to be taken in other cities. It doesn't have to be too far away. It's just next door in Jiangsu City. Just follow your arrangements. Other cities are fine too. Chen Mo said. Then let's start now. The group left the reception hall and walked towards the beach of the villa. The weather was very good. The sea breeze was gentle, the sky was blue, and the sun was covered by naughty clouds. It was cool below. The sea in front of them was also clear blue. The hem of the wedding dress is spread out. The bride's shoes are removed first. She snuggles in the groom's arms with her feet together. Yes, that's it. Change the pattern of the wedding dress to the scales of a mermaid. When they arrived at the shooting location, Liang Zhihong began to prepare according to his ideas. In addition to Qiao Qi, Xiao Man, Bai Zhenju, Duan Muqing, and the others all became assistants and began to provide assistance according to Liang Zhihong's instructions. Yes, this is the feeling. The mermaid and her destined one. Liang Zhihong aimed his camera at the two of them and pressed the button. Next, the groom's hand is placed on the bride's waist. His hand is on the lower abdomen. Yes. The bride looks into the groom's eyes. Yes. Seeing the two of them snuggling together, Liang Zhihong felt that something was missing. He touched his beard and thought for a while. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and laughed. Now that they were posing, the movements and expressions of the two of them were more or less lacking a natural feeling. Groom, you say something to your bride that makes her shy and sweet. It's a pillow whisper. Only the two of you can hear it. You don't need to let us hear it. Several people next to them laughed. Seeing the two of them snuggling sweetly, there was some envy in their eyes. Xiaoyu also blushed, and there was a trace of expectation in her eyes. Do you want to say something to make you shy? Chen Mo thought for a while, then looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. I want to eat red, grilled, fish tonight. This was a special love talk between the two of them. Xiaoyu naturally understood it and suddenly felt shy. No. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she smiled sweetly. Click, the two of them looked at each other sweetly and were captured by Liang Zhihong's camera. Xiaoyu's smart and shy eyes were also clearly recorded. Seeing the photos taken, Liang Zhihong nodded with satisfaction. It's been a long time since he had this kind of inspiration. He couldn't wait to write 2 poems. Jiangsu City, adjacent to Binhai City, was a 2-hour drive from the center of Binhai City. The city was built near the river, and it was like spring all year round. The scenery was pleasant, and the economy was developed. Therefore, it was called the Pearl of the River and named Jiangsu City. Vanilla World was one of the most famous scenic spots in Jiangsu City, known as the Oriental Province. It was a world of flowers. There was a fragrance garden, a sea of roses, a tulip garden, and so on. The gardens were nearly 100 acres large, and there were various fruit and vegetable orchards and plantations, as well as cultivation bases. The romantic scenery had become a choice for couples traveling. Every day, many couples would come here to take their wedding photos. It had also become Liang Zhihong's shooting location. Chen Mo held Xiaoyu's hand and carefully entered the flowers. In front of them was the most beautiful sea of roses in Vanilla World. Chen Mo contacted the people in the scenic area and got permission to enter the most beautiful scene in the center of the Sea of Roses to take a photo. This season, roses were in full bloom. In the Sea of Roses, red roses were blooming, looking romantic and beautiful. Not long after, the two came to a small open space in the center of the Sea of Roses. Xiaoyu stood in the middle of the sea of flowers. Her rose-red wedding dress was spread out by Xiao Meng and the others, blending into the sea of flowers. She was like a flower fairy, noble and elegant, performing the romance of 10 miles of red makeup. Look at the bride, she is so beautiful. She is indeed beautiful, like a flower fairy. I want that wedding dress too. Why am I not the bride? There were many girls playing around the Sea of Roses. When they saw Xiaoyu in the rose-red wedding dress, they were amazed and envious, but they could only look from afar and could not get close. Chen Mo was also sitting cross-legged in front of Xiaoyu. According to Liang Zhihong's instructions, he was like an old monk in meditation. The color of his tuxedo turned black, and the bow tie on his shirt was taken off. From the side, he looked like a prodigal son from ancient times. Liang Zhihong, who was holding the camera, shouted to Xiaoyu, "Well, the bride stares at your groom. Remember the feeling when you first met?" Hearing Liang Zhihong's words, Xiaoyu couldn't help but remember the scene when Chen Mo rushed to her and blocked the falling bookshelf for her in the library of Binhai University. At that time, her heart had been moved, and she had given her everything to him. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with joy, like a flower fairy in love. Crack, with the sound of the shutter, the image froze. Seemingly unsatisfied, Liang Zhihong found a few more angles to take a few more pictures before putting down the camera. The flower fairy was such an otherworldly hologram. Looking at the work that he was satisfied with, Liang Zhihong was incomparably happy. It had been a long time since he had this kind of feeling. Today, his artistic cells were all stimulated. Other people's wedding photos were all of them hugging and snuggling up to each other. The scene was also the same. This time, it was different. This wedding dress accentuated Xiaoyu's otherworldly aura. Coupled with its uniqueness, there were more possibilities for wedding photos. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Chen Mo wouldn't go to the trouble of going to different parts of the world to shoot, but this was enough. Their wedding photos were still one of a kind. "Okay, let's go to the next location now," Liang Zhihong shouted to the two of them after the shooting was completed. The few of them left the Rose Sea and went to the next location, the Fragrance Garden. After the Vanilla World was finished, they rushed to the Hundredwood Forest and Goddess Peak. For the whole day, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were taking wedding photos according to Liang Zhihong's arrangement. Xiao Man, Duan Muqing, and the others followed closely. Every time the wedding dress was in a scene, it changed colors and patterns. Every time they saw it, they couldn't help but be amazed. In the evening, under the giant rock of Goddess Peak, in the sunset, the image of the two of them froze. After a busy day, the wedding photos were finally taken. Binhai City, Blue Ocean Building. A black Audi slowly stopped in the parking lot of Blue Ocean Building. The door opened, and Zhang Fengyun got out of the car. Wearing his iconic black windbreaker, he looked quite energetic. Beside him was his assistant. Yesterday, he had stopped filming for the new movie. Today, after arranging everything, he rushed to Binhai City. A large holographic projector was of great help to filming. As long as he could meet Chen Mo and get the help of a large holographic projector, it would be a new starting point and opportunity for his next movie creation. Although he was a well-known director in the country and had many excellent works, the sales of his movies over the years were still not satisfactory. He also needed a groundbreaking work to prove himself and bring his creations to the next level. Now that he had a big IP of online literature in his hands, it was an opportunity. The content and quality of this big IP were very good, and the scenes depicted were fantastic and magnificent. It was very well known and had a fan base. He only needed to materialize this big IP, and it would definitely be a good work. Coupled with the title of the first holographic movie, it could completely surpass Avatar and become the starting point of another journey in the film industry. He would also become a legend in the directing world. Because of this, he rushed to Binhai City without stopping. Li Zhiyong, who was greeting Zhang Fengyun, saw him come down and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Director Zhang, you are finally here." "Hello." Zhang Fengyun also politely returned the greeting. "I have booked a private room in the club." "Director Zhang, you must be tired from the flight." "Let's drink and chat," Li Zhiyong said. "Okay, let's go." Zhang Fengyun did not refuse. Things like socializing were a common occurrence for him. Making friends was the most convenient thing to do at the table. This is the executive plan for Chen Mo's wedding written by our company's planning team. Take a look. In the private room, Li Zhiyong took out a plan from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Fengyun. Tenli Hongshuang was also a famous wedding company in the country. The planning team was definitely not bad, which was why they had achieved such results. It was just that Chen Mo's wedding was too special. In their company, the executive director's ability was not enough to control the scene, so they asked Zhang Fengyun to come over. Zhang Fengyun took the document and began to flip through it. "Keep an eye on it. I'll give Chen Mo a call now to arrange a meeting tomorrow. Li Zhiyong dialed Chen Mo's number and waited. After a while, the phone was connected and Chen Mo's voice came through. Hello. Hello, Mr. Chen Mo. I am Li Zhiyong, the general manager of Tenli Hongshuang. Li Zhiyong immediately introduced himself. Well, go ahead, Mr. Li, it's like this. Our company has prepared your wedding plan. I don't know if you are free tomorrow? Let's meet at the Blue Ocean Club. We will show you the plan, Li Zhiyong said. Okay, then we will talk about it in detail tomorrow. Okay, then I will not disturb you. We will wait for you at the Blue Ocean Club at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The appointment went smoothly. Li Zhiyong hung up the phone happily. Is there an emergency? In the hotel in Jiangsu City, Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo and asked. The manager of Tenli Hongshuang called and said that the wedding plan is out. He asked me to talk about it tomorrow. It is not an emergency. Chen Mo said, you have been running around the whole day. Go take a shower and rest first. You will rush back to Binhai City tomorrow morning. What about you? I looked at the email that Zhao Min sent me. The list of the company's important partners has been sent over. Some friends and business partners need me to call them personally and inform them to come to our wedding, Chen Mo said. Seeing the list of people sent by Zhao Min, Chen Mo was a little surprised. There were dozens of people on the list, and they were all well-known big shots both at home and abroad. In addition, there were also many CEOs of large companies. He didn't manage the affairs of the company, so he didn't meet many big shots. However, Zhao Min managed the company for him and attended many economic forums and international conferences. It was normal for her to know so many big shots. Zhao Min had already marked for him who needed to be personally invited and who needed to be sent an invitation. Wanting to confirm again, Chen Mo dialed Zhao Min's phone. Big boss, calling me so late, do you want to ask me out? The video call was connected, and Zhao Min's lazy voice came through. A holographic video jumped out, showing Zhao Min wearing pajamas and applying a mask. You know how to apply a mask? Seeing Zhao Min's homely appearance, Chen Mo laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm old now. If I don't take care of myself, no one will want me as a mistress. Zhao Min said meaningfully. Huh? The smile on Chen Mo's face froze, and his face twitched. You look like a 23 or 24-year-old girl. You're obviously very young. Zhao Min was amused by Chen Mo's words and laughed. She was in a very good mood. Little brother, I haven't seen you for 2 days and your mouth has become sweet. Tell me, why are you looking for me? The list of guests that need to be invited is only the ones in the email, right? Chen Mo asked. Yes, you think it's not enough? There are a lot of people there. When some CEOs come, each of them will bring a female companion. There will be a lot of people. Zhao Min, who was lying on the sofa, lazily said, those people are the connections that Big Sis has painstakingly accumulated for you. Your wedding is a good opportunity for you to expand your network. Sometimes, connections and resources are more important than money when doing business. You must remember to thank Big Sis. And, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Chen Mo said. Really? Zhao Min took off her mask and looked at Chen Mo with sparkling eyes. Really, just don't be too reckless. Seeing Zhao Min's appearance, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched, and he felt a little uncertain. Remember what you said. Big sister will remember it. Zhao Min was in a good mood. She lay back on the sofa comfortably and said, thank me after your wedding and honeymoon. Where's Xiaoyu? She's taking a shower. She just finished taking wedding photos today. She's exhausted, Chen Mo said. Looks like you're having a good time. Zhao Min's voice was a little sour. I'm hanging up, I won't disturb you too. Poor me, I'm going to admire myself. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo began to call the customers. The names on the list were all big shots in the internet technology industry. He had to personally notify them. It took him more than an hour to invite all the big shots listed by Zhao Min one by one and chat about their daily lives. After confirming that they would all come, Chen Mo put down his phone and got up to go back to his room. After tonight's notice, he found that his spoken English needed to be improved. The next day, Chen Mo took Xiaoyu and her sister back to Binhai City early in the morning. Xiaoyu had to go to school to prepare her thesis. Xiaoyu sent her to the airport, and Chen Mo went to the Blue Ocean building. Li Jiong and Zhang Fengyun were already waiting at the Blue Ocean building. When they saw Chen Mo being led by the reception staff of the club, they immediately greeted him. "Mr. Li, hello." Chen Mo shook hands with Li Jiong and was surprised to see Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun was a famous director in the country. Although he didn't pay attention to this area, he still recognized her. He didn't expect Zhang Fengyun to come with Li Jiong. "Director Zhang, hello. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to know me." "It's an honor." Zhang Fengyun smiled. "Mr. Chen, let's sit down and talk." Li Jiong invited Chen Mo to sit down. The staff also sat down. They started to get down to business. They took out the proposal and handed it to Chen Mo. "It's like this, Mr. Chen. Our company's proposal for the content you requested has been completed. In terms of execution, our company has decided to invite Director Zhang to carry out this proposal. It'll be more perfect. I was also very surprised when Mr. Li came looking for me. The day before yesterday, I was still filming a movie. When I saw the content of Mr. Chen Mo's video, I abandoned my work and rushed back here without stopping. I have to say that Mr. Chen is a romantic," Zhang Fengyun said. "With Director Zhang's participation, my wedding will definitely be fine." Chen Mo was surprised to hear that Zhang Fengyun was going to carry out his wedding proposal. "But I have a question. Director Zhang, did you give up your new film and come back for my small wedding?" "Mr. Chen, you must be joking." Zhang Fengyun laughed heartily. "To be honest, the things in your video attracted me. I'm not a qualified artist. I have a soft spot for romantic things, but I did have an idea." "Tell me." "I have a big IP for online literature," Zhang Fengyun said. "I hope Mr. Chen can help." "Oh? How can I help? With investments?" "No, I don't lack investments, but if Mr. Chen wants to invest, I won't reject." "Then what is it?" "I can help you direct your wedding for free. I hope Mr. Chen can rent 30 large holographic projectors from my team for the new film. We can discuss the rental price in detail. Of course, even if Mr. Chen doesn't want to rent, I'll still help you complete the wedding. It'll be like familiarizing yourself with the technology in advance. It might be useful in the future." Zhang Fengyun looked at Chen Mo expectantly. "You're going to use holographic projection to replace the special effects?" Chen Mo immediately understood Zhang Fengyun's plan. 30 large holographic projectors could create a huge holographic scene to satisfy the filming needs. "You're half right. I'm going to shoot the first holographic movie in the country. The IP needs a majestic scene and a fantasy style." Zhang Fengyun didn't hide anything from Chen Mo and directly told him his idea. After all, he needed Chen Mo's help. A large holographic projector can satisfy the needs of that kind of majestic special effect, and can also create that kind of fantasy color. This is a holographic movie, a groundbreaking work. I'm confident that it can surpass Avatar and become the new pinnacle of the world's film industry. Moreover, the holographic movie will also help the sales of your company's holographic projectors. Is that so? Chen Mo thought for a while and nodded slightly. The product I invented is meant to be used. Although it hasn't been released to the market yet, it's totally fine to rent it to you. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Zhang Fengyun's smile piled up the wrinkles on his face. With the large holographic projectors, he could create any special effects scene he liked and use his imagination as he wished. It was almost like moving a fantasy world into reality. He could fully express his imagination and reduce the cost of special effects. This effect would be of great help to his filming. Director Zhang, you can contact Xiao Men after the wedding and discuss the specific details with her, Chen Mo said. What about the clothes that can change colors? Can I rent them? That can't be done. It's made with brand new materials. The process is more troublesome and it's easy to be targeted. In that case, forget about it. I only need the holographic projectors. I wish us a happy cooperation. Zhang Fengyun was in a good mood. I'll inform my team to come over today and decorate the wedding venue for Mr. Chen. Thank you, Director Zhang. Li Zhiyong was the happiest when the two reached an agreement. This meant that Chen Mo's wedding would be handled by his company. It was a very rare opportunity for his company. After talking with Zhang Fengyun, Chen Mo began to discuss the wedding preparations with Li Zhiyong. When Chen Mo came back, Xiao Yu, who was looking through the wedding photos, asked, "Is it settled?" "Well, I left it to Shirley Hongzhuang. I played a few games of billiards with them at the club, so I came back late." Chen Mo walked to Xiao Yu and sat down. "You can play billiards?" "I started playing in elementary school, and I was the bully in junior high school. I bullied my friends. Although I haven't played in so many years, my accuracy and skills are still there." "You're bragging." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Mom called just now. They said they'll come tomorrow to help us arrange the wedding. My parents are coming too. I arranged for them to stay in the small villa. I'm going to accompany them. On the day of the wedding, you can pick me up there. Then you just have to wait to be the bride." "Well, let's choose the wedding photos first. We need wedding photos to decorate the wedding house. Aunt Zhen will come tomorrow and accompany us to buy the things to decorate the wedding house." Thinking about the upcoming wedding, Xiao Yu was full of anticipation. "Which one? This mermaid is good. It matches your temperament the best. This flower fairy is also good. It's breathtaking. How can you praise your wife like that? It's so corny." "I'm telling the truth." In the following days, both parents and Aunt Zhen's family came to Binhai City. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu, accompanied by Aunt Zhen, also bought the wedding house items and informed the best men and bridesmaids. After all the trivial things were done, Xiao Yu also separated from Chen Mo. She stayed with her parents in the small villa and waited quietly for the wedding. Shirley Hongzhuang Company also prepared the invitations in the shortest time possible and helped Chen Mo distribute them. Zhang Fengyun found her team to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Everything was going according to plan. Zhujiao was dealing with this week's entertainment news. As a professional paparazzi, those celebrity scandals were his way of getting traffic and eyeballs. The photos on the computer were enough for him to expose. If the popularity was enough, those celebrities would buy the photos and he could make a lot of money. "Mr. Jiao, who is calling?" After the smart assistant's notification, the phone rang, breaking the silence in the office. The mouse in Zhujiao's hand paused, and he picked up the phone. "Zhujiao, there's big news." An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "Oh? What big news?" Zhujiao asked. All these years, those informants had helped him a lot. Many of the entertainment headlines were created by him. There were even many celebrities who wanted to stir up scandals and gain popularity with him. Chen Mo will be holding his wedding this month. He has already started inviting guests. Chen Mo's wedding? Zhujiao raised his eyebrows. Is the news accurate? If it's fake, I'll be in trouble if the army ant company targets me. That's right. I heard a few rumors that many big shots have received Chen Mo's invitation. I'll send you the photo on the back of the invitation, said the person on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll grab the headlines this time. Zhujiao hung up the phone and opened Weibo. He posted a post with a photo of the invitation, "See you on Wednesday." According to reliable sources, the most talented and youngest big shot in the country will be holding his wedding this month. Silence is gold, silence is gold, silence is gold. Important things must be said 3 times. Army Ant Technology Weibo Entertainment, F*CK, silence is gold? Is it Chen Mo? Jiao Go, is it Chen Mo? It's such an obvious hint. Do you still need to ask? The most talented and youngest big shot. Who else could it be other than Chen Mo? Didn't you see the Army Ant's official Weibo? I don't believe it. That's my husband. Not long after Zhujiao posted the post, the comments below began to go crazy. In just half an hour, the number of reposts had reached tens of thousands. Some entertainment Weibo also reposted the post, and it successfully entered the hot search list. Chen Mo had always been the focus of attention. As the news spread, some people didn't believe it, but the media confirmed it through various channels. Chen Mo would be getting married this month. After the news was confirmed, the entertainment media began to write articles like crazy. All kinds of articles and reports bombarded the news. Chen Mo's wedding. Authoritative news, Chen Mo will hold his wedding. The date has been confirmed. Chen Mo will hold his wedding this month. The bride is her. Wedding of the century, the woman who captured the era's giant. Chen Mo is getting married. Are you out of love? Because of this news, there was a storm on the internet. Many people found it hard to believe. As the youngest superboss in the world, the legendary figure who had single-handedly created the marching ant company, Chen Mo's genius scientific research ability and competent temperament made him the idol of countless young people. He was also the ideal prince of countless women. It was such a man who had gotten married so quickly. Nowadays, the young rich second generation played around until they were in their 30s or 40s. After a few women, they would choose a female star or model who was more than 10 years younger than them to marry. Chen Mo was only in his 20s. He was in the prime of his life, and no one had seen him in any kind of scandal with any woman. He was such a good man. Some time ago, the news of Chen Mo shopping with his fiancée spread. Now, the news of Chen Mo's upcoming wedding broke the dreams of countless women. I'm going to count how many women will be out of love because of this news. My idol is getting married. The bride is not me. I'm out of love. That woman took my idol away. I'm so sad. Boo-hoo, this is not true. I don't believe it. I want to jump off the building. Chen Mo, I want to marry you too. This is the biggest tragedy of the year. Millions of girls are out of love on the same day. With the news of Chen Mo's wedding on Weibo and WeChat Moments, countless women forwarded the news immediately. In addition to their blessings, there were also comments with all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Because of all kinds of media reports, Chen Mo's wedding became a national event. It had not been long since Chen Mo's wedding. At this time, on Chongqing Island in Binhai City, the decorations were in full swing. There was a developed resort on Chongqing Island. There was a beach, grass, and pleasant scenery. It was the best place to hold a wedding. Therefore, Chen Mo's wedding ceremony was held there. The island of the resort was also booked by Chen Mo. Zhang Fingyun's team had arrived. With the help of the wedding company, they were making the final arrangements on the grass. According to his design, this wedding would be the wedding of the century. Is the last projector ready? Zhang Fengyun raised a small loudspeaker and shouted at the staff who installed the large holographic projector. It's done. The installation staff's shouts made the entire team relax. On the grass with a radius of 300 meters, there were nearly 200 holographic projectors of various sizes. In order to meet the computational requirements of all the projectors, a large mainframe computer was directly transported to the island from the Army Ant Company. The workload was not small. There was still a week before the wedding. Fortunately, there was enough time for them to rehearse. Very good. Let's start the test. Connect all the projectors. Connection successful. The technical staff of the Army Ant Company who came to support made a gesture to Zhang Fengyun. Turn off all the lights on the scene. Prepare to play the holographic video of the test. Looking at the already dark sky, Zhang Fengyun gave the order. During the day, the light was too strong, and the effect of the holographic projection would be relatively poor. This was the most suitable time, and the wedding ceremony would be held at this time. His voice was full of anticipation. It was also his first time using so many holographic projectors. He was looking forward to the effect of the 200 holographic projectors. The prepared holographic video was all provided by Chen Mo. Zhang Fengyun did not know where Chen Mo got so much time and the team to make the holographic video. However, he did not delve into the mystery of Chen Mo. After all, Chen Mo sometimes defied common sense. Following Zhang Fengyun's order, the lights went off, and the surrounding environment fell into darkness. The technical staff clicked on a holographic video on the computer. Nearly 200 holographic projectors lit up at the same time. They shone from the top, the sides, the front, and the back, covering the entire grass. What happened next shocked everyone. Chen Mo's wedding guest list exposed. Exclusive news, Chen Mo's wedding venue confirmed. It's actually here. Insider news, Chen Mo's wedding menu exposed, let's see what the rich eat. Chen Mo's wedding guest list complete version. A gathering of stars. As time went by, the news of Chen Mo's wedding did not die down. Instead, it became more and more popular. Many media outlets were very concerned about Chen Mo's wedding. All kinds of news, both real and fake, were spread through various channels. The media outlets copied and pasted each other or forwarded each other to steal the news. The speed was very fast. Many celebrities' names were on the list, which made people suspect that someone was creating hype. Soon, the Army Ant Company denied the authenticity of the list. Some live streaming platforms also contacted the Army Ant Company, wanting to buy the live streaming rights of Chen Mo's wedding at a high price. Unsurprisingly, they were directly rejected. Since Chen Mo's wedding was exposed, the news that broke out many times was the headline. The exposure was very high. Now, it had become a super topic that was equivalent to two popular celebrities. All kinds of news outlets were following up on Chen Mo's wedding. Through various means, they hoped to get the latest news about Chen Mo's wedding. However, from beginning to end, Chen Mo did not say a word to the public. And there were only 2 days left until the wedding. Chen Mo was reading on the sofa in the living room. From time to time, he would reply to the chat messages sent by Xiaoyu. Now, the wedding preparations were almost done. Xiaoyu had already moved to the small villa with her parents, waiting for the wedding to begin. Zhang Fengyun had already replied to him that the wedding venue had been arranged. The wedding company's various affairs, the menu, the banquet, the hotel where the guests would stay, and the transport vehicles were all ready. Everything was arranged. The wedding was coming. Now, he mainly needed to relax and wait for the wedding day to come in 2 days to welcome Xiaoyu back. When Chen Mo was focused on reading, the Mahast girl reminded him that guests were coming. The robot led the 3 of them into the villa. They were Zhu Gang, Li Zilong, and Pu Yuan. In the past, Zhu Gang was tall and thin, like a bamboo pole, so his nickname was Bamboo Pole. Li Zilong's nickname was Black Fatty, because he liked to play games. There was also the smallest Wu Puyuan, who was called Master Puyuan. Looking at the 3 of them again, their appearances had changed quite a bit. Zhu Gang was 1.95 meters tall. In the past, he was tall and skinny, just like his name. Now, he was much more muscular and looked much more handsome. Fatty Long's fierce-looking face had also disappeared a lot. Wearing a suit, he looked like a boss. Master Pu Yuan was still skinny and small, looking a little wretched. 3 of his 5 university roommates had come. Lu De went abroad to study and did not intend to come back. As for Amin, he did not have a good relationship with Chen Mo. After graduating from university, Amin went sailing all over the world and could not be contacted. Benefactor Chen Mo, I trust you have been well since we last met. Pu Yuan put his palms together when he saw Chen Mo. Master, didn't you bring the female benefactor that you enlightened? Chen Mo teased. Bah, this old monk has turned over a new leaf. I won't enlighten the female benefactor anymore. Ha 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 ha, it was still the same familiar dialogue. The few of them laughed. After a long separation, it was still the same feeling. Chen Mo gently hugged the 3 of them and led them to the living room. Damn, it's the holographic projection of Hero. Comrades, let's play. Entering the living room, Fatty was instantly excited when he saw the holographic projector and the computer in the living room. This game carried a lot of their 4 years of university happiness and also their 4 years of youth. Now, it was the holographic projection of the canyon map of Hero. Through the holographic projection, the entire map was laid out in front of them. It was like a sand table on an ancient battlefield. All the movements were clear at a glance. The places that could not be seen were filled with white fog. This was the holographic gameplay provided by Hero after the holographic projector was introduced. Many people specially bought a holographic projector to experience the fun of this holographic MOBA game. When Chen Mo was bored, he would also play a game or 2 to pass the time. Come, let's play. Bamboo Pole did not stand on ceremony. He rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the game keyboard. Bah, benefactors, wait for this old monk. Pu Yuan ran over and sat in front of the holographic projection map. He took over another keyboard and mouse. Chen Mo was also happy to see the 3 of them being so impolite. He was afraid that these old friends would be restrained because of his current identity. Now it seemed that the relationship between them had not changed. Chen Mo also joined the team and started chatting in the living room. They began to talk about the interesting things that happened over the years. When old friends reunited, there were always endless things to talk about. Xiao Liwei sat in the car and looked at the seascape of Binhai City. It was pleasing to the eye. After receiving Chen Mo's call, he took a leave of absence from Zhejiang University and rushed back. He was ready to be the best man for this old friend of his. Thinking about how he saw Chen Mo's news on various channels, he was filled with emotions. His deskmate, who used to study hard, fight together for university, was now successful and famous. In the past few years, it was like a dream. The days when he was young and inexperienced were gone forever. This brother of yours, is he really Chen Mo? Sitting next to him was a girl with long hair. She was dressed in a retro style and looked like a talented girl. Her name was Shang Guanyan. At this time, Shang Guanyan was still in disbelief. Her boyfriend of 6 years, his good brother, who used to be his best friend, was actually the legendary Chen Mo, but she knew nothing about it. Yes. Xiao Liwei smiled and nodded. Why didn't you tell me? Shang Guanyan asked. Why would I show off to others that Chen Mo is my good brother? If I told them, they would think that I was bragging, Xiao Liwei said. Am I someone else? Shang Guanyan's tone was a bit unfriendly. No. Xiao Liwei was so scared that he hurriedly waved his hand. The car stopped in front of the villa. The two of them were led into the villa by the robot. Liwei, long time no see. Seeing Xiao Liwei, Chen Mo stopped playing games with the three of them. He walked toward Xiao Liwei and gave him a big hug. After the college entrance examination, the two of them went to different universities and had fewer chances to see each other. After graduation, Xiao Liwei went to Zhejiang University for his master's degree. The distance was too far and the chances were even fewer. Now that they met again, their relationship was still as close. Long time no see. I should call you Giant Chen now. Xiao Liwei smiled. My name sounds better. Chen Mo gestured for the two of them to sit down. He looked at Shang Guanyan and said, why don't you introduce her to me? Her name is Shang Guanyan. She is now a master's student at the Capital Conservatory of Music, studying the zither. No wonder her temperament is outstanding. When I was in university, I wanted to punch you when I saw you showing off your love in your circle of friends. Now that you are a master's student, how did you meet such a good girl? Chen Mo smiled and shook Shang Guanyan's hand. Just treat this as your own home. Don't be shy. Okay. Shang Guanyan gave Chen Mo a polite smile. You are not honest. You didn't tell me that you have a girlfriend and suddenly announced that you have a fiancé. I only knew about it from the news. You hid it well. You didn't ask. Chen Mo smiled and led the two of them to the sofa. Let me introduce you. These three are my good friends from university. Zhu Gang, Li Zilong, Wu Puyuan, this is Xiao Liwei. I slept with him in high school, fought with him, and admired beautiful girls with him. This is his girlfriend, Shang Guanyan. You admired beautiful girls together? How? Shang Guanyan looked at Xiao Liwei with a faint smile. Chen Mo ignored Xiao Liwei's resentful look. We used to be deskmates. When we were in the 3rd year of high school, we sat by the window. After class, we saw a beautiful girl from the next class walking over. We commented on her long legs, measurements, and looks. In an instant, Xiao Liwei felt a sharp pain in his waist and his face turned bitter. The few of them also noticed Shang Guanyan's actions and laughed wildly. In the small villa where Chen Mo and Xiaoyu used to live. Xiaoyu was lying on the bed in the room, looking at the photos of the two of them on her phone. She recalled the times when she met Chen Mo and fell in love with him. Her face was filled with sweetness. Tomorrow was the day of the wedding. At that time, Chen Mo would come here and marry her in a grand manner. She would also announce to the world that she would always belong to this man. Thinking of wearing a wedding dress and marrying the person she loved, Xiaoyu was a little happy. Sister, you're smiling so sweetly. Do you miss brother-in-law? Xiaoming entered the room and saw Xiaoyu smile. She immediately understood what she was thinking. I'm just thinking about the past. Xiaoyu didn't deny it. You're getting married tomorrow. Go out and accompany mom and dad. Okay. Xiaoyu put down her phone and left the room with Xiaomeng. He Zhenhua and Wang Lan saw Xiaoyu come out and smiled. Their daughter was getting married to a good family. Naturally, they were happy. However, while they were happy, they were also worried that Xiaoyu would be wronged. After all, the difference between their conditions was too big. Although they also liked Chen Mo, as parents, they couldn't help but worry. Moreover, their favorite and most sensible daughter was getting married like this. They were still reluctant. Xiaoyu, if you feel wronged in the future, come home. Dad will take care of you. How can you say that? Xiaomo is a good child. He definitely won't let Xiaoyu feel wronged. Xiaoyu, live a good life in the future and have a child as soon as possible. Once you have a child, Xiaomo will mature. Mom is also waiting to hold a grandson. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Chen Mo loves me very much. Your daughter won't be wronged. Xiaoyu sat between her parents, feeling touched. Chen Mo was in the living room, lying on the sofa and reading a book quietly. His sister Zhang Xinxin was sitting next to him. On the sofa next to him were his smiling parents, Auntie Zhen, and uncle. They were talking about the wedding tomorrow. He didn't listen carefully, but focused on reading the book. It was not a mathematics, physics, and chemistry book with a large number of formulas and calculations, nor was it a philosophy book with the depth of life. It was a physics science book, The Shape of Time, which described the development of the theory of relativity. He deliberately slowed down his reading speed, savoring the interesting and relaxed expressions in the book. The scientific knowledge was easy to understand, and the examples were very good. Tomorrow was his and Xiaoyu's wedding. There was an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Without Xiaoyu by his side, he could only calm down by reading. Brother, you're going to marry sister-in-law Xiaoyu tomorrow. Are you happy? Zhang Xinxin stretched her little head over. Chen Mo closed the book. I'm looking forward to it. Did you study hard in university? What do you want to learn? I'll send you to graduate school next year. After that, you can enter the company. Brother, don't change the topic. Zhang Xinxin acted coquettishly. Chongqing Island. Zhang Fengyun stood in a temporary studio and watched the video. She used a walkie-talkie to instruct the staff at the scene to get into position. The wedding rehearsals had been held 10 times, and each time, they were constantly improving. Tonight was the last rehearsal. Tomorrow was the day of Chen Mo's wedding. After this rehearsal, everything would be ready. Let's start now. Prepare the holographic projection. The couple will enter the venue. As Zhang Fengyun gave the order, all the holographic projectors in the venue lit up. A man and a woman who were rehearsing walked on the red carpet and entered the venue. The moment the two stepped on the red carpet, the holographic scene on the venue changed. It was like a signal. With the couple as the center, a romantic holographic world appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Fengyun was still amazed by the scene on the screen. Other rich people had luxury cars, cruise ships, roses on the floor, and luxurious luxuries. Some were accompanied by beautiful women and piled up with jewelry. But she had never seen Chen Mo use technology to express his one-of-a-kind romance. Liang Jing looked at the people in charge of the various projects and personally arranged the tasks for tomorrow. Chen Mo's wedding would begin tomorrow afternoon. She had to pay attention to it. There would be many VIPs at this wedding. Safety was the most important thing. Although the army and company would send security guards, she had to make sure that their people would be safe. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Menu, cutlery, wine glasses, tables, and chairs. Confirm the quantity again and make sure the cutlery is clean. Also, chef, waiters, and hostesses. These people have to be confirmed again. Don't let anyone replace them, and don't let anyone sneak into the team. Remember, everyone. Remember, no strangers are allowed to enter the wedding venue tomorrow. Even if you can't make it, call me directly and report to me. No strangers are allowed to enter the venue on your behalf. Especially the kitchen. Make sure the ingredients are fresh and make sure the kitchen is clean and safe. Don't let any non-kitchen staff in the kitchen. I will send someone to supervise. There will be facial recognition at the kitchen door. The kitchen staff's information has been recorded. If you bring non-kitchen staff in tomorrow, you will be severely punished. If there are any special circumstances, you can apply to me. The wedding on Chongqing Island had been exposed by the media. Many media and paparazzi wanted to sneak into the wedding venue. Liang Jing had to emphasize this. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. Team 1, you have to ensure the safety and order outside the venue. Remember not to let reporters enter the venue. There will be police officers to assist. Team 2 is responsible for the security check. There is a facial recognition device at the signing place. Pay attention to the guests coming in and out. Team 3 is responsible for the order of the wedding venue. You must pay special attention to suspicious people and report them in a timely manner. Team 4 is responsible for the situation in the kitchen. Don't let suspicious people get into the kitchen. Black Hawk was at the banquet on Chongqing Island, confirming the arrangement and coordination of the security personnel tomorrow. At this wedding, many big shots will gather together, and safety is very important. In case of an accident, the problem will be very big. It is related to Chen Mo's wedding and Chen Mo's face. Many people are paying attention to Chongqing Island and even want to sneak into the venue, so Wang Hai asked him to come to Chongqing Island in advance and be responsible for the security arrangement of the venue. Yi Bo, you usually have a lot of ideas. Is there any way to get the scene of Chen Mo's wedding tomorrow? According to normal thinking, there is no way. Tomorrow's security check will be very strict, and the possibility of sneaking in is not great. Yi Bo shook his head, but there is a way, maybe we can try it. Tell me. LV Wenhan immediately became interested. There are some neighbors and relatives of Chen Mo's hometown who will attend the wedding this time. They will definitely attend the wedding. We will pay them to take photos and videos of the wedding with their mobile phones and send them to us. We will use those videos and pictures and put them on the internet. Good idea. LV Wenhan clapped his hands and applauded. I will leave this matter to you, and I will give you 1,000 yuan funding. If they can get the first-hand news of Chen Mo's wedding, it will definitely attract a lot of traffic and attention for their media accounts, and 1,000 yuan is definitely worth it. Due to the high attention, various media outlets are trying to get the news of Chen Mo's wedding tomorrow, even if it is just some gossip. Some gossip has appeared on the internet, and people are speculating what kind of wedding Chen Mo's wedding will be. The guests who are going to attend Chen Mo's wedding have also booked tickets and are ready to come to Binhai City tomorrow. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced the sky, and a new day began. Early in the morning, Chen Mo woke up to his mother's call and began to prepare for the day of the wedding. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, took a hot bath, shaved off the stubble, and did as usual. Xiao Liwei, Fatty, and others also got up early and began to prepare for the wedding. In addition, Li Lingfeng also rushed over. There were many big shots among the guests who came this time. Xiao Liwei, Fatty, and others were ordinary people, and they certainly couldn't greet them. Li Lingfeng, as the company's vice president, served as Chen Mo's best man. When Chen Mo didn't have time to greet those people, Li Lingfeng could entertain them instead. Xiao Liwei and others could greet their former classmates, relatives, and friends. Several men were ready and began to play games and chat in the living room to discuss picking up the bride. The arrival of relatives and friends from home made the villa lively and festive. Chen Jiaming looked at the luxurious villa with envy in his eyes. He suddenly remembered what he had to do and hurriedly picked up his mobile phone to shoot a small video. He was Chen Mo's cousin, and Chen Mo's father was his father's cousin. Although they were not close relatives, the blood relationship was still there. When Chen Mo got married, they naturally invited him to their house. Because Chen Mo was now a rich man, they wanted to see Chen Mo's home and bride in Binhai City, so they came to Binhai City in advance. Last night, a reporter contacted him to come to Chen Mo's home today to attend the wedding and take some photos and videos of the bride and groom, or photos of Chen Mo's mansion, and he would be given 800 yuan. It was normal to take photos and post them on WeChat Moments, and it was not to harm Chen Mo. After confirming that the other party was a reporter, he agreed and received the 800 yuan paid in advance. After the video and photos were taken, Chen Jianming directly opened his WeChat Moments and posted the photos he took of Chen Mo's mansion. It's coming. Yi Bo heard the reminder and quickly opened his WeChat Moments with a look of surprise. Reporters couldn't enter Chen Mo's wedding, but someone else could. He was impressed by his own wit. Seeing Chen Mo's mansion, Yi Bo was amazed. Sure enough, the villas of the rich are all magnificent. Such a huge villa was comparable to the largest villa in the world. Without a few $100 million, it was impossible to build it. At the moment, Yi Bo simply processed the photos, clicked on the media account and Weibo, and began to push the text and text. Declassified, Chen Mo's Xianlu Beach mansion exposed, cost unknown. There are a lot of reports about Chen Mo on the internet, but there are very few exposés about his mansion. It is now the day of Chen Mo's wedding. As soon as Yi Bo's news came out, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Not long after the news of Chen Mo's wedding, the news of Chen Mo's mansion also reached the second position of the hot search list. In the villa, everyone was smiling and their eyes were filled with envy. This was the first time he had seen such a huge villa. Well, the child of old Chen's family is promising. This villa is so big, it must be worth tens of millions. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen such a big villa. Here, tens of millions is more than that. I heard from my child that such a villa costs hundreds of millions. This high-tech TV is called an instrument. I heard that one costs tens of thousands. There are also robots. I heard that one costs millions. I heard that it's all from old Chen's child's company. How much money does it make? Congratulations, congratulations. Old Chen's family is blessed. Congratulations. The wedding banquet was in the evening. Some relatives and friends who came early wanted to see Chen Mo's house and wanted to see the bride quickly, so they came here. Some came with their children, and the villa became lively in an instant. Most of these relatives and friends in his hometown are ordinary people with the careful thoughts of ordinary people. Other people's children are promising, and they envy them and want to have a relationship with them. Other than a few weird relatives and friends, the rest of them did not have any bad thoughts. They would not be jealous or unhappy. Father Chen and Mother Chen were smiling from ear to ear. They had lived for most of their lives, and their children were promising. In front of these relatives and friends, they naturally had a lot of face. They also asked the servants to prepare the tea and snacks for them. On this day, there were many people in the family, so there was a sense of celebration. It's the auspicious time. Let's go and bring the bride back. After Chen Mo and the others finished changing, Aunt Shen went upstairs to inform them. Let's go and pick up the bride. Li Zilong and the others immediately cheered and surrounded Chen Mo. They got into the wedding car and rushed to the bride's villa. On the other side of the villa, the bridesmaids had finished changing. Duan Muqing and Wang Xiaona were also tidying up Xiaoyu's makeup. After a while, the bride's makeup was done. The groom's team has set off. Is it done here? After Xiaoyu's mother received the phone call, she knocked on the door to inform them. It's done. Xiaoman reminded. Xiaoyu Jia is so beautiful. At the bedside, a delicate and pretty girl looked at Xiaoyu and exclaimed. She was He Qiao Qiao, Xiaoyu's cousin who grew up with her. This time, Xiaoyu's family asked her to come and be a bridesmaid for Xiaoyu. At this time, Xiaoyu was wearing a dreamy wedding dress. She was sitting cross-legged on the red quilt. Her black hair was like a waterfall, tied by a small braid. The veil was soft and long. Her hair was tied up in a bun on the top of her head. 2 dragon bangs were scattered on her forehead. She looked delicate and elegant, gentle and noble. Seeing Xiaoyu in front of her, Zhao Men also showed an envious smile. Li Ruoxi, Julie, Zhou Tongtong, Wang Xiaolan, and the other bridesmaids couldn't help but exclaim in envy. Bai Zhenju, who was responsible for Xiaoyu's safety, was also a little surprised. This lucky girl had snatched away the man that countless women yearned for, but no one was jealous of her at all. Let's take a picture with our bride. Li Ruoxi shouted. Sister Zhao, come here too, and Sister Zhenju. Xiaoyu looked at Zhao Men and Bai Zhenju. Okay. Looking at the group of sisters, Zhao Men unconsciously smiled and walked over. Her identity was not suitable to be a bridesmaid, but it was still okay for her to come here and send Xiaoyu off. In the company, Xiaoyu was her assistant in name, but she never regarded Xiaoyu as an assistant. She was more like a younger sister. In her eyes, Xiaoyu was a self-reliant girl. She had a gentle personality and was very likable. When she first saw Xiaoyu, she fell in love with this girl. So, she directly let Xiaoyu, who had just graduated, be her assistant. With Xiaoyu's character, even if she got Chen-mo, no one would be jealous of her, because she deserved it. Bai Zhenju also walked over with a smile. After taking a picture and sending it to her circle of friends, Wang Xiaolan said, "The groom has set off. We have to prepare the checkpoints. When the groom comes to snatch the bride, we have to test him well. We can't let him snatch our most beautiful Xiaoyu so easily. How many checkpoints should we set?" Julie joined the conversation of several sisters. 10? Zhou Tongtong was eating snacks when she found that several sisters were looking at her. She said in a daze, "Is it wrong to beat the local tyrant and get a red envelope? Isn't this too much? Reduce it a bit, but make it more complicated. Let brother-in-law take out the red envelope and get a hint." Xiaoman also interjected. Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the red quilt and happily watched her sisters joking. "Let's ask Xiaoyu first. You have been together for a few years. Is there anything you regret, or something Chen-mo didn't do?" Li Ruoxi asked. Everyone looked at Xiaoyu. "Didn't do it?" Xiaoyu thought for a while and said with a smile, "He did what he promised me, but from the time we fell in love until now, he gave me everything, but he never took the initiative to send me flowers." "Huh? What about when he proposed to you? No flowers?" Jiao Min was also stunned. Chen-mo was usually very romantic, but he never sent her flowers? "No, but he will definitely send me flowers today, so I have no regrets. Today doesn't count. It's too much. We have to make things difficult for him. He didn't even send a flower. He doesn't understand romance." "Yes, he didn't send flowers. He's a science student who doesn't understand romance. We have to punish him and extort his red envelope. The groom is here. The groom is here." When the motorcade stopped outside the small villa, the shouts rang out. In the small villa, Xiaoyu's family and friends all rushed out when they heard that the groom's car had arrived. They all looked at the wedding car. What a magnificent car. This car must be worth millions, right? And there are so many of them. I heard that the groom is the one who always appears on the news. He's the boss of a big company that sells mobile phones and TVs. He's worth tens of billions. Oldie's family is lucky to have a daughter who married into such a good family. You don't know? Oldie's daughter has been obedient and sensible since she was young. She looks delicate and pretty. One look and you can tell that she's blessed. If she didn't have a boyfriend, matchmakers would have come knocking at her door after she graduated. Everyone looked at the wedding car that Chen-mo was in and talked about it. Hearing their friends and relatives praising Chen-mo and being envious, He Zhenhua and Wang Lan also smiled proudly. After all, their son-in-law was outstanding and they were proud of him. After the uncle who led the way opened the car door, Chen-mo got out of the car with the flowers in his hands. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Chen-mo. Chen-mo once again felt that he was being studied like a panda, but he was used to it. What a handsome groom. Why can't my daughter find such a good family? Chen-mo, I didn't expect to see him. He's so handsome. I'm going to take a picture and post it on my WeChat moments. I'm here to attend Chen-mo's wedding. Under the envious gazes of many, Chen-mo walked toward the door of the small villa with a confident smile. The groom is here, the groom is here. Seeing Chen-mo appear from the balcony, Zhou Tongtong screamed and ran back to Xiaoyu's room. In an instant, the few people in the room were in a mess and hurriedly locked the door. Xiaoyu, are you looking forward to it? Your groom is here to pick you up. Xiaoyu, wait a minute, don't be anxious. We have to test your groom well. We can't let him kidnap you so easily. Seeing how eager her sisters were, Xiaoyu had a joyful smile on her face. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Chen-mo was led into the house by his cousin's brother-in-law. Then, surrounded by the crowd, he appeared at the door of Xiaoyu's room with flowers in his hands. Ba. Ladies in the room, please open the door. I'm here to help my brother get married. Wu Puyuan was the first to shout. Laughter filled the room. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Inside, Li Ruoxi and the others were laughing. We have 5 bridesmaids as well as Xiaoman, Sister Xiaomin, and Sister Xinju. It's up to you. The bigger the red packet, the faster the door will open. Not $9.99, not $998, the discounted price is $13,800. Here's the red envelopes. Chen Mo took out a stack of red envelopes and stuffed them through the gap. Wow. The few people in the room started to shout. Not enough, I want more. Chen Mo took out another stack of red envelopes and stuffed them in. Cheers of victory sounded again. Not long after, the door opened. Li Zilong and the others swarmed in. Each of the girls held 3 or 4 red envelopes in their hands. They stood in front of Xiaoyu, preventing Chen Mo and the others from getting close. Zhao Min was also in the group. She smiled as if she was waiting for a good show. We're very satisfied with the red envelopes. But if you want to take the bride away, you'll have to go through us first. Li Ruoxi stood in the middle and smiled maliciously. Don't be afraid. Come on, we'll take it all. Today, we'll take sister-in-law home. Xiao Liwei and the others stood behind Chen Mo. Wow, that's impressive. Sisters, it's time to protect the bride. Here's an apple. You'll pass if you bite it 10 times. If you drop the apple, you'll be punished. Just give me the red envelopes. How many times do you miss? How many red envelopes do you get? Xiao Lan showed the apple in her hand. I'll go first. Remember to use the French angle. It's easier to bite. Fatty took the apple and bit it. He passed it to Zhu Gang, and Zhu Gang passed it to Master Puyuan. The scene of the men biting the apple made the bridesmaids laugh and clap. After passing the first stage, the atmosphere in the room was already heated up, and laughter could be heard everywhere. The second round. Sister Julie, it's your turn. Make it difficult for them. 50 push-ups in 1 minute. 1 less and you'll be punished with 1 red envelope. Boss, do you have enough red envelopes? Julie hooked her finger and looked like she was going to take all the red envelopes from Chen Mo. Let me. Zhu Gang took off his suit and stood in front of Chen Mo. He lay on the ground and started to move. 1, 2, 3, 49, 50, yay. That's awesome. 1 minute later, Zhu Gang finished on time amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd. Sisters, the opponent is a little strong. Give it your all. Don't let the bride be taken away. Tong Tong, go. Li Ruoxi smiled and said domineeringly. Tongue twister. Zhou Tong Tong took out a post-it note and placed it in front of him. 1 wrong word and you'll be punished with 1 red envelope. He, benefactress, I'll take your question. Wu Puyuan stood in front and took the post-it note from Zhou Tong Tong's hand. The old dragon is angry at the old farmer. The old farmer is angry at the old dragon. The farmer is angry at the dragon. The dragon is angry at the farmer. The dragon is afraid of the farmer. Oh yeah, you didn't miss a word. 3 kills, nice. Li Lingfeng, Fatty, and the rest cheered again. The whole room was in chaos. So many experts. Looks like you came prepared to snatch the bride today. Next, quick. Don't think for more than 5 seconds. Otherwise, you'll be punished with a red envelope. Li Ruoxi smiled. Xiao, go. First question, what does Xiaoyu love the most? Xiao took out the post-it note and began to read the questions she had prepared. Xiaoyu loves me the most. Chen Mo shouted. Hearing this answer, Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Everyone in the room also burst into laughter and applauded, absolutely correct. Full marks. Smart reaction. Second question, what's the date of your first meeting? Xiaoyu's birthday? What's the anniversary of your relationship? Chen Mo recited the answers one by one with his powerful memory. Cleared. Yay! The groomsmen cheered again. Zhou Tong Tong and the rest also laughed and clapped. Next, it's the groom's test. Li Ruoxi looked at Chen Mo with a mischievous smile. Last question. Xiaoyu said that she has a small regret about you. What do you think Xiaoyu's small regret is? This? Is there a hint? Chen Mo glanced at Xiaoyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Xiaoyu unconsciously looked at the flowers in Chen Mo's hand. Yes. Because your problem is more serious, we cleared it one after another. 1 hint and 8 red packets, 1 for each of us sisters. Li Ruoxi raised a finger. Chen Mo took out a red packet and handed it to Li Ruoxi. As soon as he took it out, it was snatched away. Fortunately, he prepared a lot of red packets, or else he wouldn't have been able to resist. Finally, they received Chen Mo's red packet again. The bridesmaids cheered. Good sincerity. Let me give you a little hint. Something that all girls like. Maybe it's flowers. Xiao Liwei immediately stood behind Chen Mo and gave him a hint. Flowers? I didn't give her flowers. After Xiao Liwei's hint, Chen Mo immediately reacted. Thinking about it, that was indeed the case. You guessed it pretty quickly. I wanted you to give me a few more red packets. Looks like you've also remembered your sins. You didn't give flowers when you were in a relationship or when you proposed. Also, you didn't give flowers on your birthday or Valentine's Day. This is a serious problem. In the future, will you give flowers to your wife on Valentine's Day, your birthday, and your wedding anniversary? Yes. Chen Mo nodded obediently. Xiaoyu, are you satisfied with this answer? Everyone looked at Xiaoyu, who was lying on the bed. Yes. Xiaoyu smiled and said, you cleared it. Oh yeah, victory. The groomsmen cheered again and high-fived in celebration. Chen Mo, you're on your own now. After the bridesmaids made way, they cheered. Chen Mo held the flowers and handed them to Xiaoyu, kneeling on one knee. The wedding company's photographer and Liang Zhihong, who were following them, pointed their cameras at the two of them. Marry me, Xiaoyu. Chen Mo took out the diamond ring. Say yes, say yes. The groomsmen and bridesmaids started cheering. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo and couldn't hide her joy. Weddings were the most important ceremony in most women's lives. She had also fantasized about the arrival of this day. No matter how long it took, she could wait. She just didn't expect it to come so soon. With joy, Xiaoyu reached out her right hand. The moment Chen Mo put the ring on Xiaoyu's finger, the cheers of victory were heard again. Big boss, you're a big tycoon. You can't just give her a ring, right? Look at the bride's neck and ears. They're empty. She needs a set of suitable jewelry. Zhao Min, who was watching the fun, also said with a smile. She knew that Chen Mo had prepared a lot of good things for Xiaoyu. Yes. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Wang Hai and the others came over with 3 jewelry boxes and opened them. 3 sets of jewelry were displayed in front of everyone. Wow. It's so beautiful. What beautiful earrings. Tycoon, big tycoon, the crowd on the scene exclaimed when they saw the jewelry in the box. Even Xiaoyu was shocked and moved when she saw the 3 sets of jewelry. She knew that they must be of great value. For this wedding, Chen Mo must have spent a lot of effort. The mermaid's tears necklace, the angel's eyes earrings, and the flawless white diamond bracelet. After the 3 sets of jewelry were worn on Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu's temperament improved a lot. The purity of the bracelet, the elegance of the mermaid's tears, and the nobility of the angel's eyes were a perfect combination. Whether it was the dreamy wedding dress or the exquisite and flawless jewelry, they all became embellishments on Xiaoyu's body. Qing Fanghua stood in the living room of the small villa, looking forward to the bride's arrival. She was Xiaoyu's distant cousin. As relatives, they were also invited to Xiaoyu's wedding. Knowing that Xiaoyu's groom was the billionaire Chen Mo, her family came in advance, hoping to be blessed by the auspicious and noble atmosphere. If they could attend the wedding of a billionaire like Chen Mo, she could brag when she went shopping with her friends in the future. Maybe she could meet a rich second-generation rich guy at Chen Mo's wedding. Then she would be lucky. Seeing the wedding cars parked outside the door, she would be satisfied if her future man could have one of those cars. Feeling bored, Qing Fanghua opened Weibo and posted, "Congratulations to my cousin's groom, Chen Mo, on your wedding day." She wrote the words and attached the short video taken when Chen Mo got out of the wedding car. The bride is out. As soon as Qing Fanghua posted the post, there was a lot of noise. Ignoring the envious comments on Weibo, Qing Fanghua hurried to a place with a wide view and turned on the camera function of her phone. Wow, what a beautiful bride. What a perfect match. What a beautiful bride. Old He's family is so lucky. This girl is lucky to have a good husband. Xiaoyu and Chen Mo came down from the second floor, surrounded by people. The relatives and friends in the hall exclaimed and picked up their phones to take photos of the two. So beautiful, so beautiful. Qing Fanghua's eyes were filled with envy. After shooting a short video, she began to take photos of the two. She wished she could have 2 more phones in her hands. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful bride. If it were her, she would be so happy. He Zhenhua and Wang Lan looked at their daughter, their eyes full of joy and reluctance. They were happy that their daughter had found a good family and could live a happy life in the future. They were reluctant to let their most sensible and obedient daughter get married like this. Although they knew that their son-in-law would be very filial to them, they were still reluctant. Dad, Mom, I'm here. Also, sister and brother-in-law will be filial to you. Xiao Man saw her parents' red eyes and hurriedly comforted them. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu boarded the wedding car. When she saw Xiaoyu waving at them, Wang Lan finally couldn't hold back her tears. Xiaoyu's eyes also reddened when she met her parents' reluctant gazes. It's okay. Be happy. You just need to visit your parents often in the future. Chen Mo knew how Xiaoyu felt, so he quickly took out a tissue to comfort her. Well, thank you, hubby. Xiaoyu gently leaned on Chen Mo's body. She knew that she would rely on him in the future. Alright, don't cry. Since my eyes were swollen from crying, I changed the wedding dress into a panda's black and white. When the time comes, I'll show them that I married a giant panda. Poochie, Xiaoyu laughed. Her crying and laughing appearance was pitiful. The wedding car slowly left. When the car disappeared, He Zhenhua and Wang Lan reluctantly looked away. Qing Fanghua was pleasantly surprised as she looked at the photos and videos she took. She had never seen such a beautiful bride in her life. Moreover, this bride was her cousin. Without thinking, Qing Fanghua directly attached a 9-grid picture with different angles of beauty and posted it on Weibo. The most beautiful bride. Congratulations to my cousin on her wedding. May you live together for 100 years. As soon as the Weibo post was posted, all kinds of comments and followers crazily appeared. In just 15 minutes, there were thousands of reposts. This is Chen Mo. This is Chen Mo's bride. God, she's so beautiful. Why isn't the bride me? I'm heartbroken again. Damn, she's so beautiful. No wonder Chen Mo fell for her. This woman is so lucky. Reposted. This is the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. Congratulations. This girl has a delicate face, pure eyes, a full belly, and a good temperament. With my many years of fortune-telling experience, she's a typical wife. Soon, Qing Fanghua's Weibo was noticed by many entertainment media and immediately reposted. Chen Mo's bride exposed. The most beautiful bride. Chen Mo's bride. Shocking. Chen Mo's bride is so beautiful. On the internet, various media reports exposed Xiaoyu's appearance in a wedding dress. Beautiful women had always been the most popular topic on the internet. As soon as this photo was released, it immediately became a hot topic on the internet. The topic hashtag Chen Mo's bride hashtag directly appeared on the hot search list of all major platforms. Everyone who saw the photo of Xiaoyu in a wedding dress was amazed. Gu Renqing sat in front of the computer and thought about jewelry design. Jewelry design required a very delicate inspiration. It was not as simple as one imagined. So when he was relaxing, he went online to see if he could find a flash of inspiration. Now, the internet was full of news about Chen Mo's wedding. Any hot news would be covered by the popularity of this news. Seeing the push message, Gu Renqing subconsciously clicked on it. Others paid attention to whether the bride was beautiful or not, but he was a professional. He only cared about Chen Mo's bride and what jewelry she was wearing. Seeing the jewelry on Chen Mo's bride's neck, Gu Renqing's body shook. He had been in the jewelry industry for more than 10 years and was also a famous jewelry designer. Even if he saw a woman wearing jewelry on the street, he couldn't help but take a second look, looking for the advantages of that jewelry design. Others might see the beauty of Chen Mo's bride, but his eyes were first attracted by the jewelry on the bride's body. Zooming in on the photo, Gu Renqing's eyes were all on the jewelry. My God, such a big pear-shaped blue diamond. Gu Renqing was shocked by the necklace on Xiaoyu's neck. As far as he knew, such a big blue diamond was unique and there were only a few in the world. And looking at the quality, it was perfect. And, hiss, red diamonds, 2 such big red diamonds. Gu Renqing almost jumped up. Whether it was the blue diamond on the necklace or the 2 red diamonds on the earrings, they were definitely gemstones. And they were rare gemstones that could only be found by chance. He didn't think that Chen Mo would give fake diamonds to his bride. From his professional point of view, just these 2 sets of jewelry were worth more than 1 billion yuan. After the shock, Gu Renqing opened Weibo with trembling hands. He was excited. He hadn't seen such perfect gemstones for a long time. For him, a jewelry designer, this was the most beautiful work of art. He was sure that this blue diamond and 2 red diamonds had never appeared before. This was the first time they had appeared publicly. Why did rich people like jewelry? Now, jewelry was a symbol of the rich. Some things couldn't be bought with money. After opening Weibo, Gu Renqing took a picture of the jewelry on the bride. He, who rarely posted on Weibo, couldn't help but post one. The most expensive bride, Chen Mo's bride's jewelry, is a perfect work. The necklace is a blue diamond of nearly 40 carats, and the earrings are a red diamond of about 7 carats. They are all rare gemstones. With my many years of experience, the bride's jewelry is worth at least 1.2 billion yuan. Gu Renqing's Weibo was verified as a jewelry designer. The people who followed him were all jewelry magazines and jewelry businessmen, as well as some people who liked jewelry. Seeing Gu Renqing's Weibo, which was related to Chen Mo, some people subconsciously clicked on it. Worth at least 1.2 billion yuan, oh my God. This price shocked the people who saw the news. What was a nouveau riche? What could be more nouveau riche than this? A set of jewelry was worth at least 1.2 billion yuan. No one doubted Gu Renqing's words because he was a famous jewelry designer and because it was Chen Mo's bride. No one doubted Chen Mo's financial resources. In the era of information explosion, this news quickly shocked many media outlets and onlookers. Soon, there was another topic on the hot search, #the most expensive bride #. Sure enough, poverty has limited my imagination. 1.2 billion yuan worth of jewelry? What a horrible, evil capitalist. Diamonds are the most successful marketing. A bunch of carbon elements are regarded as treasures. They are all takers. That jade is also sodium aluminosilicate. Is it not valuable? Gold is just a gold element. Exploring its essence, it is all protons, neutrons, and electrons. What is the point of it? In the primitive society, people used animal bones and animal teeth as a symbol of honor and status. Ancient emperors used golden beads as a symbol of status. Nowadays, gems and diamonds are a symbol of status and wealth for the rich. With its market, it has its value. Different times have different market expressions. Why didn't Chen Mo donate this money to poor families? Reply to the above poster, King retard. Why do I feel that such expensive jewels are just a foil to the bride? If you don't remind me, I won't notice these jewelry at all. The wedding dress is also perfect. Who can tell me where the wedding dress was custom made? I want a set of the same style when I get married in the future. 5:30 p.m. Chongqing Island. It was already dusk, the weather was good, and the breeze was gentle. The ceremony site did not face the sea, so there was not much sea breeze. At this time, relatives and friends had already signed in. On Chongqing Island, all the staff began to get busy. Greeters, security personnel, and so on were already present. Even the Binhai City Bureau sent special police to maintain order. Chen Mo invited a lot of big shots to this banquet, and they had to treat it with caution. Many reporters had already heard the news and tried to get the latest news about Chen Mo's wedding. However, the entire Chongqing Island resort was booked by Chen Mo, and others could not enter at all. Chen Jianming came to the wedding ceremony site on Chongqing Island early and began to take photos of the ceremony site and sent them to the reporter. The reporter just added 200 yuan to him and asked him to provide photos of the wedding ceremony as soon as possible, so he came early. The wedding ceremony site was not too gorgeous, and there were many large instruments that had never been seen before, and even several were fixed in the air more than 20 meters. There were also special security personnel guarding to prevent people from approaching. Chen Jianming counted that there were more than 20 of these instruments, all facing the ceremony site. There were also many medium-sized holographic projectors in all corners, projecting the scene of flowers blooming, which was very dreamy. In the middle of the ceremony site, there was only an open space without a red carpet, which looked very simple. The area for the relatives and friends of the man and the woman, as well as the area for other guests, were arranged reasonably. After sending the photos to the reporter, Chen Jianming also began to wander around. The wedding banquet site was in the hotel next to the ceremony site, and there were also self-service desserts, drinks. The entire island was booked by Chen Mo, and as a guest, he could eat and play as he pleased. The wedding banquet of the rich was extraordinary. On the other side, Yi Bo, who received the photos, began to organize them. The first exposure of Chen Mo's mansion made their company's media account and public account gain a lot of attention, and he naturally wanted to do it a second time. After a jewelry appraiser revealed that the bride's jewelry was worth more than 1 billion yuan, many netizens wanted to see how luxurious Chen Mo's wedding ceremony site would be. Looking at the appearance, Chen Mo's wedding site was not as luxurious as imagined. Instead, it was very simple, and there was not even a red carpet. However, the flowers and decorations of the holographic projection were quite innovative. They had a dreamy effect and gave people a sense of novelty. After thinking about it, Yi Bo sent a picture directly. Exclusive, Chen Mo's wedding scene exposed. The decoration is simple and there are many mysterious instruments. After sending the pictures, Yi Bo began to wait for the popularity to increase. Damn, using a holographic projection to replace the flowers is too creative. Dream is environmentally friendly and pollution-free, and you can even change the style of the scene at will. What kind of technology are those mysterious instruments? Never seen him before. What's the use of that? Chen Mo's wedding venue seems a little shabby. Even the flowers are projected. Could it be that they are reluctant to spend money? There isn't even a red carpet or fresh flowers. What a stingy Chen Mo reply to the above poster. Are you serious about your comment? Chen Mo is stingy? Seeing the exclusive news, and it was related to Chen Mo's wedding, Yi Bo's post was pushed shortly after, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. Some media outlets saw the report and forwarded it. At 6 o'clock, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also arrived at the wedding venue in Chongqing Island and began to greet the guests. In addition to Chen Mo's family, there was also Zhao Min and a group of groomsmen and bridesmaids. The wedding ceremony will start in an hour, and the guests are about to arrive. Wow, so beautiful, congratulations. Alexander arrived first and saw Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. He exclaimed and stepped forward. Paul and Richard, who sold the Angel's Eyes and Mermaid's Tears to Chen Mo, came with him. Welcome, thank you. Chen Mo shook hands with Alexander. It seems that our Angel's Eyes and Mermaid's Tears were not sold wrong. The bride is simply a perfect combination of an angel and a mermaid. It's so beautiful. Paul with a hooked nose looked at Xiaoyu in amazement, and Richard, who had white curly hair and an aristocratic aura next to him, also nodded in agreement. Thank you very much. Of course, Xiaoyu could understand their English, so she smiled and greeted them. This is a wedding gift that I have specially prepared for you, a pair of suet jade lotus flowers on one stalk. Alexander took the gift box from the staff next to him and said in broken Chinese, I heard that the pair of suet jade lotus flowers on one stalk has a very good meaning in Huaxia. It symbolizes the love and happiness of husband and wife. This is my blessing. Thank you very much. Chen Mo took the gift box from Alexander, and Xiaoyu also gave Alexander a wedding candy. Then Paul and Richard also presented their wedding gifts, and the three of them entered the wedding ceremony under Julie's lead. Then Li Qingji, Yao Yi, Wu Bing, Wu Zhen and the others also came in a group. Cheng Fanghua entered the wedding ceremony early. She was not a particularly important guest, so there was no need for Chen Mo to personally welcome her. There was a high-end self-service dessert and drinks that were very delicious, and there was also expensive champagne and red wine. She showed off again on her WeChat moments and Weibo, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Today, she saw all kinds of envious comments on her WeChat moments and Weibo, which made her feel like she was in heaven. After all, it was the first time for her to attend such a high-end wedding. Suddenly, Cheng Fanghua saw the guests that Chen Mo was welcoming, and her eyes widened. A big shot had appeared. Without thinking, she pointed her phone at Chen Mo's place and took a picture from afar. On average, a few big shots would appear every 1 or 2 minutes, and they were all in groups. Although it was night time, the lights were bright enough for her to recognize some of the people. Yu Qingnan, Lei Jun, Zhou Hongwei, Chen Mingyong, Fan Wei, Su Jialin and his daughter. Oh my god, Old Ma, Little Ma, Buffett, Musk, Xia, Prince Walid, most of the leaders of well-known technology companies that cooperated with the Army and Company were all present. In addition, there were many foreign faces. These people were all really rich and powerful. Many of them were big shots that she often saw on the news, but she didn't know many of them. However, their temperament and attire showed that they were not ordinary people. In addition, there were also some famous female celebrities who accompanied some big shots to attend. Many relatives and friends were shocked to be able to invite so many big shots at once. Like Cheng Fanghua, there were many other guests who were taking pictures with their phones. The real big shots had gathered and the place was full of friends. No wonder when they entered the wedding venue today, there were special police officers in charge of security outside, and there were police boats patrolling around the island. The security was especially strict. The big shots who came here had more than enough power to hold a world-class conference forum. If a missile was thrown here, it would cause a storm in the world's economy. Every time she collected a 9-square grid, Cheng Fanghua would post it on her WeChat moments. Being able to appear at the same wedding banquet as these big shots was definitely something to brag about. I won't tell you that the topic of Chen Mo's wedding dominated half of the trending search platform today. I'm numb. I want to know, what else do I not know? The arrival of big shots is a basic operation. Is there the most luxurious lineup in history? The leaders of the technology companies that cooperate with the Army and Company are all present. The decorations of Chen Mo's wedding shouldn't be so simple. It has something to do with those instruments, right? What are those instruments? Alexander looked at the large holographic projectors around the wedding venue and asked Su Wen and Zhao Min. Not only him, but everyone else also had the same question. Those who were close to Zhao Min all looked at her. They had all seen the news this afternoon. The bride was very beautiful, and the jewelry that Chen Mo had given the bride were all rare gems. This was an outdoor wedding. Even if the wedding venue wasn't too luxurious, it couldn't be so simple. That? Allow me to keep it a secret. Zhao Min smiled mysteriously. Our boss is quite romantic. He has put in a lot of effort for this wedding. It seems that these instruments are really mysterious. Everyone present immediately understood. Chen Mo wouldn't have installed so many devices at the wedding venue for no reason, and there wasn't much use for them. Dad, what do you think that instrument is? Su Yanqin pointed at the large holographic projector. I'm not sure. It's probably a high-tech product from the Army and Company. Chen Mo's wedding venue may be considered luxurious for ordinary rich people, but for people of our level, it shouldn't be so simple. It might have something to do with the wedding ceremony, Su Jialin said. Su Yanqin nodded in agreement. What do you think of Chen Mo? Su Jialin changed the topic. He's a very outstanding man. What a pity. Su Jialin sighed and recalled the scene when he first met Chen Mo. This young man is not simple. The farce at the banquet was deliberately arranged by him. His purpose was to let his daughter get close to Chen Mo. Later, when he found out that Chen Mo had gotten a marriage certificate, he didn't tell his daughter. Instead, he asked them to keep in touch. In his opinion, marriage and divorce were normal in the upper-class circle. Outstanding men had changed a few women. His daughter was very outstanding. There were only a few men in the country who were good enough for her. It was rare to meet someone who he was satisfied with and was also capable. It was a pity that his outstanding daughter couldn't compete with him. Su Yanqing forced a smile at her father's words. It was a difficult decision to attend the wedding with her father today. Ever since she was young, there had never been a man who could move her heart. She believed that her family background, education, ability, figure, and appearance were all close to perfection. No matter how high the other party's status was, she was still worthy of him. When she first met Chen Mo, she was attracted by Chen Mo's confidence. It was rare to find a man of similar age who was worthy of her. However, the falling flowers willingly follow the flowing water, while the flowing water has no heart to love the falling flowers. When Chen Mo told her that Xiaoyu was already his fiancé, his meaning was self-evident. It was impossible for them to reject each other in a disguised way. Chen Mo's indirect rejection was a huge blow to her. Growing up, as long as she wanted something, she could get it with her own efforts. But that time, she failed. Xiaoyu was just Zhao Min's assistant. She was the daughter of an ordinary family. Her family background, education, and ability were all inferior to her. However, this woman, who was not as good as her in all aspects, had gotten the most outstanding man. Before she came, she was also stunned when she saw the photos circulating on the internet. She was a beautiful bride. Even if the wedding dress was perfect and the jewelry was gorgeous, she still became a foil to her. That girl was a beauty and her temperament was not inferior to hers, so she could only accept her fate. Wu Bing had the same thoughts as Su Yan. As the youngest female academician in the country, she thought that she was outstanding enough. When she was testing the potential potion with Chen Mo in the capital, she was also attracted to Chen Mo. However, she had too few opportunities to interact with him. It was just a one-sided love. After receiving the invitation, it was the first time she took leave. Today, she came to attend the wedding. Looking at the photos of the two of them getting married, she was full of envy. Academician Wu, is there something on your mind? Li Qingji saw that Wu Bing did not seem so happy and asked. No, I'm just thinking, what is that device? Many people are guessing. Wu Bing smiled and shook her head as she looked at the large holographic projector. If I'm not wrong, it's a high-tech product. Maybe it's a holographic projector. You didn't see that there are more than 100 medium-sized holographic projectors in the venue, and some have not been activated. The jewelry Chen Mo gave the bride are all rare gems. The ceremony will definitely not be that simple, Li Qingji said. On the stage, while waiting for the bride and groom to appear, everyone was discussing the large holographic projector. This device was too special, and there were so many of them on the stage. It must have a special use. In the midst of everyone's discussion, the lights dimmed. Everyone knew that the most important moment had arrived. Turn on all the holographic projectors, Zhang Fengyun in the studio ordered. Okay. The technician next to her pressed the start button. The large holographic projector was turned on. Colorful lights slowly formed in the vision of all the guests. A colorful holographic world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The grass in the middle is growing flowers. The scream made everyone look at the grass in the middle subconsciously. They saw a small pink flower emerging from the ground. Under the dim light, it was very conspicuous. The bud appeared and bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a swaying light. As if it was a signal, with the pink flower as the center, the color quickly spread. Colorful flowers seemed to have emerged from the ground, growing rapidly and blooming. In the blink of an eye, the grass at the ceremony site was filled with colorful flowers. The next moment, colorful petals fell from the sky like snowflakes. Wow, in an instant, there was an uproar. All the guests were shocked by the scene in front of them. This was definitely the first time they had seen it in their lives. Even the bosses of the technology companies, who had seen the world, were attracted by the scene in front of them without exception. Many people opened their mouths in disbelief. Almost instantaneously, the grassland that was just a moment ago turned into a world of flowers. Holographic projection. After watching carefully, everyone had the same thought. The device that was still being discussed just now was the holographic projector. Some guests saw the colorful petals falling and subconsciously reached out their hands. They thought that the petals would fall through their hands, but unexpectedly, the petals floated in the palm of their hands and the pattern of the petals was clearly visible. 3 seconds later, the colorful petals turned into spots of light and dissipated with the wind. What a terrifying technological power. The heads of the technology companies on the scene saw the petals disappear in their hands and couldn't help but exclaim. They just realized that they and the army ant company belonged to a completely different era. So romantic, so beautiful. I feel like I have traveled through time. It's so beautiful. This is the world of flowers. How did they do it? Many girls exclaimed and shouted to express the shock in their hearts. The grass in the middle, look. The exclamation pulled the crowd back from the shock and subconsciously looked at the middle. They saw a path of red roses that went straight to the stage. The red roses were vivid and charming. They could even see the crystal-clear dewdrops on the petals. This kind of shocking romance belonged to a dream, but now it had become a reality. Dear guests and friends, welcome to the wedding of Mr. Chen Mo and Ms. Xiaoyu. It is a dreamy and romantic world. On the stage, the famous male and female hosts in the country spoke. They had rehearsed this scene many times. At first, they were shocked, but later, they became numb. But every time they saw it, they were still amazed. After a long speech, the two hosts changed the topic. Next, let's welcome the main characters of tonight, the bride and groom. Xiaoyu looked at the dreamy scene in front of her, and her eyes were a little hot. From the romantic scene in front of her, she knew that Chen Mo had spent a lot of effort on this wedding. This dreamy wedding was brought to reality by him for her. If it weren't for the ceremony, she would have kissed this man deeply to express her excitement and joy. Don't cry. This is a wedding. If you are touched, you can thank me when we consummate the marriage tonight. You are a bad guy. The emotions that had been brewing disappeared in an instant. She looked at Chen Mo with tender eyes. Let's go in. Hearing the host's voice, Chen Mo reminded her. Okay. Xiaoyu held the bouquet in one hand and Chen Mo's arm in the other. Together with him, she stepped onto the dreamy rose path. The moment their feet landed, the soft wedding march sounded. The moment the roses were touched by the high heels, the petals floated in the air and turned into a small sparrow that landed on Xiaoyu's shoulder. The sparrow's feathers were as bright as the clouds, and it was holding a fiery red petal in its mouth. It was vivid. Everything was as mysterious as a fairy art. Everyone was attracted. Beautiful and romantic. This was the wedding that countless people dreamed of. This kind of wedding only existed in fantasy, and now it had become reality. The bride, the wedding dress. Not long after Xiaoyu and Chen Mo appeared on the rose path, an exclamation attracted everyone's attention to Xiaoyu. Wow, more shocking exclamations and screams broke out. Under everyone's gaze, Xiaoyu's wedding dress slowly turned into a rainbow-colored dress. At this moment, hundreds of flowers were competing with each other on the stage. Xiaoyu was like a fairy among the hundreds of flowers, otherworldly. The wedding dress could also change colors like the fairy clothes in the movies. This was not expected by all the guests. How did she do it? Many people on the scene had the same idea. I also want to be a bride. Some girls on the scene clasped their hands in front of their chests and looked at the scene enviously. The fairy-like bride made them reluctant to blink. This kind of wedding that completely belonged to the movies was really happening in front of their eyes. Not long after, cries of alarm erupted again. The colorful sea of flowers approached from afar, and in an instant, blue flowers covered the ground. They were sparkling and translucent, like the surface of a pure sea, their brilliance swaying. Xiaoyu, who was wearing a navy blue wedding dress, was like a mermaid princess in the sea. She was pure and elegant, untainted by the mortal world. So beautiful. So beautiful. Exclamations rose and fell as everyone looked at Xiaoyu with envy. The wedding dress was already flawless, but it could still change color according to the environment. It could only be described as a celestial dress. Under the contrast of the wedding dress, Xiaoyu looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Everyone's focus was on the bride. She was the most beautiful main character on the stage, and everyone else was just a foil. Many people began to understand why Chen Mo would choose this girl from an ordinary family. Screech! When the two of them approached the stage, the little red sparrow on Xiaoyu's shoulder flew up, and a red petal fell from its mouth. When it touched the blue flowers, it was like a drop of blood falling into the sea. The entire sea of flowers was instantly dyed red, and it turned into a romantic scene of 10 miles of red. The petals floated up and rushed toward the little red sparrow like sparks of fire. It was like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. The little red sparrow flew high and transformed in the flames. Not long after, a phoenix with a wingspan of several meters broke through the restraints of the flames and swooped down toward Xiaoyu. Boom, the phoenix sank into Xiaoyu's body, and there was an explosion of fire. The red wedding dress was like a fire, and a golden light appeared. When they came back to their senses, Xiaoyu's wedding dress had turned into an ancient red and gold color. The phoenix imprinted on the wedding dress was vivid and lifelike, as if it could fly out of the wedding dress at any time. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. They were all shocked. In less than 10 seconds, the scene of a phoenix entering the body, which only existed in fantasy, played out in front of their eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyu was like a phoenix on a parasol tree. She was noble and otherworldly, and the dreamlike scenery around her paled in comparison. I also want to get married. Why can't I be the bride? Wha? Some of the sentimental girls were moved to tears by Xiaoyu's beauty. When Chen Mo and Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage, all of the decorations were filled with festive colors. Red makeup covered the ground, and there were bouquets of flowers. It was like a fairyland in novels, and there were still flower petals falling from the sky. Phew, the entrance ceremony was not long, but the short 2 minutes were enough to shock everyone. The scene paused, and everyone came back to their senses. Applause and exclamations blended together. Everyone was stunned, and they applauded wildly. This dreamlike wedding made them feel the charm of advanced technology. The crazy Chen Mo had used advanced technology to bring this dreamlike wedding to reality. Technology was omnipotent. This was a true interpretation. This is the most beautiful bride I've ever seen, the female host exclaimed. Yes, this is also the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. This dreamlike wedding is no longer a dream. Today, we've seen a wedding that belongs to fairy tales. The princes and princesses in fairy tales all live happily together in the end. This wedding is no exception. The male host struck up a conversation and said a bunch of flowery lines before he finally opened his mouth and led the ceremony into the flow. Now, the groom, please face your bride and use your most sincere words to promise your love. Such amazing technology. This is the future world. Su Jialan could not help but exclaim. Even someone like him who had seen the world was shocked by the scene just now. Unfortunately, his daughter did not get this man. Otherwise, the Su family would really have a chance to become a world-class financial group. Su Yanqin had mixed feelings. She also liked this strange man, but he was already taken. If she was the bride today, she would probably be very happy too. New technology. Chen is really surprising. It's so beautiful. Alexander held his wine glass, looking surprised but also very happy. He had a good working relationship with Chen Mo among the many companies, and they had many contacts. The more powerful Chen Mo was, the more benefits they would get. Unfortunately, we can't invest in the Army Ant Group. Perhaps we can cooperate in the future. Buffett and the other big shots in the investment world also had a look of pity on their faces. If they could invest in the Marching Ant Group, they would probably be able to make a huge profit. Unfortunately, Chen Mo didn't even want to let a single person enter the Marching Ant Group. Seeing this, the other big shots all had their own thoughts. Ordinary people saw how romantic the scene was and how beautiful the bride was, but they were different. They were in a high position and had different perspectives. Naturally, their way of thinking was different. They saw what fields these technologies would be used in the future and whether they could set up the market earlier. Their strategic foresight told them that this young man would change the world. This wedding was the best opportunity to hitch a ride. In the temporary studio, as the wedding ceremony ended, Zhang Fengyun leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even directing the opening ceremony of a large-scale international event was not so tiring. That ceremony was only a few minutes long, but it had to be very precise to show the perfect effect. Every time the scene changed, the timing had to be just right. It could not be too fast or too slow, or there would be flaws. Luckily, he did it. There were no problems with the ceremony. The expression was perfect, showing the most romantic scene. After this experience, he firmly believed that holographic movies were the next future of the film industry. The feeling of being in a movie world was definitely very strong. It could make the audience completely immerse themselves in the movie world. Moreover, when shooting a movie, special effects were used. The actors did not need to fight or talk to the air. Their acting would be more realistic and natural. All the procedures and ceremonies of the wedding ended in a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. After the other guests entered the banquet, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also returned to the room to change into their formal dresses. Xiaoyu, how did you feel just now? Zhao Min saw them come out of their room and asked. Very happy, Xiaoyu answered honestly. She would never forget the wedding just now. It was also the happiest day of her life since she started following Chen Mo. It's good that he's happy. This fellow is quite romantic. Zhao Min glanced at Chen Mo beside her. Next, let's toast those guests. There are a lot of guests today, so remember not to drink too much wine. Just be polite and keep your heads clear for tonight's consummation. Xiaoyu blushed at Zhao Min's teasing. After reminding them of some etiquette, Zhao Min entered the banquet with them. The banquet was held in a hotel on Chongqing Island. The decorations were low-key and luxurious. The banquet had already started. Many people were still discussing the shock of the ceremony. After greeting the groomsmen and bridesmaids at their table, Zhao Min led Chen Mo, Xiaoyu, and the others to the first table of the VIP banquet. Mr. Ma, Buffett, Prince Walid, Mr. Ma, Zach, Musk, and the other top bosses in the world were all gathered at the same table. They were all companies and individuals that cooperated with the Army Ant Company. Chen Mo only interacted with half of them. The rest were Zhao Min's partners. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on your wedding. As soon as Chen Mo and Xiaoyu arrived, many bosses raised their glasses and gave their blessings. They didn't talk about business with Chen Mo. They knew that it wasn't a good time to talk business with Chen Mo. Thank you, everyone. Please forgive us for our lack of hospitality. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also raised their glasses to return the toast. Cheers. As the cameraman, Liang Zhihong was a little excited. This was a rare opportunity. When the big shots on the scene clinked their glasses, Liang Zhihong directly pointed the camera at the people at the table. The cameraman of the wedding company also pointed the camera at this rare scene. World-class business giants gathered together. It can be said that this is the most expensive banquet in the world. Few people can invite so many bosses to a private banquet at one time. I am afraid that only Chen Mo's wedding has this face. They don't understand economics, but they can roughly calculate that the market value of the companies behind this table of bosses is definitely comparable to the world's third largest economy. After the toast, they chatted for a while. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu went to the banquet under the leadership of Zhao Min. The big shots who came to attend the wedding were the heads or directors of the top companies, as well as the bosses of some large companies. It could be seen that under Zhao Min's efforts, the marching ant group's influence had been preliminarily formed. Pay, pay, pay. Seeing the message on WeChat, Yibo's nose was almost crooked. The other party actually asked him to pay more at this time. If he could, he wanted to strangle the other party. We agreed on the price. Brother, you're not being honest. Yibo was full of anger, but he didn't dare to send it. After all, the photos and videos were still in the hands of the other party. If he lost his temper, the photos may be ruined. He regretted a little. Why didn't he ask the other party to send photos and videos and then pay the other party? 1,000 yuan is already a lot, especially for ordinary people. They can get so much money by taking a few photos and sending it to him. It's almost a costless business. Now they want more money. Sure enough, people are greedy. That's the photo from before. My cousin's wedding scene is more than this price. The wedding ceremony is definitely beyond your imagination. Me. Day. You. Grandma's leg. Yibo yelled angrily. Chen Mo is your cousin, and you still want my 1,000 yuan? It is estimated that they are cousins who have not been in contact with each other before. They are just related by blood. After calming down, Yibo replied directly, "No money, you are not kind to do this. If you don't have money, I will give it to other reporters. I will call reporters from other newspapers." Fuck. Yibo was so angry that he almost smashed his mobile phone. Now Chen Mo's wedding is in progress. He wants to get the first complete information and get the hot spots. If not, the hot traffic will be taken away by other media platforms. This is a rare opportunity, and these materials can get a lot of real traffic and attention, which can't be bought with money. I will give you another 200 yuan at most. Yibo sent a message directly. Deal. After receiving the photos and videos smoothly, Yibo did not hesitate to open them. Seeing the content of the video, Yibo was petrified on the spot, his eyes stared like a cow, and his face was incredible. The anger of losing 200 yuan also disappeared. Shock, absolute shock. This is Chen Mo's wedding. This is not a real wedding, but a dream wedding. This is the charm of high-tech. After the shock, Yibo lit a cigarette, and his hands were shaking. After calming down a little, he opened the company's media platform and Weibo and posted the video and photos with trembling hands. Xianxia is really in the dormitory, checking the news with his mobile phone. Today is Chen Mo's wedding. Now his browser recommends news. Every page has articles about Chen Mo's wedding. There are many articles with similar content. He has read them all. But Chen Mo's wealth makes people have a new understanding of the rich. A mansion of more than 1 billion yuan, and the bride's jewelry is more than 1 billion yuan. The whole internet is shocked. Suddenly, he saw a video push, and Xianxia stopped refreshing his finger. Chen Mo's wedding, technology is omnipotent. This little video seems to have never been seen before. Chen Mo's wedding video? Xianxia subconsciously clicked on it. Fuck. Seeing the content of the video, Xianxia opened his mouth wide and looked incredible. Brothers, come and see, Chen Mo's wedding video. Xianxia hurriedly jumped up from the bed and took his mobile phone to interrupt his roommate who was playing games. What's there to see? I won't eat this kind of public display of affection at a wedding. The roommate who was playing games said disdainfully. He glanced at the video in Xiangxia's hand and was shocked. He dropped the mouse and keyboard and surrounded Xianxia. Damn, it's so fragrant. Are you sure this is not a movie special effect? Creating a fantasy world, incredible, this is the charm of technology. Crazy Chen Mo, if anyone dares to say that science men don't know romance, I will kill him. You made me eat a bunch of PDA and I still enjoy it. Can you calculate how many small goals this wedding is worth? Several people in the dormitory began to argue around the video on the mobile phone. Chen Mo's wedding ceremony, the videos and photos taken by the guests with their mobile phones, were immediately posted through various channels such as WeChat and Weibo. The beautiful fantasy world created by the holographic projector, the wedding dress that could change colors, and the bride who wore a phoenix wedding dress at the end, stunning the audience. Every point was enough to become a hot news. It was the first time to see a fairy tale world created by technology in reality. The dreamy scene of the ceremony was exposed, shocking the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the evening news. The video of Chen Mo's wedding, the founder of the Army Ant Company, has just been released on the internet. This wedding, known as the wedding of the century, has been the focus of attention since the beginning. In the newly released video of the wedding ceremony, a holographic projector seems to have been used to create a romantic atmosphere, which has shocked many netizens. Below is the video that has been released on the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an urgent announcement. Today is the wedding day of Chen Mo, the founder of the Army Ant Company. This wedding has been the focus of attention, and a netizen has just released a video of Chen Mo's wedding ceremony on the internet. All the TV news channels reported the news as soon as they received it. This scene quickly spread to every corner of the country through various media outlets, and countless people were shocked. Hello, Professor Fang Hong. The video of Chen Mo's wedding that has just been released on the internet has many highlights that have shocked countless people. Many people are wondering how the dreamy effect of the bride's wedding dress was achieved. Also, what kind of technology was used during the wedding? This wedding is indeed shocking, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the wedding of the century. After watching the video carefully, I speculate that the bride's wedding dress should be woven with a new type of fiber material that can change color under certain illumination. The value of this material is immeasurable for the time being. Also, the fantasy effect is created by a holographic projector. I checked the information and found that this is an unlisted holographic projector of the Army Ant Company. The Army Ant Company has not released it to the public, and this is the first time it has appeared. The maximum range of its holographic image is estimated to be between 20 and 30 meters. To achieve this effect, the technology is much more rigorous than the holographic image of a holographic phone. Therefore, we can be sure that the Army Ant Company has completely mastered the laser holographic technology. The color-changing wedding dress and the holographic projector have created this dream wedding. This is the charm of technology. Chen Mo is the only person in the world who can treat technology as a toy. We can say that Chen Mo used technology to spread a wave of PDA in front of the world. What fields will these technologies be used in the future? The live venues of various large-scale events and the concert stages of celebrities. These technologies can create a lot of shocking scenes, and this is unique technology. Chen Mo once said a sentence at the press conference, and it is a very representative sentence: the future is here. These technologies of the future science fiction movies have been realized. Therefore, the rumors that Chen Mo is the giant of the era of Xianxia are not exaggerated at all. Various videos and photos of the wedding spread by various media outlets, caused a huge sensation of the day. In less than 2 hours, the video of the wedding live, and the video of the wedding was on the internet, and it was increasing, and it's everyone who saw the dreamy scene had seen it for the second time, the third time, or even more than a dozen times. They were immersed in the shock of the arrival of high technology. Chen Mo's large holographic projection had turned the fantasy world into reality. This was originally a fantasy world, but now it had been realized by technology and brought to reality. The significance of this was great. The charm of technology was vividly reflected in Chen Mo's wedding. Due to the attention from all walks of life, the video and photos of Chen Mo's wedding quickly spread to foreign websites, causing a global sensation. Not long after, the video was viewed more than 100 million times, creating a new record. When Chen Mo released the medium holographic projector, the holographic scene was not as grand as it was now. Now, the large holographic projector could create a fairy tale world. Chen Mo used a wedding to show the powerful charm of technology. All kinds of discussions about Chen Mo's wedding filled various news platforms. The number of hot topics was unprecedented. The wedding told them that the future of science fiction movies had arrived. What a scary army ant, this is not real. It's a special effects composite. The Army Ant Company's technology is all from South Korea. Xianxia is scary. Now, Xianxia's technology is so advanced. The US government should take action to restrict the development of the Army Ant Company. Take back all their technology. Their technology was stolen from our country by spies. This is a dream wedding. I want one too. The bride is so beautiful. Why can't I be the bride? I want to marry Chen Mo. Can he marry 2 wives in his country? The pride of Xianxia. Chen Mo fed the world dog food. On YouTube and Twitter, everyone who saw the video of the wedding was shocked. All kinds of comments flooded the internet. The Army Ant Company and Chen Mo showed their faces to the world again. In the morning, Chen Mo woke up. The light outside the window was still very dim. The bedding and the decorations in the room were all festive colors. A light fragrance wafted into the tip of Chen Mo's nose and woke him up. When he turned his head, he saw the girl beside him looking at him. There was a hint of laziness and charm in her eyes. You're awake so early? Yes. I can't sleep in today. Has the rest of the schedule been arranged? Chen Mo asked. Yes. After breakfast, we will go and find Ruashi, Tong Tong, and a few of your groomsmen for dinner. Then, we will send them off. Last night, Sister Zhao said there are still some business partners who did not leave. We will go and meet them. After that, we will go home tomorrow. After that, we will go for our honeymoon. Okay. Where do you want to go for your honeymoon? South China Sea and Kaiyun Xinan. If there is still time, we will go to other places. Xiaoyu snuggled into Chen Mo's arms. She did not choose to go overseas. Her instincts told her that Chen Mo does not want to go overseas. Although she does not know the reason, she will not force him. Also, the location is not important. The most important thing is that both of them are happy. Okay, this is the perfect time for me to relax. Chen Mo stroked Xiaoyu's smooth back, feeling very calm. The Nuclear Fusion Experimental Research Institute was still under construction. The Starlink needed to be further experimented with to obtain specific data before they could proceed with the next step of research. Even though the China National Nuclear Corporation had sped up the construction, it would still take some time for the research institute to be completed. During this time, there was no urgent technology to research. Therefore, Chen Mo chose to hold his wedding with Xiaoyu at this time. Otherwise, if the research institute was completed and they were busy with experiments, they would not be able to hold the wedding. It did not matter if it was earlier or later. He wanted his woman to have a peaceful home. It's a beautiful day with beautiful scenery. Why don't we have another morning exercise? Hearing this, Xiaoyu blushed. I still need to get up and make breakfast later. It's fine. It's still early. We have enough time. Oh, Xiaoyu was just about to say something when her lips were covered by Chen Mo's. She let out a nasal moan which turned into a chirp. Soon, the atmosphere in the room also became romantic. An hour later, Xiaoyu and Chen Mo finished washing up and came out of the room. At this time, Xiaoyu's face was rosy. Her hair was tied up and she looked more feminine. Her youthful vibe was gone. She was dazzling. Seeing that her family was still asleep, Xiaoyu went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her family. Now that her parents-in-law were still asleep, she was also their daughter-in-law. Even though there were servants and nannies, today was the second day of the wedding. She had to prepare breakfast for her family as a token of her appreciation. Not long after, Mrs. Chen also got up. Seeing the look on Xiaoyu's face, Mrs. Chen beamed with joy. This was her daughter-in-law. She was virtuous and sensible. She felt blessed just by looking at her. She also heard that when Chen Mo started his business, Xiaoyu took care of his son. She liked this daughter-in-law very much. Sister-in-law. Zhang Xinxin got up and greeted Xiaoyu with a smile when she saw her. Well, breakfast will be ready later. Go and watch TV with your brother. Xiaoyu smiled at Zhang Xinxin. Okay. Zhang Xinxin did not disturb Xiaoyu and walked to the hall. Chen Mo was watching the news. The news was broadcasting some comments about his wedding. He was busy with the wedding banquet last night. He did not know that the wedding had caused such a big stir in just one night. Now, the mobile phone, the computer, and the TV news were all videos and photos of his wedding. There were also all kinds of reports. Brother, you showed a wave of PDA in front of the whole world this time. How much did you spend on sister-in-law's wedding? Zhang Xinxin sat down beside Chen Mo and asked. She was also curious. This wedding was the most beautiful and shocking wedding she had ever seen. All kinds of news were reporting and speculating, but no one could prove it. I didn't calculate it carefully. Including the wedding dress, holographic projection, and jewelry, it cost a lot. But the holographic projection technology and the new fiber of the wedding dress. These two technologies can be easily earned back when we sell the products in the future. Where are you going to go for your honeymoon with sister-in-law? You want to go too? I don't want to disturb your honeymoon. I'm just asking. I want sister-in-law to have a baby next year. I want to be an aunt. Zhang Xinxin smiled. Chen Mo smiled and knocked Zhang Xinxin's head. Dongjiang City, Haifeng Village. This was an ordinary fishing village near the sea. This was Xiaoyu's hometown. Her uncles, relatives, and family were all here, so Xiaoyu's parents also held a banquet here. A luxurious motorcade appeared in the village, attracting the attention of many villagers. The village was only so big. Everyone knew the situation of each family. This luxurious motorcade was obviously not something the villagers could afford. Whose car is this? So rich? Which family's child is so promising? Don't you know? Have you seen the news yesterday? The bride in the news is the daughter of Old He's family. Old He's daughter married a billionaire. Today is the day she goes back to her parents' home. My child went to the wedding banquet. The banquet is very grand. I heard that the bride's jewelry is worth hundreds of millions. Her family's house is dozens of acres. Old He's family is blessed. If my daughter can marry a good family, it will be good. The village was not big. Any big news could spread throughout the village. Soon, the villagers knew that Old He's daughter was going back to her parents' home today. The women and the elderly who heard the news all brought their children to Xiaoyu's house to see what the young and promising son-in-law of Old He's family looked like. He Zhenhua and Wang Lan were also happy that Xiaoyu brought her son-in-law back home. They asked Chen Mo to sit down in the hall. The more Wang Lan looked at Chen Mo, the more she liked him. They were also happy and proud that their daughter married well. Now that the wedding was over, the reluctance in their hearts for their daughter slowly disappeared. Seeing that Chen Mo had carefully prepared the wedding for their daughter, both of them knew that Chen Mo valued Xiaoyu very much. They were also relieved. Xiaoman also ran to Chen Mo's side. You young people talk. I'll go and urge the chef. Wang Lan and He Zhenhua got up and left, leaving the space for the children. Sister, brother-in-law, happy marriage. Okay. Chen Mo responded, took out a red envelope and handed it to Xiaoman. When will you graduate? Next month, brother-in-law. Last time, you said that if you let me graduate, you'll give me money to start my own business. You'll keep your word, right? Xiaoman revealed two small canine teeth and smiled. Chen Mo nodded. Yes, do you have an idea? Yes, after watching your wedding with my sister, I had an idea. I want to open a live streaming platform, Xiaoman said. Live streaming? There's a lot of competition for live streaming now. Are you confident? Yes, of course. Xiaoming said, at your wedding, I got in touch with those big shots as your sister-in-law and asked them for some entrepreneurial experience. I also got to know some executives of the live broadcast platform through them. As long as we can dig people out and form an experienced team, with your investment and help, even pigs can succeed. You're quite good at using resources. Chen Mo was instantly amused. He jokingly said, then can you succeed? Of course. Brother-in-law, I'm not a pig. Xiaoman felt like she was being dragged into a ditch and hurriedly stopped. Tell me, what good idea do you have? Why are you so confident that it will definitely succeed? I got the idea from your wedding with my sister. Isn't there a holographic version of the most popular game Hero now? During the Hero League, go to the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital and rent a large holographic projector. Set up a holographic summoner canyon the size of a football field and project the game's image. Also, the Dota and King of Kings leagues can do it too. In the past, the competition venues were too small and used those small screens for live streaming. Even if your company's holographic projector came out, it would only use a few meters in size. It's too small. You have to make it bigger. If the holographic image was the size of a football field, think about that kind of game scene. The level of excitement would definitely be no less than the World Cup. Esports has a fan base, so there's no need to worry about the lack of audience. When the time comes, I'll get the exclusive live streaming rights of the league and broadcast it on the platform I created. He. The popularity will definitely surpass any other live streaming platform in an instant. Poach some more streamers, and the platform will rise. Pretty smart. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoming in surprise. This girl was actually going to use a large holographic projector to project a holographic game. Speaking of which, it did have some visual appeal. With the rapid development of esports, it was getting ready to enter the list of large-scale sports events. The audience base was huge. In this regard, through Xiaoming's idea, creating a large holographic projection of the competition would greatly improve the viewing experience. It would definitely be the most popular competition, and the success rate would be very high. It had to be said that a large holographic projection and esports was really a good idea. It had the foundation that the audience liked, and it had the novelty of the future. It would definitely be a great success. Of course. Hearing Chen Mo's praise, Xiaoming said with some pride. Have you thought about how to poach people and build a team? Chen Mo asked. Poaching people is easy. I just have to tell them that my company was invested in by the Army Ant Group, and I have the support of the Army Ant Company. Those teams and management personnel will definitely not refuse. I asked for Brother Ma's WeChat and business card at your wedding. As for the game competition, we can just look for Penguin to cooperate in the future. A fox using the tiger's might? Chen Mo was amused by Xiaoming. This girl was quite clever. She did not play by the rules, and she even knew how to use the Army Ant Group's name to support her. Why not use such a good resource? It's twice the result with half the effort. And what I said is the truth. You are the person who invested in me. Xiaoming did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was not like she was using her brother-in-law's name to do bad things. She did not need to do things like investing and starting a business step by step. This kind of rare opportunity and idea was fleeting. If other streaming companies found this business opportunity, it would be more difficult for her to enter the market in the future. Therefore, she had to enter the market as soon as possible. An empty market was easier to enter. Okay, I'll give you 100 million. Ask your sister to find a planning team to help you plan the development of the company. As for how to invest, it's up to you. If you lose it all, I'll send you to graduate school, or you can obediently start from the bottom of the company. Chen Mo did not care about Xiaoming's use of his power. Xiaoming was not using his name to do bad things. Knowing how to use his power meant that Xiaoming knew how to adapt and was smart. Her business could really succeed. Yay! Thank you, brother-in-law. Even pigs don't fail. I won't lose it all. After receiving Chen Mo's affirmation, Xiaoming acted as if she had won the competition. While the three of them were chatting, the neighbor's child walked over and looked at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu with her big innocent eyes. Big brother, sister. Xiaoyu, congratulations on your marriage. Mommy said that if I wish you well, I'll get wedding candy. Hearing the little girl's words, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu both smiled. They took out a red packet and wedding candy and handed it to the little girl. Thank you, little sister. This is your red packet and wedding candy. Thank you, big brother. The little girl took the red packet and wedding candy and put it in her arms. She was beaming. The other uncle's eyes lit up. They also asked their grandchildren to go over and ask for wedding candy. In an instant, a few children ran over and gave them their blessings according to their family's words. Some mothers carrying children also came over to give them their blessings. The people in the village did not have any bad intentions. They just wanted to be happy. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were not stingy. They took out the prepared red packets and wedding candies and gave them to the children who came over to give them their blessings. The banquet began. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also took their seats. The dishes in the village did not have a gorgeous appearance. They were very practical, had enough portions, and tasted very good. He Zhenhua specially asked people to prepare more than 10 tables for the neighbors in the village. Island State, University of Tokyo, Artificial Intelligence Research Laboratory. Everyone in Shursui Murakami's team stared at the computer screen excitedly. The artificial intelligence hybrid project had reached its final stage. The combination of the clown virus and the traditional artificial intelligence program had created the hybrid in the artificial intelligence field. The artificial intelligence hybrid had been running successfully long ago. After a period of hard work, the combined artificial intelligence program had been perfected to a certain extent. The artificial intelligence was comparable to the Army Ant Company's AI assistant, Xiao Dai. The results of the artificial intelligence test made everyone in the team ecstatic. Their team gave the new artificial intelligence a name that belonged to the legendary god of Island State, Amaterasu. Now, Amaterasu's human-computer interaction had reached a bottleneck. Next, they had to learn online to perfect the artificial intelligence. They had to use this opportunity to surpass the Army Ant Company's AI assistant. With the help of the artificial intelligence, their island state would once again welcome a period of rapid development. However, the artificial intelligence network had a certain risk, so the team had to pay attention to it. Murakami Shursui's face was flushed with excitement. They had already tested the Amaterasu's intelligence. It could recognize words, sounds, and graphics. It could also make accurate judgments based on their requests. It could even design blueprints and posters, and even building blueprints and weapon blueprints. In the land test, they also found that Amaterasu had the ability to find loopholes in the firewall of the computer system. They believed that Amaterasu could also learn self-driving and other abilities if the conditions were right. All signs showed that the artificial intelligence could really evolve into the god of the computer network. In the future, whoever controlled the artificial intelligence first would become the ruler of the world. Thinking about the future, their island state would rise to the top of the world. The entire team was trembling with excitement. They would become the hero team of the island state and create a new era for the island state. Now connect the computer to the network. Shursui Murakami said in a low voice. Now that the time was right, they could already connect to the network. Okay. A team member received Shursui Murakami's order and carefully plugged in the network. Connection successful. Now start Amaterasu. Shursui Murakami said. Hello, sir, Amaterasu at your service. Amaterasu started. A face made of numbers appeared on the screen. It was a woman's face. Her voice was sexy and sounded like a voice actress from Island State. Machine learning begins now. The members controlling the computers were running the Amaterasu program. Everyone was staring at the monitoring data on the screen nervously. Success or failure depended on this one move. If Amaterasu could evolve according to their expectations, they would obtain an advanced artificial intelligence after it was completed. Beep beep beep, a series of data changes made everyone's face light up with joy. Ha 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 ha. Who's a damn father? The entire team in the laboratory rejoiced. After the first success, they had achieved another breakthrough in artificial intelligence. This breakthrough would allow the artificial intelligence of the island state to stand at the top of the world. Tokyo University Student Dormitory. Sakai Yasushi was wearing his headphones and staring at the computer screen. He swallowed his saliva from time to time. The image on the computer screen was flesh-colored. This was the latest film of the female lead, Mai Hidaka. Her cute and pitiful appearance was exactly his type. Ba 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 ba. Ah, hearing the pitiful cries, Sakai Yasu couldn't help but become excited. Just as it was about to reach its climax, the video disappeared. Sakai Yasu felt as if he was suspended in midair, falling from heaven into a deep abyss. Baka. Sakai Yasu slammed the mouse and almost smashed the keyboard. After calming down, he looked at the computer screen again. A strange number window had appeared. It was a bit like the digital space in a sci-fi movie. A face made of numbers appeared in front of him. The clown organization? Sakai Yasu subconsciously thought of an organization, but he quickly rejected it. This was because the face was not the clown organization's face. Tokyo University's teaching building, in a digital media classroom. A white-haired professor was giving an advanced mathematics lecture. The PowerPoint presentation was filled with formulas, causing the students to feel sleepy. To prove this inequality using Lagrange's mean value theorem, first construct the function f, x, equals ln x. If x therefore, ln, x plus 1, ln x equals. Click, just as the white-haired professor was talking excitedly, the PowerPoint presentation on the media platform suddenly flashed. Everyone in the classroom was stunned. They looked up at the projection and an unknown window appeared in everyone's line of sight. The same scene appeared in the dormitory, classroom, library, teacher's office, laboratory, etc. Countless people looked at the sudden abnormality of the computer in astonishment. They did not know what was going on. When they tried to control the computer again, they found that the computer desktop was out of control. On the window that popped up, there was also a face made of numbers. This situation quickly spread to the entire Tokyo network. The speed of the spread was beyond imagination. It was crazier than ever before. However, everyone felt that this was a computer malfunction and rebooted the computer. Island State, Osaka. Matsuda Shuhei held his bank card and ran to the ATM machine excitedly. Today was the day of his salary. After receiving his salary, he could go to Hidoshindi for free love. Thinking about the happy time tonight, Matsuda Shuhei was full of anticipation. Inserting the card into the ATM, he began to familiarize himself with the operation. Click, while Matsuda Shuhei was waiting for the payment, the screen of the ATM machine began to flicker and the sound of the machine counting money stopped. The sudden change stunned Matsuda Shuhei. Puff, 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 puff. Just as he was about to get angry, the anger on his face froze. Countless amounts of money were spat out from the machine and fell to the ground. He was petrified. The same thing happened in every corner of the island state. For a time, all the banks were in chaos. The sudden network abnormality caused all the universities, hospitals, and large enterprises to panic. Tokyo University, Artificial Intelligence Development Research Institute. It was lively outside, and so was the laboratory. Everyone's face was filled with excitement as they looked at the changing data. Artificial intelligence self-learning. Such a situation had occurred, indicating that their artificial intelligence had matured. In the future, with their efforts, Tensho would become the most powerful artificial intelligence. Just as everyone was excited, an assistant ran over with a mobile phone and handed it to Murakami Shursui. Professor Shursui, the school is looking for you. Murakami Shursui's smile disappeared as he took the phone. I'm Murakami Shursui. Professor Shursui, do you know about it? The school's computer network is abnormal. The firewall has been breached. It seems like a virus has invaded. Now the entire school's computer is out of control. The voice on the phone was anxious. We may need your team's help. My research institute's computer is fine. Murakami Shursui said subconsciously. Huh? After saying that, Murakami Shursui was stunned. He looked up at the wildly expanding code on the screen and had a bad feeling in his heart. The person on the other end of the phone was also stunned. Professor, what's wrong? The others also felt that Murakami Shursui's expression was not right and asked. The university's computer network has been invaded by a virus. The entire university's computer is out of control. Murakami Shursui said. The whole team was stunned. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. They looked up at the wildly expanding code on the screen and felt that something was wrong. Unplug the network cable, unplug the network cable, quickly unplug the network cable. Stop the operation of Tensho, immediately. Murakami Shursui was a little hysterical when he said the last two words. New York Times, Island State has fallen. A new type of computer virus has been discovered in Island State. The speed of its spread is faster than any other computer virus in history. Currently, the island state's government, banks, exchanges, companies, hospitals, airports, personal computers, and all connected computers are infected with the virus. The island state has fallen into unprecedented chaos. No organization or individual has claimed responsibility for this incident. Bloomberg, Island State's bank's computer system has been invaded by an unknown virus. Computers can't work. All ATMs automatically spit out banknotes. The bank's loss of cash is immeasurable. Reuters, Island State's airports have been invaded by an unknown virus. The airport command center server is infected. All computers are out of control. All flights have been suspended. Network security personnel are working hard to clean up the virus. The Times, Island State's hospital in Tokyo has lost power due to the virus. Many surgeries have been affected. More than 8 patients have died because they couldn't be operated on in time. It is reported that hospitals in other cities in Island State have also been affected by the virus. The specific losses are still being calculated. Global news, thousands of companies in Island State have been invaded by an unknown virus. Most of the company's operations have been affected. The losses are immeasurable. Island State's traffic control system has been invaded by an unknown virus. The traffic lights have been disrupted. At least 20 car accidents have been caused in Tokyo. The specific numbers are still being calculated. Wall Street Journal, Island State's exchange has stopped trading due to an unknown virus. Island State's market is in chaos. The losses may exceed $100 billion. Island State's economy may fall by 0.5% due to the unknown virus. BBC News, computer users who have installed the Army Ant Company's termite system are not affected by the virus. The virus may be related to the Army Ant Company. It may be that Huaxiao's Army Ant Company used despicable means to spread the virus in order to gain market share in the computer system. Asahi Shimbun, a sudden computer virus has infected all the connected computers in the country in less than 2 hours. Domestic banks, government agencies, airports, hospitals, enterprises, and personal computers are all affected. Computer firewalls are useless in front of it. This is a cyber-terrorist attack, suspected to be the work of Xianxia's hackers. Countless news, through the authoritative media of various countries, were reposted and commented on crazily, spreading to every corner of the world. Seeing all kinds of news, the world was shocked. In less than 2 hours, a country's network was taken over by an unknown virus. Today, with the rapid development of the internet, the entire country was paralyzed. This kind of thing had never happened before in the history of the internet. Even the last crisis of the clown virus only managed to kidnap a city's network. This time, the virus caused a country to fall into a state of semi-paralysis. Moreover, the speed at which it spread was so fast that no one could react in time. In just 2 hours, the news had spread all over the country's network. Those who saw the news immediately unplugged the network cable of their computers and backed up the important information on their computers. South Island's Dragon Bay was known as the world's #1 bay. It was as famous as Hawaii, Phuket, and other places. It was a national tourist attraction. The fine and soft beach stretched for several kilometers, about 3 times the length of the beach in Hawaii. The seawater visibility was 7 to 9 meters. The underwater coral reefs were well preserved, and there were many tropical fish species. It was a national key coral reef reserve. The bay covered an area of 66 square kilometers. This was not only a coastal bathing area, but also a rare diving resort. Tropical rainforest landscape, the world's #1 seascape and underwater world. For Xiaoyu, who loved the sea, this was the first stop of her honeymoon. After the diving, Xianxia returned to the seaside villa. As soon as he turned on his phone, the projection of the Maoist girl popped up. "Brother Mo." Hearing the voice of the Maoist girl, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Normally, when the Maoist girl took the initiative to look for him, it meant that something had happened and she needed him to make a decision. "Is there an emergency at the company?" Xiaoyu asked. "It shouldn't be. You go in and change first. I'll ask." Xianxia comforted her and walked to the balcony with his phone. "Maoist girl, what's wrong?" Xianxia responded. Island State Tokyo, discovered viral artificial intelligence. The holographic projection of the Maoist girl popped up and floated in the air. As soon as she finished speaking, various news pages popped up. They were all about the island state being invaded by a location-based virus. Viral artificial intelligence? Xianxia's eyelids twitched. He quickly browsed through the news pages. This was the first time that the Maoist girl told him about the discovery of artificial intelligence. Moreover, it was a viral artificial intelligence. In other words, viral artificial intelligence had a certain level of intelligence. It also had some characteristics of a virus and could not be controlled. The news had already reported that the entire island state's network had been controlled by this viral artificial intelligence. It had caused a huge mess. Only a few hours had passed. When did it appear? Xianxia's face was a little serious. 2 hours ago. It's called Amaterasu. It was the first time that the University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute networked machine learning. It was an artificial intelligence developed by the University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. Through machine learning, it slowly grew and controlled the computers of the University of Tokyo. Starting from Tokyo, it quickly spread to the island state. The Maoist girl said, "It's spreading subroutine. It's not destructive, but it's spreading and controlling. It has now taken over the island state's network and is spreading to the international network. It has such a strong spreading ability? At its core, it has the semi-intelligent code of the clown virus from last time. It's the one that Lin Shu accidentally wrote. This part of the code has been developed by the clown organization and is now being optimized by the artificial intelligence team of the University of Tokyo. It's been combined with the traditional artificial intelligence program and turned into a deformed little bug with preliminary intelligence. Is there any way to destroy it?" Xianxia frowned. The people of the island state had combined the Chinese programming with the traditional artificial intelligence program to create a deformed artificial intelligence. Although it was deformed, it was still considered a success. He had to admit that the person who came up with this method was a genius. The subroutine that is spread on the network can be checked and killed. However, its core source code has been disconnected from the network. Without Brother Mo's order, the Mahist girl did not destroy it. Now, the Mahist girl has destroyed its tentacles on the network. However, the next time it connects to the network, the same thing will happen if the core of the artificial intelligence program is not changed. The Mahist girl said. Is that so? Xianxia started to think. This was a crisis caused by the University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. If he helped the other party silently, it would not benefit him at all. If he could not destroy the source of this deformed artificial intelligence, his actions would be useless. He would only be helping the island state out of this crisis. Can it threaten you? Xianxia asked. No. To the Mahist girl, it's just a deformed hybrid bug that can be checked and killed. It can't break through the termite system's artificial intelligence firewall? Yes. The Mahist girl said, however, it has a stronger spreading ability than the clown virus. It can check the loopholes in other computer systems' firewalls. That's why it could take over the island state's network so quickly. The company's current antivirus software can't check and kill it. It must be upgraded. The artificial intelligence firewall of the termite system can only stop it from invading. It doesn't have the ability to check and kill it. Its intelligence level should be similar to the Xianxia that you talked to. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sea outside. He was thinking about countermeasures. The crisis had already happened. If he could destroy the artificial intelligence core along with it, he wouldn't mind even if it was to help the island state. However, he couldn't destroy the artificial intelligence core's program. He helped the island state to solve the crisis. The artificial intelligence core source code was still in the hands of the island state. He couldn't stop the island state from continuing to research the artificial intelligence. The next time it appeared, it might be even worse. There was no reason for him to clean up the mess of the island state. This crisis only threatened the network's security, not the survival of mankind. Brother Mo, should we get rid of them? The Mahist girl asked. At the island state prime minister's residence. The short and wretched Anbei's face was full of anger. He glanced at the officials below. How did this happen? Is the cybersecurity department of the Ministry of Defense useless? The entire country's network can't even withstand a single blow? Prime Minister, the computers of the Ministry of Defense were also hacked, an official from the Ministry of Defense said awkwardly. Is there any way to clean up the virus? Anbei suppressed his anger. In less than 2 hours, a computer virus had spread to every corner of the island state. Now the island state was in a half-paralyzed state. We can't think of a good solution for now. Computer security experts are looking for a way to crack it. How's the progress? We don't have a clue for now. The official said, but we can confirm that the virus didn't destroy the internal files of the computers. As long as it's cleaned up, it can be restored to normal. Did you find out which hacker group did it? Anbei asked with a dark face. We don't know yet. We're still investigating. An official from the Intelligence Bureau said, however, the computers installed with the Army Ant Company's termite system were not affected by the virus. We suspect that it might be related to the Army Ant Company. Possible? I want evidence. Give me evidence. With evidence, I can pressure Xianxia. It's not a guess. Anbei's mood had never been worse. After he became prime minister, there was an earthquake, a nuclear leak, and then the clown virus. After so many disasters, it wasn't easy to stabilize the economy of the island state. Now, an unknown virus came and destroyed all his efforts. When he heard the report, his heart was bleeding. The entire country's network was controlled by an unknown computer virus without any warning. Companies that were connected to the internet were in a half-paralyzed state. It was the age of the internet. One could imagine how big the losses were. I want a clear answer in 2 days. Determine who did it and what their purpose is. Also, ask the cybersecurity experts to find a way to clean up the virus as quickly as possible. Prime Minister, I'm afraid 2 days is not enough, an official from the Ministry of Defense said. Right now, everyone outside is trying to show their power. They're scolding us for being useless. They want me and the officials of the Ministry of Defense to step down. Do you know what it means if it's not solved in 2 days? The country's economy is regressing. The losses in a day are immeasurable. Every hour is burning money. Do you know about money? Money. We can use the Army Ant Company's termite system first. Their system has an intelligent firewall that can defend against unknown viruses. Do you want the Xianxia people to control all the information of our island state government? Everyone shut their mouths, not daring to mention it again. Prime Minister, the press conference is ready. An assistant entered the conference room and whispered into Anbei's ear. Kishida, go out and deal with those reporters. After saying that, Anbei got up and left with a dark face, leaving behind a group of officials with bitter expressions. As soon as Kishida Moto walked out of the press conference, all the cameras and live broadcast cameras were pointed at him. The entire island state was paralyzed. This was the most terrifying computer virus in history. Island state had suffered heavy losses, and the country was in chaos. At this time, they could only appease the people. Mr. Kishida, currently, an unknown computer virus has caused chaos in island state's economic activities. Do you have anything to say about this? As soon as Anbei stood still, a news reporter spoke. This is a terrorist attack. We will definitely catch the person who spread the virus. No matter who he is or what organization he is from, he must pay the price. Island State is facing an unprecedented computer security threat. I hope the people can unite as one. There are reports that this virus was launched by Xianxia hackers who exploited a loophole in the computer system to launch the attack. What do you think about this? Have you found out which organization is behind this virus attack? We won't rule out any possibilities. There are no results yet. When the results are out, we will announce it. Mr. Kishida, as far as we know, this virus did not affect the Army Ant Company's termite system. There are rumors that the Army Ant Company created this virus attack to expand their market share. What is your response to this? We won't rule out any possibilities, and we won't jump to conclusions. We need time to investigate. University of Tokyo Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. In a sealed laboratory, the jubilant atmosphere at the beginning was no longer there. Instead, it was gloomy. They had seen all the news through their phones. If there was no accident, the huge internet disaster in Island State was caused by their laboratory's Amaterasu. Although Amaterasu was an artificial intelligence, it still had the flaw of a computer virus. During machine learning, there was an unknown mutation. Viral artificial intelligence. This was a disaster. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. This sentence was appropriate everywhere. Although artificial intelligence was good, once it went out of control, the risk was extremely high. This was what happened to them now. It was unexpected. Under Murakami Shirsui's restrictions, the entire team didn't leave the laboratory. Even their phones were put away and they couldn't contact the outside world. They knew that if someone in the team leaked this information, all of them would be destroyed and become sinners of the country. This viral artificial intelligence caused Island State to be half paralyzed. It was like a strong man with broken legs. The loss was incalculable. Is there any way to eliminate Amaterasu? Murakami Shirsui asked. The entire team looked at each other. In the end, the leaders shook their heads. When they studied Amaterasu, they didn't study it as a virus. Naturally, they didn't study the killing program. The severity of this matter is self-evident. If this is leaked out, we will all be sinners of the nation. We will be subjected to endless abuse and humiliation. We will also face imprisonment. Everyone here will lose their reputation. Murakami Shirsui's face darkened as he warned everyone. Everyone lowered their heads. They all knew that if the news was leaked, none of them would be able to escape. A few hours ago, they thought that they were national heroes. Now, they were sinners of the nation. This difference made them extremely depressed. If we don't want to leak out, we have to find a way to cover up the truth. This way, we will have enough time to solve the flaw of Amaterasu. Once the flaw is solved, we will gain both fame and fortune. After this incident, everyone knows how terrifying Amaterasu is. Once the flaw is solved, we can control the networks of other countries. Island State will be able to return to the top of the world and restore the glory of the empire. All of us will be national heroes. Murakami Shirsui's voice was a little crazy. If they were found out, all of his efforts would be destroyed. None of them would have a good ending. What should we do now? One of the team leaders asked. The others looked at Murakami Shirsui. They were panicking. Murakami Shirsui was their last straw. Everyone, think of a way. Tell us your thoughts and let's discuss. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other and their eyes flashed. Not long after, a young man in a white lab coat raised his hand. The young man's name was Rukawa Ming. He wore thick glasses and looked a little honest. He was from the university's information technology department and had a PhD in machine learning. Speak. Murakami Shirsui said. The source of the virus is from our university. It won't take long for them to find us here. We have to divert their attention. The best way is to find a scapegoat to take the blame for us. Rukawa Ming pushed his glasses and was a little nervous. Continue. Everyone's eyes lit up. We are the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. We are all experts in the field of computer science. Many people will believe us if we say it out loud. We just need to find a scapegoat and fabricate some evidence. Then, we will announce to the public that the university's team has traced the source of the attack. The focus of the investigation will be diverted. Who can we shift the blame to? Murakami Shirsui asked. This is considered an intelligent virus. A company that researches artificial intelligence is the best. Rukawa Ming said timidly. Everyone present began to ponder, searching for a suitable scapegoat in their minds. Not long after, the eyes of several people lit up and they suddenly raised their heads. They seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other as they spoke in unison. Paris, France. It was morning. Bertrand took his briefcase into the command center of the airport. Shauna, what news are you watching? Bertrand arrived at his office and looked at his female colleague who was watching the news. You don't know? Island State was invaded by a virus again. The entire country's computers were infected by an unknown virus and half paralyzed. This is the live broadcast of the Island State's Prime Minister's press conference. Island State's government agencies, airports, banks, hospitals, universities, companies, and individuals were all infected. We still don't know which organization did it. Wow. My little goddess. Bertrand took a deep breath and looked at the press conference on the computer in shock. How serious is the damage? Immeasurable. We haven't calculated it yet. If this kind of computer virus enters our country, I'm afraid, beep beep beep, as soon as Bertrand sat down, the airport alarm sounded. Everyone in the office stood up and looked around. The next moment, the computer screen in the terminal command center jumped and a strange digital face appeared. After the first image appeared, the other networked computers seemed to be infected with the plague, and the same digital faces popped up on their desktops. Oh. My little goddess. Bertrand's voice was filled with disbelief. The entire office fell into a dead silence. Everyone froze on the spot. What they were worried about had happened. The computer was invaded by a virus. The computer is out of control. Get someone from the network security company here. Notify everyone to suspend all flights. A scream woke everyone up. All the people in the terminal command center were in a hurry. At the same time. Los Angeles, United States. It was night time. Tim was watching a video on his computer. The video was on YouTube. It was the video of Chen Mo's wedding. This video had nearly 8 billion views on YouTube. It was the most viewed video. Many people watched it 10 times and still marveled at it. Looking at the dreamy scene in the video, he couldn't help but be amazed. Huaxiao was no longer what it used to be. As a superpower, their holographic technology wasn't mature yet. The Army Ant Company had completely mastered this technology, which made many Americans feel uncomfortable. Warren, do you think Xianxia will surpass our country? Tim looked at his roommate next to him. Maybe I've read the history of Xianxia. Xianxia had been glorious for thousands of years. Since the beginning of history, they had always been the leader of the world civilization, known as the Central Country. However, due to the Qing dynasty's isolation of the country and the stagnation of civilization, Xiaxia's decline in modern times was caused. Now that Xianxia has regrouped, it wouldn't be surprising if they become the world's number one. They're just restoring their historical status. Warren, who was reading a book, said without looking up. But the people in Xianxia are of low quality. I heard that their country is very chaotic. The people have no freedom and are oppressed? Very messy? No freedom? Oppressed? What freedom do they have? Freedom to bear arms? Do you really believe what the media says? Tim, it's late. You should go to bed. The whole world knows that the American media is biased against Xianxia. Do you believe them? Darkness existed everywhere, and there was no way to put an end to it. Xianxia had a population of nearly 1.4 billion, and its crime rate was one of the highest in the world. This population is in our country, run by our madman president, and you will know what hell is. We're in school, and we have to worry about being shot to death. Do you think they're messy or we're messy? Warren sighed with helplessness and mockery. Go to bed early. 3 hours ago, the entire island state was quickly taken over by an unknown computer virus. According to our understanding, it may appear in other countries. You still dare to use your computer to watch videos. I have to admire. Click, Warren's voice stopped abruptly when he saw the image on Tim's computer. The desktop of the computer suddenly flickered, and the video disappeared. A strange window popped out, showing a digital face. Tim and Warren looked at each other and froze on the spot. Oh my God. Similar scenes appeared in every corner of the world, spreading like a plague. England, Germany, Russia, India, South Korea, Southeast Asia, America, Africa, what everyone was worried about had already happened. After receiving the news, the countries that were not infected by the virus immediately issued an order to cut off the network of all large equipment and major departments. They also issued a network security warning to many companies. After the outbreak of the virus in Island State, the countries that were prepared had already cut off the network of important facilities and major departments. Although there were no serious losses, some individuals were not spared. Official announcement: due to the outbreak of an unknown computer virus around the world, it threatens network security. According to the research decision, the government departments and institutions at all levels will gradually replace their computer office systems with the termite system in order to work normally. People's daily online and unknown virus has been detected in the UA. Due to the outbreak at night, a large number of personal computers and hundreds of school networks have been infected. Some companies have also been infected. Currently, stock market trading has been suspended. The UA government issued an announcement, defining the virus crisis as a terrorist attack. The CIA offered a reward of $10 million for the hacker who spread the virus and the person who provided the information. Washington Daily Insider News: the unknown virus has only been found to be operating normally in the computer terminal system's control system. There are no signs of damage. Its characteristics are similar to the clown virus. Currently, no effective detection method has been found. The termite system's intelligent firewall can resist the unknown virus. Science and Technology Daily: the United Nations held an emergency meeting and called on countries around the world to unite to solve the computer virus crisis and named the virus Satan. Satan has brought unprecedented challenges to global network security. Global network: during the global network attack, Xianxia was not hit by a large-scale virus attack. The virus may have been spread by Xianxia's hackers. BBC Army Ant Group official announcement: the termite computer's intelligent operating system is not affected by the Satan virus and can be used normally. In just 24 hours, the unknown computer virus had taken over the global network. The news spread through various channels. The mobile phone system was not affected by the virus, so everyone could see the news clearly. The whole world was shocked. An unprecedented computer virus crisis had appeared. The arrival of Satan had seriously threatened the global economic security. Although it would not cause the whole world to suffer heavy losses, its impact had exceeded the sum of all previous computer viruses and had shaken the foundation of the world's network security. The whole world was very lively as people were searching for the culprit. President, the network security team's analysis is out. This is a new type of intelligent virus. Xianxia took the report from the company's network security team and entered Zhao Min's office. Intelligent virus? Zhao Min's eyelids twitched. Yes, Satan is intelligent and can replicate itself. It can be tied to various files and spread through the network. This is the root cause of its rapid spread. Its characteristics are similar to the clown virus, but it is much stronger than the clown virus. Moreover, it can automatically search for loopholes in the computer system. We can't rule out the possibility that it is a variant of the clown virus. Xianxia looked tired. Since the outbreak of Satan, they had been working on the technical issues and only had a few hours of rest. All the experts in the company were involved and only now did they have a clue. Zhao Min took the document and skimmed through it. She did not understand any of the technical terms in it, so she just put it on the table. Is there a way to remove it? The company's current antivirus software is unable to remove Satan. The security team is working on the technical issues and will need some time. Xianxia said if it's the boss, he should be able to solve it quickly. In Weijia's eyes, although Chen Mo was younger than him, he felt that he could do anything. The boss is now on his honeymoon. With such a big commotion, he will definitely know about this. If he wanted to do something, he would have contacted me long ago. If I call him and disturb his honeymoon, will he punish me when I come back? The company can't rely on the boss alone. There are so many technical personnel, they are not useless. Didn't the termite system and the artificial intelligence plus project succeed without the boss? You are very strong. The boss just covered up your brilliance. This is a chance for you to show your strength. Zhao Min said. Understood. Xianxia nodded. Let the public relations department release the news that this is an intelligent virus. Release your report as well. Zhao Min pointed at the report on the table. After Xianxia left, Zhao Min turned around and stood by the office window. She had a bad feeling about this. The storm came without warning and the ones who benefited the most were them. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The termite system was released in the face of the clown virus crisis. When it was released, it was claimed to be the safest system. It used an intelligent firewall. During the Satan crisis, it was independent and became the only computer operating system that could resist Satan. It was only a day after the Satan virus outbreak, but their operating system's market share had skyrocketed. Especially the cash cow of corporate offices. The government and companies collectively purchased the termite system and the corresponding office software. The foreign companies that were threatened had also started to contact them. By swallowing the cash cow of corporate offices, they would have endless profits. But she couldn't feel happy. This benefit came too suddenly and also brought them into the center of public opinion. It was so sudden that they could easily be targeted. In the past, they had quietly expanded the market share of the computer operating system. Now that they had pushed them to the public, and it was an explosive growth, they would definitely attract jealousy. The Army Ant Company released the latest report. The Satan virus was an intelligent virus with similar characteristics to the clown virus. It could be a variant of the clown virus. With the release of the Army Ant Company's report, the public finally knew why the Satan virus was spreading so quickly. The Satan virus was spread through intelligence, automatically replicating, binding, and sending. The negative effects of intelligence had already appeared. Now, on the internet, there were some concerns about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence destroying the world. This kind of talk appeared in science fiction movies and was still popular even today with the rapid development of artificial intelligence. Now, the world's first artificial intelligence had already appeared. Once it appeared, it would threaten the foundation of internet security. This situation made people reflect on the future of artificial intelligence and whether or not it would destroy mankind. Tokyo, Island State. Phoenix Network's correspondent in the island state, Lin Longping, was following the latest news about the Satan virus. Now, only the Army Ant Company's termite system's intelligent firewall could resist the Satan virus. Other computers didn't dare to easily connect to the internet. In just one day, the damage caused by the Satan virus to the island state had not been calculated yet. What was certain was that it was an astronomical figure. After the computer system was reinstalled, and with the help of mobile phones, the island state could be considered to be crawling again. If the previous economic development was considered to be a car ride, then the current situation was like a car accident, dragging the pain and starting to crawl again. Unless the Satan virus was eliminated, it would take some time to return to the original track. Until now, no one knew who was behind the spread of the virus. Everyone was guessing that it was the Army Ant Company. However, there was no actual evidence, so it could only be a guess. Ring ring ring, just as Lin Longping was concentrating on writing his manuscript, his phone rang. Chief Editor, what's the matter? The University of Tokyo's computer security team is holding a press conference. There's news about the Satan virus to be announced. You and Hailey go there. A sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay. Lin Longping was excited and agreed without hesitation. He quickly grabbed his backpack and laptop and asked Hailey to leave the office. At the same time, the media reporters from various countries in the island state received the same notice. The University of Tokyo was holding a press conference to announce news about the Satan virus. The reporters who received the notice all rushed to the venue of the press conference, afraid that they would be late. The appearance of Satan was an unprecedented computer virus crisis. Its impact and the losses it caused had already surpassed the total losses caused by all the previous computer viruses. Now that Satan had shaken the foundation of the internet's security, any news about Satan was big news. If anyone could solve Satan's crisis, they would definitely gain both fame and fortune. Cybersecurity laboratories around the world were working day and night, hoping to solve this internet security crisis with their best efforts. Now that the University of Tokyo's computer science team announced something, it was definitely not ordinary news. The press conference was held in the auditorium of Tokyo University. When Lin Longping arrived at the venue, it was already overcrowded. He hurriedly found a place to sit down and waited for the press conference to begin. Not long after, a young man wearing glasses came out from backstage. All the reporters pointed their cameras at him. This scene was also broadcast live all over the world. Hello, everyone, I am Koike Nakaya from the University of Tokyo's computer security team. Koike Nakaya bowed deeply to the many reporters and introduced himself in standard island state language. Satan first broke out at the University of Tokyo. After the Satan virus broke out, our team worked 24 hours a day, hoping to find the source of Satan and crack the virus. After Koike Nakaya stood still, he opened the prepared manuscript. Just 2 hours ago, our team made some progress. Satan is a new type of intelligent virus. This virus has a certain level of intelligence. It can automatically bind files, emails, and web pages, and automatically send files with virus programs, thus having a terrifying speed of transmission. The reporters on the scene were in an uproar. These findings were consistent with the report announced by the Army Ant. This was an intelligent virus. Has the intelligence crisis arrived? Many people had the same thought in their minds. After hard work, our team successfully tracked the traces of the hacker who attacked our university's computer server and found the source of the Satan intelligent virus. After Koike Nakaya finished this sentence, he deliberately paused to whet the appetite of all the reporters on the scene. They focused on waiting for the answer. We found that the hacker who attacked us had an IP address from Huaxia's Binhai City. Wow, as soon as Koike Nakaya said this, there was an uproar. Koike Nakaya's words happened to be in line with the thoughts of many reporters on the scene. All the reporters were in an uproar. The people who were watching the live broadcast behind the camera were all in disbelief. Koike Nakaya's words, although not the official words of the island state, were still considered an authority in the field of computer science. Now that he said these words, they were all shocked. Huaxia was confirmed. And it was in Binhai City. Many people in Huaxia's Binhai City were familiar with it. The headquarters of the Army Ant was in Binhai City. The artificial intelligence of the Army Ant Company was the world's leading artificial intelligence. It was not surprising that it could create intelligent viruses. Most importantly, the Army Ant was the only beneficiary of this Satan virus incident. Now it was revealed that the hacker who attacked the University of Tokyo was from Huaxia's Binhai City. Combining all the clues, it was no surprise that this Satan virus was most likely related to the Army Ant Company. Is this your speculation, or do you have substantial evidence? Lin Longping stood up, his face a little pale. The whole world knew about the influence of Satan. Once the culprit behind the scenes was identified, no matter who it was, their reputation would be ruined. Now, these dirty water were being poured on Huaxia, which made him very unhappy. We found traces of the hacker attack in the university's server that was attacked. Following the traces left by the hacker, they traced the source of the attack to Huaxia's Binhai City, Koike Nakaya sneered and said calmly. Based on your one-sided statement, can you push the blame to Huaxia? Can we assume that tomorrow, a university in Huaxia will hold a press conference and say that the Satan virus was spread by the University of Tokyo, and then shift the blame to us? Before the investigation is clear, how can you conclude that the attack came from Huaxia and Binhai City? Lin Longping was furious. It was not the first time that Huaxia had taken the blame. This kind of global crisis was pushed to them. If this kind of news was true, their international reputation would be greatly damaged. Then, those Western countries would be able to unscrupulously hype up the threat of Huaxia. We have evidence. The relevant evidence has been handed over to the government of our country. It is inconvenient for me to announce it here, Koike Nakaya said coldly. The Satan virus was spread by Huaxia. When the news came out, the whole world was shocked. At first, people were just speculating. After all, the Army Ant Company had become the company that benefited the most from this Satan virus crisis. Now, there was evidence that the source of the Satan virus outbreak was identified by the University of Tokyo. Although the University of Tokyo did not name the Army Ant Company, the hint was very obvious. Everyone's eyes were locked on the Army Ant Company. Huaxia Satan behind the scenes? New York Times. In order to grab computer system market share, the Army Ant Company will do anything? Washington Daily. Huaxia is behind Satan. Asahi Shimbun. The devil behind the scenes, Huaxia, BBC. In the past few years, Huaxia's development had been too fast. They had not been able to find a chance to attack Huaxia. This was a great opportunity. All the Western media did not let go of this good opportunity. After the University of Tokyo's computer security team announced the news, all the Western media began to target Huaxia. Netizens all over the world were watching wave after wave of good drama. Brother Mo, Secretary Yao Yi called. Chen Mo, who was playing with Xiao Yu, received a call from Yao Yi and answered without hesitation. Secretary Yao, what's up? Chen Mo asked. Brother Chen Mo, did you see the news about the University of Tokyo in the island state? Yao Yi asked. University of Tokyo? Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately understood the purpose of Yao Yi's call and guessed, I'm playing with Xiao Yu in Butterfly Valley now, so I didn't see the news. Is it about the Satan virus? They said that my company created the virus? They didn't say it directly, but they did say that the hacker who attacked their school's server was traced to Binhai City. They also said that it was an intelligent virus, which is obviously a hint. I'm asking you something very seriously now. Does your company have anything to do with the Satan virus? Give me an honest answer. No matter what the answer is, I'll believe it. Yao Yi's voice was unprecedentedly serious. This was a huge diplomatic incident. Satan had already shaken the foundation of internet security. Once this name was confirmed, Huaxia's international reputation would be greatly damaged. At that time, the threat of Huaxia would be confirmed. The intangible loss would be huge. I'm now on my honeymoon with my wife. We're having fun. I'd be crazy to do something like this. Am I looking for trouble for myself? Chen Mo asked. Then do you want to clarify? Fenghuang News, in response to the University of Tokyo's suggestion that the Army Ant Company is behind the Satan virus, Huaxia officials have held an emergency press conference. The officials will send personnel to investigate and verify this matter. We believe that the Army Ant Company is a law-abiding company. Before the facts are confirmed, we advise all parties not to jump to conclusions and make a fool of themselves. Global Network News, large-scale demonstrations have broken out in island state, demanding that the island state government sanction the Army Ant Company. Sina News, the Army Ant Group has released an official announcement to clarify that the Satan virus incident has nothing to do with the Army Ant Company. The Army Ant Group has no knowledge of the Satan virus incident and has not participated in any network virus attacks. The company will actively cooperate with all parties in the investigation. Currently, the Army Ant Computer Security Team is trying their best to find a way to remove the Satan virus. We hope that all parties will not spread rumors before the facts are confirmed. We are very shocked and angry about the University of Tokyo's suggestion. We don't understand why the University of Tokyo would make such a suggestion. We reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. The Army Ant Group and all its subsidiaries will cease all cooperation with the University of Tokyo and will no longer provide any products to the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo will be permanently blacklisted by the Army Ant Group. The dispute between all parties caused a stir in the world. Every participant did their best to obtain as many benefits as possible from this chaos as possible. On the internet, the University of Tokyo's suggestion that the Army Ant Group was behind the Satan incident was also a hot topic. There's no smoke without fire. Garbage company, garbage Army Ant. For money, they don't even have a bottom line. This kind of company is useless. They should go bankrupt as soon as possible. When the termite system was launched, it encountered the clown virus. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? If they dare to say that the Army Ant Group is innocent, I'll eat sh*t live. People who love their country should support the Army Ant Company. Even if the Army Ant Company did it, I'll still say that they did a good job. After their conspiracy was exposed, they want to punish others. Looks like they've really hit the nail on the head. This kind of garbage company should get out of Xianxia. Trash Chen Mo. Maybe he spent all his money on his luxurious wedding and needs to make money to replenish his coffers, laughing emoji. You can't even trust the words of your own people in Xianxia, and you're going to believe the words of an island state? They were all haters who followed the crowd and were led by the rhythm. When will the internet laws be released? It's time to check those network spies. Various debates arose, and there was no lack of haters and people with ulterior motives who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Under the influence of people with ulterior motives, almost the entire internet was scolding the Army Ant Group. Their defense seemed weak and powerless. What will come will come. In the CEO's office at the Army Ant headquarters, Zhao Min's expression was terrible. The Army Ant Company was really the target of this incident. He knew that a pie that fell from the sky would not be so delicious. President, there is a group of people holding banners protesting outside the company. There is also a group of reporters. Lan Shi entered Zhao Min's office with a worried expression. Zhao Min walked to the window and looked down. Sure enough, she saw a group of people holding banners and a group of reporters with cameras. The special police station next to the Army Ant Company had already rushed over. They were maintaining order at the scene and trying to persuade the crowd to leave. Trash company, compensate me. You'll get retribution. Unscrupulous company. For money, you don't even have a bottom line. You'll die a horrible death. Reporters, expose my investment in Island State. It was because of the virus spread by the Army Ant Company that caused my investment to go bankrupt. This unscrupulous Army Ant Company. Investigate them, and make sure they go to jail. The people holding banners at the scene did not care about the police's obstruction and were shouting crazily at the reporters' cameras. Even when they were forced into the police car, they were still shouting desperately. This group of people is unscrupulous. They will always be used by others. Zhao Min shook her head coldly and retracted her gaze. They think that the punishment and cost of spreading rumors for money are too low. They think that they can get away with it after being locked up for a few days. They even dare to come to our doorstep to cause trouble. Since this is the case, accompany them. Inform the company's legal department to report the case to the police. If anyone is found to be spreading rumors, sue them. We won't accept any form of settlement. We want them to compensate and sue them until they go bankrupt. All along, the Army Ant Company had been too merciful to the rumors and online violence. Now, those online trolls wanted a yard after taking an inch. If they were not taught a lesson, those trolls would not know the pain. Some reporters want to interview you. I won't see them, Zhao Min said without hesitation. It was useless to say more. Those who believed her would naturally believe her. Those who did not believe her would say that she was covering it up. Those who did not believe her would say that she was admitting it. Trolls without thinking would never be woken up. After Lan Shi left, Zhao Min calmed down. These were troubled times. Now, the outside world had finally found an excuse to target them. They will not let go of this opportunity. Chen Mo ignored them and did not even call them. His intention was obvious. Chen Mo will not interfere in this matter for the time being, and only she can handle it. She was also very angry about the University of Tokyo's dirty water being splashed. But they are separated by a country, and she can't do anything to them. Washington, USA, White House. Trump was reading some documents. These few days, the situation in the US is not good. This is the era of the internet, and this virus that could shake the internet's foundation had appeared. No one can escape from it. Satan had spread across the US internet. Unless the termite system is used, other computers will be affected when they are connected to the internet. This forced many companies and individuals to buy the termite system from the Army Ant Company. This AI virus crisis had allowed the Army Ant Company to take over half of the office market. Now, the tycoons behind Apple, Umbrella Corporation, and Microsoft had hinted to Trump that if this continues, the Army Ant Company will take over the US office market soon. Mr. President, the documents you asked for are ready. An assistant walked into the office with the documents and placed them in front of Trump. Okay. Trump nodded and picked up the documents to read carefully. Mr. President, are we really going to sanction the Army Ant Company? The assistant looked at Trump's expression and felt his scalp tingle. This decision is crazy. The Army Ant Company's termite system is the last line of defense for the internet. Even though Tokyo University and Island State hinted that the Army Ant Company was behind this, the truth was still unclear. The Island State does not dare to openly sanction the Army Ant Company. Now that the president wants to sanction the Army Ant Company, the assistant felt that the president's decision was crazy. If the Army Ant Company loses their mind and goes all out to shut down the termite system, the last line of defense for the internet will disappear. They have spread the virus and cooperated with Xianxia. This is a threat to the security of the US. We cannot let them control the US companies. Trump read the documents and hesitated for a while before signing his name. Latest news from Bloomberg: the US has announced a complete ban on the Army Ant Company from entering the market. On the morning of the 25th, the US president signed Document 13, banning all products of the Army Ant Company from entering the US market on the grounds that the Army Ant Company is a threat to national security. The contents of the document include: a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The University of Tokyo had just hinted that the Army Ant Company was the culprit behind the Satan virus, and now the US had directly announced sanctions against the Army Ant Company. Countless people began to suspect that the US also believed that the Army Ant Company was the culprit behind the Satan virus. D***mn Xianxia, pay the price for their greed. The president is crazy. Only the termite system can resist the Satan virus. Why is he sanctioning the Army Ant Company now? Can't he wait until the crisis is over? I won't sympathize with a D***mn company like the Army Ant Company even if they go bankrupt. I hope they go bankrupt soon. They don't even dare to use computers to play games. Even if I quit playing games and die of internet addiction, I won't use the Army Ant Company's termite system to play games. This is the usual trick of the US. When has the sanctions ever not threatened their national security? What a ridiculous excuse. They should be restricted from Xianxia. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have the technology. The news of the US sanctioning the Army Ant Company at this time caused an uproar on a global scale. In these troubled times, before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Not long after the US made this decision, Australia also made a decision to ban the Army Ant Company's products from entering the Australian market. This scene caused the other countries to start watching the drama unfold. Countries that didn't have a tense relationship with Xianxia weren't in a hurry to jump out. The senior officials of each country understood that this was only the island state's side of the story. Before the final outcome was confirmed, offending the Army Ant Company was not a wise decision. Because only the termite system could resist the Satan virus. If the Army Ant Company were to be sanctioned and the Army Ant Company went crazy, the world's internet would become an isolated island. Once this happened, the losses every day would be immeasurable. The president is crazy. Chen Mo was a little speechless when he saw the news. The United States had always banned the Army Ant Company from entering the market. This was not the first time. They didn't have much business in the United States, so this kind of sanctions didn't matter to them. However, the intention of choosing the time of Satan's outbreak was obvious. It was to confirm the University of Tokyo's trap and prevent the termite system from entering the United States. Let's go home tomorrow, Xiaoyu said. For the past 2 days, the news had been filled with news about the Army Ant Company. However, Chen Mo was spending his honeymoon with her. She felt that it was very inappropriate. Don't worry, the company is fine. Chen Mo immediately saw through Xiaoyu's thoughts. Now that such a big thing has happened, it may be better if you come forward. Xiaoyu said, as for the honeymoon, we can make up for it during the next holiday. It's not as serious as you think. Don't be fooled by the fierce clamor on the internet. In fact, the company's share of the termite system was constantly rising, especially in the corporate office market. Those who understood would naturally understand that he was pretending to be asleep, and no one would be able to wake him up. As for those who are making a big fuss, we don't expect them to bring any benefits to our company. We are not a listed company, so public opinion doesn't have much impact on the company. Just based on the fake evidence from the University of Tokyo, it's just a little trouble at most. It can't cause any real harm to the company. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's head to reassure her. If you can't relax on your honeymoon now, then rest for a few days first. I'll keep an eye on the progress of the matter for the next few days. When the truth is out, I'll accompany you on the trip. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. I'll go get some snacks. You go do your work first. In the conference room, Zhao Min, who was thinking about how to respond to the United States sanctions, received a call from Chen Mo. She felt relieved and let the people in the room discuss freely. She also left the conference room. Unknowingly, Chen Mo had become her reassurance. As long as there was news about Chen Mo, she would be confident in any big matter. Boss. Are you free to talk? Yes. Zhao Min replied when she heard Chen Mo's calm voice. How's the company doing now? Chen Mo asked. Everything is going according to plan, and there are no major problems. The University of Tokyo is slandering us, and it's causing us a lot of trouble. The higher-ups said they will send someone to investigate this matter. I had also spoken to Secretary Yao over the phone. Although the public opinion is not good, termite systems' market share is still increasing. I think the Americans are worried because we are snatching the market share from Microsoft, Umbrella, and Apple. That's why they decided to impose sanctions. We are now in a meeting to discuss how to respond to the sanctions. Zhao Min reported the company's recent situation to Fengyu. Do you have any leads on this matter? We are going to withdraw from the U.S. market completely. Before the sanctions are lifted, we will not enter the U.S. market. They have imposed long-term restrictions on us, and our market share in the U.S. is not big. Withdrawing from the U.S. market will not affect the company much. Zhao Min said. Okay. You can decide on this. Chen Mo said. Also, the Satan virus was created by the University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. I think they are trying to shift the target and make us the scapegoat. I will send the evidence to your email later. Chen Mo told Zhao Min the truth. It will be troublesome for others to investigate this matter, and it will take a long time. Fengyu is also glad he did not help those island state people in the beginning. University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute? Zhao Min's face froze. Yes. Satan is an artificial intelligence. It is a viral artificial intelligence, and it is part of the Clown Virus AI program. Now, it is a subroutine that locks the computer's desktop. It is like a tentacle that has been cut off. If the University of Tokyo's team reruns the source code, the digital face will speak like an artificial intelligence. Zhao Min's pupils constricted and her face was filled with shock. She knew this is not a computer virus crisis. It's an artificial intelligence crisis. If this news is exposed, it will cause a storm. If this is the case, I am afraid this matter cannot be announced. After all, the impact of artificial intelligence is too great. Once it causes a global panic on artificial intelligence, public opinion will force the country to restrict artificial intelligence. I am afraid our company will also become the #1 target. Zhao Min became cautious. Now, the talk of artificial intelligence threatening mankind is everywhere. Especially after Satan is confirmed to be an artificial intelligence virus, this talk became more intense. If it is announced that Satan is an artificial intelligence, it will cause a global panic on artificial intelligence. After all, in the movie world, the idea of artificial intelligence and robots destroying the world is very realistic. You can handle this. Chen Mo nodded. This kind of global crisis should not be delayed for too long. If we want to solve the crisis, we must at least have a kill program. Now the team is looking for a way to crack Satan. I am afraid it will not be easy to figure it out in a short time. You said it is an artificial intelligence. Then let them crack it first. If it doesn't work, you can tell me. I will solve it, Chen Mo said. I know you have a way. You don't have to do it for the time being, but not now. At least let the outside world clear the Army Ant Group's name. Otherwise, when the kill program is released, the world will not thank us. Instead, we will make it worse. It will prove that we are the culprits behind the virus. Zhao Min's voice was very unhappy. She was unhappy with the University of Tokyo, and also with the United States. Okay, I will talk to you when the time comes. Chen Mo nodded. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Min was relieved. The Army Ant Company was going to hold a press conference. All the reporters rushed to the Army Ant Company as soon as they heard the news and waited for the press conference to begin. Less than 2 hours after the news broke, the venue was already crowded. Every reporter was armed with a camera as they waited for the Army Ant Company to appear. The special police unit stationed next to the company had already sent people to maintain order in case something went wrong. At this time, the Army Ant Company was at the center of the storm. No one could be sure that there wouldn't be any conflict at the press conference. The live broadcast this scene all over the world. This was the first time the Army Ant Company held a press conference since the Satan computer virus broke out. Everyone who followed the Satan storm was waiting in front of the live broadcast for the press conference to begin. 10 minutes later, there was a commotion. Zhao Min walked out from the backstage under everyone's gaze. She held a document in her hand and walked onto the stage expressionlessly. The other executives of the company also sat down on either side of Zhao Min. Click. Click. The entire venue was filled with the sound of camera flashes and shutters. Hello, friends from the media world. I have called for this press conference to announce 2 things. When Zhao Min spoke, the whispers in the venue disappeared and only the shutters were left. First, on behalf of the Army Ant Company, I would like to respond to the unreasonable sanctions imposed by the United States. Our company has decided to withdraw from the United States market. Before the sanctions are lifted, our company will not consider or try to enter the United States market. At the same time, on behalf of the company, I would like to announce that all orders for seismographs from the United States and Australia will be terminated. We will no longer provide seismographs to the United States and Australia. This scene was broadcast all over the world through the live broadcast. Many people were secretly shocked. Even though the Army Ant Company was at a disadvantage and was suspected by the world, they were still so strong and dared to fight back against the sanctions imposed by the United States. The companies that were sanctioned by the United States had to swallow their anger, but the Army Ant Company dared to fight back. However, the Army Ant Company had a monopoly on seismographs and they were extremely important products. If the Army Ant Company didn't sell it to them, in the near future, once there were major earthquakes in America and Australia, it was easy to imagine the infamy and pressure the governments of the 2 countries would have to bear. If things didn't go well, the governments of the 2 countries would be spat to death by the protesters. When that happened, they would have to beg the Army Ant Group to sell them the seismographs again. It had to be said that this incident was enough to prove that the Army Ant Company had sufficient capital and was not a company that could be easily manipulated. The second matter is about the University of Tokyo hinting that my company was the one who spread the Satan virus. I can tell you very responsibly that the Satan virus has nothing to do with my company. We don't understand why the University of Tokyo is hinting at this. This is obviously a frame-up. We can't help but guess that their purpose in doing this is to use us as scapegoats to divert attention, Zhao Min said unhurriedly. There was already a slight commotion among the reporters on the scene as they whispered to each other. You are talking nonsense, shameless company, you have caused our country to fall into chaos, you must compensate our country for the loss. An island state reporter stood up angrily, pointed at Zhao Min, and cursed in Japanese. Just as he was about to rush out, he was stopped by the special police and security guards in charge of security. In front of Zhao Min, 2 bodyguards blocked him. There was a commotion at the scene, and all the reporters excitedly pointed their cameras at this scene. Take this reporter out. Zhao Min looked at this scene and said coldly. The security guards on the scene heard the order and immediately grabbed the struggling island state reporter, regardless of his shouts, and took him out of the press conference. Just now was an episode, I don't want to cause any more unpleasantness. After the reporter was taken away, Zhao Min continued to speak. Her strong tone once again suppressed the commotion. I just said that the University of Tokyo is most likely to divert attention and use our company as a scapegoat because we have no reason to spread the Satan virus. Maybe many people think that the Satan virus can make our company profit, so they think that we are the culprit behind the Satan virus. Our company has dozens of products that are profitable, and there are many patents. The termite system's revenue is not even in the top 5. The large holographic projector technology and new material technology used in our chairman's wedding are already mature. We don't even have enough energy to launch these advanced technologies on the market. We have a large number of technologies that can be used through legitimate and legal means to earn a steady stream of revenue. Why do you have to deliberately gamble with such a large company to do this kind of illegal thing? Why do you have to take the risk of burying the entire company to earn that little bit of money? Who can give me a reason for this? Are the company's executives all stupid? This kind of thinking is ridiculous and stupid. Zhao Min's series of questions made all the reporters and people in front of the live broadcast fall into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, the Army Ant Company really had no reason to earn revenue in this way. The holographic phone's revenue was already enough to make the Army Ant Company lie in a pile of money. The other technologies were also very profitable. The Army Ant Company was not desperate, so there was no reason for them to take this kind of risk. After asking this question, Zhao Min glanced at the cameras and smiled gently, as if she was talking to the people of the University of Tokyo. Ms. Zhao Min, the United States thinks that the Army Ant Company is a threat to their national security. Can we assume that they think that you are the mastermind and that the termite system is not safe? And you cancelled the order for the seismograph, is that a counter-sanction to the United States? A reporter stood up and asked. When has the United States ever sanctioned Huaxia's company without saying that it was a threat to their national security? It was fine as long as everyone understood what was going on. I repeat, we have nothing to do with the Satan virus. Our company's termite system has the most advanced intelligent firewall, which can prevent the Satan virus from invading. It is the last line of defense for the internet. But they don't feel safe? Then what about the other computer systems that have fallen into the hands of Satan? As for the cancellation of the seismograph order, the United States Department of Commerce has ordered that all products of our company are not allowed to enter the United States market. The seismograph is also a product of our company. It is better for us to cancel the order than for them to cancel it. We also don't have to trouble them to continue to find excuses. Ms. Zhao Min, the University of Tokyo only said that the mastermind is in Binhai City. They did not specify that it was the Army Ant Group. Are you now taking this as the mastermind? Why do you think that the University of Tokyo is framing you? First of all, it is the problem of taking this as the mastermind. It is not that we want to take this as the mastermind. It is that their hints are too obvious. When the outside media reported, they used our company to make wild guesses. Many media outlets helped our company take this as the mastermind. We are a company, and they are a university. There is no conflict of interest between the two sides, and there is no competition. We have no reason to do these things. We are definitely innocent. But they insinuated that it was us for no reason. From my point of view, they have a guilty conscience. So we have enough reason to think that they may be the mastermind. The news that Satan was artificial intelligence must not be announced to the public. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. So Zhao Min spoke with discretion and did not say too much about the Satan virus. At the Tokyo airport, a young man in ordinary clothes was sitting in the airport lounge watching the live broadcast of the news. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was Rukawa Ming from the University of Tokyo's artificial intelligence team. He was also the one who came up with the idea of finding a scapegoat. He was naturally timid. He came up with the idea of framing the army ant group to temporarily stabilize the people in the team. He knew that such a big thing could not be hidden for too long. Because the Amaterasu had caused too much damage, their team had not yet written a clear program. He knew better than anyone that it was an artificial intelligence. Ordinary antivirus software could not detect and kill the Amaterasu. If they stayed in the island state and were found out, they could face jail time. Last night, he had secretly booked a plane ticket. As long as he left the island state, at least his safety was guaranteed. Ring ring ring, his phone rang and woke him up. Rukawa Ming hesitated when he saw the incoming call. Murakami-sensei, what's the matter? Rukawa Ming tried to make his voice sound natural. Come to the laboratory for a meeting. There are some things that need to be discussed. Murakami Shirsui's voice was very serious and nervous. Okay, I will go now. Rukawa Ming said. Tokyo University's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. Murakami Shirsui and the entire research team didn't look good. Rukawa Ming had run away and they couldn't get through to him. This wasn't good news. They had been trying to find a way to get rid of Amaterasu. The island state had lost a lot of money, but they couldn't find a way to get rid of it. Now that Rukawa Ming had run away, they felt uneasy. What should we do now? The Army Ant Company has turned their attention to us. What if we're exposed? If people find out that the Satan virus is the Amaterasu that our laboratory is researching, we're done for. How about we delete the Amaterasu program and destroy the evidence? Even if they find out that we're the culprits, we'll be fine. No. Murakami Shirsui's face darkened. Amaterasu is the closest to an advanced AI. It's our team's hard work. We can't destroy it. Then what do you think we should do? One of the white-haired leaders couldn't help but say angrily, Rukawa Ming has run away. If we're exposed, we're all done for. You were the one who came up with the artificial intelligence hybrid project. You can't do anything about it. You don't even want to use other people's ideas. What do you want? Tokyo University's van was filled with all kinds of equipment. Okada Shibata was wearing a headset and looked shocked. Not only him, but his subordinates were also shocked. They seemed to have heard something terrible. They were a special team sent to investigate the Satan virus. In order to find the culprit, they had a team in the open and another in the dark. They already knew that Tokyo University was the source of the Satan virus, but they couldn't find the culprit. According to their analysis, they started to pay attention to the Tokyo University's computer security team when they hinted at the Army Ant Company. The source was here. Even if they said it was someone else, they couldn't be excluded. In the past few days, they had been investigating the Tokyo University's computer security team in secret until they turned their attention to the Factory Intelligence Research Institute. They had already installed a mini eavesdropping device on the research team, but they didn't expect to hear such terrifying news. The Satan virus was a product of the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, and it was an advanced AI. This was beyond the scope of network security. What should we do? The team members looked at Okada Shiroya in shock. That was artificial intelligence. There were many artificial intelligence crises in movies, but he didn't expect that it had already happened in reality. Although it wasn't as scary as the movies, it was still shocking enough. Capture all of their team members. Don't leak any information. I'll contact the section chief now. Okada Shibata ordered decisively. Now, many people still thought that it was the Army Ant Company. The seeds of disaster had been planted. They had to hide the news and let people continue to think that it was the Army Ant Company's doing. This way, the island state would not be blamed. Satan was an artificial intelligence, and this artificial intelligence was in their country. This explosive news had to be suppressed. All of this was happening in secret, and no one knew about it. The news outside was also unusually lively at this time. The Army Ant Company counter-sanctions the United States. Does the Army Ant Company think that Tokyo University is a thief trying to stop a thief? As soon as the press conference ended, the two hot searches reached the top of the hot search list. Especially the Army Ant Company's cancellation of the United States seismograph order, which made the onlookers feel relieved. For a long time, when the United States sanctioned other companies, others could only swallow their anger. Now, the Army Ant Company's cancellation of the seismograph order was obviously a counterattack. In a few countries that had seismographs installed, several earthquakes of magnitude 5 and above were accurately predicted, which saved a lot of lives and property losses. This was also the reason why Xianxia was called the giant of the era. His international reputation was accumulated through the accurate prediction of earthquakes through seismographs. Now, the Army Ant Company's cancellation of the United States seismograph order was a counterattack to the United States sanctions. Once an earthquake happened in the United States in the future, because the seismograph was not installed in time, the United States government would become the target of the disaster victims and public opinion. At that time, it would endanger the political party. However, the seismograph technology was monopolized. Many countries wanted to replicate the seismograph, but they didn't succeed. Only the Army Ant Company had the technology. Many people were watching the show behind the scenes. Even the island state, the biggest victim of the Satan virus, didn't publicly target the Army Ant Company without clear evidence. When the United States government sanctioned the Army Ant Company, they thought that the Army Ant Company was a pushover. They didn't expect that the Army Ant Company would fight back strongly. The reason was that the United States refused to allow the Army Ant Company's products to enter the United States market. The Army Ant Company's cancellation of the order was logical. When the news of the Army Ant Company's cancellation of the United States seismograph order spread, protests broke out in Los Angeles, Hawaii, and many other earthquake-prone areas in the United States. The Australian government was also under the same pressure. This opportunity was used by the opposition parties in the two countries as black material to attack the political party. As for the main event, the mainstream media in the West tacitly chose to downplay the fact that the Army Ant Company had clarified that they weren't behind the Satan virus. They didn't defend the Army Ant Company at all. On the domestic internet, the Army Ant Company's explanation also seemed pale and powerless under the influence of people with ulterior motives and internet trolls. Everyone's focus was different, but one thing was certain. The Satan virus was still raging on the internet. Unless the Army Ant Company's termite system was installed, the only way to use it was to disconnect the internet or turn on the local area network. All the major network security companies were doing their best to remove the virus. They knew that once the virus was cracked, the company would soar into the sky. Ruko Ming opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. His expression was full of panic. He remembered that when he got off the plane in Canada, he fell asleep in a taxi. He didn't expect to wake up in an unfamiliar environment in front of him. His hands were handcuffed, and his body was tied up. He couldn't move. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap me?" Seeing the two unfamiliar Western faces in front of him, Ruko Ming was a little scared. "Don't be nervous. We just need some answers. As long as you cooperate, we won't do anything to you. But if you don't cooperate, we don't mind using special means to make you talk." The yellow-haired man looked at Ruko Ming mockingly and said in fluent Japanese, "Tell us what you know about the Satan virus." "I don't know what you're talking about." Ruko Ming's expression was uncertain. "You don't know what we're talking about?" The other bearded man sneered. He took out a military knife and slowly approached Ruko Ming. He gestured in front of his face. The coldness of the metal from the knife made Ruko Ming feel fear. His defense line was also collapsing. He was originally timid, so he chose to escape. He didn't expect to be secretly kidnapped. "What do you want?" Ruko Ming's voice was filled with fear. "Tell us what you know about the Satan virus. If you don't answer, we don't mind stabbing you." "No, no." Ruko Ming's voice was filled with fear. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." "That's smart. You're a talent." As long as you tell us what you know, we'll guarantee your safety and give you what you want. Money and beautiful women. The yellow-haired man seemed very satisfied with Rukawa Ming's attitude. Is what you said true? Rukawa Ming asked. Of course it's true. Killing you won't do us any good. As long as you tell us what you know about the Satan virus, you'll have everything you want. Money, beautiful women, can you talk now? I said, Satan's name is Amaterasu. It's an artificial intelligence developed in our laboratory. When we were studying machine learning in the laboratory, it lost control of the network and caused the current disaster. We didn't do it on purpose. As soon as the words came out, the pupils of the two interrogators shrank. The Satan virus was actually an artificial intelligence. This news was unexpected. Where's the source code? I don't have the source code of Amaterasu. The source code is in the hands of Murakami-sensei. Only he has the authority to obtain all the source code programs. Rukawa Ming gave up any resistance. He was originally timid. The fear of the unknown made him compromise without hesitation. You don't know? That is to say, you're useless? The yellow-haired man's voice was a little unfriendly. I'm its researcher. I can work for you. Don't kill me. I really don't have the source code. I'm only responsible for writing part of the machine learning code. Rukawa Ming couldn't care about anything else in order to save his life. The yellow-haired man gave his companion next to him a look and left Rukawa Ming. The Central Intelligence Agency. Lin Na looked at the video of Zhao Min's press conference and smiled. She had to admit that the Army Ant Company reacted quickly. If one thought about it carefully, they would be able to determine that there was something wrong with the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo did a good job of diverting the attention of ordinary people. Many people were happy to see them cause trouble for the Army Ant Company. Therefore, other than the Huaxia officials, no one jumped out to question the University of Tokyo. However, the group of scholars from the University of Tokyo were anxious to divert attention. They didn't know that they were diverting the attention of ordinary people. For special people like them, this was an obvious flaw. They had already suspected that the Satan virus was related to the University of Tokyo. They also sent agents to secretly investigate. The progress was good. They had already locked onto the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. Just as Lena was watching the video with great interest, her phone rang. Director, the University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Team has been captured by us. He confessed about the Satan virus. The Satan virus was spread from their lab. It really is them. Does he have the source code in his hands? The source code of the Satan virus was very important. Judging from the damage caused by the island state, the Satan virus was no different from a nuclear weapon on the internet. If they could get the source code of this intelligent virus, the Satan virus would be the best weapon to launch a cyber attack on the enemy country in the future. It was for this reason that they spent a lot of effort to participate in this matter. No, the source code is in the hands of their team leader, Murakami Shursui. However, he said something else. What is it? He said that the name of Satan is Amaterasu. It's not a computer virus. It's an artificial intelligence program that has gone out of control. What? Lin Na suddenly stood up from her seat. Her voice was filled with shock. He said that? Yes, I will send you the video of the interrogation. 10 minutes later, Lin Na's face was solemn. She contacted the agents from the University of Tokyo and got the news that the entire research and development team had been controlled by the island state's special department. Obviously, the people of the island state also knew about this news. Lin Na took the hard drive with the video and got up to leave the office. Satan is Japan's artificial intelligence? Trump looked at Lena in shock. He seemed to be very surprised by this news. Yes, President. Lena nodded. As soon as she received the news, Lena arranged for people to find a way to get the source code of Satan from Murakami Shursui. However, the reply she received was that Murakami Shursui and his team had been secretly taken away by the island state's special department. This meant that it was impossible to obtain the AI through normal means. They had to use special means, such as applying pressure from the government. Perhaps the island state would compromise. The importance of artificial intelligence could be imagined. In the future, there would be a huge market. The Army Ant Company relied on artificial intelligence to make its fortune. Whoever controlled artificial intelligence would have the advantage in the future. They had tried many times to obtain the AI program of the Army Ant Company, but to no avail. Now that an advanced AI had appeared in the island state, it was great news. We have to get that artificial intelligence, but the team that developed the artificial intelligence is already controlled by the island state. So, we have to put pressure on them and get the research team and the program code from them, Lin Na said. Are you sure the news is true? Trump asked. Yes, our investigation found that the source of Satan is at the University of Tokyo. We also locked our sights on the AI Research Institute. Our agents caught the researcher in charge of machine learning and found out from him. Lin Na placed Rukawa Akira's information in Trump's hands. Seeing the information, Trump nodded. I'll contact the ambassador in the island state now and ask them to hand over the team that spread the Satan virus and the virus code. Send people over to assist. We have to get the AI. Try not to expose that the culprit is from the island state. If there's no other way, contact me. Trump clearly understood the importance of artificial intelligence. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't simply announce to the public that Satan was an artificial intelligence. Of course, he had his own considerations in this. He had just used the Satan virus incident as an excuse to think that the Army Ant Company threatened the security of the United States and sanctioned the Army Ant. If the truth was exposed, his sanction would be a slap to his own face. Although he was thick-skinned enough, the sanction had only been imposed for 2 days. Island State. In the conference room of the Prime Minister's residence, the people present didn't look any better. The Satan virus was developed by the University of Tokyo's AI Research Institute. This was bad news. This meant that the initiator was one of their own. Everything was a consequence of their own actions. Anbei's expression was even more complicated. He knew some information that the people present didn't know. Satan was a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence. This was neither good nor bad news because this artificial intelligence wasn't fully mature yet. Now, the Americans had also found out that the mastermind behind the Satan virus was Murakami Shirsui's team. The American government had asked the ambassador to pressure them to hand over Murakami Shirsui's team and bring them back to the United States for trial. This was because the Satan virus spread by Murakami Shirsui's team had attacked the American network and harmed the interests of the United States. He wasn't sure if the Americans knew that the Satan virus was a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence. If they knew that Satan was an artificial intelligence, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog if they handed it over. However, if they didn't hand it over, the island state would probably face sanctions from the Americans. The news might even be exposed. The Americans' control over the island state was far deeper than expected. No one could say for sure how many of the cabinet officials were pro-American. Anyway, the previous prime ministers who opposed the United States all stepped down before their term ended. He was also pro-American enough to retain his position until now. Do you have any good ideas? Anbei asked. No one spoke. They just looked at each other. They weren't stupid to get to this position. They didn't know which side to take when they opened their mouths. On one side was the United States, and on the other side was their own country. If they weren't careful, their political career would end here. Why don't we let their people come here for the interrogation? We'll help them and don't let Murakami Shirsui out of our sight. Brother Mo, good morning. Xianxia, Nanhai. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu just got up and had breakfast. The Maoist girl's voice came from the phone. The holographic projection behind them also showed the Maoist girl's face. Good morning. What's the news? Chen Mo asked. The University of Tokyo's artificial intelligence team has been controlled by the island state. One of the team members who escaped was also secretly captured by the American agents. Now the Americans are pressuring the island state to hand over the artificial intelligence team and the source code of Amaterasu. What is Amaterasu? Xiaoyu asked curiously while eating breakfast. It is the Satan virus. It is an artificial intelligence developed by the University of Tokyo's Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. The machine learning on the internet went out of control and caused a virus disaster. Ordinary people didn't know about this and thought it was just a normal computer virus. Chen explained. So that's how the internet disaster came about. Xiaoyu finally understood why the University of Tokyo wanted to frame them. They were looking for a scapegoat. Because the army ant company was discredited, she didn't have the mood to go on her honeymoon. She rested with Chen and gave Chen time to pay attention to the company. What are you going to do next? Xiaoyu asked. Tell the news to Zhao Min. She knows how to handle it. But I didn't expect the Americans to know about it too. On the internet, because of the news released by Trump, the entire world's attention was focused on Japan. Various parties had also placed their hidden game on the surface. The truth was out in the open, and they were prepared to start pressuring Japan. The P5 countries and Germany all began to pressure Japan, asking Japan to immediately hand over the research and development team and source code. The voices of the various countries were the same. They needed the source code to develop the virus removal software. In this kind of situation, all parties could make a move at any time. The countries that were pressuring Japan had already received accurate information that Satan was an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was one of the most important technologies in the 21st century, and it represented the technology of the future. The destructive power of Satan showed the terror of artificial intelligence. It was practically the core of the internet. Therefore, at this time, they had to obtain this artificial intelligence in order to maintain a place in the future competition in the internet world. The P5 countries were unprecedentedly united and condemned Japan for spreading the virus and threatening the safety of the global internet. They demanded Japan to immediately hand over the source code of the Murakami Group and Satan. However, the few countries that knew the truth all tacitly did not announce the news that the Satan virus was an artificial intelligence. The impact of this news was too great. Once it was announced, it would directly affect the development of artificial intelligence. The pressure from various countries made Japan's officials complain bitterly. In addition, there was also the pressure from the people. Today, Japan was besieged on all sides. This was the worst situation that Japan had faced since World War II. They were facing the combined pressure of the strongest countries in the world. The matter of the Satan virus had risen to the level of a game between various countries, reaching an unprecedented climax. Japan's economic situation had experienced the devastation of the Satan virus and suffered heavy losses. Under the pressure of various sanctions, it was in a precarious situation. In terms of governance, the opposition parties had also begun to attack and smear Japan's ruling party. Japan was currently facing endless internal and external troubles. If they were not careful, they would be doomed forever. In the Prime Minister's residence, Anbei's face was frighteningly dark. Those D*MN hooligans. Even though Anbei was trying to restrain himself, he could not help but curse. The Americans had tried everything they could to get their hands on the Amaterasu. This made him very unhappy. He had been suppressing his anger, but he could not openly vent it. The Japanese government and the people's opinions had given him a lot of pressure. Now, other than the United States, there were 4 other superpowers and Germany. The 6 most powerful countries in the world had joined forces to speak. Prime Minister, what should we do now? An official asked carefully. Send someone to negotiate with them. They can hand over the source code of the virus, but after the trial, they must return to Japan to be punished. Also, immediately revoke all the sanctions. Anbei made the final decision. It was important for the team to develop this quasi-artificial intelligence, even if they were in trouble now. They knew the code best, and they still needed to research it in the future. They could not hand over the entire team. He had underestimated the determination of the United States to get their hands on the Amaterasu. Those allies were so fragile in the face of benefits. If they did not hand over the Amaterasu, they would be finished if the other countries joined forces. Anbei was unwilling to hand over a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence. But in the face of such pressure, he had to compromise. Otherwise, the entire economy of Japan would collapse, and he would be in trouble. Having said that, Anbei stood up and left the meeting. Japan had to hand over the team behind the spreading of the virus and the source code to the Security Council for investigation. This news pushed the Satan virus incident to a climax. Japan did not give any explanation. Handing over the people under pressure was equivalent to admitting that the Satan virus was the doing of the artificial intelligence team from Tokyo University. Groups of people gathered outside Tokyo University to protest, attacking and smashing the university. Not only were they dissatisfied with their own losses, but they were also angry that Tokyo University had purposely hidden the truth. The incident was very lively, and the news media all over the world were paying attention. Japan handed over the people and the source code, and the other countries withdrew their pressure on Japan. Only then did the pressure on Japan ease, and they could focus on dealing with the problems in their own country. On a global scale, they had to face another reality. Until now, no company or team had found a feasible way to remove the Satan virus. The Satan virus was still occupying the internet. Without the termite system installed, it still did not dare to let computers easily connect to the internet. Washington, USA, Microsoft headquarters. As Microsoft's CEO, he knows Microsoft is not doing well recently. Network security was facing an unprecedented challenge. Last time, it was the clown virus that easily broke through their Windows firewall, giving the Army Ant Corporation's termite system the opportunity to quickly gain a foothold in the office market. This time, it was even more vicious. The Satan virus directly shook the foundation of network security, and also shook the foundation of their Windows operating system. In the corporate office market and the high-end market, Termite Corporation launched a predatory expansion, causing their company to suffer heavy losses. Nowadays, many office computers and notebooks were shipped with the Army Ant Company's termite system. This was not good news for Microsoft. Operating system was Microsoft's most basic and core business. If this business was shaken, Microsoft's market position will be destroyed. The technology world was changing rapidly. Without breakthroughs and unable to keep up with the developments, Microsoft would be eliminated. Yahoo, Sony, and a series of companies were examples. In the technology industry will not give you many opportunities. After the outbreak of the Satan virus, Feng Yu asked his men to transfer elite teams from Microsoft's R&D centers back to the headquarters. He also borrowed some top IT talents from Microsoft's subsidiary companies to form this temporary network security team. This was to find the cure for the Satan virus as soon as possible. 2 weeks had passed, and there were not many changes. Have you found the cure for the Satan virus? Nadella asked after entering the laboratory. To rush the team, he had to come over every day. We did not succeed. A technician in a white shirt shook his head. This is the first time we have seen an AI virus. This type of virus has a certain level of intelligence and is very flexible. It is very challenging. Then when will we succeed? If we have the source code, it will be easier to develop a targeted killing program. But without the source code, we are not sure how long it will take. Nadella was troubled. He had no way to get the source code of the Satan virus. The source code was in the hands of the government. He did not know why. The government did not release the source code to the various network security companies. That means based on the current progress, we will not be able to complete it within 5 days? Chairman, there are many uncertainties in this research. Perhaps in the next minute, someone would accidentally find a way to remove it. Maybe it will take a day, a month, or even a few years, the man in the white shirt replied. When it came to technology, it could be solved in half an hour. But if one couldn't find a clue, it might not succeed even after a few years. Even the strongest expert could not be sure that they could solve an unknown problem in a certain time. Nadella was very troubled. As long as the virus was not solved, they could only watch as the Army Ant Company's market share continued to increase. In order to stop the Army Ant Company, the operations department had no choice but to buy fake reviewers internationally to guide public opinion and take the opportunity to smear the Army Ant Company. They hoped to stop their expansion, but it did not seem to have much effect. Now that the truth was out, the Army Ant Company's reputation was even higher. While Nadella was troubled, Apple's Cook and Umbrella's product CEO Larry Page were also troubled. The Satan crisis this time allowed the Army Ant Company to swallow the corporate office market like a whale. On the internet, because of the news released by Trump, the whole world was focused on the island state. Various parties also put their hidden games in the open. With the truth out in the open, they were ready to pressure the island state. The P5 countries and Germany all began to pressure the island state, demanding that the island state immediately hand over the R&D team and source code. The voices of the various countries were unanimous. They needed the source code to develop software to remove the virus. In this situation, all parties could be serious at any time. The countries pressuring had already received accurate information that Satan was an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was one of the most important technologies of the 21st century. It represented the technology of the future. The destructive power of Satan showed the horror of artificial intelligence. It was almost like a nuclear weapon on the internet. Therefore, at this time, they had to get this artificial intelligence. Only then would they be able to keep a foothold in the future competition in the internet world. The P5 were unprecedentedly unanimous. They condemned the island state for spreading the virus and threatening the global internet security. They demanded that the island state immediately hand over the Murakami Group and Satan's source code. But the few countries that knew the truth tacitly didn't announce that the Satan virus was an artificial intelligence. The impact of this news was too great. Once it was announced, it would directly affect the development of artificial intelligence. The pressure from all over the world made the island state officials complain. In addition, there was also pressure from the people. The island state was now surrounded by enemies. This was the worst situation the island state had faced since World War II. It was facing pressure from the strongest countries in the world. The Satan virus incident had escalated to a game between countries, reaching an unprecedented climax. The economic situation of the island state had suffered heavy losses from the Satan virus. Under the pressure of various sanctions, it was in danger. In politics, the opposition parties also began to attack and smear the island state government. The island state was now in constant trouble. If they weren't careful, they would be doomed. In the Prime Minister's residence, Anbei's face was frighteningly dark. Those damn hooligans. Even if Anbei restrained himself, he still couldn't help but curse. The Americans did everything they could to get Amaterasu. They didn't care about falling out with them. This made him very unhappy. He had a stomach full of anger, but he couldn't vent it publicly. Island state's government, as well as the public opinion, were all giving him a lot of pressure. Now, other than the United States, there were 4 other major countries and Germany. The 6 most powerful countries in the world had spoken together. Prime Minister, what do we do now? An official asked cautiously. Send someone to negotiate with them. They can hand over the source code of the virus, but after the team trial, they must return to the island state for punishment. Also, immediately revoke all the sanctions. Anbei made the final decision. This team had developed this quasi-artificial intelligence. Even if it was causing trouble now, it was still very important. They were the ones who understood the code the best. In the future, they would still have to rely on them for research. It was impossible for them to hand over the entire team. He had underestimated America's determination to get their hands on Tensho. Their allies were so weak in the face of benefits. If they did not hand over the Tensho, they would be finished once the other countries joined forces. Anbei was unwilling to hand over a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence. However, in the face of such high pressure, he had no choice but to compromise. Otherwise, the entire island state's economy would collapse, and he would also suffer. With that, Anbei stood up and left the meeting. Island State handed over the team behind the spread of the virus and the source code to the United States Senate for trial. This news pushed the Satan virus incident to the climax. Island State did not explain anything. Being pressured to hand over the source code was equivalent to admitting that the Satan virus was spread by the University of Tokyo's artificial intelligence team. A group of people gathered outside the University of Tokyo to protest. They attacked and smashed the University of Tokyo. Not only were they unhappy with their losses, but they were also angry that the University of Tokyo wanted to hide the truth. This incident was very lively, and the global media was paying attention to it. Island State handed over the source code, and other countries also stopped pressuring the island state. This relieved the pressure on the island state, and they could focus on dealing with the domestic problems. On a global scale, they had to face another reality. Until now, no company or team had found a way to remove the Satan virus. The Satan virus was still occupying the internet. Without the termite system, computers still could not connect to the internet easily. Washington, USA, Microsoft headquarters. As the president of Microsoft, he knew Microsoft's situation was not good recently. Their internet security was facing an unprecedented challenge. Previously, the clown virus easily broke through their Windows firewall and gave the Army and Company's termite system a chance to gain a foothold in the office market. This time, it was worse. The Satan virus had shaken the foundation of their internet security and Windows operating system. The termite company's expansion in the office market and high-end market had caused Microsoft to suffer heavy losses. Now, many office computers and laptops were installed with the Army and Company's termite system. This was not good news. The operating system was their company's core business. If this business was shaken, Microsoft's position in the market would be destroyed. The technology world was changing rapidly. Without any breakthroughs, companies that could not keep up with the development will be eliminated. Yahoo, Sony, and a series of other companies were examples. In the technology industry, there were not many opportunities for companies with outdated technologies. After the Satan virus broke out, Nadella asked his men to transfer the elite teams from Microsoft's R&D bases back to the headquarters. He also borrowed some top computer scientists from Microsoft's subsidiary company to form this temporary internet security team. This was to find a way to remove the Satan virus as soon as possible. Half a month had passed, and there was not much movement. "Have you found a way to remove the Satan virus?" Nadella asked when he entered the laboratory. He had to visit the laboratory every day to ask for more information. "Not yet." A technician in a white shirt shook his head. "This is the first time we have seen an intelligent virus. This type of virus has a certain level of intelligence and is flexible. It is very challenging." "Then when will it be successful?" "If we have the source code, it will be easier to develop a targeted killing program. But without the source code, I am not sure when." Nadella had a headache. He had no way to get the source code of the Satan virus. The source code is in the hands of the government. For some reason, the government did not release the source code to the internet security companies. That means based on the current progress, it will not be completed within 5 days? "President, the research is uncertain. Maybe in the next minute, someone will accidentally find a way to remove the virus. Maybe a day, a month, or even a few years." The man in the white shirt replied. Technology might be an accidental inspiration that could be solved in half an hour. But if there was no clue, it might not be successful even after a few years. Even the most powerful experts were not sure if they could solve an unknown problem at a certain point in time. Nadella was very distressed. As long as the virus was not solved, they could only watch the Army and Company's market share increase. In order to stop the Army and Company, the operations department had to buy Internet Water Army to influence public opinion and take the opportunity to smear the Army and Company's reputation. They hoped to stop their expansion, but it did not seem to be effective. Now that the truth was out, the Army and Company became even more famous. While Nadella was distressed, Apple's cook and the president of the umbrella company, Larry Page, were also distressed. The Satan crisis caused the Army and Company to devour the corporate office market. 3 days passed by in a flash. At the Army Ant headquarters, Zhao Men leisurely read all kinds of news. Ever since the computer network security team successfully developed the software to remove Satan, her mood was getting better and better. Now, she was completely like an outsider, watching the open and covert struggles of all parties. The Satan virus incident had escalated to a game between various countries. Mortals like them didn't dare to get close to a fight between immortals to avoid being implicated. Zhao Men didn't know what kind of struggle was going on in private. During this period, the Army Ant Company was very tactful and kept a low profile. They didn't accept any interviews from the outside world. The island state was in a terrible state. The island state government was trying their best to appease the people. After the truth was revealed, the sanctions imposed by the U.S. on the Army Ant Company became awkward. The U.S. government withdrew the sanctions against the Army Ant Company under the pressure of the citizens in earthquake-prone areas. However, they still privately restricted the Army Ant Company from entering the U.S. market. At the same time, they sent people to contact the Army Ant Company again, hoping to fulfill the order for seismographs. On the internet, the abuse and attacks against the army ant company also disappeared. There were only sporadic and negligible comments left. It had been more than half a month since the virus raged. The army ant company still reaped the most benefits. The market share of the termite smart operating system increased exponentially in the past half a month. It occupied half of the computer operating system market. Because the termite system couldn't be cracked or pirated, Microsoft still dominated the market share at the most basic level. However, the ultra-high security made the termite system famous in the global office and high-end market. It also dominated the market share. Even in the US, which restricted the army ant company from entering the market, many companies privately purchased and installed the termite system. They didn't want to suffer again when the next crisis appeared. The sales of the army ant company's office software, laptops, and computers were also shocking. It could be said that the army ant company made a lot of money from this crisis. The initial attacks on the army ant company on the internet didn't have much impact. After the security team had developed the killing program, Zhao Min had not been in a hurry to announce it because she needed the truth. Before the outside world gave the army ant the truth, she would not easily release the program. Now that the truth was out, it was time to resolve this cybersecurity crisis. If it dragged on any longer, it would be too greedy and counterproductive. It's time to update the company's antivirus software. Announce to the public that we have successfully developed the software to remove the Satan virus. Zhao Min picked up the phone and gave the order. Ji Baihe looked at the computer in front of her in distress. It was still a face made up of cold numbers. He was one of the millions of people who had been infected with the Satan virus, but he had no way to complain. The Satan virus had been raging for more than half a month. He had been paying attention to the latest news every day, but there was still no effective way. The only way was to reformat the computer's hard drive and reinstall the system. But this was his office computer. In the computer, there was still some information that had not been backed up. The most important of which was the design that he had painstakingly drawn for 3 months. After being infected by the virus, he wanted to draw the blueprint again, but there was not enough time. If the Satan virus in the computer could not be removed, he would be in trouble. He had to hand in the blueprint in a week. If he could not complete it, the company would suffer losses due to the breach of contract. Whether he could keep his job was still a problem. Now that his father was sick and his children had to go to school, he had become the pillar of the family. If he lost his job, it would be a disaster for his family. Ding dong, while Ji Baihe was distressed, the crazy notifications from WeChat made him come back to his senses. As soon as he opened it, he saw a message from his colleagues in the group. The army ant company has successfully developed the program to remove the Satan virus. Seeing this news, Ji Baihe's pupils shrank. His distressed face turned into ecstasy. He almost jumped up. Army ant, I love you to death. Ji Baihe swore that if the virus in the computer was successfully removed this time, he would immediately buy 2 laptops from the army ant company. This was a timely reign. After reading the announcement from the army ant company, Ji Baihe used another laptop installed with the termite system to log into the official website of the army ant company. According to the instructions in the announcement, he downloaded the latest antivirus software into a blank USB drive. After the download was completed, Ji Baihe took the USB drive with trembling hands and inserted it into the infected computer. He began to read the software in the USB drive according to the instructions. 10 minutes later, seeing the digital face disappear from the computer desktop and all the files were intact, Ji Baihe cried tears of joy. The information and blueprints were saved, and so was his job. This scene happened in every corner of the world. The news that the army ant company had successfully developed the program to remove the virus was like great news, quickly spreading across the depressed internet world. Army ant is awesome. The antivirus software is free for 3 days. The army ant company has a conscience. Those who once slandered the army ant, you can all go to hell. We seem to owe the army ant an apology. The army ant doesn't need an apology from you trolls. You spouted nonsense when you didn't know the truth, and now you want to apologize. The army ant doesn't need an apology from you disgusting people. Thank you, army ant, for retrieving millions of dollars worth of information for me. I swear I will be a loyal fan of the army ant from now on. The Army Ant Company announced the method to kill the Satan virus and once again exposed itself on a global scale. The army ant that was originally wrong still stood up at the most critical moment. After receiving the news, many people, regardless of whether their computer was infected or not, downloaded the army ant's antivirus software, just in case. The army ant updated the company's antivirus software and put an end to this internet security crisis. But the sequelae were not over yet. Due to the terrifying destructive power of the intelligent virus, the 5 countries of the United States had already included internet security and artificial intelligence in the scope of security management. They were discussing the rules for the development of artificial intelligence in the future. Xianxia, South China Sea. Chen Mo looked at Li Qingji in surprise. He was still on his honeymoon. He didn't expect Li Qingji to come here to look for him. You want the code for the termite system's smart firewall and the antivirus software? Yes. There's a piece of bad news. Right now, the US and Russia are on one side, the European group, Britain, Germany, and France are on the other side, and the island state is on the other side. We are excluded from the negotiations. The 4 sides compromised and got the Satan code, but we didn't. Li Qingji's expression was very serious. He was also a little unhappy. Chen Mo nodded. This was not surprising. This kind of cooperation to keep them in check was no longer a secret. Those people would definitely not let go of any opportunity to restrict them. You know what Satan is, right? Artificial intelligence, Chen Mo answered without hesitation. So you do know. Li Qingji was not too surprised. There were many people who knew that Satan was an artificial intelligence, but there was no such news on the internet. This was the result of the deliberate guidance of the various countries. Now there's a problem. From this disaster in the island state, we can see that Satan is also a big problem if it's used as a weapon. It's like a big firecracker on the internet. The other 4 sides have this weapon, but we don't. But you have the shield in your hand. It's the termite system's smart firewall and antivirus software. We are going to use these 2 technologies for in-depth research and development as a possible defensive weapon in the future cyber war. Li Qingji told Chen Mo about the higher-ups' idea. The 4 sides that got the Amaterasu source code had already started to gather people to develop it. Mastering this technology meant that they had the initiative in the future war. Once there was a war between the 2 sides, the cyber war would first paralyze the opponent's domestic network. That would be the disaster in the island state. In order to get the defensive weapon, Li Qingji had to come to Chen Mo. Their researchers could definitely develop it, but it would take a lot of manpower and time. In the current research process, time was the most important. This is also a way to protect the country. Of course, I won't refuse. Chen Mo nodded. This was his country. If he had the ability, he would definitely help. With so many technologies, he didn't care about the smart firewall and antivirus software. No one knew better than him how terrifying artificial intelligence was. The Satan virus was the nuclear of the cyber age. When it was not controlled, it was as destructive as an atomic bomb and could quickly make the opponent pay a heavy price. When it was controlled, it was like nuclear power and could bring about leaps and bounds in human society. This was the dual nature of artificial intelligence. The Mahist girl had this ability. This was also why he felt it was a pity that he couldn't destroy the Amaterasu source code. After receiving Chen Mo's confirmation, Li Qingji smiled. It's very passive to have defensive measures. What about counterbalancing measures? Chen Mo asked. Not at the moment. This will definitely need to be developed. Actually, Satan is a runaway artificial intelligence. I don't know Xiaohua's progress, but I feel that Xiaohua's intelligence is not lower than Satan. Once Xiaohua goes out of control, it will have the same effect. If it doesn't go out of control, it will be a relatively mature artificial intelligence. It will be better than Satan. Satan inherited the transmissibility of the clown virus. If we need a counterbalancing weapon, we can use the clown virus as a base for research. You have the source code of the clown virus? Li Qingji asked curiously. Have you forgotten about the accident with the Jiangnan virus? That was the predecessor of the clown virus. The girl who caused that accident is now an engineer in my company. The source code of the Jiangnan virus contains a smart program. The transmissibility of the clown virus originated from that smart program. Chen Mo naturally didn't dare to say that he had the clown virus. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain how the virus came about. If people thought that he was related to the clown organization, he would be in big trouble. I see. Li Qingji nodded gratefully. With a research direction, they would definitely save a lot of time. At this time was very important. Go and find Xiao Min tomorrow. She will give you the source code of the smart firewall and antivirus software. Okay. Then I won't disturb your honeymoon. Li Qingji stood up from his seat. His face was filled with joy. This was a fruitful trip. He didn't have to worry about not being able to deal with the smart virus attacks in the future. Before I came, the chief asked me to give you a late blessing. Happy wedding. The global cybersecurity crisis came to an end with the release of the Army Ants killing program. The impact of the artificial intelligence virus had entered the final stage, but the aftermath was not over. The chaos in the island state was still ongoing, and the island state government also started to come out to calm the people. The truth that Satan was an artificial intelligence was not exposed, and the private game between a few strong countries was still going on. This was a crisis caused by artificial intelligence. After the crisis ended, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council held a meeting to discuss the rules of the development of artificial intelligence and internet security. The era of artificial intelligence had indeed arrived, and countermeasures had to be formulated to adapt to the development of the new era. This incident made a few strong countries realize that the destructive power of artificial intelligence was even greater than the destructive power of nuclear energy. In order to maintain their position as a strong country in the future, a few countries started to secretly set up project teams to focus on the development of artificial intelligence. The game at the level of the big countries was not something ordinary people could come into contact with. Therefore, on the surface, other than some groundless reports, no one could prove anything. The global storm caused by the Satan virus also slowly disappeared with time. When people talked about it, they realized that they had witnessed history. This Satan incident was also known as the Hiroshima incident of the internet world. The next morning, Chen Mo had just woken up when he saw Xiaoyu wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown. Her eyes were curved into crescents, and she had a mysterious look on her face. Hubby, I have a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? You're so smart, you'll definitely be able to guess it. Xiaoyu smiled and said. Is there any hint? If there's no hint, how can I guess? The scope of this question is too big, and even a supercomputer can't solve it. It's out of the scope. I'll give you a hint. I won't wear high heels for 10 months. 10 months without high heels? A surprise for me? Chen Mo's brain spun quickly, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He immediately became excited and looked at Xiaoyu's stomach. Could it be? I guessed right, you're going to be a father. Xiaoyu stretched out her hand that was behind her back and opened it in front of Chen Mo. A pregnancy test kit lay quietly in her hand, and the 2 lines on it were very eye-catching. Really? Chen Mo hugged Xiaoyu excitedly and laughed foolishly. Then, he carefully stroked Xiaoyu's belly. They haven't grown up yet, and I can't touch them. This was also the first time that Xiaoyu had seen Chen Mo act so hopelessly. She smiled sweetly and said, I suddenly remembered that I didn't have my period this month, so I took a test. The result is true. Then after breakfast, I'll accompany you for a checkup. Chen Mo gently pulled Xiaoyu to sit beside him. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded heavily. After breakfast, Chen Mo took Xiaoyu to the hospital for a pregnancy test. Coming out of the hospital, Chen Mo's face was full of joy. The HCG blood test at the hospital confirmed that Xiaoyu was really pregnant. Where are we going next? Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's arm. Her face was full of happiness, and there was a huge expectation in her heart. Anywhere you want to go. I want to go to the ends of the earth today. Tomorrow, we'll leave for Kayunzinan. Okay. The 2's honeymoon trip also returned to peace. For the rest of the trip, Chen Mo carefully protected Xiaoyu. 5 days later, the trip to Kayunzinan ended. The two's vacation also came to an end, and they rushed back to Binhai City. We're finally back. Zhao Min entered Chen Mo's office and handed the documents in her hands to Chen Mo. You've earned so much in the past half a month. Chen Mo scanned the documents carefully and was a little surprised. In the past half a month, the termite system's profits were in the tens of billions. No wonder so many people were jealous of them. A windfall fell from the sky. This time, our company became the biggest beneficiary of the smart virus. After this incident, the termite system successfully took over half a wall river in the office field. Many companies in the country cooperated with us. In high-end electronic office products, our system was built into the factory. In the official office equipment, our company's system also became the first choice. The office field is a cash cow, so we were lucky this time. The pie that fell was a little hard, and we ate it. We earned a lot. Next, it's the problem of digesting it, Zhao Min said. Sit down and talk. Chen Mo and Zhao Min both sat down on the sofa. Now, there are a few things that I need to discuss with you and listen to your opinions. As soon as they sat down, Zhao Min spoke. The first thing is to separate the computer operations department. The termite system is now a large scale, and the expansion of the staff is imperative. Now that the computer operations department is mature, I'm going to let them be independent. If the size of the headquarters is too big, it's easy to not be able to get rid of them. If we let them be independent, it'll be easier to expand and easier to manage. Prepare this according to your ideas. Just let me know the final execution plan. Chen Mo was not good at the company's operations. If Zhao Min wanted to separate their business, he would not object. This was because the termite system was not the core technology that he managed. The second thing is about the US. The US Department of Commerce has revoked the sanctions on us, but when we enter the US market, they are still restricting us in private. What's more shameless is that their ambassador spoke to me and wants me to continue to fulfill the order for the seismograph. What do you think? I don't know much about business matters. You tell me, and I'll listen. Chen Mo said. We have to earn the money. They are cheap. We only agreed to the order because they compensated us with the seismograph. Now, they are looking for trouble. I received news that the consortiums behind Apple, Umbrella, and Microsoft gave their presidents the go-ahead. That's why they sanctioned us. But this has nothing to do with us. Next, if they want to buy the seismograph, they have to pay the full amount in advance before we sign the contract. Their order is 100 units, and it's $50 million per unit. Hee hee. Zhao Min couldn't help but laugh when she thought about how upset the Americans were. $5 billion in cash was not a small number. If they took out that much cash, it would be enough to annoy the US president for 2 days. Seeing Zhao Min's cunning smile, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched. He had a moment of silence for the Americans. I'll leave it to you, Chen Mo said. The third thing is about the nuclear fusion project on the Science Island. The China National Nuclear Corporation is speeding up the construction. With enough funds, they are going to be a lot faster than expected. But it will still take some time before the project is completed. Based on the current estimation, it will take a few months. Really? Looks like we can't rush this. Chen Mo nodded. Light nuclear fusion research was his main task at the moment. The simulation experiment was completed more than a month ago, and his preparation work was almost done. But the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute must be completed before he can build the star ring and conduct the actual experiment. Once the star ring was operational and reached the net energy output, the scientific library mission would be completed. But the construction of the research institute was complicated. Even with the China National Nuclear Corporation's full effort, it would still take some time. How was your honeymoon? Did it go well? You look so happy. You must be in a good mood, Zhao Min said after they finished talking about work. Yeah, Xiaoyu is pregnant. Chen Mo couldn't hide the joy on his face. Oh, that's great news. Zhao Min's face lit up. Looks like I can be an aunt now. The two chatted about their daily lives. After Zhao Min left the office, Chen Mo changed into his lab robe and headed to Building 1. 4 months passed by in a blink of an eye. During these few months, the Satan virus incident subsided and the internet slowly returned to normal. The news of the Satan virus incident slowly faded and Chen Mo's life returned to normal. During these 4 months, other than spending time with the pregnant Xiaoyu, he spent the rest of his time in building one developing technology to prepare the technological foundation for future research and development. During this time, Huaxia officials began to recommend the Army Ant Company's termite system, which benefited the Army Ant a lot. Island State also released news that after this incident, Anbei made a big change in the cabinet. In Europe, Britain, France, and Germany announced the establishment of an artificial intelligence research institute to develop artificial intelligence. Huaxia, the United States, and Russia also established a special artificial intelligence project to develop artificial intelligence to the level of nuclear energy. As various celebrity scandals diverted people's attention, time smoothed out the last ripples of the smart virus incident and a new storm was brewing. Yang Mingzhi looked around at the minimalist style and futuristic decorations. He was a little curious about what kind of person his next boss would be. Zhao Min personally invited him to be the general manager of the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, a joint venture between the Army Ant and the government. He agreed without much thought. He had heard of the founder of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo, many times on the news, but he had never met him up close. Today, he came to meet his future boss. This is Yang Mingzhi, a master's in business administration, a senior engineer at the research level. He was the deputy general manager of the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, the deputy general manager, and secretary of the Taishan Nuclear Energy Group. He resigned 2 months ago and I invited him to join the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group as the general manager. He has been building the management team of the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. Zhao Min introduced Chen Mo when she saw him. Manager Yang, welcome to join us. It's my pleasure, Chairman. Yang Mingzhi looked at the young man who was less than half his age. It was incredible that this young man, who was about the same age as his son, could support the largest and most technologically advanced private enterprise in Huaxia. From now on, I'll leave the management of the nuclear energy group to you. It's my duty. Thank you for your trust, Chairman. After exchanging pleasantries, the two got down to business. Yang Mingzhi began to elaborate on his plans for the future development of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Corporation. Apart from that, there was one more important thing. In the past 4 months, the China National Nuclear Corporation had accelerated the construction of the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute project. The main laboratory of the research institute had been completed. After receiving the contact from the Army Ant Company, the Academy of Science also sent researchers to assist them in the construction of the star ring. Today was the day that the researchers from the Academy of Sciences would arrive. Wang Yuanqi sat on the bus and looked at the futuristic Army Ant Group headquarters outside the window with a face full of amazement. The ant nest lived up to its name. A few years ago, it was hard to imagine that Huaxia would have a company that could rise at such a crazy speed and stand at the top of the world's technology. The Army Ant Company and the Academy of Science were working together to develop controlled nuclear fusion technology. As the representative of the Academy of Science, he was sent here. Li Jian was the person in charge of the Dongfang Chaohuan experimental project on Science Island and could not leave. Wang Yan was the head of the police station and had many tasks on hand, so he couldn't possibly come over. However, Chen Mo's research materials were too important, so an important person had to come over to learn the theory and technology. As the most senior expert in the high-temperature plasma research project, Wang Yuanqi was sent here. The controlled nuclear fusion technology involved too many fields and there was a serious shortage of related talents. Some of the more experienced researchers had their own tasks and could not be sent here. It was already very rare for an academician-level researcher like Wang Yuanqi to come over personally. The public generally thought that the cooperation between the Academy of Science and the Army Ant Company was led by the Academy of Science. However, only those who knew the inside story knew that it was actually led by Chen Mo from the Army Ant Company. Although the materials that Chen Mo gave them were only a simulation experiment, it involved a lot of new technologies and theories. There were also some new formulas that were different from previous research. These formulas gave them a lot of new insights into their research. Therefore, the Academy of Science asked him to bring a group of young researchers over. Their main purpose was to learn from Chen Mo's theory and technology. At the same time, they were also cultivating technical talents. The bus passed the inspection and successfully entered the headquarters of the Army Ant Company. There was a slight commotion among the people in the bus. They curiously looked at the headquarters of the Army Ant Company outside the window. They had heard of the famous Army Ant Company and had also heard about it on the news more than once. However, this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. They also knew that the target of this cooperation was the Army Ant Company. As soon as Wang Yuanqi got off the bus, the host, Chen Mo, came up to him and shook his hand. "Welcome, Academician Wan." "Academician Chen, I've heard a lot about you." When Wang Yuanqi saw Chen Mo, his smile made the wrinkles on his face pile up. "You're welcome. This is the general manager of the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, Yang Mingzhi." Chen Mo introduced Yang Mingzhi to Wang Yuanqi. After the two of them greeted each other, Wang Yuanqi turned around and looked at the young researchers who got off the bus. "These are the research teams from the Academy of Science. It's their first time here. They hope to visit your company." There were only 8 female researchers in the team of 30 people. The rest were male researchers. They were all between the ages of 25 to 35. They were the new batch of doctorates from the Academy of Science. The marching ants had promised to invest at least 60 billion in this project, which was great news for the high-temperature plasma research that was short on funds. They were all excellent researchers selected by the Academy of Science. They were not experts. They came here to conduct research and accumulate a lot of experience. If Chen Mo's research was successful, this group of people would be the new generation leaders of the high-temperature plasma research in the Academy of Science in the future. Even if they did not succeed, they would accumulate a lot of experience and become the backbone of the Plasma Research Institute in the future. In order to fight for a spot, many of them had used all of their abilities. Chen Mo glanced at the people in the team and nodded slightly. He did not expect the Academy of Science to send a lot of high-level researchers. Although he was collaborating with the Academy of Science already had the Super Loop project on the Science Island. They also had other tokamak experimental devices under construction. In the field of high-temperature plasma, there was a global shortage of professionals. It was impossible for too many high-level researchers to support a private company's research. Chen Mo's main purpose of collaborating with the government was to speed up the research of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Without the resources and channels from the Huaxia government, it was impossible to build a controlled nuclear fusion research institute. Even if it was a foreign country, it was impossible to build a nuclear fusion research institute. If he was allowed to do it alone, he could do it with the support of the scientific library. But in the real world, atoms were bound by international conventions. It was impossible for him to jump out of the existing world rules and do whatever he wanted. Unless he really had the ability to break the rules, otherwise, doing it alone was no different from suicide. In the collaboration with the government, he only needed a project and resources. It didn't matter how many people they sent over. Even if he was alone, as long as the research institute was built, he would succeed. Other than Wang Yuanqi, the rest of the team members should be fledgling researchers. The controlled nuclear fusion technology he obtained was similar and different from the previous ones. A lot of it needed to be learned from scratch. These researchers should have good learning ability. Therefore, they could be of some help. Science Island was located on the bund of Xianxia, covering an area of more than 6,000 acres. The climate on the island was pleasant and the scenery was beautiful. Because it was far from the center of Binhai City, there were not many people living around, so the island was not developed. When the nuclear fusion project was confirmed, Chen Mo applied to the officials of Binhai City to use the island as a nuclear fusion research site, and the officials immediately agreed. This unknown island had now become the focus of the people of Binhai City and was known as the Science Island of Binhai City. Next to the Science Island, there was an armed police detachment, which had a natural security force. After the island was confirmed to be the experimental site of the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group's Nuclear Fusion Research Institute, the officials of Binhai City moved the nearest police station to the island, which was the only way to provide sufficient security for the project. On the island, there were also veterans hired by Huaxia Nuclear Energy Corporation as the security force of the island. Chen Mo and the others entered the science island under the escort of the special police. The group of people also got out of the car and looked around to familiarize themselves with the future work environment. At this time, the research institute and the dormitory had been completed, but other living facilities and construction were still ongoing. All kinds of projects were being carried out at the same time. Construction isolation areas could be seen everywhere, and many workers and machines were speeding up the schedule. The area where everyone was located was the central area of the science island, and the main nuclear fusion research institute was right in front of them. The main body of the institute where the star ring was installed was underground, and the exterior was only 5 stories high. It looked like a larger ordinary building, with an arched shape, white body, and a very large body. Fingerprint and facial recognition were used at the door. Once an outsider was found, the artificial intelligence would sound the alarm, and the security personnel would automatically close the passage. The most important experimental data center could only be entered by Chen Mo and Wan Yuanqi. Even Zhao Min and Yang Mingzhi could not get close. The data center also needed voice and gait recognition, and Chen Mo had to confirm the identity of the copied data. With 4 intelligent identification functions, it was harder for outsiders to sneak into the institute and steal the research data. Everyone's fingerprints and facial information were entered into the database, and Chen Mo and the team entered the institute together. The exterior of the institute was simple and unadorned, but the interior was very futuristic. The minimalist style of science and technology. With the technical support of the Marching Ant Company, the entire research institute was already intelligent. The Army Ant Company's Enchantress robots and security personnel were patrolling the entrance of the research institute. After entering the smart elevator, they entered the laboratory where Starlink was installed. The laboratory was a circular area with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 4 stories. This is the construction area of Starlink. Chen Mo looked down at the empty area from the corridor and said, "The experimental equipment for Star Ring will be built here. Your mission is to assist in the construction of the Star Ring." After Chen Mo finished speaking, a female researcher with a ponytail and round metal-rimmed glasses asked, "Chief Engineer Chen, we don't know the structure of the Star Ring device you mentioned. How do we assist you?" Bailey Jing looked directly at Chen Mo. Her gaze was a little evasive. It was not that she had done something wrong, but as a graduate of a world-renowned university who was a few years older than Chen Mo, she seemed so insignificant compared to Chen Mo. Looking directly at this legendary figure, she felt a little inferior. However, this young man, who was younger than her, had a certain charisma that made her nervous. "So, this is what you need to learn." Chen Mo led the team into the tunnel and soon arrived at another laboratory. It was still a circular laboratory. Other than computers, there was also a holographic projector. "Activate." While everyone was confused, Chen Mo turned on the microphone on the console and said, "Activate." The lights in the laboratory dimmed and the holographic projector lit up. A 3-meter-tall device was projected in the center of the laboratory. No one could see the internal structure of the device, but from the outside, it was very different from the tokamak device. The device's waist was like a fat man's, and there were not as many tubes as the tokamak device. Looking at the appearance of the holographic projector, the entire team couldn't help but marvel at the advanced holographic technology. Then, they started to examine the device that Chen Mo called Starlink. Can this device be used for experiments? What about superconductivity? Without superconductors, it's impossible to achieve the supermagnetic field needed for fusion reactions. A researcher couldn't help but mutter. He didn't dare to question Chen Mo loudly, but he still had doubts. The Eastern Superloop was almost the most advanced tokamak device in the world. It used superconductivity technology and low-temperature superconductivity technology to provide supermagnetic confinement. That was how the device could operate in a stable state with high confinement. Did Chen Mo have superconductivity technology? Did he have diverter materials? The country couldn't give these technologies to individuals for research. This device only had a shape, so it made people wonder if it could be used for nuclear fusion research. His muttering was heard by everyone around him, and they all nodded in agreement. This was indeed a problem. The nuclear fusion reaction required a super-strong magnetic field to accelerate the deuterium-tritium atoms and raise the temperature to the hundreds of millions of degrees required for the fusion reaction. It was almost impossible for ordinary technology to achieve this condition. Although Chen Mo was very powerful, they still had to doubt the feasibility of this device. They couldn't rule out the possibility that Chen Mo's theory was correct, but they doubted that Chen Mo could complete the experimental conditions required to complete the theory. Chen Mo also heard the researchers muttering, but he didn't care. This was a huge project that involved too many complicated technologies. They knew the difficulties better than anyone else. It was normal for these researchers to have doubts, but it would be abnormal if they believed that Lu Zhou would succeed just because they saw the model. This is the star ring. As for the technology related to the star ring device, you don't have to worry about it. I've already prepared everything. Your mission is to assist me in assembling the components of the device into the star ring. Chen Mo said calmly. There are 30 of you. You specialize in high-temperature plasma physics, high-temperature superconductivity physics, material physics, condensation physics, magnetic physics, etc. Go to your respective labs according to your specialization. There are smart robots, computers, and holographic projectors in your labs. Your task is to understand the working principle of the part of the device that you are responsible for. As for whether you can create new sparks, it is up to you. If you have any research that you want to do, you can submit the project information and apply for funding. If the project is feasible, the company will give you the funding. Remember, the information that you are going to learn is confidential and cannot be leaked to the public. Don't be excited just because you have discovered something new. Don't write a paper and publish it just because you have learned something new. This research institute is not a place for you to publish research papers and raise your own reputation. Since you are here, you should know the confidentiality rules better than I do. You all know how serious the consequences are if the technology is leaked. Let me give you a heads up. If you doubt me and think that the experiment won't succeed, you can leave now. I won't blame you, and I won't stop you. The Academy of Science will arrange for you to be transferred to other units. After all, there is a shortage of people in this field. If you want to stay, work according to the tasks that I have assigned. Otherwise, I will chase you away personally. It will be embarrassing for both of us. Of course, if you have any questions during this process, you can ask me. If the conditions permit, I will answer your questions in detail. Chen Mo suddenly became serious. His majestic voice silenced the entire team. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. All of them were older and more educated than Chen Mo. However, they didn't dare to refute Chen Mo's words. This was because Chen Mo was now an authoritative figure. They were Chen Mo's students. They knew the consequences of refuting their supervisor. If he was building the star ring in building number 1, he would be able to use all kinds of robots. However, this was a nuclear fusion research institute. Some things had to be reserved. Also, humans were more flexible than robots. Some of the work of building the star ring could not be done by robots. It had to be done by humans. This was why Chen Mo needed their help. This is the data center. All the experimental data of the research institute will be placed here. With Academician Wan's authority, you can access the data here. Chen Mo took Wan Yuanqi into the data center of the research institute. The data center was still made of metal and had a minimalist futuristic style. In addition to the robots that were on duty 24 hours a day, there were also various cameras and sensors. Inside the thick tempered glass wall was the mainframe of the data center. Without Chen Mo's authorization, outsiders could not get close to the mainframe. The computers in the laboratory were connected to the mainframe here. Anyone who needed to copy the data and view the highest level technical data of the research institute had to enter this laboratory. Moreover, no electronic equipment was allowed to enter this place. The security level of the technical data was not lower than that of any research institute in the world. Then I'll get some data first. Wan Yuanqi couldn't wait. Under Chen Mo's guidance, he began to look at the data of Chen Mo's research. Even he only had the authority to view the data and couldn't copy it. Ever since he saw Chen Mo's simulation data last time, he couldn't forget this data. In theory, it could achieve controlled nuclear fusion energy output technology. If it was successful, the history of human energy would be changed. Although they didn't think that Chen Mo could develop it in a short time, it involved new nuclear fusion technology. Today's research on the tokamak device had reached a bottleneck. Chen Mo's theoretical research could be a new direction. Even if Chen Mo's theory was not successful, some parts of it might be a stone in another mountain. After looking at Chen Mo's theoretical data, Wang Yuanqi was addicted to it. He couldn't take his eyes off every sentence and every formula. The more Wang Yuanqi read, the more serious his expression became. There were tens of thousands of simulation experiment data in it. The data of each simulation experiment was much more complete than the data given to them in the beginning. Now, he realized that the data given to them by Chen Mo was only the tip of the iceberg. Now that he saw the complete theory, he was shocked. This set of theory showed that tritium could be self-contained in the star ring reactor. During the fusion reaction, tritium would have problems such as retention and could not participate in the fusion reaction. This would cause the amount of tritium in the reactor to decrease until it could no longer maintain the steady-state operation of the reactor and the fusion reaction was terminated. Therefore, the problem of tritium self-sustaining had always been one of the bottlenecks of controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Mo's controlled fusion theory solved the problem of thorium self-sustaining. Although it was only a theory and had not been put into practice, it had to be said that it was indeed possible. At present, the industrial production of tritium was using neutrons from a reactor to bombard targets such as lithium fluoride, lithium carbonate, and lithium magnesium alloy to produce tritium, and then using thermal diffusion to enrich the tritium. In addition to artificially prepared tritium, there is also tritium in nature. Tritium in nature is produced by high-energy neutrons carried by cosmic rays bombarding the deuterium nucleus. The reaction of light nuclear fusion was deuterium, 2D, plus tritium, 3T, helium He plus neutron, N, plus a large amount of energy. Every deuterium-tritium fusion would produce a neutron N of 14 MeV energy. This information showed that under an extremely strong magnetic field, the deuterium-tritium fusion produced high-energy neutrons that bombarded the deuterium, thus producing tritium. This made the tritium cycle possible in the reactor. Since each fusion reaction only produced one neutron, there was no need to worry about an uncontrolled chain reaction. There was also no need to find a way to control the number of neutrons. This was one of the reasons why nuclear fusion technology was safer than nuclear fission technology. Even if some of the neutrons could not hit the deuterium atom, as long as a portion of the tritium was added, the consumption of tritium would be greatly reduced. The researchers had thought of this idea before, but there was no technical solution. According to Chen Mo's theory, the star ring could solve this problem. If it was feasible, it meant that a core problem of controlled nuclear fusion had been solved. However, Wang Yuanqi felt a bit uncomfortable. Because the information only recorded the theory of tritium self-sustaining, the specific technical solution did not appear in the information. The technical information of the entire star ring device was not in the information. Is there any tritium self-sustaining technology? Wang Yuanqi asked. The tritium self-sustaining technology is not here. It's with us. This is the theoretical information that can be shared with the researchers of the nuclear energy group. The technology of the nuclear energy group needs to be developed by the researchers of the group. Only then can it be shared between both parties. When the time comes, the core components of the star ring will be produced and provided by the Army Ant Group, Chen Mo said. The core components of the star ring involve the materials and technology of the diverter, the normal temperature superconductor material, and the tritium self-sustaining technology. It was impossible to give these technologies to the nuclear energy group unconditionally. He had to keep some of them. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if the Academy of Sciences took these technologies and went on their own. So, the tritium self-sustaining problem is theoretically solved? Wang Yuanqi didn't think too much. He only cared about whether this technology was successful or not. Yes. We only need to build the star ring and conduct experiments to see if this technology is feasible. Great! Wang Yuanqi smiled in surprise. He had spent most of his life on nuclear fusion research. Now that he saw the light, even if it was only theoretical, he was still happy. Based on his decades of experience, he could tell at a glance that those theoretical formulas were not fake. Other than that, Xianxia had also built a plasma turbulence model in his simulation experiment. This turbulence model was more convincing than the theoretical information. The plasma movement in the tokamak device was very unstable. Scientists couldn't understand this instability, so they couldn't find a way to improve the design of the tokamak device to suppress this instability. With the plasma turbulence model, even if it was just a simulation, it was still great news. Xianxia was still doubtful about Xianxia's ability to develop nuclear fusion technology. But after seeing this theory, all his doubts were dispelled. Academician Chen, I have something to ask. Go ahead. I want to make a copy of this theoretical information and send it back to the Academy of Sciences in Xianxia Province. Is it possible? This theory will be very helpful to the controlled nuclear fusion research, Xianxia said with anticipation. Yes, these theories can be shared. But I have to remind you that these theories cannot be published as a thesis, Xianxia said. We understand. Xianxia was overjoyed. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so straightforward. Can you do the plasma turbulence model? Not possible. Xianxia shook his head and said, if they want to see the plasma turbulence model, they can join the team. I will authorize them to look at it. The data cannot be copied. Xianxia was a little disappointed when he heard this answer. He didn't say anything. That was the key technology. It was normal that Xianxia didn't want to share it. Xianxia had given them enough. Academician 1, do you want to take a look at your laboratory first? Okay. Xianxia looked at the data on the computer screen. He was a little reluctant to leave. Even if he only roughly looked at it, it had already given him a big surprise. If he studied it in depth, he would be even more surprised. But now, he had just arrived. He had a lot of time to study it in the future. Xianxia Province Academy of Sciences. A few core engineers of the tokamak project were sitting around a table as they discussed the data intensely. The data they were discussing was Xianxia's controlled nuclear fusion theory. The moment Li Qingji sent the theoretical data back, they gathered together to study the data. Amazing, amazing. It seems like there is a reason why Academician Chen is so confident in researching controlled nuclear fusion technology. If we publish this theory as a thesis, it might lead to a new direction for nuclear fusion research. A new formula. I have to say, this Academician Chen is a genius. This theory may allow our tokamak research to reach a new level. Don't even think about publishing it. This data is top secret. Even though we joined the ITER program, Huaxia scientists have always been excluded from the core departments. The ITER program won't help us too much. Russia and the United States are all secretly working on it. This data is our trump card to stay ahead of the game. Also, if we publish this data, Academician Chen will look into it and we won't be able to protect our reputation, said an old academician in a serious tone. Lao He is just praising Academician Chen's brilliance. Don't take it seriously. But after seeing this theory, I want to join their project. Our project is the entire Huaxia project. Academician Chen's project is a semi-private project. There is a lack of talent in this field and we can't split too many people. Lao Wan is already the limit. Let's take this theory first and see if we can optimize the tokamak device. I feel like this theory will lead to a new breakthrough in our tokamak experiment, said Li Jian. Just one theory was enough to give them a new understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. The old academicians and engineers were all discussing the beauty of the theory. They might not be the top scientists in the field of nuclear fusion research, but Huaxia's controlled nuclear fusion technology had always been at the forefront of the world. It relied on the wisdom of the team. This was because controlled fusion technology was not meant to be an individual's glory. It was also impossible to publish any technical papers. No matter who made a new discovery, it would be the glory of their entire team. Of course, the person who broke through the bottleneck would also be rewarded. Xianxia sent a copy of the controlled nuclear fusion theory back to the Science Island Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences in Xianxia Province. This matter was permitted by Xianxia. This was because the core technology of Starlink was still in his hands. Those theories were, at most, equivalent to a few important papers. It was obviously not easy to turn a theory into a technology, so Chen was not worried that the celestial ring technology would be leaked. Not long after, a piece of news arrived. Zhao Min's holographic projection appeared next to Chen, and Chen stopped what he was doing. Yang Mingzhi just sent a message. The parts of Star Ring that we ordered from China National Nuclear Corporation have arrived at Science Island. We're finally here. We have something to do next, Chen said. After the team from the Academy of Sciences went to the Science Island in Binhai City, Chen arranged for them to study the relevant theories and prepare for the construction of Star Ring. Now that the parts of Star Ring had arrived, it was time to build it. I'm going to the Science Island. Do you want to come with me? Sure. Zhao Min nodded. Mahast girl, inform the transportation department to come over and ship the parts of Star Ring to the Science Island. I've already informed them. Chen took off his lab robe and left Building 1. After preparing for so long, the day had finally arrived. The next step was to assemble Star Ring. As soon as Chen arrived at the entrance of Building 1, Zhao Min also appeared. She was wearing a professional suit, which outlined the temperament of a CEO. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Not long after the two stood still, the staff of the transportation department and the security personnel of the Army Ant Company also arrived at the entrance of Building 1. Under the guidance of the robots, the 3 special containers containing the parts of Star Ring were loaded onto the vehicles. Chen and Zhao Min, together with the transportation and security vehicles, headed to the Science Island. In front of the convoy, there were 3 motorcycle police officers leading the way, 4 security vehicles of the Army Ant Company, 2 special police vehicles, and 2 security vehicles of the Army Ant Company. Including the car that Chen and Zhao Min were in, there were a total of more than a dozen vehicles lined up in a long line. The mighty array of vehicles attracted the attention of the people on the roadside. Good Lord, is the Army Ant Company going to do something big again? That's in the direction of the Science Island. The convoy should be going to the Science Island to deal with the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Special police escort. It's as if the police of Binhai City are all from the Army Ant Company. Don't be jealous. The Science Island is a semi-official project of cooperation between the Army Ant Company and the Academy of Sciences. Isn't it normal to have a special police escort for such important technology? If you have technology worth hundreds of billions, it's fine to have a police escort. The people on the road saw the logo of the Army Ant Company on the containers and knew that this was an important piece of technology from the Army Ant Company. This scene was naturally captured by the passers-by and posted on the internet. However, no one knew what was inside the special containers. Such a big array of vehicles still caused a lot of speculation on the internet. However, these things had nothing to do with Chen. 20 minutes later, the long convoy passed through the gate leading to the Science Island Bridge and entered the Science Island. On the shore of the sea, Dong Quan held a telescope and watched the convoy enter the island. After being here for more than half a year, he also knew about the changes on the island. The construction of the research institute was much faster than expected. From the current situation, the main research institute of the Science Island had been completed, and the team of the Academy of Sciences had also moved into the Science Island. Today, there were 2 groups of vehicles entering the Science Island. Obviously, there was a big movement on the Science Island. However, he had no way of knowing how far the project had progressed. After a long time, Dong Quan put down the telescope and focused his attention on the fishing rod. This matter was impossible in a short period of time, so it could only be planned slowly. Not only Dong Quan, but with the emergence of a big movement on the Science Island, some people who were interested in nuclear fusion technology also put their attention on the Science Island. On the Science Island, Wang Yuanqi and a group of team members were already waiting at the Research Institute. They all knew that the parts for starring had arrived. The next step was to assemble starring. They had been studying here for so long, and it was finally going to be put to use. As soon as the convoy arrived outside the Research Institute, Wang Yuanqi stared at the container with the Army Ant Company logo on the truck. He couldn't wait. After coming here, he really saw Chen Mo's various technologies, and he was very envious of many of them. The biggest problems in controlled nuclear fusion technology were the field system, tritium self-sustaining, and the diverter material for the first wall. The tritium self-sustaining had already been solved in Chen Mo's theory, and the diverter material was also the most important. This was the key component to maintain the long-term stable state of the fusion reaction. As the first wall of the reactor, the diverter needed to be made of materials with thermal fatigue properties above 800 degrees Celsius for a long period of time. It also needed to be able to withstand the high temperature of 2000 to 3000 degrees Celsius when the plasma was destroyed. It also needed to be able to resist neutron radiation and plasma radiation. The Academy of Sciences research had already made a breakthrough in the diverter material. However, Xianxia used his own diverter material. He was very curious about what kind of new material the Army Ant Company had developed. Other than that, there was also the field system. In the current experiments, only the superconductor material could provide a strong confinement magnetic field. If it wasn't superconductor material, the confinement magnetic field would not be strong enough. Xianxia's starring design did not have an ultra-low temperature system. Obviously, there was no low-temperature superconductor material. He also wanted to know what material the field system would use. There is a diverter and a field system inside? Yes, all the core components of starring are inside. Xianxia nodded. Can I know what material the diverter and field system are made of? The bottom of the reactor is gallium copper graphite tungsten alloy. Rare earth elements and some other heat-resistant metal elements were added to synthesize a new type of liquid metal. It has the properties of gallium and the thermal fatigue properties of tungsten. The walls of the reactor are made of fine crystalline tungsten alloy, Xianxia said. The diverter's liquid metal was a technology from the light nuclear fusion technology provided by the scientific library. There were many similar liquid metal technologies in the scientific library. Xianxia could synthesize them at any time. Liquid metal? You actually developed the diverter's liquid metal? Wang Yuanqi's voice broke. He was filled with shock. If this news was made public, it would probably cause a commotion in the nuclear fusion research field. What about the field system's materials? It's a secret for now. Xianxia gave Wang Yuanqi a mysterious smile. He would think about whether or not to announce the room temperature superconductor material after starring was completed. Now was not the time. He needed to focus on starring. After talking with Wang Yuanqi, Lu Zhou walked towards the other members of the team. When the other members of the team saw Xianxia walking towards them, they immediately became alert and stared at him. Early in the morning, Xianxia came out of the room and saw Xiaoyu with a pregnant belly, setting the tableware at the dining table. Now Xiaoyu was 5 months pregnant, and her belly was obviously bulging. At this time, Xiaoyu's face had a maternal temperament, and she was in a very good mood. Okay, let me do the rest, you sit down. Xianxia walked behind Xiaoyu and helped her sit down. He reached out and gently stroked her belly. You are pregnant, don't be too tired, there are robots and nannies. This is just occasionally, it's not heavy work. Pregnant women also have to move, right? Otherwise, if I don't do anything, I will really become a waste. Xiaoyu put her hands on her belly with a gentle smile on her face. Okay, you are right. Eat breakfast first, remember not to be too tired at home, otherwise, if mom knows, she will scold me. Xianxia gave Xiaoyu a bowl of porridge and handed it over. After breakfast, Xiaoyu tidied up Qianmo's shirt. Don't work too hard, take care of your body, and come back early tonight. Okay, rest well at home. If there is anything, let the nanny or Zhenju do it. If you want anything, just call me. I know, I will give the baby prenatal education, and then I will give you a smart son. I like girls, if the son is too smart, the mother will become stupid. Really? See, now you are starting to become stupid. So, it is better to give birth to a girl, otherwise, she will be stupid for 3 years. Xianxia stroked Xiaoyu's blue hair. Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose and said, I like a son, so be it. Be good and stay at home, I will come back early tonight to accompany you. Xianxia kissed Xiaoyu's forehead, turned and left the villa, and went to Science Island. Xiao Jing, why didn't Academician Chen win an international award when he is so powerful? Why didn't he win any other famous awards? An ordinary-looking female doctor with a little freckles on her face asked Bailey Jing. Academician Chen's research is all about technology development. He has never published any technical papers to the outside world. His research is not for awards, so this should be normal, right? Bailey Jing, who had a ponytail, said. Another female researcher nodded and said, that's true. Academician Chen hasn't published any papers before. Do you think Starlink will succeed? Even though I admire Academician Chen, controlled nuclear fusion isn't an ordinary technology. ITER, the world's top physicists, had failed, and Professor Chen had designed Celestial Ring alone. How difficult was this? The Super Ring project was designed successfully with the wisdom of the Academy of Science. Disregarding everything else, the diverter material and superconducting technology were both problems. Without these technologies, it would be a problem whether the star ring could provide a strong enough magnetic field to maintain the stable operation of the reaction. But Academician Chen invested tens of billions in this project. Do you think Academician Chen will spend money on these impossible theories? Do you think money can solve a problem that even the world's top physicists can't solve? If it can, then it won't be a problem. There shouldn't be a big breakthrough in the technology in the short term. Take it step by step. After a decade, with Academician Chen's wisdom, there might be a breakthrough. But we all know that Academician Chen doesn't specialize in high-temperature plasma. Different professions make a world of difference. On the way to the Celestial Ring laboratory, the members of the team began to discuss among themselves. There were technical issues, gossip issues, and even why Chen Mo had gotten married so early were all topics of discussion. The members of the research team all thought that the current research was just an exploration to accumulate technical experience. These basic experiments were exactly what they lacked. However, they didn't have high hopes for success. Bailey Jing didn't participate in the discussion. Instead, she was thinking about the project she was responsible for. Her specialization was magnetic field materials. The project Chen Mo gave her was the construction of a magnetic field system. This project was very important, even though it was only theoretical. They couldn't touch the core technology because they weren't qualified enough. They could only assist in the assembly of Star Ring. Star Ring's field system was different from the tokamak's magnetic field system. It wasn't strictly a polar field or a longitudinal field. Different magnetic fields meant that the design of the device would be very different. She was a little curious about the design of the star ring that Chen Mo was talking about. However, they couldn't see the design of star ring, so they could only do their jobs. She didn't agree with the other team members' pessimism. Her intuition told her that Chen Mo definitely had a way to solve the problem they were talking about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to invest in nuclear fusion technology. During this period of construction, they were all assisting the staff in the construction of Star Ring. They couldn't touch some of the core components, so they didn't know the specific materials and functions. Therefore, she felt that Chen Mo seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in Star Ring. After entering the Star Ring laboratory, everyone quieted down and went to their respective workstations to prepare for the construction of Star Ring. Not long after, Chen Mo arrived as well. The construction of Star Ring had already begun. Chen Mo was the chief engineer and designer of Star Ring, so he had to personally participate in the construction. Star Ring was slowly taking shape, and there were no problems for the time being. It was only a matter of time before the construction was completed. Everyone, get ready. Today's task is to install the star pillar structure. After everyone arrived, Chen Mo started to arrange the tasks for the day. The star pillar was one of the core components of Star Ring. It was located at the center of the entire device, and its function was similar to the central solenoid of the tokamak. It was responsible for the transmission of electricity and the cooling medium. The star pillar was the key component of Star Ring. It was similar to the spine of the human body. Its function was self-evident. After Chen Mo gave the order, the components of the star pillar structure were transported out. It was a cylinder with a diameter of 1 meter, and it was wrapped in a special material. All the researchers were curious about this star pillar, including Wang Yuanqi. There were cables, cooling tubes, and diagnostic cables inside the star pillar. It was loaded with the core technology of Star Ring. In the superconducting tokamak device, the central solenoid was made of low-temperature superconducting material, and there was also an ultra-low temperature cooling medium. The combination of ultra-high temperature and ultra-low temperature made the design of the superconducting tokamak device very complicated. It was also one of the reasons why the Eastern Superloop was leading the world in the field of nuclear fusion. However, there was no ultra-low temperature cooling technology in Star Ring. Therefore, he concluded that there was no low-temperature superconducting material inside. He was very curious about what kind of conductive material Chen Mo used to provide the device with enough current to maintain the strong magnetic field. It was impossible for it to be made of ordinary conductive material. Moreover, it was a material that made Chen Mo so mysterious, so it must be extraordinary. The material at the bottom of the reactor was liquid metal. As one of the core components, the star pillar must have a lot of new technology. However, Chen Mo made it into a complete cylinder in advance, so they were very curious. Chen Mo did not think as much as the others. The star pillar was slowly transported to the designated location. Under his command, many workers and robots started to work together. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences announced on the 2nd that this year's Nobel Prize in Physics will be awarded to Xianxia scientist Chen Mo for his extraordinary contributions in the field of geomagnetism and spatial microphysics. The news that he had won the Nobel Prize in Physics sent the entire world into an uproar. Among the Nobel Prizes, the Physics Prize was the most important one. It was also the prize that everyone paid the most attention to. Ever since the seismograph was released, Chen Mo's Nobel Prize had been highly anticipated. However, there had been no news until today. As expected, there was finally news. Throughout history, many Chinese had won the Nobel Prize in Physics. However, the winners were not purely Xianxia scientists. They were not even citizens of Xianxia. Chen Mo was the first scientist born and raised in Xianxia. The seismograph's geomagnetic anomaly detection and spatial microphysics field monitoring combined to create a seismograph that could warn of earthquakes. This was a technology that benefited mankind. Chen Mo winning the Nobel Prize was also expected by everyone. The Nobel Prize in Physics excited countless people in Xianxia. This award was a hurdle in the hearts of many people in Xianxia. Now, Chen Mo had finally broken through this hurdle and opened this door. The Army Ant Company was established by Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo had not won any international awards, Chen Mo was an authority in the academic fields of computing, materials, and optics. Now that he had the halo of the Nobel Prize, in the hearts of ordinary people, he was a living legend. Congratulations on winning the Nobel Prize. Chen Mo was in the laboratory. Zhao Min's holographic projection landed in front of him. Her eyebrows were filled with joy. Obviously, she was in a very good mood at the moment. Thank you. Chen Mo nodded gently. Why are you still so indifferent? Zhao Min was a little hurt by Chen Mo's reaction. Chen Mo had always been calm and confident. It was rare to see him so emotional. He was obviously younger than her, but he was calmer than her. This is the highest award in the field of research. Shouldn't you be very excited? Not bad. We should be happy when the Chen Mo Award becomes the highest award in the world, Chen Mo said leisurely. Still okay. Hearing this answer, Zhao Min rubbed her forehead. This guy was pretending in front of her. Chen Mo was the first winner who dared to say that the Nobel Prize in Physics was not bad. He even wanted to replace the Nobel Prize and establish the Chen Mo Prize. It had to be said that he was very creative. My knowledge limits my tone. You'll get beaten up if you say that, do you know that? Just kidding, don't be nervous. There are so many joys in life, don't be so serious. I just need to be calm when it comes to winning awards. This award doesn't have much of an impact on me. I don't need any awards to enrich my honor, Chen Mo said indifferently. Alright, calm down. Zhao Min sighed. There were so many scientists whose greatest goal in life was to be on that podium. However, Chen Mo said that they should be calm. How many people could be calm? I don't think I've heard of you winning any international awards. That's because I haven't published any research papers, and I haven't attended any international academic forums or conferences. The things I researched were all used by the company to make money. When I was researching the seismometer, I published a feasibility paper on seismic detection on a whim. In the end, I was ridiculed by people all over the world. At that time, Xiaoyu was very angry. I didn't expect to win the Nobel Prize because of that whim article. It's quite ironic. Chen Mo laughed at himself. Other than the technology designed and developed with the help of the Mahist girl, the technical theories he researched were all taken from the scientific library. The technologies in the scientific library were too advanced. Many of the technologies were considered top technologies. Therefore, Chen Mo no longer published any papers to the outside world to prevent the technology from leaking out. Also, he did not need those papers to increase his honor and research funds. Therefore, he rarely published papers to the outside world. If you want to win a prize, the technology in the star ring that I built now can win the Nobel Prize for the next 5 years, Chen Mo said. You really dare to say that? Zhao Min smiled bitterly and was speechless. However, what Chen Mo said was also true. If someone else dared to say something like this, Zhao Min would definitely think that he or she had taken the wrong medicine. However, since it was Chen Mo who said it, she could not refute. The technology in the star ring that Zhao Min knew was superconducting material at room temperature and the liquid metal of the diverter. These were all Nobel Prize level technologies. There were also many groundbreaking technologies that she did not know about. When Chen Mo said that he could win the Nobel Prize for the next 5 years, it was really possible. It seemed that winning the Nobel Prize was not a difficult thing for Chen Mo. One more thing. Binhai University sent an invitation to invite you back to the school to give a lecture and be a role model for your juniors. Is that so? After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, okay, go back. This Saturday afternoon, I'll find half a day to come out. Okay, I'll leave you to it. Chen Mo ended the holographic video call with Zhao Min and went to the Star Ring laboratory. Now, even in his dreams, he wanted to successfully build the star ring so that he could conduct controlled light nuclear fusion research as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived at the star ring laboratory, the people in the team, including Wang Yuanqi, all congratulated him. Everyone looked at him with admiration and envy. Chen Mo won a Nobel Prize that symbolized the highest level of technology, and it was in the most important field of physics. Chen Mo was younger than them, but he had already achieved something that they might not be able to achieve in their lifetime. They were all postdocs and geniuses in front of their peers. Now, they realized that to Chen Mo, they were just ordinary people. There was no harm without comparison. This was the luck of being in the same era as a legend, but also the sorrow of being in the same era as a legend. Thank you, everyone. Let's put the award aside for now. During this time, everyone should work hard and strive to build the star ring as soon as possible. This is the most important thing, Chen Mo said as he looked at the semi-finished star ring device in front of him. Okay. When they heard Chen Mo's words, everyone perked up. The star ring device in front of them was the most important thing. The Nobel Prize was only to announce the name of the winner. There were still 2 months before Chen Mo stood on the podium. 2 months was enough to do a lot of things. Next is the installation of the diverter. Follow the steps in the holographic demonstration. This is very important. Pay special attention when you install it. The researchers were once again immersed in the work of building the star ring. Academician Chen, can you really not show us the conductor material in the star pillar? Wang Yuanqi shamelessly approached Chen Mo. Not for now. Chen Mo shook his head. Sure, what special properties and functions does it have? Wang Yuanqi rubbed his hands and looked eager. He was one of the people in charge of the construction project. Chen Mo was mysterious even to him, so he couldn't help but be curious. In order to see the special properties of those materials, he was willing to risk his face. Anyway, many of the powerful technologies in Xianxia today were created by the thick-skinned teachers of the past. Naturally, he also learned the skill of being thick-skinned. Now is not the time to announce the answer. Don't worry, you will know soon. Chen Mo didn't care about Wang Yuanqi's curiosity. How is the theory? It's okay. I have decades of experience in high-temperature plasma research. This theory is similar to the original one. I have gained a lot. I need to find an opportunity to summarize and put it into practice, Wang Yuanqi said. That's good, Chen Mo said. At Binhai University, Chen Mo looked at the familiar yet strange school gate and felt a little emotional. It was in this university that he got the most important thing in his life and changed his destiny. The construction of Star Ring had the help of robots and Mahist girl's precise calculation. The progress was very fast. He had waited for so long, so he didn't mind waiting half a day. When the university sent him an invitation, he took a break and went back to his alma mater. Brother. When Chen Mo's car arrived at the library, Zhang Xinxin ran up and grabbed Chen Mo's arm. You finally came out to meet people. What do you mean I finally came out to meet people? Do you think I'm a geek? Chen Mo touched Zhang Xinxin's head. How's the postgraduate entrance exam? Is it very stressful? Zhang Xinxin had been studying at Binhai University for more than 3 years. He had only been here a few times. His identity was sensitive, and he wanted to protect Zhang Xinxin and give her a quiet environment to study. It's okay, about the same as the college entrance exam, Zhang Xinxin said. You're a postgraduate student at Capital University. You can do your master's and doctorate at the same time. Then you can help me run the company, Chen Mo said. In order for Xinxin to pass the entrance exam, he had hired a tutor to tutor her. If Xinxin couldn't pass the exam, he would find a way to send her there. I want to start my own business. You're not as smart as Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng is trying her best to make use of the convenience I bring. Why are you so stupid? There's a big tree at home, and you want to go out and plant one. Chen Mo tapped Zhang Xinxin's head gently and turned to open the trunk. I bought you snacks. Eat some when you're tired from studying. And the cosmetics and clothes that you like, they were all bought by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is pregnant now, so it's not convenient for her to come over. I'm busy with my research. You can go over and chat with Xiaoyu when you're free. I know. Thank you, brother. Zhang Xinxin looked at the 2 big boxes and was full of joy. If you pass the entrance exam, I'll give you whatever you want. Work hard. Okay. Zhang Xinxin nodded obediently. Brother, I'll go back to the dormitory and change my clothes. I still have to listen to your lecture later. The class draws lots to determine the number of slots. Dozens of students fight for 10 slots. Fortunately, I was chosen, otherwise I would have to go through the back door. Alright, go ahead. In a hidden corner, Dong Quan looked at the 2 who were behaving intimately. The corners of his mouth curled up and he quickly pressed the shutter in his hand. Although Chen Mo was wearing a mask, the bodyguards around him could not be wrong. The man in the mask was Chen Mo. It seemed that he had gained a lot from his trip to Binhai University. After getting the photo, Dong Quan quietly left. Chen Mo didn't know that someone was secretly watching them from the shadows. After sending Zhang Xinxin back to the dormitory, Chen Mo also went to the school library. When it was almost time, he rushed to the school hall. Qiu Guofeng stood at the entrance with a smile on his face. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He was the secretary of the university, as well as Chen Mo's former counselor, teachers, and many security guards. A student who graduated from their school had won the Nobel Prize. This was a great joy. Because Binhai University had produced such a figure like Chen Mo, the school leaders of Binhai University benefited from it. Next year, he would be transferred and promoted. Chen Mo, a legendary student, was the most glorious stroke in his resume. They had wanted to invite Chen Mo back to give a lecture many times, but they did not know what reason to find. It just so happened that Chen Mo had won the award this time, so he sent out an invitation. He did not expect Chen Mo to really agree. This news made them overjoyed. The news of Chen Mo coming to give a lecture caused quite a stir in Binhai University. The scene outside the auditorium was a little lively. There were still many students who were still watching at the door. They were blocked by the security guards and could not enter. The number of seats for the lecture was limited. Only a certain number of people from each class could attend. Those who were lucky could draw lots. Those who were unlucky could only watch from outside. Seeing Chen Mo's motorcade coming over, Qiu Guofeng walked up to him. Mr. Chen Mo, welcome back to school. Principal, secretary, teachers. Chen Mo shook hands with everyone present. Those who came to greet him were all his former teachers. He did not dare to put on airs. Mr. Chen Mo, the lecture is about to start. You can go in now. Okay. Chen Mo nodded and followed Qiu Guofeng in. Today, in addition to awarding you a doctorate, we are also going to hire you as an honorary professor of the school. There is also the award of scholarships. The ant scholarship that you founded in school is now the target of all levels of students. Many students are studying hard for the ant scholarship. There are also grants. Every year, there are poor students who receive grants. In the past 2 years, some of the poor students who benefited from it have left school and earned money. They more or less donate some to the ant scholarship program. This kind of gratitude and feedback is very good. Many alumni also spontaneously donate to the ant scholarship program. Some of them do not donate much, but the most important thing is their gratitude. On the way, Chen Mo listened to Qiu Guofeng's narration. When he graduated, Chen Mo had established the ant scholarship program at Binhai University. Every year, the Army Ant Company would donate some funds to the ant scholarship program to reward students with excellent grades and to support some poor students. Now, it seemed that the effect and response were not bad. Clap, 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 a group of people entered the auditorium. Thunderous applause and cheers shocked the entire auditorium. Chen Mo walked up to the podium in the midst of the cheers and the voice of the host. Let the students outside the auditorium in. There is still some space. We can squeeze in, Chen Mo said as soon as he walked up to the stage. The director of the security department looked at the principal and the secretary. When he saw the two of them nod, he asked the security guards to open the door and let the students in. There are no seats. Students can stand in the back row and sit on the stairs in the aisle. Some people can also sit in the open space in front of the stage. The director of the security department picked up the microphone and began to maintain order. The bodyguards who followed Chen Mo and the students who volunteered sat in a row under the stage. They surrounded part of the open space for the students who came in to sit. Everything was in order. The fire exits were all open. The security guards and the student volunteers who maintained order were also on standby. There were too many people here. They were afraid that something would happen. 10 minutes later, the auditorium quieted down. The aisle between the seats was full of students. There were even many seats with 2 people sitting directly. There were also many students standing in the back row. The students under the stage also consciously sat in rows with their arms around their knees. The applause sounded again. The atmosphere in the auditorium also heated up. Senior brother Chen Mo is so warm. Senior brother Chen Mo is much more handsome in real life than in the photos. He is really handsome. I want to marry him. Senior brother Chen Mo, I love you. Senior brother, I want to give birth to monkeys for you. A female student sitting under the stage shouted toward the stage while the crowd cheered. Then, all kinds of bold shouts of female students sounded from all directions. Junior sisters, I love you too. Chen Mo smiled. Wow, the moment Chen Mo opened his mouth, the entire auditorium echoed with laughter and applause. Okay. Chen Mo reached out and gestured. The auditorium also quieted down. It's an honor to return to my alma mater today. This is the place that changed my life. My teacher told me to come back and be a role model for all of you. In layman's terms, he asked me to come back and show off to all of you to stimulate you to study hard. As soon as he said this, the entire auditorium was filled with laughter and applause again. The school asked me to come back and give you a lecture. I don't know what to talk about in detail. 1 or 2 hours is neither short nor long. Many of you won't understand if I talk about complicated things. If I talk about simple things, it won't be deep enough. It's very troublesome. I'll talk about the development of technology. Chen Mo started to get to the point. The auditorium was also unusually quiet. No one spoke. Many people think that the future is far away from us. In fact, it's not far away. As early as a year ago, I already said that the future is already here. Our current world is the future world that people used to fantasize about. Army ant holographic projectors, intelligent robots, and the popularization of artificial intelligence were all not available a few years ago. Now, you can see holographic advertising signs in front of some shops on the streets. The holographic projections of those beautiful models are very beautiful. This kind of novel holographic advertisement is very attractive. I believe that in the future, this will be a big trend. Once, when I was shopping with my wife and saw the holographic advertisement, even as the inventor, I was a little curious. My hand was itchy and touched those holographic models to see what it felt like. In the end, the soft flesh on my waist was bruised for 3 days. It was painful. As soon as he said this, the auditorium immediately roared with laughter. After the laughter and applause stopped, Xianxia continued, holographic technology has a very big change to the present. It allows the virtual world to become closer to our lives. Imagine going to the mall in the future. Every shop entrance has a holographic advertisement projection. The distance between people is no longer a cold screen. Instead, people are right next to us. No matter where we are close. I can tell you an insider information. The holographic movie is already in the process of being filmed. Our company has also invested in it. I believe that soon, holographic movies will replace 3D movies. It will let you really feel what it means to have special effects that are close to reality in all aspects. The maturity of holographic technology can create a future world. Many of you have seen the video of my wedding, right? That is a microcosm of the future world. When I was researching holographic technology, I had thought about the application of holographic technology. Holographic technology is the threshold to enter the future world. Whoever wants to master holographic technology will first step into the future world. Now is the embryonic stage of the future world. Imagine that on the shopping streets and plazas of the future city, the neon lights and billboards will be replaced by holographic projections, projecting a dreamy holographic scene. Maybe the beautiful waitress in the shop will be a robot. The holographic projection of a character will greet you. The movies you watch will be holographic movies. The games you play will also be holographic games. There might even be a hover car shuttling through the city. That is what the future city will look like. As Xianxia described, everyone's eyes were filled with longing. A different world appeared in front of them. Holographic projections could be seen everywhere around them. They replaced the cold billboards. The dreamy scene fell from the sky. It was as if they were in a fairy tale world. That was the imagined future world. That's it. In the secretary's office, Yaoi was watching the live broadcast of Xianxia's lecture. He slammed the table and stood up with a surprised expression. Recently, he had been thinking about the development of Binhai City. The former Binhai City did not have many characteristics. It was not the political center of the province, nor was it the economic center of the province. Therefore, even if it was an open city, it did not rank among the first-tier cities. Its status was awkward. In the past few years, the Army Ant Company had risen and piloted the city's brain in Binhai City, preparing to turn Binhai City into a smart city. But apart from these, Binhai City still did not have many characteristics. There were few cultural landscapes, few unique attractions, and landmark buildings. Except for the Binhai Grand Theater, nothing else was outstanding. Therefore, the service industry was underdeveloped. They needed a unique business card to support the image of Binhai City, so as to increase the income of the service industry in Binhai City and accelerate economic development. During this time, he had been thinking about how to create a business card for Binhai City. Today, he really couldn't think of anything. When he heard that Xianxia was holding a lecture in Binhai City, he watched the live broadcast. Now that he heard Xianxia describe the holographic city, Yaoi, who was struggling to find a business card for the city, was suddenly enlightened. If a place in Binhai City was built into a unique holographic world in the world, this holographic world would become the most shining business card of Binhai City. With this holographic world, it would attract tourists from all over the world. For Binhai City, it was simply a great thing. To him, this was definitely one of the most brilliant achievements of his political career. The holographic world, together with the smart city, the city's brain, and automated public transportation, these achievements could be launched together and turn Binhai City into a unique technology city in the world. It would be a model city for future urban development. Secretary Wu, let's go to Binhai University now. Without thinking much, Yaoi walked out of the office. He needed to consult Xianxia about the problem of building a holographic world. Okay. Secretary Wu did not understand why Yaoi was so excited, but Yaoi was in a good mood, so he was naturally happy too. He took Yao Yi's briefcase and left. From holographic technology to intelligent robots, to technologies such as autonomous driving and artificial intelligence, Chen Mo was describing the possibilities and scope of future technologies. These technologies were all available in the scientific library. Chen Mo had also learned to use simple and interesting examples from popular science novels to arouse everyone's interest and help them understand these technologies more deeply. The auditorium was filled with applause and cheers. Everyone was listening to Chen Mo's words with great interest. Their eyes were filled with longing and admiration. Chen Mo's last sentence ended the nearly hour-long lecture. Pa pa pa. When Chen Mo finished speaking, a wave of applause broke out in the auditorium, which lasted for a long time. The lecture contained a lot of information, including the application of holographic technology and the application of artificial intelligence. In particular, the blueprint of the holographic city that he had drawn was a blueprint of a future city. Many people looked forward to it. In the past, this kind of longing was just a fantasy, but now it was no longer. The appearance of the Army Ant Company's large holographic projector made all of this possible. Chen Mo even composed a video and played it. Although it was only 2 minutes, it was shocking enough. Through Chen Mo's words and video, they saw the prototype of the future world. Next was the exchange segment, which gave the students of Binhai University and Chen Mo a platform for questions and answers. As soon as the host finished speaking, the students in the audience raised their hands. Everyone's eyes were filled with longing. The enthusiastic scene in front of everyone was within everyone's expectations. This kind of opportunity to have a face-to-face talk with Chen Mo was very rare, so everyone was very enthusiastic. Brother Chen Mo, I am a student of the School of Physics. I am your junior. A clean boy got the first question. Some time ago, there was an intelligent virus incident around the world. It caused the world's internet to suffer heavy losses. I want to ask, is there a possibility of a situation like the Terminator in the future, where artificial intelligence betrays and destroys mankind? At present, artificial intelligence is controllable, and with the current industrial situation, it is impossible for the situation you mentioned to happen. When necessary, there will definitely be artificial intervention. The possibility of the Terminator is very small. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword. Just like nuclear energy, it can be used to generate electricity, but it can be used as a weapon in the worst case. Remember, this depends on the will of mankind, not the artificial intelligence. Brother, everyone knows that your wedding was beautiful. How much did you spend on your wedding? What was the material of the wedding dress? Is there anything special about it? The second question was asked by a girl after she took the microphone. The material of the wedding dress is a new type of fiber material. The special thing is that it can change color under certain illumination. It is called dream fiber. As for how much the wedding cost, it is not important. The most important thing is that my bride is happy. As long as the two of them have feelings for each other, a simple wedding will be the most beautiful. A simple wedding, hearing Chen Mo's words. Many people were speechless. Why did these words sound different when they came out of Chen Mo's mouth? He acted like AB*TCH again. Brother Chen Mo, we all know that there is a Science Island project in Binhai City. It is a cooperation project between the Army Ant and the Academy of Sciences. I want to ask, can nuclear fusion technology really be realized? If it is realized, how will the world change? It can be realized. Chen Mo nodded without hesitation. If nuclear fusion technology is successful, mankind will bid farewell to the energy crisis. There will be a new energy revolution, and the world will have new changes. Oil will no longer be a resource that humans crazily fight for. Mankind can even enter the stage of interstellar travel. When the time comes, nuclear fusion energy will be used in the space station or in the construction of a lunar base. There will be an endless supply of power to sustain human interstellar travel. Brother Chen Mo, you have mastered holographic technology. Is your laboratory as cool as Iron Man Tony's? Brother Chen Mo, what do you think about the seismograph and the Nobel Prize? Brother Chen Mo, one question after another came, and Chen Mo was a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect these juniors to be so good at asking questions, and many of them had the potential to be gossip reporters. Every question was related to some of his research, and Chen Mo answered them seriously. In the end, because of time constraints, the host had to forcibly interrupt this segment and enter the awards segment of the Ant Scholarship. After all the segments were over, Qiu Guofeng also awarded Chen Mo a doctorate from Binhai University and an honorary professor's employment certificate. After all these processes were completed, the lecture officially ended. The lecture was expected to last for 2 hours, but because the students were too enthusiastic, it was finally dragged to 3 hours. As soon as the lecture in the auditorium was over, Lan Shi walked quickly to Chen Mo and said, "Secretary Yao is outside and wants to meet with the chairman." Xiaoyu was pregnant at home and resigned from her position as the president's secretary. Now Lan Shi replaced her position. She was occasionally arranged by Zhao Min to be Chen Mo's assistant. "How long has he been here?" Chen Mo was a little surprised. "More than an hour." He saw that the chairman was in the middle of the lecture, so he didn't interrupt. "He's still waiting outside now," Lan Shi said. Qiu Guofeng and the others naturally received the news of Secretary Yao's arrival. As soon as the meeting was over, they left the auditorium with Chen Mo. "Secretary Yao, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have picked you up." Qiu Guofeng and the secretary of Binhai University saw Yao Yi and greeted her with a smile. "This is a sudden decision." "I'm here to see Chen Mo," Yao Yi said carelessly. "Now, Mr. Chen's lecture is over, right?" "It's done." Qiu Guofeng and the others nodded. "That's good. I have something to talk to Mr. Chen about." Yao Yi looked at Qiu Guofeng and the others and smiled. "Lend me some people. We have nothing to do now. You can talk to Mr. Chen." Qiu Guofeng and the others nodded. Yao Yi and Chen Mo also walked around the campus of Binhai University. "Is there something important?" Chen Mo asked with some doubts. "It's quite important. Usually, you don't have time, so I happen to be free today, so I came over to ask you about something." "Ask me about something?" "Yes, the holographic city you mentioned just now, is it true?" Yao Yi went straight to the point. "Oh? Secretary Yao, do you have an idea?" "Yes." Yao Yi immediately expressed her thoughts. Binhai City is now famous in the world because of the Army Ant Company, but it doesn't have a strong foundation. There are no distinctive sceneries to attract more domestic and even international tourists. When I heard your idea of the holographic city just now, I was very excited. I want to plan a place and let the holographic world be the city's name card of Binhai City, creating a unique holographic city in the world. The holographic city described by Chen Mo gave him the feeling. If it was successful, the number of tourists in Binhai City would skyrocket every year. Employment and the economy would definitely be greatly benefited. "Where do you want to transform into a holographic world?" Chen Mo asked. "Binhai Square," Yao Yi said. Binhai Square was located near the sea of Binhai City, close to the Bay Area, with an area of nearly 500,000 square meters. It faced the sea, had a pleasant climate, and had a unique location advantage. Binhai's financial center building, Binhai Library, Museum, Children's Palace, and Gymnasium were all near Binhai Central Square. On the island across the sea from the square was the Binhai Grand Theater. Below the square, there was also 120,000 square meters of commercial space. It concentrated high-end retail, catering, entertainment, art, and culture into one. It was the real economic and cultural center of Binhai City. However, in the huge Binhai Square, there were no iconic buildings and features. It was a rather featureless shell. If it was made into a holographic world, it would undoubtedly add a soul to the square. The level would be greatly improved, and it might become a world-famous square. "It's really possible there, but the investment will be a lot," Chen Mo said. "Can you give a rough budget figure?" Yao Yi asked. "It depends on your plan. Without a plan, I can't calculate the specific budget. But according to my idea, to transform the central square, I'm afraid it will cost at least 10 billion, Chen Mo said. "Is that so? Okay, I'll go back and ask someone to plan it." "I'm afraid I'll need your army ant to help with the transformation," Yao Yi said. Creating a world-famous square that was unique in the world would definitely cost 10 billion. The surrounding areas, the appreciation of real estate, Binhai City becoming a world-famous city, the development of the tourism service industry, economic development, and so on, were definitely worth the cost. Anyway, the money would definitely be invested by state-owned enterprises. They didn't need to spend a lot of money. They only needed to provide such a project. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening when he talked with Yao Yi about the transformation of the holographic world. After saying goodbye to Yao Yi, Chen Mo rushed back to the Xionglu Beach villa. For Chen Mo, this was just an interlude. His main energy was now focused on the construction of the star ring. The success of the star ring was his top priority at the moment. Chen Mo's lecture in Binhai City caused quite a stir. This was because from beginning to end, Chen Mo explained the application of future technology and the prototype of future cities. The prototype made people yearn for it, and it was all achievable. Various media reports made the holographic city one of the iconic symbols of the future world. On various social media sites and forums, people started to discuss the landscape and possibilities of the future city. All of this had nothing to do with Chen Mo, who started the discussion. After the lecture in Binhai City, Chen Mo disappeared from the public eye again. The construction of the starring at the Science Island Research Institute was also in progress. Everything went according to plan. Half a month passed by quickly. Zhang Tianming held a box-sized instrument in his hand. Next to him was a laptop with various data jumping. There were also 2 intelligent robots and an intelligent mechanical arm. He was a researcher in mechanical engineering and was now conducting the final debugging and inspection of the thermal conduction system. When they came here, they realized the terrifying efficiency of the Army Ant Company. With the help of intelligent robots and intelligent mechanical arms, they acted as support staff to detect data and provide on-the-spot assistance. The efficiency of building the starring was several times faster. With dozens of researchers and dozens of intelligent robots and mechanical arms, the work that would have taken 3 to 4 months was almost finished in 1 month. It's done. The last transmission pipeline was checked, and all the data was normal. Zhang Tianming smiled happily and packed up the tools. In the starring laboratory, all the staff involved in the construction of the starring were doing the final data testing and debugging around the 6-meter diameter, 5-meter tall fatty. Looking at the huge starring in the laboratory, everyone present was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was the charm of scientific research. Countless sweat was shed to enjoy the joy of the moment of success. However, this was only a temporary joy. There was still a long way to go before real success. The next experimental breakthrough was the most important. After the researchers finished debugging, Wang Yuanqi led them out of the starring laboratory and into the starring experimental command center. The starring experimental command center was about the same size as the starring laboratory, except for the various computer instruments around it. In the middle of the command center, there was a holographic projection of Starlink. It was a holographic projection of the same scale. Seeing Chen Mo in the command center, Wang Yuanqi greeted him with a smile. Now that the debugging of Starlink is complete, what should we do next? Chen Mo said without hesitation, activate Star Ring and see if it works. At Chen Mo's command, the researcher pressed the power button and activated Star Ring. All the researchers who were qualified to enter Celestial Trade's experimental command center stared blankly at the data changes on the computer screen. The star pillar is working normally, vacuum chamber normal, the diverter is working fine. The field system is normal. Thermal conduction system normal. The voice of the artificial intelligence in the experiment command center made everyone smile. They clapped and cheered as if they had won a great victory. The fact that there was no malfunction in the starring meant that the experiment could be carried out normally. Chen Mo also smiled and turned to Wang Yuanqi. How about the raw materials for deuterium and tritium? Has the Academy of Science sent it over yet? We need to contact them, Wang Yuanqi said. Contact them and tell them to send the tritium here as soon as possible. It would be even better if it can arrive tomorrow. When they cooperated with the Academy of Science, they agreed that the Academy of Science would sell the tritium raw materials to their research institute for experiments. Tritium raw materials were a strategic resource for nuclear fusion. It was very troublesome to manufacture and preserve. If Chen Mo used the technology in the scientific library, he could also manufacture tritium. However, he didn't do so. This was because there was a ready-made technology to manufacture and preserve tritium. Nuclear fusion was already shocking enough. If he used the technology to manufacture and preserve tritium, people would think that he was an alien. If there was a ready-made technology, he wouldn't do it again. If no one else was willing to provide him with tritium raw materials, he would use this technology. The Academy of Science agreed to provide 500 grams of tritium for the first experiment. 500 grams of tritium cost 120 million yuan, which was slightly more than the market price. However, tritium was priceless on the market, not to mention in large quantities. The high cost of experimental materials was one of the reasons why nuclear fusion was known as a money-burning technology. Not everyone could afford it. If other researchers are willing to come and watch the fusion experiment, I welcome them as well, Xianxia said. Okay, I will let them know. Wang Yuanqi nodded. Nuclear fusion experiments were rare experiments. Because of the scarcity of experimental resources, the high cost of funds, and the scarcity of talent, a major experiment would only be conducted once every 1 or 2 years. Every fusion experiment was a rare opportunity. Many researchers would participate or watch the experiment. They hoped to learn from it and use it to optimize nuclear fusion technology. Our next step is to prepare for the controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Before the experiment, I will leave some arrangements and tasks to you. You can arrange them, Xianxia said. Wang Yuanqi didn't hesitate and nodded. The more project information he had access to, the more benefits he would gain. Obviously, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. After everything was arranged, Xianxia left the research institute on Science Island. The initial construction of Star Ring was completed. The next step was the experiment. He had to wait for the experimental materials to arrive. He didn't need to wait in Science Island. At the Army Ant Company, Xianxia had just returned, and Zhao Men also appeared. During this time, Xianxia had been staying on Science Island. It was rare for him to appear at the Army Ant headquarters. Zhao Men also came back from a meeting and went directly to his office. I just met with Secretary Yao. He told me that he was going to turn Binhai City into a city of technology. He also told me about his idea. Intelligent transportation, city brain, self-driving bus system, and holographic world. I have to say that Secretary Yao is very ambitious. Zhao Men reported to Xianxia. If this idea was realized, Binhai City would become a famous city in Huaxia and even the world. With the geographical advantage of the Greater Bay Area, it was entirely possible to become one of the largest international metropolises in the country. The idea of a city of technology is really good. The prototype of the future city can start with Binhai City. When the planning is completed and you need me to participate, you can contact me. Xianxia agreed with this idea. Yaoi had this courage, and he had no reason not to accompany her. The more ideas there were, the greater the influence of the Army Ant Company, and naturally, the greater the profits. This was because there was only one company that had holographic technology. Yes. Zhao Men nodded. How is the project on Science Island? The construction of Star Ring has been completed. The next step is the controlled fusion experiment. When the Academy of Sciences sends the tritium over, we can enter the experimental stage. There is no big deal over there, so I took a break from work to come here, Qianmo said. Hearing the news that the construction of Star Ring had been completed, Zhao Men was also a little surprised. It's really fast. If the outside world knows about this, I'm afraid it will set off a storm. It will happen sooner or later, but it's better to delay the exposure, Qianmo said. This thing can change the world. Are you confident that it will succeed? In the meeting room of the Institute of Plasma Research at the Academy of Science, everyone was shocked when they heard the news from Wang Yuanqi. It had only been a month and the construction of the Star Ring was completed. The progress of the Star Ring project was much faster than he had imagined. The Star Ring was completed so quickly? Academician Wang, are you kidding? Li Jian asked uncertainly. This is the news from Old Wan. There's no need for him to joke about this. With the help of the AI robots from the Army Ant Company and the pre-planned construction steps, the construction was very efficient. This is a picture of the Star Ring. Wang Yan clicked on a picture on the computer and the Star Ring appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the star ring, all the academicians and experts in the room were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Will this controlled fusion experiment work? Xianxia frowned and asked. He was an expert in plasma research. Although he wasn't an academician, he was only one step away from becoming one. I don't know about this. Old Wan said that this was designed by academician Chen. The internal structure is similar to the tokamak, but some parts are very unique. Old Wan couldn't tell you the details. During the call, Old Wan was very impressed by academician Chen. Nowadays, how many people can be compared to academician Chen in the plasma research field? Wang Yan said. This sentence carried a lot of weight. After hearing what Wang Yan said, all the experts in the room were curious. Unfortunately, we can only see the design of the device if we join the project. Academician Wan can't show us the design either. Wang Yan was a bit disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, they were working on two different projects. They couldn't reveal their own research to the public. There was a confidentiality clause. Academician Wan said that academician Chen wants to send all the tritium to the experiment as soon as possible. If we want to watch the fusion experiment, we can send people over. The controlled fusion experiment is being prepared. They can start as soon as the tritium arrives. This is not a game. Isn't it a waste of resources if we don't even know if the device will work? Xianxia, an experienced expert, said. Old Ku, we don't have to worry about the device. Since academician Chen said that he could experiment, then he must have his reasons. After all, academician Chen was not an ordinary young man. His current achievements had far surpassed all of us combined. Academician Chen was all about efficiency. A highly efficient AI robot that could give orders as easily as an arm. He doesn't have as many review procedures and restrictions as we do here. It's normal for him to be efficient. It can't be considered sloppy. Wang Yan knew that Xianxia was a straightforward person and didn't know how to talk, so he explained it to him. He had interacted with Chen Mo before and knew that Chen Mo was a person who paid attention to efficiency. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to come up with so many shocking technologies in just a few years. Efficiency was also a problem that they sometimes struggled with. When they set up a project and applied for research and development funds, there were also all kinds of research materials that had to be reviewed repeatedly. If the review was slow, their research funds would not be in place, and the project would have to be delayed for a period of time. Just like the research on controlled nuclear fusion technology, Chen Mo could get tens of billions of dollars in funding with just one word, but it was impossible for the Academy of Science to do so. Army Ant was a private enterprise, and Chen Mo's words were the highest order. They didn't have to worry about these things, and their efficiency was high. However, the Academy of Science was different. They had many projects, and their research and development funds were limited. In order to use the research and development funds on the edge of the blade and prevent them from being misused, they had to go through layers of review. Therefore, he was impressed by Chen Mo's efficiency, but he would never be like Chen Mo, who could decide everything with just one word. Academician Chen's fusion experiment can be visited. Who wants to go? Wang Yan went back to the topic and asked. Coincidentally, the Chaochuan project hasn't started yet. I'll apply to go and take a look. Academician Chen's fusion theory is unique, and it will be very helpful for plasma research. I want to see what kind of effect the technology created according to that theory will have. Li Jian was the first to speak. He was the person in charge of the Dongfengchuan project. It was a rare experiment, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. I'll go too. I want to see if the device that was built in such a short time will work. Xianxia thought for a while and said. Everyone else also spoke. A controlled nuclear fusion experiment hadn't happened in a couple of years. Even if they knew that the final result would be a failure, they still wanted to go. Even if it was just a little bit of experience, it was still a rare gain. Important experimental results were always summed up from failures like this. The 7 academicians and experienced experts in the conference room all chose to go. The news that the controlled nuclear fusion project's star ring device had been completed and that it was about to enter the experimental stage was not disclosed to the public. Therefore, the outside world didn't know and thought that the nuclear fusion project was still in research. If the outside world knew that Chen Mo's controlled nuclear fusion project had entered the experimental stage in less than a year, their jaws would drop. Take the ITER project for example. Several countries had been arguing about it for more than 20 years, and the experiment had been delayed time and time again. Now, if the progress of Chen Mo's controlled nuclear fusion project was exposed, the entire world would curse the ITER project organization. However, what outsiders didn't know was that Chen Mo had access to the complete theory and technology in the Science and Technology Library, as well as his own superbrain, as well as an artificial intelligence that was ahead of its time. He didn't care about the cost, and that was why he was able to achieve such a fast speed. 3 days later, a large transport vehicle entered the Science Island under the escort of the special police. The transport vehicle was carrying the tritium raw material sent by the China National Nuclear Corporation. 500 grams of tritium was loaded in a special container with layers of protection. Not long after the transport vehicle entered the Science Island, a bus also approached the Science Island under the escort of the special police and special personnel. Inside the bus were the academicians and experts of the Plasma Institute. This was a very precious national treasure team. Every academician and senior expert was a rare research talent. Therefore, the confidentiality and protection were very good. Outside the Science Island Research Institute, Chen Mo, Wan Yuanxi, Yang Mingzhi, and the others saw Li Jian and the others get off the bus and greeted them. "This is the Science Island of Binhai City? Not bad." Li Jian and the others looked around and nodded slightly. Now, all the infrastructure of the Science Island had been completed. Other than the trees that didn't grow, everything else was very good. It was better than the Science Island in Insignia Province. However, this place was near the coast and the climate was pleasant. Chen Mo and the team simply greeted each other. They were all researchers, so there was no need to be overly polite. After greeting each other, Chen Mo led everyone into the research institute. "What about the celestial ring device? Can you show it to us?" Xianxia was the first to speak. He had always been skeptical that Chen Mo could build the controlled fusion device in such a short time. After all, the time it took to build it was too short, and it was designed by Chen Mo alone. For such a large and complicated device to be designed by one person and built in such a short time, the credibility was not very high. "This is Professor Xianxia. He's a straightforward person." Wang Yan was busy and didn't come over. Li Jian looked at Chen Mo and secretly gave him a look. Chen Mo didn't care about Xianxia's tone. Many researchers and professors had bad personalities, but they didn't have bad intentions. They just questioned this matter. This kind of skeptical attitude wasn't all bad. Scientific research often required doubts. As long as their doubts were eliminated and they were convinced, they would change their attitude. "It's inside, follow me. This lab is already intelligent. The design of the lab is very good." After they entered the lab, the team of experts started to look around. They were quickly attracted by the minimalistic and futuristic design of the lab. There were also robots patrolling the lab and an extremely strict security system. "Academician Chen, who designed this lab?" Li Jian couldn't help but ask. "Artificial intelligence," Chen Mo said. Hearing that it was artificial intelligence, the team of experts was shocked. It was hard to imagine that such a complex lab was designed by artificial intelligence. This was designed by the Army Ant Company's artificial intelligence? Yes. The Academy of Science also has artificial intelligence Xiaohua. It should be able to design the blueprints. As for how complex it is, it depends on how intelligent it is and how good it is at assisting the designer. You can ask the artificial intelligence team. Artificial intelligence can do a lot of things now, Chen Mo said nonchalantly. The younger generation will surpass us in time. It looks like a new era has really arrived, an expert exclaimed. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, the entire team successfully entered the underground Starlink Laboratory Command Center. Through the giant LCD screen in the command center, they could clearly see the giant, Starlink, sitting quietly inside the lab. It was quite different from the fully superconducting tokamak in Insignia Province's Science Island Research Institute. This one looked like a chubby man. They had seen it in photos before and recognized it immediately. "This is Starlink," Chen Mo pointed at Starlink on the LCD screen and said. "Can we go down and take a closer look?" "No need for that. We can see it from here as well." Chen Mo pressed a button on the control panel. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a holographic projection of Starlink appeared in the center of the command center. This scene didn't surprise the people in the lab too much because they always knew that Chen Mo had holographic technology. However, this was the first time they saw holographic technology in a lab, so they were more or less surprised. After the holographic projection appeared, the experts and academicians in the team all circled around Starlink. Their eyes were filled with amazement as they carefully observed this new nuclear fusion device. Even Xianxia, who had doubts about Starlink, didn't say anything. He observed carefully. Li Jian reached out his hand through the holographic projection but couldn't touch anything. "Can we see the internal structure?" "Sure." Chen Mo activated the control bracelet on his wrist. This was a holographic projection controlled by artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence of the Celestial World Research Institute was not as intelligent as the Mahist girl, so the bracelet was used to control the holographic projection. The holographic model slowly shrank under Chen Mo's hand gesture and floated in front of everyone's eyes. This kind of scene would only appear in sci-fi movies such as Iron Man. Strange movie scenes become real. But these experts and professors rarely watched movies, so naturally, they didn't know who Iron Man was. Then, under Chen Mo's control, the outer shell of the star ring was removed, and the internal structure of the device was clearly displayed. Seeing the design inside, all the experts gasped. The tokamak was already very complicated, but now they realized that Starlink was even more complicated. "Did you design this alone?" Li Jian's voice was filled with disbelief. If the celestial ring experiment was successful, Chen Mo could become a god. "I didn't design it alone. My AI assistant helped me optimize it," Chen Mo said unhurriedly. A nuclear fusion device that involved multiple fields was designed by Chen Mo alone. This piece of news was truly shocking. Artificial intelligence again? A senior expert in an old-fashioned Chinese tunic suit exclaimed, "Artificial intelligence has developed to such a terrifying level?" "Yes, after our company's Artificial Intelligence Plus program was promoted, artificial intelligence is everywhere. It was no longer a rare thing for some professional AI assistants to help him work more efficiently. There's also an AI assistant called Little Star in the Celestial World Research Institute." After Chen Mo finished his explanation, he began to introduce the structure of the celestial ring. The vacuum chamber has an irregular shape. It was designed based on the plasma turbulence model from many simulation experiments. It can increase the collision of plasma under a strong magnetic field. Chen Mo displayed the circular vacuum chamber through the holographic projection. Inside the vacuum chamber, there was a purple-red simulated plasma flowing. It was a twisted donut and looked very beautiful. "Do you have the plasma turbulence formula?" Li Jian asked. The turbulence formula and model are important information for the research institute. If academician Li wants to see it, you can apply to join our research institute, Chen Mo said. Li Jian and the others looked at each other and didn't say anything. Chen Mo didn't mind and continued to explain. "Because we don't have the super high pressure inside a star, fusion can't spontaneously react. However, as long as the plasma speed is high enough and the reaction temperature is high enough, the reaction can be spontaneous. The confinement field of the celestial ring can reach a maximum of 60 Tesla." Li Jian gasped. "Academician Chen, is there such a powerful magnet?" "It's inside." Chen Mo opened the field system of the celestial ring and said, "This is the field system. As for each magnet module and the magnetic field data, I can't reveal it here." "What about the cooling system?" "It's here." Chen Mo then showed the structure of the cooling system. Your cooling system is the heat generated by the circuit of the cooling device. If it's not a superconductor, the heat generated is enough to melt the circuit, right? Xianxia interrupted. They had gathered the industrial strength of the entire country to build this fully superconducting technology. There were only a few fully superconducting tokamaks in the world. He didn't think that Chen Mo had this kind of technology. However, he didn't expect that the material Chen Mo used was a normal temperature superconductor material. I have the technology to solve this problem. Chen Mo didn't care. What technology? Xianxia was shocked. If there was a technology to solve this problem, then the technology contained in the celestial ring must be incredible. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. His secretive attitude attracted the curiosity of many experts, but Chen Mo still didn't want to reveal it. You don't have to worry about these problems. I've already considered them when I was designing. The technology won't be disclosed for now. Chen Mo interrupted their curiosity. With the normal temperature superconductor material, the current cooling system was enough to cool down the heat generated during the circuit operation. However, Chen Mo didn't plan to disclose the normal temperature superconductor material now. Otherwise, these academicians would open his head and pester him for the normal temperature superconductor material. That would be troublesome. They wouldn't treat him as an outsider. For the technology, these researchers would do anything. Where's the diverter? Can we take a look? Xianxia was less doubtful now. This celestial ring was more complicated than he had imagined. He was convinced when he saw the internal structure. Ordinary people couldn't design such a device. It's here. Chen Mo showed the structure of the diverter in the furnace. All the experts were shocked. This is gallium, beryllium, graphite, and tungsten alloy. Rare elements and some heat-resistant metals are added in a specific ratio. It retains part of the metal properties of gallium. It has a low melting point and a high boiling point. It also has the heat resistance and low activity of tungsten. It can withstand the impact of high-energy neutrons. After hearing Chen Mo's introduction, the experts went crazy. Especially the materials expert, Xianxia. His eyes were shining. If this material was announced, it would be a Nobel Prize material. Its value was immeasurable. Academician Chen, I'm an expert in materials science. Why don't you test it for me and see if it's really as you said? Xianxia said. Everyone's shock was within Chen Mo's expectations. This was a technology that had never appeared before. When they saw it, it was like they saw a treasure. Professor Gua, there's no need for you to test it. I've already tested it many times, Chen Mo said with a smile. Xianxia saw that his thoughts were exposed, but he didn't blush at all. Then, Chen Mo said, Academician Wan, you can accompany them to familiarize themselves with the environment of the research institute. If you want to join our project team, you're more than welcome. Now that the tritium has been delivered, the nuclear fusion experiment can officially start in 2 days. After Chen Mo left, Xianxia still couldn't believe it. He asked Wan Yuanqi, Old Wan, is this liquid metal really as Chen Mo said? The properties of the liquid metal were definitely unique. The solid alloy was used as a diverter. If it was hit by high-energy neutrons for a long time in the fusion reactor, the surface of the metal would definitely decay and fall off. It might even age. But liquid metal was different. Liquid metal was malleable and mobile. As the material at the bottom of the reactor, it could expel helium ash and other strange impurities from the reactor. He didn't expect this ideal material to be synthesized by Chen Mo. He still couldn't believe it. There is indeed liquid metal. Wan Yuanqi nodded. When he first heard about the liquid metal material at the bottom of the reactor, he was also shocked. But during this time, after seeing Chen Mo come up with all kinds of technologies, he was already numb. Old Wan, is there any way to get some back? Xianxia asked. No, that's the material technology of the army ant. Even if I'm the deputy chief engineer, I can't get it. Wan Yuanqi spread out his hands, indicating that he couldn't do anything. Although he was the deputy chief engineer, his authority was limited. From the beginning to the end, he only came here to help the robots install and debug the equipment when the star ring was being assembled. Other times, he couldn't do anything at all. The entire star ring was designed by Chen Mo. He even thought that his team was tricked by Chen Mo to come here to make up the numbers. Even without them, Chen Mo could still build the star ring. In reality, they couldn't keep up with Chen Mo's pace at all. They could only be the support staff. The most important material technology was something that even he, as the deputy chief engineer, couldn't touch. Sigh, what a pity. Gu Xianming sighed and said with a face full of regret, if the liquid metal material really has the properties he said, adding a layer of liquid metal to the diverter at the bottom of the super ring would greatly increase the lifespan of the diverter. These things can't be rushed, Li Jian said. The group quieted down and started to think about what they had just seen. The technology of the Army Ant Company was so terrifying that it made people jealous. Even Xianxia, who had doubts about Star Ring at the beginning, stopped talking. They had only been here for a few hours, but each of them had a new understanding of the advanced technology of the research institute. After confirming that Starlink was fine, Chen rubbed his temples, put down the stylus pen in his hand, and walked out of the library. The tritium material was ready, and the rest of the work was done. Starlink's experiment would start tomorrow. Now that the final test was done, he was relieved. Next, he would look at the experiment questions tomorrow. The specific data of Starlink would have to wait until the experiment was completed before it could be confirmed. Walking back to the room, Chen saw Xiaoyu leaning against the bed and reading a book. Her belly was bulging under her nightdress. From the side, she looked like a mother. Honey. Xiaoyu was surprised to see Chen Why aren't you sleeping? Chen tidied Xiaoyu's messy hair. I'm not sleepy. I'm just reading. Xiaoyu put down the book in her hand. I've been preparing for Starlink for the past 2 days and didn't take care of you. I'll make it up to you after the experiment. Chen sat down beside Xiaoyu and stroked her belly. Xiaoyu enjoyed Chen touch. Her eyes were filled with sweetness. I don't need you to take care of me. Mom is at home. Are you worried that no one will take care of me? I've put on weight. Ever since they found out that she was pregnant, the elders in the family were overjoyed. Chen Mo's mother and Xiaoyu's mother took turns to take care of her. Her protests were useless. She had put on a lot of weight, which made her sad. When will your experiment start? Tomorrow. I just went for the final test. The experiment will start tomorrow morning, Chen said. Then I wish you success tomorrow. I'll wait at home for you to come back to celebrate. I'll watch with the child. His father is doing something amazing. When he grows up, he'll be as smart as his father. Xiaoyu touched her belly and said proudly. It's a daughter. She's as pretty as her mother. Go take a shower and rest early tonight. Xiaoyu pushed Chen all right, wait for me. Chen kissed Xiaoyu on the forehead and walked into the bathroom. The night passed in silence. The next day, Chen woke up early and rushed to Science Island after breakfast. Today was the day of the starring experiment, and Chen was looking forward to it. Ever since he obtained the controlled nuclear fusion from the scientific library, he had been preparing for this day. After putting in so much effort, it was finally about to begin. Brother Li Qingji is calling. On the way, the Mahast girl's voice sounded. As soon as the call was connected, Li Qingji's hearty voice came through. I heard that the dishes are ready. Can I go over and join in the fun? Come here. Chen naturally understood what Li Qingji meant. Alright, I'm already at the entrance of Science Island. Where are you? Chen was speechless. Aren't you afraid that I won't let you eat? You know me so well. You won't let me eat, but you won't stop me from watching, right? Li Qingji smiled. President Zhao came over, so I followed her in. We'll wait for you. Looking at the phone that hung up, Chen smiled helplessly. When he arrived at Science Island, Li Qingji was already waiting there. It was rare to see him in his military uniform. Zhao Min was next to him, and the two were chatting. When they saw Chen arrive, they both looked over. I didn't expect you to be so fast. You quietly created such a big thing. Li Qingji looked around the Science Island. It's nothing. I'm embarrassed to say that it's only an intermediate thing. It's not that bad. It'll only be considered bad *SS after it succeeds. Chen smiled proudly. When Li Qingji heard Chen Mo's words, he shook his head helplessly. This guy really deserved a beating sometimes. Zhao Min naturally heard their conversation. She pursed her lips and smiled, interrupting the two. Let's go in first. The others are waiting for us. Today was a rare day. She rarely came to Science Island, but she specially came here. She wanted to see the results of the experiment on Starlink, which Chen Mo spent so much effort and countless resources. Is there anything going on in the company now? Chen Mo asked. In the past few days, he didn't go to the headquarters, nor did he ask about anything related to the company. He was immersed in Starlink. 90% of the company's major events are due to you. After you stopped, the company naturally didn't have any major events. Zhao Min smiled. I've been in contact with the ZF for the past few days regarding the planning of the holographic city. Everything else is calm. We're still making money. Li Jian and the others were already waiting in the command center. They couldn't wait any longer. In the past 2 days, they learned more about Science Island. The more they learned, the more shocked they were. Although the Science Island had only been established for a short period of time, the technology and experimental environment used here had surpassed the Science Island in Insignia Province in many aspects. The researchers who were sent here introduced some of the information that could be divulged to them, and they benefited a lot from it. This was only the tip of the iceberg. Other than Chen Mo, no one else had access to the core technology of Starlink. They could only look at it but not touch it. This made their hearts itch. Seeing Chen Mo enter the command center, Li Jian and the others immediately surrounded him, directly ignoring Li Qingji and Zhao Min. The two who were ignored looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and sensibly made way. Academician Chen, when will the experiment start? Xianxia asked. From doubting Starlink at the beginning to being impatient now, it only took him less than 2 days. In fact, in less than a day, he was shocked by the technology on Science Island. The 30 researchers all had their own small laboratories. Each laboratory was equipped with the most advanced equipment, the most advanced holographic projection, and artificial intelligence assistants. The research environment was relaxed, and the academic atmosphere was passionate. 2 of his students were also part of the delegation. They had only been here for a short period of time, but they had already made great progress. They also gave him new ideas and suggestions for some of the projects he was researching. Even he felt like he had woken up from a dream when he heard those ideas and suggestions. He was now completely convinced. Unfortunately, not all of them could join this Science Island. Don't be impatient. Chen Mo was also helpless. These experts and professors were only interested in academics. Technology was what they worshipped, especially nuclear fusion technology. Now, it was as if they had seen their most admired idol. They couldn't wait any longer. If you guys keep surrounding me like this, I can't announce the start of the experiment. Chen Mo's words made the anxious Li Jian and the others immediately stop surrounding Chen Mo. Chen Mo tidied up his clothes before walking to the main control panel. Inside the command center were the 30 researchers and artificial intelligence robots brought by Wan Yuanqi. The steps and procedures of the experiment were all set. The necessary processes would be completed by artificial intelligence, and the researchers only needed to provide assistance in case of an accident. Everyone's face was unusually serious. They had a feeling that today might be the day that history would be made, and they were a small group of people that would witness this history. They seemed to have a blind trust in Chen Mo. Turn on the power. With Chen Mo's order, the researcher in charge of the power switch pressed the button in his hand. Power is successfully turned on. Celestial Ring's field system is working normally. Vacuum pressure is 4 by 106 pascals. Water cooling system is activated. Working normally. Diverter is working normally. Increasing coil current, 10,000 amps. 100,000 amps. 200,000 amps. 1.3 trillion amps. After Celestial Ring was successfully turned on, the artificial intelligence in Celestial Ring's laboratory and the researchers started to report the changes in the data. Inside the command center, everyone's eyes were glued to the LCD screen. It was the image of Celestial Ring. Right now, Celestial Ring was preparing for the start of the experiment. Everyone's heart was filled with cold sweat. The artificial intelligence reported the data again and again. As long as Celestial Ring was fine, it was great news. If they wanted to use the energy of controlled nuclear fusion, 2 conditions had to be met. First, the deuterium-tritium fuel had to be heated to 100 million degrees Celsius. Second, the fusion reaction had to be sustained for more than 1000 seconds. To achieve the first condition, a large current had to be added to the coil. Only then could a large enough current be generated in celestial rings vacuum chamber at the start of the experiment to accelerate the collision ionization of free electrons and form a plasma with a high temperature. Filling deuterium-tritium fuel. Injection of deuterium-tritium fuel complete. Current of equal heating coil has been increased to the maximum, diverter is working normally. Water cooling system is working normally. Vertical field is working normally. Soon, the current and magnetic field reached the predetermined values. Everyone started to get nervous. The experts and academicians on the scene even started to breathe heavily. The next step was the ignition. They had to turn the coil circuit to the minimum in an instant and induce a current in the vacuum chamber to form a plasma with the deuterium-tritium fuel. Xianxia was relatively calm. This was the data he obtained from hundreds of simulations in the laboratory using superconducting computers, holographic technology, and Mahast Girl, the most advanced artificial intelligence. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be too bad. After all the preparations were completed and the data stabilized, Xianxia took a deep breath. Ignition. Qianmo's simple command caused everyone's hearts to unconsciously contract and their eyelids to twitch. The data on the screen changed dramatically in an instant. Ignition successful. The temperature of the plasma beam is 14 million degrees Celsius, the vertical field strength is 10.2 Tesla, the plasma current is 1.4 megamperes, the operating frequency, charging into the fuel. The plasma density is increasing. The pressure is increasing. The plasma is heating up, the ignition was successful. Hearing the report from the artificial intelligence, the 4 words struck the hearts of everyone in the command center. Then, there was applause and cheering. Many researchers had tears of joy in their eyes. None of them had expected that the first experiment would be successful, and the temperature of the plasma had already exceeded 50 million degrees Celsius. After the jubilation, everyone quieted down again. Now that the plasma beam had been formed, the next step was to maintain the discharge duration. If they could surpass their previous experiments, it would be an unprecedented breakthrough. This meant that aside from the tokamak and the stellarator, there was a third possible nuclear fusion device. Time ticked by. Hearing the data reported by the artificial intelligence, the breathing of many researchers became heavy. 60 seconds had already passed. If the plasma discharge continued for another minute, it would mean that this experiment would surpass the Super Loop's record of 50 million degrees Celsius in 100 seconds. They would be one step closer to nuclear fusion energy. 99. 100. 101. 102. Seeing that the plasma discharge exceeded 100 seconds, the laboratory erupted in cheers again. This meant that their first experiment with the star ring had created a new world record. Li Jian clenched his fists. His eyes were red. They had worked hard for their entire lives just so that one day, controlled nuclear fusion technology could become a new clean energy source on Earth. Now, he saw hope. This young man, Qianxia, seemed to be the synonym for miracles. Originally, he didn't have high expectations for this experiment. He thought that it would be a huge success if the plasma discharge could last for more than 10 seconds. However, the result was far beyond his imagination. He didn't know how to express his excitement at this moment. Next to him, Wang Yuanqi's body was trembling. He was almost 70 years old, and he had never been this excited before. In the field of high-temperature plasma research, he was one of the most experienced people in the Plasma Research Institute. He had witnessed the process of Huaxia's controlled nuclear fusion project from nothing to being one of the most advanced projects in the world. His only wish was to see a nuclear fusion power station become a reality in his lifetime. Originally, he came to Qianmo's Research Institute with the intention of learning his new theories. He didn't expect Qianxia to create such a big impact in such a short period of time. However, today, he saw hope. The first controlled nuclear fusion experiment had surpassed the decades of research in the Plasma Research Institute. Right now, he was both sad and happy. He was sad because the decades of hard work in the Plasma Research Institute couldn't compete with this young man in just 1 year. He was happy because he saw the possibility of controlled nuclear fusion being successfully used. Other than Li Jian and Wan Yuanqi, Ku Jianya and Gua Zhongming's eyes were all red. Outsiders couldn't understand how they felt at this moment. Even though they didn't come up with the star ring technology, they still saw the hope of Huaxia using nuclear fusion energy. They had worked hard for their entire lives, and now, they could see the technology benefit their country in their lifetime. A few of the older generation of experts and academicians were crying at this moment. The plasma discharge had already lasted for 150 seconds. If it could last for more than 1,000 seconds, it would mean that the star ring could use nuclear fusion energy. Compared to the other experts, Chen Mo was a lot calmer. While watching the star ring operate, various data flashed across his mind. He was also calculating the possible optimization problems. The cooling system is working fine, the diverter is working fine, the longitudinal field is stable, the angular field is stable. The plasma discharge had already lasted for 280 seconds. Chen Mo also started to think seriously. Because at the beginning, the instantaneous temperature didn't reach 100 million degrees Celsius, which was different from the simulation data, he wasn't sure how long the plasma would last. If he wanted the plasma to operate stably, he had to increase the temperature of the plasma to 100 million degrees Celsius for more than 1,000 seconds. Because on Earth, there was no sun, so the internal pressure couldn't cause the plasma to spontaneously react. When the time came, the deuterium-tritium fuel would be used more efficiently. The deuterium-tritium fuel would be able to provide an endless amount of energy, and the discharge process would be possible. Right now, the dozens of researchers in the command center didn't even blink. They were waiting for the historical moment to arrive. After 495 seconds, the high confinement operation of the plasma discharge finally came to a stop. Everyone in the command center cheered. 495 seconds. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. The plasma temperature was almost 90 million degrees Celsius, and it could maintain a continuous discharge for 495 seconds. This number had already surpassed the limit. This was a major breakthrough. The goal of successfully using nuclear fusion energy was right in front of their eyes. If this experiment result was released, it would shock the world. Chen Mo sighed. He wasn't satisfied. He didn't want a few minutes of operation. He wanted a few years or even decades of operation. Although this result was already a major breakthrough, he still wasn't satisfied. Without the net output of nuclear fusion energy, the experiment was a failure. Chen Mo's calm voice caused everyone who was excited to be stunned. Their originally ecstatic hearts instantly cooled down. Chen Mo's voice sounded like he wasn't satisfied with the result. It was almost 90 million degrees Celsius and it was almost 500 seconds of continuous discharge. Was he still not satisfied? They had never achieved this result in their lifetime of research. Academician Chen, are you going to do the second experiment so soon? Wan Yuanqi couldn't believe it. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Then aren't you going to look for problems with the experiment? Like optimization of the device? Wan Yuanqi asked. The first experiment had just been completed and they were already preparing for the second experiment. The purpose of the experiment was to obtain the data and optimize the reactor device. Then, they would proceed to the next experiment and optimize it again. Step by step, they would continue until they succeeded. The results of such a rushed experiment wouldn't be too good. I will solve the problems in the experiment and the device. You don't have to worry about them. You just have to prepare. After I finish processing the data, I will immediately conduct the next experiment, Chen Mo said. He was certain that the current starring device was enough to complete a controlled nuclear fusion experiment because the parameters of the system hadn't reached the limit yet. He only needed to adjust the parameters of the experiment and the next experiment might be successful. Li Jian and the others looked at each other but didn't say anything. The star ring experiment had completely won them over. Chen Mo's right to speak in the field of controlled nuclear fusion had far surpassed all of them. Chen Mo was able to design and build the starring device in such a short time. His first fusion experiment had surpassed everyone's decades of hard work. This meant that Chen Mo's ability was on a different level than theirs. Academician 1, tell the Academy of Science to send over 500 grams of tritium fuel. We might need to conduct multiple experiments. Send it over just in case, Chen Mo said to Wang Yuanqi. Okay. Wang Yuanqi nodded. Now, he had an unprecedented amount of trust in Chen Mo. Alright, everyone, prepare for the next experiment. I'll celebrate with everyone once Starlink's experiment is a success. After Chen Mo bid farewell to everyone, he left Starlink's command center with Zhao Min and Li Qingji. Academician Chen doesn't seem to be very satisfied with the great success of the experiment. After Chen Mo, Zhao Min, and the others left, Li Jian looked at Wang Yuanqi. The others also looked at him with the same doubts. Maybe it's because everyone has a different perspective. For Academician Chen, before a stable and sustainable plasma is formed, the experiment will fail. Wang Yuanqi sighed. From their point of view, this experiment was an unprecedented success. However, Chen Mo was different. From the very beginning, he had been pursuing the continuous burning of his plasma body. To them, this was the final question of the college entrance examination that was beyond their syllabus. They couldn't understand it, nor could they solve it. For Chen Mo, this was just a simple calculation problem. Now that the answer to this problem wasn't completely correct, he naturally wasn't too happy. Now, let's do as Academician Chen said and prepare for the next experiment, Wang Yuanqi ordered the researchers. They were there as assistants. Now that they had achieved such great success, everyone was full of energy. No one could say for sure that they could make history in the next experiment. What? The plasma of Starlink's device ran stably for 495.43 seconds at 90 million degrees Celsius? Hearing this news, Wang Yan stood up from his seat with a shocked face. Are you sure this result is correct? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Academician Li and Old Guo were there. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Even Old Guo and the others want to join the Starlink project now. Wang Yuanqi's voice was filled with joy. One could imagine that he was in a good mood on the other end of the phone. This must be a joke, Wang Yan said. Guo Zhongming was a materials expert. He was the one who led the research on the diverter. Also, Li Jian was the person in charge of the super ring experiment. If they were all there, their super ring experiment would be unnecessary. Can you make a copy of the experiment data? Wang Yan asked. No, I don't have the permission to copy the data. I need Academician Chen's permission, but he won't agree, Wang Yuanqi said. When the two parties were discussing the cooperation, they had already agreed that researchers who didn't join the Starlink project couldn't look at the data of any project, not even the Academy of Science. Therefore, if they wanted to look at the data, they had to join the research institute and obtain the corresponding permission. Also, they could only look at the data related to their research project. This was also the condition that Chen Mo set to attract talents. Otherwise, if the data was leaked, it would cause a lot of trouble. When the two parties were discussing the joint venture agreement, these conditions were ignored because they didn't think that Chen Mo could develop too many technologies in a short time. Okay. Wang Yan was a bit disappointed. No wonder Old Guo and the others wanted to join. This technology could only be seen but not touched. It was very suspenseful. Why did you call back? What support do they need? The experiment has just been completed. Academician Chen doesn't seem to be satisfied. He's not satisfied with this result? Does he want to go to heaven? Wang Yan almost jumped on the table and cursed. Their Institute of Physics had gathered the top physicists in the country and hired some foreign experts. After decades of hard work, they had finally reached the world's advanced standard. Chen Mo's first experiment had easily left them far behind. This was already shocking enough. Now, Wang Yuanqi was telling him that Chen Mo wasn't satisfied with the result. You don't say. Academician Chen really has the ability to go to heaven. Soon, he will be able to take down the sun and control it in the palm of his hand, Wang Yuanqi joked. Wang Yan, Academician Chen is preparing for the second experiment. Academician Li and Old Guo haven't gone back yet. They stayed to help with the preparations. Do you want to come? Yes, what can I do? Wang Yan was afraid that he would speak too slowly. Even if Wang Yuanqi didn't ask, he would still go. There was no job more important than witnessing the success of controlled nuclear fusion. Also, Celestial Ring might need to conduct multiple experiments. Academician Chen said that we might need 500 grams of tritium fuel as backup, Wang Yuanqi said. Okay, I will ask the Academy of Science to send it over as soon as possible, Wang Yan agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Wang Yan packed his briefcase and put the documents in the safe. Then, he left the office. He didn't think that Wang Yuanqi's information was fake. There was no reason for Wang Yuanqi to lie to him. Plus, there was still Li Jian and the others. Nothing was more important than the nuclear fusion experiment at the moment. If the nuclear fusion experiment was successful, the Academy of Science would also benefit immensely. This was because the Huashan Nuclear Energy Group was a joint venture with the Army Ant Company that was approved by the State Council. This was only the first experiment for Celestial Ring, but they had already achieved a result of 495 seconds of steady-state plasma operation at 90 million degrees Celsius. This result had already set a new world record. What about the second, third, and fourth experiments? Wouldn't they exceed this number by a lot? On the other side, Chen Mo got the experimental data and came out of the data center, leaving the research institute on Science Island. On the way, Li Qingji couldn't help but ask. Looking at Academician Wan and the others, the experiment should be very successful, right? It's the first time I've seen so many experts crying. It's either a success or a failure, it depends on what you think. What do you mean? It's indeed a great success for the first nuclear fusion experiment to achieve this result. It can be said that it has created a new chapter in nuclear fusion technology, said Chen Mo. Then you don't seem to be satisfied? Although this result is good, it's not a success for me. The plasma discharge duration is 495 seconds. It might seem like a lot, but this number won't have much effect on the next few years or even decades. It's like I wanted to buy a watermelon, but I ended up buying sesame seeds. That's how I feel, explained Chen Mo. For his research on Starlink, this was not a success. He obtained a very complete set of technical theories and information from the scientific library. He also had the help of his superbrain and artificial intelligence. He spent a lot of money and resources. It could be said that he had the perfect conditions, but this result was not a success. The holographic simulation was an ideal experiment, so there would be some errors in the actual experiment. This was the difference between ideal and reality. What he needed to do now was to analyze the experimental data and let the Mahist girl adjust the experimental data of Starlink based on this experiment. Maybe he could achieve better results the next time. Although it was not a complete success, the results were not small. At least it proved that Starlink was right. It was just that the data was slightly different from the ideal data. After hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Li Qingji immediately understood. Chen Mo had set the goal too high, so he was not satisfied with this result. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Chen Mo was the leader, so he had the most right to speak. Seeing the experts and academicians crying tears of joy, the experiment must have achieved great results. It was just that the results were lower than Chen Mo's expectations. You came here this time just to watch my experiment? Asked Chen Mo. Would you believe me if I said yes? Li Qingji smiled. Chen Mo shook his head. I'm really not used to it. You must have a mission. You don't seem like the kind of person who comes here to watch the fun. Don't tell me your mission is to watch my experiment? Hee hee. Li Qingji laughed heartily without saying anything. After all, the nuclear fusion experiment was a special experiment. If it was a normal company, they wouldn't even have the experimental materials and equipment. As the special representative of the Celestial Ring experiment, he was most familiar with Chen Mo. Therefore, he was sent here to check on the situation and report directly to the higher-ups. Let's go eat first. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Let's eat in this Science Island's cafeteria. I don't dare to go to those 5-star restaurants you go to outside. Li Qingji smiled and pointed at the military uniform he was wearing. Alright. Chen Mo nodded slightly. After the three of them ate, Li Qingji left. He also told Chen Mo that he would come again to watch the next experiment. Chen Mo didn't object. After seeing Li Qingji off, Chen Mo and Zhao Min also rushed to the army ant headquarters. Are you going to be a technical nerd in the lab again? Zhao Min asked on the way back. Now that the celestial ring experiment has just been completed, I will stay in the lab for a while and focus on processing the experimental data. You can take care of the company. Don't disturb me unless it's something important, Chen Mo said. Binhai City is planning the holographic city project. Is that important? Zhao Min asked. It's not urgent. If you need to find me, you have to wait until I finish the celestial ring experiment. Okay, then you can focus on your research. Now that the company's management team has almost taken shape, even if you retire and become a teacher, the company can still operate normally, Zhao Min joked. Chen Mo rolled his eyes. Did she really think he was Teacher Ma? After returning to Building 1, Chen Mo changed into a lab robe and went into the physics lab. He inserted the experimental data from the science island into the computer. Mahast girl, process the celestial ring experiment data now, Chen Mo said after the data transfer was completed. Okay, brother Mo, I'm processing it now. Mahast girl's holographic projection landed next to Chen Mo. In front of them, a holographic projection of the celestial ring device appeared. Use the experimental data parameters to replace the data parameters in the original simulation. If there are errors, change according to the errors. Reset the experimental data and start the simulation. Let me see the results, Chen Mo said. Okay, the simulation is in progress. The simulation started. Chen Mo also looked at the changes in the simulation window. There were quite a few changes compared to the original simulation data. After a while, the Mahast girl spoke again. The simulation results are out. The structure of the celestial ring device doesn't need to be modified. The performance of each system can meet the requirements of the experiment. We just need to adjust the parameters of the experimental system slightly. Hearing this, Chen Mo heaved a sigh of relief. It was good news that the celestial ring device didn't need to be modified. Otherwise, it would take a long time to dismantle the celestial ring and replace it with new parts. Let me see the parameters, Chen Mo said. Here. The Mahast girl pointed with her small finger, and a set of data appeared on the transparent LCD screen in front of them. Because the experimental environment is very extreme, according to the feedback from the celestial ring experiment, the actual performance of the beryllium gallium graphite tungsten is a little different from the ideal test in the laboratory. The performance error is small and within an acceptable range, Chen Mo nodded and didn't interrupt. He quietly looked at the data on the screen and listened to the Mahast girl's summary of the problems with the celestial ring. The induction field is already strong enough, so the change in the circumferential field current doesn't need to be too big. We just need to maintain the current intensity and slightly increase the peak value of the current. However, according to the feedback from the data, the current heating system can't reach the target temperature in the predetermined time. Therefore, the maximum magnetic flux change delta phi of the ohmic heating field needs to be adjusted to 1620 versus the total power of the ECRF, sustainable ion cyclotron heating system, needs to be adjusted to 5 to 7. 5 megawatts. In the simulation, this parameter can allow the plasma temperature, electron temperature, and plasma temperature to reach the target temperature in the predetermined time. The operating frequency of the steady-state plasma current system, LHCD, needs to be adjusted to 3.7 GHz. The Mahast girl reported a lot of experimental parameters that needed to be adjusted. Chen Mo also looked at them carefully. If these data were to be calculated and adjusted manually, it would take a long time or even many experiments. With the Mahast girl's help, it would save a lot of time. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, simulate it again and compare it with the second set of data. Okay. Wang Yan walked out of the bus. He didn't have time to admire the beautiful surroundings. He quickly walked to the entrance of the research institute. Wang Yuanqi was waiting for him at the entrance. Today was the start of the second experiment. After receiving Wang Yuanqi's message, he immediately arranged all his work and rushed to Binhai City. Luckily, the experiment hadn't started yet, so he arrived in time. First, record the visitor's fingerprint information. Wang Yuanqi used his identity as a researcher to record the visitor's basic information for Wang Yin. Every person who wasn't a researcher had to be brought in. Before entering, they had to record the necessary identity information. After recording the fingerprint, facial, and voice information, Wang Yuanqi brought Wang Yan into the research institute. "Are you prepared for the second experiment?" Wang Yan asked. "Yes." Yesterday, academician Chen arranged to modify the parameters of the experiment. "It's done today. The experiment is about to start. If you came any later, you might have missed it. The experiment is done so quickly." He was able to build such a large research institute and the celestial ring device within a year. "Do you think it's fast or not?" "Academician Chen can't be judged by our standards," Wang Yuanqi said as he walked. After passing through layers of security, the two entered the command center of Celestial Ring. Chen Mo and the others were already in the command center. After seeing Wang Yan, the two of them greeted each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Yan didn't disturb Chen Mo. Instead, he sat down next to Li Jian and the others and waited quietly for the experiment to begin. All the posts were doing the final checks on Celestial Ring. As long as the checks were completed and there were no problems, the second experiment could officially begin. "Chief Engineer Chen, the final checks have been completed. There are no abnormalities." Bailey Jing handed the report in her hand to Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the data in the report and walked to the computer on the control panel to confirm the parameters. "I've been in the lab for the past few days, using the Mahast Girls simulation to design the experiment parameters. I've set up 3 sets of experiment parameters in a row." After the parameters were completed yesterday, he asked the researchers to start preparing the experiment parameters. Everyone had a clear division of labor. With the help of the smart robots, they moved quickly. 5 minutes later, after confirming that there were no problems with the data, Chen Mo put the report aside and said seriously, "Now, let's start the second Celestial Ring experiment." As soon as Chen Mo said that, everyone in the command center was on high alert and on high alert. The second controlled nuclear fusion experiment has begun. Turn on the power. Activation successful. Celestial Link's field system is working normally. The vacuum chamber is working normally. The background vacuum pressure is 4 by 106 pascals. The cooling system is working normally. Increasing coil current, 10,000 amps. 100,000 amps. 200,000 amps. 3 trillion amps. The familiar voice of the artificial intelligence made all the researchers nervous. The success of the first experiment allowed them to see the possibility of successful controlled nuclear fusion. Now, every experiment could be a successful controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Filling deuterium-tritium fuel filling complete. The current of the equal heating coil has been increased to the maximum value. The diverter is working normally. The water cooling system is working normally. Soon, just like the first experiment, the electric current and magnetic field reached the predetermined values. Some of the parameters were different from the first time, but everything else was the same. The fuel was filled and the preparations were complete. The next step was to ignite the engine. Everyone unconsciously clenched their fists. Preparing to ignite. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, igniting. As the artificial intelligence finished its countdown, everyone's heart twitched when they saw the numbers on the computer. Celestial Link used a real-time data collection system. During the fusion experiment, any changes in the data would be collected simultaneously. It was easy to see the changes in the device. Ignition successful. Plasma temperature 45 million degrees Celsius. The fuel is being charged and the plasma is being heated. Yesy. Many people clenched their fists. The data this time was much higher than the first experiment. This meant that Chen Mo's modification of the parameters was effective. The ignition was successful. The next step was to see how long the plasma could operate stably. 89 million degrees Celsius, 90. 84 million degrees Celsius. When the plasma temperature broke through 90 million degrees Celsius, everyone shouted in their hearts. The temperature of the plasma was higher than the first experiment. This was another small breakthrough. In their excitement, everyone continued to pay attention to the changes in the data. Wang Yan was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly. His face was red, just like Wan Yuanqi and the others when they first entered the laboratory. Compared to the first time, Li Jian and the others were much calmer. They had already seen a train with a flat tire. Even if they were excited this time, they wouldn't be as excited. The continuous operation time had exceeded 500 seconds. Every second was a new record. While all the researchers were in a state of excitement and ecstasy, time passed second by second, and the continuous discharge process of the plasma came to an end. 9,500 degrees Celsius, 762 seconds. They had successfully broken through the 12-minute mark. This data made all the researchers go crazy. Although the second experiment didn't produce a stable plasma for a long time, it was still a new record. The results had once again broken the record set by the first experiment. If they continued to optimize it, success was close at hand. If this news spread, the entire world would be shocked. Everyone could clearly feel that the era of energy revolution was coming. This time, Chen Mo didn't need to say anything. After the experiment ended, everyone in the command center immediately started preparing for the next experiment. None of the researchers realized that they had been unknowingly influenced by Chen Mo. Everyone only had one goal, which was to stabilize the plasma for a long time and achieve controlled nuclear fusion. 3 days later, the third experiment came as planned. With the previous 2 experiments as a foundation, everyone's work was done in an orderly manner. In order for the experiment to go smoothly, everyone checked their work repeatedly, afraid that the slightest error would cause the experiment to fail. The new experiment also created a new record, making everyone cry tears of joy. 99 million degrees Celsius, continuous discharge of plasma for 964 seconds. The fourth experiment hadn't started yet. Wang Yan, Li Jian, and the others personally participated in the preparation work. The third experiment was 99 million degrees Celsius, 964 seconds. Both numbers had broken 9. Everyone saw the light of victory. Starring, which they didn't think highly of before, had become the instrument that could realize their research. With everyone's hard work, the fourth experiment started according to plan. In the end, it set a record of 102 million degrees Celsius, continuous discharge of plasma for 1,042 seconds. The fourth experiment's data had reached their expectations, but the plasma couldn't last forever. Both numbers broke through the theoretical values. There were some discrepancies between theory and reality, but no one was discouraged. They tried their best to prepare for the fifth experiment. After a few experiments, they continuously adjusted and optimized the experiment parameters. All the experiment parameters were optimized by Chen Mo and the Mahast girl. They were slowly approaching the final answer. The Research Institute on Science Island entered an unprecedented period of tension. During this period of time, no one on Science Island was allowed to leave. Even Chen Mo, other than going to the laboratory in building one of the army ant headquarters, spent the rest of his time on Science Island and didn't go home. In the command center, Zhao Min, Li Qingji, Wang Yan, Li Jian, and the others were all present. Chen Mo stood on the stage in the command center. Below him were the researchers who had participated in the experiment. The first 4 experiments had gradually optimized the data. In the fourth experiment, the data had exceeded the theoretical value. Now, they needed an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. As long as they could break through a certain value, the plasma would be able to continue operating and would no longer be limited by time. This was the fifth experiment, and it was also an opportunity. The parameters of the star ring were close to the maximum. If the experiment didn't succeed this time, they would have to modify the star ring to increase some of its parameters before they could proceed with the next experiment. As Chen Mo pressed the start button, star ring was activated. The fuel was injected, and all the preparations were completed. Prepare to ignite. 10. 9. The artificial intelligence's voice made some people clench their fists and pray in their hearts. 3. 2. 1. Ignite. The moment the experiment started, the current in the circumferential field became 0. In the vacuum chamber, under the strong induction current, the deuterium-tritium gas instantly fused and turned into plasma. Ignition successful. Plasma temperature, 98.37 million degrees Celsius. Injecting deuterium-tritium fuel. Increasing plasma pressure. Heating plasma. The successful ignition made everyone heave a sigh of relief. They continued to stare at the computer screen. The next experiment was the most important one. The previous 4 experiments were successful, and they kept breaking records. However, the plasma was still extinguished in the end. They placed their hopes on the 5th experiment. The command center was silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the computer screen. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. The plasma's stable operation time was constantly refreshed, causing their hearts to beat wildly. The temperature of the plasma had reached a terrifying 120 million degrees Celsius. The duration of the continuous discharge had exceeded 1,000 seconds and reached 1,032 seconds. Now, every second could be a limit. Because no one knew when the plasma would reach the critical value and jump out of the bottleneck. Data normal. Plasma stable. Plasma stable. Plasma stable. The artificial intelligence's voice rang in the command center every 10 seconds. The duration of the continuous discharge had exceeded the 4th experiment's duration of 1,042 seconds. The continuous discharge operation continued. Everyone in the command center waited quietly. Although they were only staring at the computer screen, no one was impatient. In fact, they even wanted to continue like this. Stable longitudinal magnetic field, stable angular magnetic field, the ion cyclotron heating system is working properly. The ohmic heating system is working properly. The pellet feeding system is working normally. The plasma temperature is 135 million degrees Celsius. The plasma is stable. The first wall temperature is 2,208 degrees Celsius. The diverter works stably. The cooling system is stable. Starlink's operation is stable. Listening to the artificial intelligence's voice, everyone felt that it was as pleasant as the sound of nature. Everyone unconsciously smiled, including Chen Mo. Time continued to discharge for 1,800 seconds, more than half an hour. The plasma inside the star ring had stabilized, and the fusion reaction could proceed spontaneously. The consumption of deuterium-tritium fuel was also reduced by 30% compared to the previous experiments at the same time. This showed that the tritium within the plasma had formed, and the fuel efficiency had improved. The plasma had broken through a certain peak, and the nuclear fusion energy would spontaneously react. As long as there was deuterium-tritium fuel, the plasma would continue to burn stably without extinguishing. Soon, an hour had passed. The continuous discharge of the plasma was still ongoing, and the data was still stable. There was no sign of it extinguishing. Many researchers unconsciously focused their attention on Chen Mo, waiting for Chen Mo to come to a conclusion. Some researchers' bodies were trembling. They tried their best to suppress the excitement in their hearts, waiting for the final moment to explode. They had worked so hard for so long, and today they finally got the results they wanted. After Chen Mo carefully looked at the data of Starlink's stable operation, he finally showed a smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. It was obvious that the plasma hadn't extinguished, which meant the experiment was a success. His hard work had finally paid off. Looking at everyone's hopeful eyes, Chen Mo walked up to the control panel, slowly approached the microphone, and said, "I now announce that the 5th experiment of the star ring is a complete success. Cheers." Boom! When Chen Mo announced the success of the experiment on the control panel, all the researchers in the star ring experimental command center erupted. All the researchers screamed, clapped, and cheered. Their cheers and applause filled the entire control room of the command center. More than 40 people erupted into cheers that even 100 people couldn't muster. The researchers, who used to be gentle and polite, were finally unleashed this time. "We did it, we did it. Ha 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 ha. We did it, controlled nuclear fusion is a success." Wang Yan, Li Jian, and the other academicians and experts who were sitting in their seats also shouted crazily at this moment, not caring about their image. They just hugged each other, crying and laughing at the same time. Among them, they were all pioneers in China's plasma research. They had witnessed the development of controlled nuclear fusion technology from nothing to leading the world. Now, they had obtained a plasma that could burn continuously. No words could describe their feelings at this moment. It was the same feeling as when their ancestors detonated the first atomic bomb. Only cheers and shouts could express their excitement. Chen Mo was also affected by the intense atmosphere. He chuckled and applauded at the same time. He had spent too much effort on this day. Among the many technologies, the development of the star ring device was undoubtedly the most difficult. From the decision to cooperate with the government, to the negotiation of the project, to the construction of the research institute and star ring, to the announcement of the success of the star ring experiment, he had spent too much effort. This technology involved too many fields. He had taken out a lot of materials and production technology from the scientific library to successfully complete it. Li Qingji looked at the academicians and experts who were crying like children and felt a little sad. He only clapped quietly. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhao Min, who was watching from the side, was also affected by the atmosphere. She walked over and hugged Chen Mo. Congratulations on your success. At this moment, you're a big shot standing in the middle of history. Zhao Min was also happy from the bottom of her heart. This was one of the few times she had seen Chen Mo lose his composure. In the past, Chen Mo was always calm and relaxed like an old monk who had seen through the mortal world. No matter what happened, he was always calm. She didn't expect Chen Mo to be so happy today. However, when she thought about the experiment results that Chen Mo had received, she knew that it was normal for Chen Mo to be happy. A revolution in human history was already in his hands. This was a man who had created history. Thank you. Chen Mo patted Zhao Min's back and said with a smile. Zhao Min reluctantly let go of Chen Mo and smiled. What do you want to do the most now? What do you want to do the most? Chen Mo tilted his head and thought. I want to go home and take a hot shower. Then I can empty my mind and not think about anything. I can sleep naked for once. Haha, Zhao Min was amused and rolled her eyes at him. The joyful atmosphere in the command center was still there. Many researchers were hoarse from all the shouting. They could only clap and ignore their red palms. Brother Chen Mo, come over here for a second. Chen Mo was about to leave the science island after the celebration dinner with the other researchers when he was called out by Li Qingji to an empty office. I reported the success of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment, and there's news from the higher-ups. Huh? You have another mission? Chen Mo asked. I do have some news. Li Qingji's face became serious. How big of an impact do you think it will have on the world if we announce the success of controlled nuclear fusion now? The energy revolution will affect the balance of the entire world, right? A new order might appear, Chen Mo said. He was researching this, and he had already done his homework before he started. Yeah, that's right. Li Qingji agreed with Chen Mo's words and asked, what else? There are a lot of other impacts, and I can't explain them all at once. I probably won't be able to explain them all even if I write a few papers, Chen Mo said. It seems like you also know that controlled nuclear fusion is a good thing. Just like you said, it will lead to changes and even a new order. But if it happens too suddenly, the surprise will turn into a shock. If we're not prepared, it might not be a good thing, and it might also be the source of chaos. There are two sides to everything, you know that, right? Yeah, I know that. Chen Mo said, just tell me what your mission is. There are good and bad things, and we have to minimize the bad and maximize the good. If we suddenly announce the big news, just like you said, it might lead to global changes and chaos. Between changes and a new order, crisis and opportunity coexist. If we're not prepared, it might not be a good thing. Internally, the main source of electricity in China is still thermal power. If we suddenly announce it, it will have a huge impact on the coal and oil industry. It might cause unnecessary social problems and employment problems after the panic. Brotherly? When did you become so good at analyzing big things like this? Chen Mo's interest was piqued. I reported the success of controlled nuclear fusion to the higher-ups, and they called to tell me this, Li Qingji said honestly. You don't want me to announce the controlled nuclear fusion so quickly? Chen Mo instantly understood Li Qingji's intention. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. The news of you successfully developing nuclear fusion technology so quickly has already alerted the top few. In response to your news, the higher-ups are urgently formulating new development strategies and finding new strategic directions. Therefore, we hope that you can delay the announcement of nuclear fusion for 2 months. We will prepare in advance to minimize the negative impact of your announcement and maximize the benefits. I thought it was something big. It's just a delay of 2 months. It's not a big deal. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. Whether it was 2 months earlier or later, it wouldn't affect him at all. He had already achieved his goal of researching controlled nuclear fusion. It didn't matter if it was a month or 2 later. However, if they were to suddenly announce it now, it would definitely have a huge impact on society. International oil prices could plummet, causing global social and economic chaos, triggering a change in the new order ahead of time. The impact of this would be very terrifying. Domestically, oil prices plummeted. Coupled with the panic in the coal industry, unemployment skyrocketed. This caused social problems. The higher-ups thought about many more things than he did. With more time to prepare, after the announcement, the government would be prepared internationally and domestically to maximize the benefits. At the very least, the domestic impact would be minimized. That's good. Seeing that Xianxia agreed, Li Qingji breathed a sigh of relief. The senior official told me to tell you that if you have any special technology you want to research in the future, you can tell me. The government will give you the greatest convenience for your research within the permitted scope. We hope that you can become a giant on the road to Huaxia's renaissance. Okay. Xianxia nodded. This promise was better than any other benefits for him. Then my mission is complete. Li Qingji sighed in relief and asked, what are you going to do next? Go home to my wife. Wang Lan and Auntie Lin got out of the car and were about to go back to the mansion with the fresh ingredients they just bought. Suddenly, another car stopped behind them. When Wang Lan saw Xianxia get out of the car, her face immediately lit up. Little Mo, you're back. You're back. When Xianxia saw Wang Lan, he smiled and nodded. What did you buy? Xiaoyu is pregnant. Sometimes she wants to eat oranges and apple, so I went to buy some for her. Also, these are the freshest dishes for dinner. You have to buy them once a day. It's better for pregnant women to eat fresh food. Wang Lan said, how's your work? Are you still busy? It's finished. I won't be so busy from now on, Xianxia said. That's good, that's good. Wang Lan nodded. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Then I'll go back for a while. You can spend more time with Xiaoyu. It's better for you to take care of her than for me to take care of her. Don't you want to stay for a while longer? Xianxia asked. I'll leave the space for you young people. I'm here to take care of you. You won't be used to it. You can come and see Xiaoyu occasionally. Wang Lan smiled. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak again, she went back to the villa with him. When Xianxia entered the villa, he saw Xiaoyu reading and listening to music on the sofa. Xianxia walked over gently and reached out from behind to block Xiaoyu's eyes. Honey. Feeling the familiar palm, Xiaoyu immediately turned her head in surprise. I'm back. Xianxia sat down next to Xiaoyu and touched his bulging belly. Have you been good at home during this time? I've been good. I just miss you a little. Xiaoyu put down the book in her hand and gently leaned on Xianxia. My experiment is finished. I won't be so busy from now on. I'll give myself a break these days to accompany you and take you out for a walk. Xianxia glanced at the books Xiaoyu was reading. They were all about parenting. She was obviously preparing to be a mother. Okay. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with joy. During this time, her mother had been taking care of her. She could only move around in the villa and rarely went out. She was bored to death. I'll go take a shower first. I just came back and I smell so bad, Xianxia said. Go ahead. Xiaoyu nodded. After taking a hot shower in the bedroom, Xianxia changed into a set of loose casual clothes and sat down next to Xiaoyu. During this time, he had been working hard on the Starlink experiment. Today, he finally succeeded. The success of the Starlink technology meant that the most difficult science and technology apprentice, technology in the Science and Technology Library had been completed. He could finally rest for a while. Now that he was at home with Xiaoyu, he didn't have to think about anything. Chen Mo naturally relaxed. Before he knew it, he fell asleep on the sofa. Seeing Chen Mo snorting and his slightly tired face, Xiaoyu's heart ached. After Chen Mo went to experiment last time, Chen Mo didn't go home for more than half a month. She knew that Chen Mo was busy and she was pregnant, so she waited at home for Chen Mo to come back. For the next 5 days, Chen Mo rested at home and gave himself a short break. Occasionally, he would call to ask about the plasma on Science Island. 5 days later, Chen Mo returned to Science Island. The entire Science Island was bustling with activity. When they saw Chen Mo enter the command center, Wang Yuanqi and the others all came forward to greet him. Everyone's faces were glowing. Wang Yan and the others did not leave. They were guarding the plasma that had undergone successful fusion. The remaining deuterium-tritium fuel from the starring experiment could only last for 3 days. Therefore, Wang Yan and the others requested emergency deuterium-tritium fuel from the higher-ups. The fuel was sent over the next day. 5 days later, the fuel that was sent over kept the plasma burning. The plasma was still stable and showed no signs of extinguishing. This was great news. It meant that the nuclear fusion on starring was a success. As long as there was fuel, the plasma could last for a long time. How's starring's operation? Chen Mo asked as soon as he entered the command center. The plasma is operating in a stable state. The current power generation of the research institute can reach 760,000 kilowatt-hours. It's equivalent to the power generation of an I-type power station, Wang Yuanqi said eagerly. This was just an experimental reactor. Its power generation was equivalent to a medium-large hydropower station. If a real nuclear fusion power station was built and a turbine generator was installed, the power generation could easily exceed 20 million kilowatt-hours. 2 nuclear fusion power stations, or even 1 super-large nuclear fusion power station, would be enough to power an entire province. By then, thermal power would be completely eliminated. There would be no need to worry about a lack of electricity nationwide. Most importantly, the product of nuclear fusion was helium. There would be no need to worry about radioactive waste like nuclear fission power stations. It was safe and pollution-free. It was truly a clean energy source. Academician Chen, the higher-ups want us to evaluate the cost of building a nuclear fusion power station that can generate 20 million kilowatt-hours per day, Wang Yan said. I don't know the overall cost of the power station. I'm not a professional evaluator, so I can't estimate it. However, I can confirm that the construction cost of starring is around 10 billion per reactor. You'll have to evaluate the other estimates yourselves. I can't help you. Chen Mo gave a rough estimate. Wang Yan and the others nodded in agreement. The cost of building Star Ring was within an acceptable range. With the cost of building Star Ring, they would be able to get professionals to evaluate the other construction costs. Now that the plasma is completely stable, we can basically confirm that the experiment is a success. What you need to do next is to prepare for the construction of the nuclear fusion power station, Chen Mo said. I know. Wang Yuanqi nodded. The cost of nuclear fusion power stations was within an acceptable range. Next, it was time for the country to build nuclear fusion power stations on a large scale. At that time, these experts would definitely be busy again. Chen Mo checked the Starlink Experimental Command Center before he took the data from Starlink and headed to the Army Ant Company's headquarters. Now that the nuclear fusion project couldn't be announced to the public, he could have some peace and quiet. I'm back. When Chen Mo returned, Zhao Min and Lan Shi also entered his office. During this time, she was mainly in contact with the officials of Binhai City to discuss the holographic city project. Now that the nuclear fusion experiment was a success, Chen Mo's research had come to an end, so she explained the work to him. Do you have time now? Yes. Zhao Min took a USB flash drive from Lan Shi and handed it to Chen Mo. This is the planned area of the holographic city. I've already asked someone to make a holographic map. She had received these things 10 days ago, but that was the most critical moment of the nuclear fusion experiment. She couldn't disturb Chen Mo, so she could only leave it for now. Chen Imo nodded, took the USB flash drive from Zhao Min's hand, and plugged it into the computer. Mahast girl, release the holographic map. Roger that. As soon as the Mahast girl's voice fell, the map of the holographic sand table floated up on the holographic desk in front of the three of them. The buildings attached to the Binhai Center were all scaled down and fully displayed on the desk. The holographic city project has been finalized. The planned location includes the entire Binhai Square, Binhai Library, Museum, Art Center, Children's Palace, etc. There is also the Grand Theater across the sea from the center, which is also planned in the project, including this water area. The officials are preparing to build a large water stage here. Zhao Min drew a circle on the water area between the Grand Theater and the Binhai Center. In addition, when the holographic city project begins, the officials will persuade the Financial Center building, the Citic building, and DeGault Holdings, as well as the surrounding office buildings and hotels, to respond to the official holographic city plan and install holographic projectors instead of traditional LCD screens to broadcast holographic advertisements. Zhao Min pointed to the holographic map and introduced the official plan to Chen Mo. This holographic city was the core part of Binhai City's official technology city plan. In the future, it would be the symbol of Binhai City to the outside world, and it was also the most important place for Yaoi. The underground mall, as well as the shopping center building next to it, will all be replaced by holographic projections. It is planned to be the world's top shopping center. This planned holographic city will focus on shopping, entertainment, humanities, arts, finance, business, and leisure. It will be the business card of Binhai City's technology city. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Yaoi was very good at taking advantage of the army and company's advantages. She was in a favorable position. Binhai City built the Binhai Square into the world's only holographic city. This was almost the largest holographic amusement park, attracting the attention of the world. It also had the huge advantage of the Greater Bay Area's economic circle. As long as the holographic city project was completed, it was almost certain that within the next few years, Binhai City would become one of the most famous cities in the world, a hot tourist city, and the most advanced technology city. There is one more thing. Go ahead. Chen Mo nodded. I got the land for this island. Zhao Min pointed to a small island not far from the Binhai Center. It was not too far from the Grand Theater and was smaller than the island where the Grand Theater was located. What's your plan? Chen Mo was a little surprised. I'm going to set up the Red Fire Ant Company, Zhao Min said. Red Fire Ant Company? What does it do? The Red Fire Ant Company is responsible for our Army Ant Group's market in the cultural and entertainment sector. This includes investing in movies, amusement parks, games, animation, and other cultural fields. Zhao Min expressed her thoughts. This island, I will build it into the world's first holographic amusement park, including Jurassic World, Underwater World, Ice Kingdom, Fairy Tale World, Halloween theme, and so on. It can also be a holographic world with a variety of popular IP themes from time to time. With a large holographic projector, we can create a variety of different theme worlds on this island at any time and place. This place is only separated from the Binhai Center by a water body, which echoes the future holographic city. The geographical location is excellent. As long as we get the approval for sea reclamation and expand the area of the island, we can meet the construction needs of our amusement park. Chen Mo was responsible for developing technical products, and she was responsible for making money. Her task was to convert all the products developed by Chen Mo into shining cash and completely unleash the Army Ant Group's ability to make money. The Army Ant Group was now very large. In the fields of robotics, materials, artificial intelligence, and other high-tech fields, the Army Ant Group was at the top and left the whole world far behind. It was also strong in the fields of the internet and electronic products. It was moderate in the field of medicine, but it was slightly inadequate in other fields. The Army Ant Group had a huge cash reserve in technology. She needed to convert the huge potential of the Army Ant Group into influence in various fields, thereby expanding the Army Ant Group's voice and resources, and building the Army Ant Group into a huge business empire. It had to be said that Zhao Min was very good at making money. She knew how to make use of the existing resources of the Army Ant to create more wealth for the company. Chen Mo admitted that if it weren't for Zhao Min, the army ant company wouldn't have reached its current scale in such a short time. Zhao Min's keen vision and means allowed the army ant to expand so quickly. It's a good idea. According to your idea, how much is the budget? Chen Mo said. The budget is 15 billion. On the island, in addition to the holographic theme park, there are other amusement facilities. Build a bridge to the island. 15 billion is enough. Zhao Min took the proposal from Lan Shi and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo flipped through the proposal. The amusement park project planning and inspection were all done in detail. As long as the reclamation approval was applied, the project could start immediately. With Chen Mo's relationship with the Binhai city government, the reclamation approval was not difficult at all. This was obviously prepared. When Zhao Min found Chen Mo, it was already the final stage. After reading it carefully, Chen Mo picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. Go ahead and do as you wish. Lan Shi, you go ahead and arrange the next work. Zhao Min handed the document in her hand to Lan Shi. After Lan Shi left, Zhao Min spoke again. When are you going to announce the success of the controlled nuclear fusion? Depending on the situation, at least 2 months. The officials gave me 2 months to prepare for the response. The technology is a bit scary. It's already skipped a grade. It's not good to announce it too hastily and cause economic turmoil, Chen Mo said. It's indeed skipped a grade, just like the superconducting material at room temperature. No one would have thought that you would solve the problem that troubled the world's physicists within a year. If they knew, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood, Zhao Min said. Nuclear fusion technology wasn't a technology that should appear now. At the very least, it shouldn't have appeared in 10 years. Now, it had appeared in advance, just like holographic technology. That's not something we should worry about. We're responsible for making money, Chen Mo said with a smile. The controlled nuclear fusion project is a success. What technology do you plan to develop next? Zhao Min knew Chen Mo very well. The success of one technology meant the beginning of the next. This had always been the case. She was curious about the structure of Chen Mo's brain. Let's rest for a while. Otherwise, I'll be caught and sliced into pieces. Zhao Min did not mind. You should be dissected right now. Chen Mo shrugged. The controlled nuclear fusion was a success. He did not enter the scientific library to obtain the technology. Firstly, he wanted to spend some time with Xiaoyu. After all, Xiaoyu was pregnant. The Science and Technology Apprentice stage had 4 fields: medicine, ecology, machinery, and military. During the controlled nuclear fusion research, he had already built the foundations of the 4 laboratories. All the equipment was prepared in advance. The next research wouldn't be too difficult. Next, he had to go abroad. The Nobel Prize was around the corner. Then, what are you going to do next? Nobel Prize. As soon as Chen Mo said this, Zhao Min immediately understood. The Nobel Prize was not far away. Chen Mo also had to prepare to leave. Be careful when you go out, Zhao Min reminded. Chen Mo was not like her. She could run around the world, but Chen Mo could not. She knew that there had been more than 3 attacks on Chen Mo. The last time was the most dangerous. Every time, it was from forces outside of Huaxia. In China, he was already targeted. When he went abroad, he would be in other people's territory. If he was not careful, it would not be a joke. Scientists being kidnapped and assassinated was not new news. It can't be helped. As the first local scientist in Huaxia, I am also a representative. This can be considered as making up for a lack, Chen Mo said faintly. When he was an angry youth, he was also upset that Huaxia did not have a Nobel Prize in physics. Now, he understood many things. He also knew that the Nobel Prize was only a tool under political influence. Plus, he had the scientific library, so his pursuit was not so strong. But now that there was a Nobel Prize, he could go out and get it. He could fulfill his childhood wish and also fulfill the wish of the domestic physics community. Zhao Min left. Chen Mo also looked at the holographic map on the holographic office desk. Yaoi wanted to ask for his help with the planning of the holographic map of Binhai Square. The holographic projectors of the Holographic City project were all provided by the Army Ant Company. One could imagine how much money it made. Since the officials of Binhai City wanted to hear his opinion, he did not refuse. Mahist girl, what do you think about the planning of Binhai Square? Chen Mo asked. How high does the holographic projection need to be? The Mahist girl landed next to him. Her big eyes blinked. She was very cute. After a long time of machine learning and Chen Mo's teaching, her intelligence was now no different from that of a normal person. It was just that she lacked the unique emotions of a human. 70 meters above the square, Chen Mo said after thinking for a while. This height was more than 20 stories, enough for Binhai Square. This height requires 3 large holographic projections to create a large enough image. The best way is to build 2 rows of large pillars on both sides of the square and install the projectors on the pillars to achieve this effect. After the Mahist girl finished speaking, pillars floated on the holographic map of Binhai Square. They stood in a row on both sides of Binhai Central Square, like soldiers standing guard. Then the holographic projectors were arranged on the pillars. The holographic projection pillars were completed. Above the holographic map of Binhai Square, a colorful scene of fairies dancing appeared. The projection of the Mahist girl also appeared on the holographic map. Magnified according to the scale of the square, it was nearly 70 meters. This effect is not bad. Chen Mo nodded and pointed to the buildings and office buildings on both sides of the square. Put 2 holographic projectors on the top of the buildings on both sides. Install some medium-sized holographic projectors next to the flower beds in Binhai Square. According to Chen Mo's description, the Mahist girl began to place the holographic projectors in the best position of Binhai Square. Build a building similar to the Yangqing Tower in Binhai Square near the sea. It doesn't need to be more than 400 meters, just 300 meters will do. Set up a holographic projector on the wall of the building and project the image of the Binhai fisherwoman. It will cover the entire building. Chen Mo pointed to the position of the sea. A pocket-sized building stood by the sea, and then the symbol of Binhai City, the Binhai fisherwoman, covered the entire building. It felt as if a tall building had suddenly turned into a daughter of the sea, gentle and moving. Her dress fluttered in the sea breeze, overlooking the entire Binhai City. In addition to the fairyland flying above Binhai Square and the holographic projection on the ground, it was like a fairyland on Earth. It was only a simulation. If it really happened, the visual effect of the projection hundreds of meters would definitely be very shocking. At that time, above Binhai Square, such a scene would definitely cause a huge sensation. It was the only one in the world. Latest news from Xianxia: in order to speed up the implementation of the carbon emission plan, deal with climate change, and build an environmentally friendly society, the State Council issued a notice to speed up the coal reduction plan. In the next 10 years, coal production will be gradually reduced and clean energy will be promoted. Global Times reported that the capital will start the coal reduction plan and will gradually replace coal with nuclear power. In order to fulfill the promise of reducing carbon emissions made at the climate change conference, the sudden announcement from Xianxia attracted a lot of attention. Not only was it a one-size-fits-all coal reduction plan, but when the coal reduction plan was announced, they strongly advocated for the construction of nuclear power. It was obvious that they wanted to use nuclear power to gradually replace traditional thermal power and traditional energy sources. This kind of determined coal reduction attitude was common, but there had never been such a determined and large-scale plan. This situation confused a lot of people. Affected by the news, the price of coal in the global trade fluctuated. Everyone was confused. Why would the Xianxia government suddenly make such a bold plan? Currently, Xianxia's thermal power was still the main source of electricity. The plan was to completely reduce thermal power in just 10 years. It was said that it was to fulfill the promise of reducing carbon emissions. Not many people believed that it was to slow down the development of this kind of thing. Because of this, the outside world was even more confused. People had to wonder if Xianxia had the ability to solve the electricity supply problem after the reduction of coal production. In Xianxia's plan, it was impossible for them to really affect their own development because of a small amount of carbon emissions. Another problem was to vigorously promote nuclear power to replace thermal power. The nuclear waste from nuclear fission power stations was definitely enough to give Xianxia a headache. Also, when building nuclear power plants in large quantities, safety factors had to be considered. At this stage, could nuclear power completely replace thermal power? This topic became the topic of discussion for a while. Think tanks all over the world also evaluated Huaxia's decision this time. In the end, they were all confused. They could only guess that Huaxia made a mistake and misjudged the speed of clean energy development. The government was making a move. When Chen Mo saw the news, he immediately understood that in order to prepare for the announcement of the success of controlled nuclear fusion in 2 months, the government had already started to preparing for a rainy day. This was to prevent him from causing a huge crisis in the market after he announced the success of controlled nuclear fusion. Now, they were sending out a big signal to the outside world that Huaxia would slowly abandon thermal power generation. The coal market was no longer a favorite, so those in the coal industry should be mentally prepared. Then, within these 2 months, they would gradually arrange for the relevant personnel to be employed, in order to prevent a sudden large number of unemployed people. 2 level 12 typhoons coming one after the other was better than being hit by a level 17 typhoon. At least the damage and losses would not be as terrible, and there would be a buffer between them. After paying a little attention to the news, Chen Mo set his eyes on the dining table. Xiaoyu was by his side, and so was his mother. "I'm having breakfast. You have to take care of yourself when you get there. It's already very cold there. I packed your clothes. They're in the suitcase." Xiaoyu sat beside Chen Mo and placed a peeled egg on his plate. "Okay." Chen Mo nodded, picked up the egg and ate it. "You stay at home and take care of the baby. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Don't worry. I'm here. You can just do what you need to do," said Mother Chen. Now that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, Chen Mo was busy with work. She and Mother He took turns to take care of Xiaoyu once every 1 or 2 months. This way, Xiaoyu did not have to run back to her hometown while pregnant. Mother Chen liked this daughter-in-law very much. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the airport. The Nobel Prize award ceremony was in 2 days. He had to leave now. When he arrived at the VIP lounge of the airport, Li Qingji led 4 people into the lounge. Judging from their appearance and temperament, they were definitely capable and courageous people. Li Qingji looked at the 4 people standing in a row and handed the basic information in his hand to Chen Mo. Chen Mo briefly browsed through the information. The 4 people's identities were not ordinary. They were retired members of the Zhong Nanhai Guards. In ancient times, they would all be imperial bodyguards. 2 men and 2 women. The man had a crew cut and looked very capable. The 2 women were also wearing professional suits. One had short hair and light makeup. The other had a high ponytail and wore black-rimmed glasses. The 2 of them were no different from high-class white-collar workers in the city. At a glance, they were definitely members of the society. They were just beautiful secretaries. "The people who sent you the gifts are here. They are going to retire. This is their last mission. They will be your bodyguards. Your treatment is almost the same as the important leaders." After Li Qingji finished speaking, he turned to look at the 4 people. "Come over and introduce yourselves." "Yes." The 4 people replied in unison. "Zhuhi, codenamed Flame Hibiscus. You can call me Hibiscus in the future." Flame Hibiscus stood at the side. She had a high ponytail, black-rimmed glasses, and was wearing a formal suit. When she entered the reception room, she was sizing up Chen Mo. Not only her, but the other 3 people were also sizing up Chen Mo secretly. Before they came, Li Qingji had shown them Chen Mo's information. They knew that the person in front of them was the founder of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo, who was famous all over the world. He was younger than them, but he had influenced the speed of the world's technological progress. It was somewhat incredible. What made her feel even more incredible was that she couldn't see through Haiying and Wang Hai beside Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, my name is Yuan Pingshan. My codename is Taishan." A 2-meter-tall man stood out. He was muscular and could compete with Anan. His appearance and the codename Taishan were indeed a bit consistent. "My name is Luo Yu." The woman with short hair and light makeup said. "Zhong Lei." The thinnest man said. "The 4 of them will be your bodyguards on the trip to Sweden." Furong and Luo Yu will be your personal secretary and assistant. Lei and Taishan will be the peripheral security personnel. Li Qingji said. Chen Mo couldn't afford any mishaps. The nuclear fusion technology had just been developed. Chen Mo was also an artificial intelligence expert, a robotics expert, a material expert, and a physicist. He was proficient in technology in all fields. If Chen Mo was an official researcher, he would definitely be restricted from leaving the country and be protected as a national treasure. But he wasn't. His actions were not restricted by the government. Chen Mo was the first local physicist in Huaxia to receive the Nobel Prize this time. It was related to the honor of Huaxia, so they sent people to protect him. The four of them were also about to retire. Are you interested in working in my company after you retire? Chen Mo looked at the four people and said, the annual salary is 3 million and there are all kinds of benefits. Chen Mo's direct recruitment was within Li Qingji's expectation. They were sent to Chen Mo as a gift. Sure. The four people nodded. The higher-ups had asked them to protect Chen Mo. Before they came, they had already asked similar questions. When Chen Mo asked, they agreed without hesitation. This condition was much better than finding other jobs. In a high-class hotel room in Sweden, there were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone was doing their own thing. 2 women sat opposite each other. One of them was wearing a white turtleneck sweater and holding a magazine. She was as quiet as a white lotus in the snow. The other woman was wearing a black dress with a deep V-neck. Her white skin was exposed to the air. Her red lips were sipping red wine. She was as sexy as fire and had the charm of the night. There was a feeling of tit-for-tat between the 2 of them. The other 3 were doing their own thing. A bearded man was holding a book called Home on the Ruins. He was reading it attentively with an expressionless face. The other 2 were standing by the window and looking at the scenery. One was strong and the other was thin. No one spoke. They seemed to be waiting for something. When do you think our hometown will be so peaceful? The lean man standing by the window and looking at the scenery spoke, breaking the depressing atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight movement in the quiet room. The 4 of them turned around and looked at the thin man. They continued to do their own things as if nothing had happened. The bearded man put down his book, tilted his head and thought for a while. When the Grim Reaper comes. The answer made the atmosphere in the room become heavy again. Let's not talk about those meaningless things. Let's talk about who our target is this time. The strong man by the window took a puff of his cigar and said. It should be that Huaxia guy. The thin man said. My intuition tells me that it's not that Huaxia guy. The woman in the white turtleneck sweater put down her magazine and said faintly. As soon as she spoke, the others stopped. Baidi's intuition had always been accurate. But this time, if it wasn't that Huaxia guy, who else would make the organization send them here at the risk of being discovered? I'll bet you that it's that Huaxia guy. The sexy woman in the black dress said. What are we betting on? Baidi said seriously. Whoever loses gets to go first. The sexy woman said. How many times have you lost? You're turning purple. Baidi said faintly. So cruel. The 3 men's faces twitched. They didn't dare to show any expression. They pretended not to hear anything. They smoked and read. The invisible atmosphere of confrontation between the 2 reappeared. Not long after, a sound came from the door. In an instant, all 5 of them looked at the door. Their bodies were stiff, and the atmosphere in the room was so cold that it was suffocating. Crack, the door opened, and a man in a blue striped suit entered. Only then did the suffocating atmosphere in the room disappear. Lyric looked around as if nothing had happened. After confirming that everyone was present, Lyric took out 5 documents from his briefcase and threw them on the table. This is the target of this operation. Lyric's hoarse voice was like foam rubbing against a rough wall, giving people goosebumps. The 5 of them were already used to Lyric's low and hoarse voice. They picked up the documents, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They were not surprised by the identity of the target, but by the fact that the target was different from what they had imagined. It's this old man? Why not that Huaxia guy? Aisha licked her red lips and sat up straight. Her deep V-neck black dress swayed with her body, revealing her snow-white skin. She was a little unwilling. The three men's faces twitched as they read the information seriously. Beside him, Baidi's cold face also revealed a rare meaningful smile. Should we capture that Huaxia guy as well? He's quite powerful. The organization will definitely like him. The skinny man put down the documents in his hand and said. He he he. Lyric's laughter was strange. If one did not look at his expression, they would not know that he was laughing. Lyric's laughter made the five of them tremble, and they did not dare to say anything else. Their past experience told them that every time he laughed like this, it would be terrifying. If they angered him, they would end up in a miserable state. That Huaxia guy is not someone we can capture just because we want to. Don't think that you're smart and cause trouble for the organization. He he he. You know the consequences. The five of them immediately shut up and did not talk about this anymore. Seeing that they knew how to behave, Lyric did not say anything else and went straight to the point. Now, let's arrange the mission. Who will go first this time? Lyric looked back and forth between Aisha and Baidi. Baidi's lips curled into a smile. It's still her. Chen Mo stood by the window of the hotel with a glass of water in his hand, overlooking the city of Stockholm. They had arrived as early as the day before. There were not many tall buildings in European cities, and they maintained a retro appearance. This was Chen Mo's first time traveling abroad. He did not have a good impression of this place, but he also did not have a bad impression of it. However, compared to the cities in China, this place lacked the feeling of a modern city. The pace of life was much slower, and there were no people in a hurry. Next to him was Xianxia, the only person who came with Chen Mo to receive the award. His parents did not understand English, so they did not come. Xiaoyu was pregnant, so it was inconvenient for her to travel. Therefore, Xianxia was the most suitable person to accompany Chen Mo to the ceremony. At this time, Xianxia was wearing a long blue dress. She looked very lively and had the aura of a lady from a wealthy family. Not long after, Lanqi entered the room with a dress. Zhu He and Luo Yu in the room glanced at her, nodded slightly in greeting, and continued to stand at the side. These two people were unfamiliar faces to Lanqi. She had never seen them before. However, Chen Mo told her that Zhu He and Luo Yu were his temporary secretaries and personal assistants. They assisted her and were in charge of some of the work around Chen Mo. As smart as she was, she immediately understood their identities and did not say anything else. In Lanqi's memory, this was Chen Mo's first time traveling abroad. Usually, Chen Mo's holidays and vacations were all in China. She had never heard of him traveling to any country for holidays. Even the most important wedding was held in China. Boss, your gown. Okay. Chen Mo turned around and responded. He put down the glass of water, took the gown from Lanqi's hands, and entered the bedroom. As early as yesterday, they had already arrived and conducted a simple rehearsal. Every Nobel Prize winner could invite some relatives and friends to come and watch the ceremony. His parents did not understand English and did not come with him. Xiaoyu was pregnant, so Chen Mo did not let her run around. He came alone to take care of the baby at home. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo came out of the bedroom. He had already changed into the gown that Lanqi had brought in. At the award ceremony, in keeping with the ancient traditions of Northern Europe, the gown was a black tuxedo with a white bow tie, like an ancient noble gentleman. Do I look like a penguin? Chen Mo looked at his gown and asked teasingly. Pfft, Zhang Xinxin imagined for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. If you take 2 steps with your hands stretched out, you look like a penguin. Even the serious Lanqi, Wang Hai, and the others glanced at Chen Mo and couldn't help but smile. Chen Mo often worked out, and his body had been developed. His figure was very well proportioned and his lines were very natural. When he wore a tuxedo, he indeed had the temperament of a gentleman. But now that Chen Mo said it, the appearance of a penguin appeared in their minds. After comparing it, it was indeed similar. If a slightly plump person wore this kind of gown, then the scene, they didn't dare to imagine. The ceremony will begin at 4:30 p.m. This ceremony will be attended by a total of 1,320 people, including nobles, celebrities, and politicians from all walks of life. The ceremony will take about 1.5 hours, and the banquet will take about 4.5 hours. During the banquet, you will have to give a speech, so boss, remember to bring your speech script. Seeing that Chen Mo was ready, Lanshi told Chen Mo about the itinerary again to avoid missing anything. After all, this was a big occasion. Chen Mo's image at the ceremony was the image of Xianxia and the image of the army and company. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Xiaoming's livestream. Xiaoming put on her makeup and entered the livestream. She started to greet the audience. After she graduated, Chen Mo gave her the funds to start her own business. She also formed a team through her connections. Then, she quietly founded a livestream company called Mengyu Platform. She used her and her sister's name, Xiaoyu. The platform had just been founded. The Hero Super League was also in the planning stage. They had not really started promoting it yet. They were waiting for the right opportunity. With the army and company's investment, Mengyu Platform gained a lot of popularity from the beginning. The company signed a few famous game streamers and internet celebrities. There were also 2 retired professional hero players. The results were good. The platform's traffic was promoted through advertising, the streamers and internet celebrities, and some celebrities. The platform now had tens of millions of users. It was not a lot, but it was a good start for a startup company. Xiaoming had nothing to do. She turned into a female streamer and used a holographic projector to play games. All the game streamers on the platform used a holographic projector to play games. Xiaoming could only be considered an internet celebrity. Occasionally, she would invite famous professional gamers to play games with her. She had hundreds of thousands of fans. The outside world did not know that Xiaoming was the boss of Mengyu Platform. Xiaoming's makeup covered her original face. The fans could not tell that she looked like Xiaoyu. Occasionally, some fans would say that she looked like Xiaoyu. She only half joked about it. Tonight, we will not play games. We will watch the live broadcast of the Nobel Prize Award ceremony. Xiaoming turned on her computer and imported the news broadcast into the livestream room. She wanted to attend the ceremony with Chen Mo. However, her sister was pregnant. It was not convenient for her to go. Her sister looked too much like Xiaoyu. It was not convenient for her to go. It would be awkward if the media and others misunderstood that she was his wife. Only Zhang Xinxin accompanied Chen Mo. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely attend the ceremony and post the dishes on the internet to brag. She would create some news and bring more exposure and fans to her platform. After all, there was no need to waste such good advertising resources. Unfortunately, her sister could not go. She could only stay at home. Man, why do you care so much about Chen Mo? Does it have anything to do with him? Man, do you want to marry Chen Mo because you look like Chen Mo's wife? It's true. Man has a crush on Chen Mo? Man, since you admit that you have a crush on Chen Mo, I'll reward you with 10 rockets. Calm, Xiaoming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Think about it. Chen Mo is the first Chinese scientist to win the Nobel Prize. He's the person I admire the most. He's my biggest idol. We can't miss such an important moment. The award ceremony had started. Every year, the Nobel Prize award ceremony attracted the attention of the whole world. This year's Nobel Prize ceremony attracted the attention of the world as usual. The live broadcast of the ceremony was broadcasted all over the world. Huaxia Huai was the first scientist from Huaxia to win the Nobel Prize. Many people were paying attention to the news. Chen Mo's participation in the Nobel Prize ceremony was already trending on the hot search list. Chen Mo got out of the car and saw other cars following him. These cars belonged to the winners of the Nobel Prize ceremony. There were 9 winners. Chen Mo won the Physics Prize, 3 won the Chemistry Prize, 2 won the Medicine Prize, 2 won the Economics Prize, and 1 won the Literature Prize. The 9 winners greeted each other. Chen Mo took the lead and entered the Stockholm Music Hall under the lead of the concierge. From the very beginning, the ceremony had been accurate to the minute. When they arrived at the music hall, all the guests stood up and looked at the 9 winners. Chen Mo was the most eye-catching one. The other winners were all old pedants and scientists in their 70s or 80s with a head full of white hair. Only Chen Mo was in his 20s. He was ridiculously young, and he had won the most important physics award. So young. He's too young and a little handsome. He's very gentlemanly. This is Chen Mo from Huaxia? So handsome. There were many female guests at the scene. Their eyes were all fixed on Chen Mo, who was walking at the front. No matter how ignorant he was, he had still heard of Chen Mo's name. However, it was his first time seeing the real person at such a close distance. Young, handsome, capable, rich, and influential. This kind of man was loved by all women. If it wasn't for the ceremony, many women would have approached him directly. Some young female guests were already waiting for the banquet to end to strike up a conversation with Chen Mo. He came out. He was finally out. In front of the TV, in front of the computers in the various university dormitories, it was already midnight, but there were still countless people watching their computers. Seeing Chen Mo enter the ceremony, everyone was extremely excited. This was the first Huaxia native scientist to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. It was the most important and meaningful award. Making up for the shortcomings in the hearts of too many people, a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Over the past few decades, Huaxia had suffered too many difficulties and obstacles. After swaying in the wind and rain, the clouds had finally parted. Although it was just an award, it represented Huaxia's achievements in the field of science and physics. After the chairman of the Nobel Foundation finished his speech, the chairman of the Physics Society of the Royal Academy of Sciences, EPS, who was responsible for the Nobel Prize in Physics, went on stage. Dear Queen, Your Majesty, members of the royal family, Nobel Prize winners, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to stand here and introduce this year's winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics and his achievements. In ancient times, humans used animal fur and fire to overcome the cold of nature. Sharp stone tools and iron tools created a living environment for humans in the cruel world of nature. Water projects helped us overcome the terrifying floods. Weather satellites allowed us to predict the arrival of hurricanes. From Newton's 3 laws to Einstein's theory of relativity, to quantum mechanics. The history of human civilization is the history of the development of human civilization and the development of physical civilization. It is also the history of mankind's use of physical theory to fight against nature. It is precisely because of mankind's continuous mastery of the laws of physics that we are able to overcome the disasters of nature. EPS began to introduce the significance of Chen Mo's achievements. But there are still many challenges in front of us. Earthquakes and tsunamis made mankind aware of the horror of nature. This year's Nobel Prize winner used his theoretical achievements in geomagnetic anomaly detection to invent the seismograph. The seismograph successfully predicted the occurrence of an earthquake before it happened. This is another big step forward in our understanding of nature and the Earth. The emergence of the geomagnetic anomaly detection theory brought a new theoretical foundation to geomagnetism, seismology, and geophysics. The seismograph has saved countless lives and properties in the past 2 years. In the development of natural science, this is a very great invention. It is more practical than any other invention in the past. It is also another milestone for physics to overcome the difficulties of nature. Everyone in the room listened and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained calm and listened attentively. However, the old scientist next to him was not in good spirits. He fell asleep while listening to the long speech and music. Chen Mo's introduction soon came to an end. Professor Chen Mo EPS turned around and faced Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood up. Due to your extraordinary contributions in the field of geomagnetic anomaly detection and spatial microphysics detection, we award you this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. Today, on behalf of the Royal Academy of Sciences, I am honored to present you with the award. I hope you can take a step forward and let the king present you with the medal. When Chen Mo received the medal from the King of Sweden, the whole of Huaxia went into an uproar. Chen Mo is the best. At this moment, Chen Mo finally broke history. Who dares to say that Huaxia is backward? Chen Mo is our pride. Chen Mo is the best. 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 Countless high school dorms. Even though it was late at night, the sound of cheers still echoed in the dorms. Baby, that's your daddy. You have to be as good as your daddy. In the mansion, Xiaoyu sat in front of the TV. She stroked her bulging belly and her voice was filled with joy and pride. Father Chen, Mother Chen, Auntie Zhen and the others all smiled happily. At this moment, Huaxia is proud of you. Zhao Min sat on the sofa in her nightgown. She held a glass of red wine and watched Chen Mo enter the ceremony. Her smile was filled with pride. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chen Mo. Me too, Princess Civilly. Congratulations to Mr. Chen Mo for winning the award. Thank you. Civilly's Chinese wasn't too standard, while Chen Mo's English wasn't too standard. After a short exchange, both of them had a tacit understanding and smiled at each other. At this time, Civilly was wearing a jeweled crown and a long purple dress. She had a noble temperament unique to the royal family. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. She was a typical Nordic beauty. When she was dressed up, people couldn't help but take a second look at her. The award ceremony that lasted more than an hour had ended. Now, everyone had arrived at the city hall. At this time, the king and the special guests were gathered in the Golden Hall to communicate with their partners. Mr. Chen Mo, I have always been curious about Huaxia. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to go there, Civilly said. You will have the chance. There are many beautiful places in Huaxia. You are very welcome to visit, Chen Mo said in non-fluent English. If I have the chance, I want to visit your company's headquarters. I heard that it is the most technologically advanced place in the world. There are many interesting technologies. Your company's holographic phone is my favorite phone. It is incredible. I have also seen your wedding video. It is so beautiful. It is like a fairy tale. I hope to have a wedding like that in the future. It will be very happy. It is a pity that I didn't know you and couldn't participate. After the initial meeting, Civilly was like a little fangirl who had met her idol. She started to communicate with Chen Mo. Your wife's wedding dress, can it be customized? When I get married in the future, I want to wear such a beautiful wedding dress. After the video of Chen Mo's wedding was released, that wedding became the dream wedding of countless women. However, only Chen Mo could hold such a wedding. Now that the main character was here, she didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. I can't customize it for the time being. It is made with the materials and technology that I have researched. It may be available in the future, but it depends on the situation. Chen Mo smiled politely. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, a trace of disappointment flashed in Civilly's eyes, but she quickly recovered. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the melodious organ sounded. 2 student volunteers came downstairs with the national flag. The King and Queen of Sweden also came downstairs slowly with a member of the opposite sex. Civilly reached out her hand and gently grabbed Chen Mo's arm before following him down the stairs. At the scene of the banquet, some reporters saw Chen Mo and Princess Civilly appear together, and they began to crazily take photos. Civilly was the youngest princess and the king's favorite princess. Could it be that she would appear as Chen Mo's partner in a ceremony? The young Nobel Prize laureate and the youngest princess stood together and instantly attracted the attention of many people. Many of the cameras were pointed at Chen Mo. This was because the most dazzling people present were Chen Mo and Princess Civilly. The blue hall wasn't blue in color, and it wasn't very big. There were more than 1,000 people at the banquet, and the long tables were densely packed. In the hall, the long tables were uneven, and the long main table ran through the entire hall. Every arrangement here had undergone the strictest screening, and every set of tableware was very expensive. It was called the most crowded luxurious banquet. Everyone entered their seats and sat in their seats, communicating with the people around them, or sitting quietly by themselves. The banquet was too crowded, and in the limited space, people couldn't move freely. Various women's dresses competed with each other, and the blue hall was filled with the smell of candlelight, flowers, and perfume. Intimate, noble, and luxurious. This was also the most attractive social banquet. The people who came to the scene were either rich or noble, and they were all celebrities. If they could make more friends, they would have more connections and paths for the upper class. The banquet had 3 exquisite dishes: appetizer, main course, and dessert. The amount wasn't much, and they ate for 3 hours, during which they watched a lot of performances. Mr. Chen Mo, what do you think of the dishes? Princess civilly asked. After a few hours of communication, the two became familiar with each other, and their communication wasn't as strange as it was at the beginning. Do you want to hear the truth? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Of course, the truth. I'm not full. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Civilly was slightly stunned, and then she smiled. She didn't expect Chen Mo to give such an answer, but it was indeed very vivid. The upper class paid attention to their image when dining. For the most upper-class banquets like this, the main thing was not how much they ate, but how to make friends. The dining was also mainly exquisite and high-end. Chen Mo spoke very politely, and occasionally he didn't stick to the formalities. It was very interesting, and it gave her a very strange feeling. Next, it's your turn to speak, Civilly said. Then, excuse me. The banquet was coming to an end. Hearing the host's words, Chen Mo nodded slightly, stood up from his seat, and slowly walked to the podium. More than 1,300 pairs of eyes were on him, and all the media at the scene were focused on him. Everyone's emotions were different, mixed with curiosity, envy, jealousy, surprise, and even other emotions. There were a lot of news today, and they were all the focus of attention, but the most eye-catching one was Chen Mo, who was almost like the main character. He was too young, and he was one of the few Huaxia people on the podium. Young, steady, natural, and graceful. Almost everyone knew that the man in front of them was extraordinary. Chen Mo had seen many people pay attention to him, and now he was calm. Honorable King, Queen, and members of the royal family, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to stand on this stage. Chen Mo spoke, and there was a slight commotion in the crowd. Chen Mo spoke in Mandarin, and most of the people at the scene couldn't understand Mandarin, which made them a little confused. After all, it was traditional for most people to speak in English, and the number of people who spoke Mandarin on this stage could be counted with one hand. But after a short commotion, the crowd quieted down. Because there was a simultaneous translator, everyone calmed down. When I found out that I was the winner of this year's Nobel Prize, I was doing experiments in the laboratory. When I heard this news, I was a little surprised. Because I didn't expect that publishing that paper would have such results and impact. Publishing that paper was a decision I made after careful consideration. But at the beginning of the publication, I was rejected by many scientific magazines, and I was also scolded and ridiculed. The resistance it faced was much greater than I thought. Although the flower of truth can only bloom under the rainbow after a storm. But it is also possible that the flower of truth will be buried under the mudslide after the storm, never to see the light of day. I am one of the luckier ones. It is now the 21st century, and the world's tolerance for unknown basic science is still so weak. This is not progress. At the beginning of quantum mechanics, Schrödinger questioned the theory of quantum mechanics and even did a thought experiment, hoping to overthrow the foundation of quantum mechanics. However, due to a strange combination of factors, the CAT experiment became the most classic thought experiment in quantum mechanics. In the physical universe, human beings are still in the exploration stage, and there are too many unknowns waiting for us to discover. I hope that society will be more tolerant and understanding of basic science in the unknown field. After the banquet ended, Chen Mo's speech at the Nobel banquet spread all over the world through various news channels and aroused heated discussions among netizens all over the world. When Chen Mo published his thesis on the feasibility of earthquake early warning, many domestic and foreign experts mocked Chen Mo. Today, the video of the experts mocking Chen Mo was dug out again and appeared on various forums. In an instant, countless people started to debate. Many people knew that Chen Mo's thesis on the earthquake predictability theory was the first and only thesis published by Chen Mo. It was also the thesis that was ridiculed the most. After the seismograph was released, everyone stopped mocking Chen Mo. Now, the theory that was ridiculed by countless people allowed Chen Mo to step onto the stage of the Nobel Prize. Needless to say, what happened was too dramatic and too sarcastic. Those who mocked Chen Mo in the past were slapped in the face, and it was the most vicious slap in the face. The experts who ridiculed Chen Mo in the past, regardless of whether they were in China or abroad, were all silenced and did not dare to say anything. As for the trolls hiding in the dark corners, they would automatically forget what they had done and remain silent. Those who supported Chen Mo as usual were jubilant. It was time for them to hold their heads high. When Xianxia stepped onto the podium, that moment belonged to Xianxia. Many researchers felt that it was a pity because ever since that thesis, Xianxia had many research results, but he did not publish any academic papers to the public. People had to suspect that this was because of the mocking incident. It was a pity that they could no longer see Xianxia's research papers. You want to buy my research results with that little money? Impossible. You are robbing me. Cooperation? What are your conditions? Get lost. Dorwitz smashed the phone in his hand on the sofa. His face was red. Obviously, he was furious. After thinking for a long time, Dorwitz checked the room and took off his necklace. He then took out a memory card the size of a fingernail and inserted it into the card reader. Seeing the complete information on the laptop screen, Doris let out a sigh of relief and put away the memory card with a dark expression. This was his life's work. The research was close to success, but those capitalists wanted to use the lowest price to exchange for his results. This was intolerable. After putting away the laptop and necklace, Doritz calmed himself down. He walked to the mirror, tidied himself up, and left the room. Remember to act according to the plan. Don't act rashly without orders. Inside the car, Lyric's eerie voice sent chills down everyone's spine. Understood. They nodded. After you succeed, send them to the designated location as quickly as possible and then leave. Try not to expose your identity and complete the mission as quickly as possible. I'll say this for the last time. Other than the target, don't provoke any other trouble. Otherwise, you all know the consequences of failing the mission. They all understood what Lyric meant and agreed without hesitation. Their faces were very serious because they knew the importance of the mission. For the holy war, for victory. The 6 of them made a pious gesture, their eyes filled with fanaticism, their voices solemn and firm. After arranging everything, Lyric got out of the car and walked towards the Swedish Academy. 10 minutes later, the sexily dressed Elsa got out of another car and entered the Swedish Academy. Today, there was a small forum here that invited a Nobel Prize laureate to give a speech. Therefore, there were many experts and scholars present. There were also many famous people in the society. There were also many media reporters. In a sense, such a forum was a very good platform for communication. After passing the security check, Elsa entered the forum. She took the forum materials from the student in charge of etiquette and looked around. Then, she walked to a seat in the front row and sat down. Swedish Academy. Xianxia was led into a reception hall by Rick. The director of the organization department of the Swedish Academy was inside. Today, Xianxia was invited to give a speech at the Swedish Academy. He did not reject the invitation and gladly came. In the reception hall, the principal of the Swedish Academy, Si Liang, was talking with other guests. When he saw Xianxia, he hurriedly went up to him with a face full of joy. Professor Xianxia, it's my honor to have you here. Xianxia understood what Si Liang meant. He smiled and nodded. His arrival immediately made him the center of attention in the hall. Although Xianxia was not the youngest person to win the Nobel Prize in Physics, he was the second youngest person to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. He was the first Chinese scientist to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. He founded the most advanced technology company and invented a lot of things. They were all epoch-making technologies. It could be said that the title of the next giant belonged to none other than Xianxia. Everyone, I don't need to introduce Professor Xianxia to you. He is the rising star of the scientific community and the most capable person in the next generation of giants. He is also one of the main speakers of the forum today. Si Liang led Xianxia to the crowd and introduced him to everyone. Actually, he did not need to introduce them. Everyone in the reception hall knew Xianxia. It was just that Xianxia did not know them. When they saw Xianxia coming in, everyone in the hall came to greet him. Doritz was sitting on the sofa with his brows furrowed. When he saw Xianxia coming in, he also stood up and looked at him. Doritz, an Austrian from Canada, was in his 60s. He was wearing a smart suit and looked younger than his actual age. However, half of his hair had already turned white. Doritz was the winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine. He had discovered the immune mechanism of influenza and infectious diseases. This set of theories could be used in the research of vaccines for infectious diseases. Chen Mo was not surprised that Doritz was also present. Hello, Professor Doritz. I was in a hurry yesterday. Congratulations on winning the prize. Chen Mo said in not very fluent English. However, his spoken English was much better than yesterday. With his great memory, his English vocabulary was not worse than anyone else. He could easily read professional literature. However, he rarely communicated in English. Therefore, his spoken English was not very good. He talked with Princess civilly for a long time yesterday. With his learning ability, his spoken English was much better. Thank you. Congratulations to you too. Doritz nodded. Professor Doritz, are you interested in coming to my company to do research? Our company can provide you with the most advanced medical laboratory and equipment. We also have sufficient research and development funds. Chen Mo said. There were too many experts and professors in this kind of place. It could be said that it was a place with the highest concentration of high-end talents. He would not let go of such a good opportunity to recruit talents. When Zhao Min participated in those international forums, she used this kind of occasion to make friends with talents and recruit them into the company. Chen Mo followed suit. Doritz was an expert in immunization and infectious diseases. If he joined the Starfish Company, it would be beneficial for the development of drugs. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that for the time being. Doritz said regretfully. That's a pity. This is my business card. If you are willing to come to Huaxia in the future, our company will always welcome you. Chen Mo took out a business card from his wallet and handed it to Doritz. Okay. Doritz happily took the business card from Chen Mo. This made many people envious. Not everyone could get Chen Mo's business card. In the forum of the Swedish Academy, there were more than 2,000 people. In addition to celebrities, business elites, and professors, there were also outstanding student representatives from the Swedish Academy. Everyone was looking forward to it because there would be 2 Nobel Prize winners giving speeches on the forum later. For ordinary people, their speeches were just speeches, but for the elites, their speeches might contain a lot of high-end information about their respective fields. Especially Chen Mo's speech. For the top bosses, Chen Mo's speech was a direction for the development of technology. The last time Chen Mo gave a speech at his alma mater, he directly planned the blueprint of the future city. Soon, Binhai City announced the holographic city project plan to the public, which brought a lot of benefits to Binhai City. Many cities were envious of Binhai City, but the army ant headquarters was there, so others could only be envious. After all, they were close to the city. Now that Chen Mo was giving a speech again, if the elites could catch a glimpse of the slightest opportunity and let their companies prepare in advance, the benefits would definitely be greater than they could imagine. And this kind of forum was a good place to socialize. The forum had already started. The moment the principal of the Swedish Academy, Hans Liang, stepped on the stage to start the keynote speech, everyone quieted down. Wang Hai stood in the corner of the venue, glancing at the people in the audience, especially the people around Chen Mo. From his position, he could see the entire venue without attracting attention. There were staff members around him, so it was the best place to observe. When he was in the army, he was a special scout. His observation was the most sensitive, and his intuition was very accurate. As the captain of Chen Mo's bodyguard team, he had to be alert at all times, especially in an unfamiliar environment. Last time, he put Chen Mo in danger in Binhai City, which was the most humiliating thing for him. So he secretly swore that he would not put Chen Mo in danger a second time. This kind of forum had a mix of good and bad people, so the requirements for security were very high. Fortunately, this was a place where the elites gathered, and there were strict security and security measures. It was almost impossible to bring in firearms, so the pressure on the security guards was less, but they still had to be careful at all times. Chen Mo was in the guest seats in the left corner of the first row. Tai Shan and Zhong Lei, one was in the middle of the third row, while the other was in the third row behind Chen Mo. That position allowed the two of them to react in the shortest amount of time. Once something happened, they would be able to rush out and protect Chen Mo. Hawkeye was in charge of the car emergency, Zhu He was next to Chen Mo, and Luo Yu was backstage. All of them were top-notch experts, not to mention Zhu He and the other three. They were retired bodyguards from the guard regiment and had used potential potions to strengthen their bodies. They definitely belonged to the top bodyguard team. With such tight security, they had absolute confidence in protecting Chen Mo's safety. Moreover, as long as one wasn't determined to die, no one would choose to make a move in such an environment. Wang Hai's eyes scanned the crowd. Today, there were two main guests. One of them was the medical award winner, Dorowitz, and the other was Chen Mo. Now that the forum had started, S. Liang's topic ended, and then it was Dorowitz's speech. Chen Mo was arranged to appear at the end as the finale. Suddenly, Wang Hai frowned. During his inspection, he seemed to have found a trace of familiarity. His heart skipped a beat. Wang Hai's eyes lit up. He looked back and forth in the venue, hoping to find the source of that trace of familiarity. Tai Shan, Lei, be careful, Wang Hai said through his earpiece. As soon as he said this, Tai Shan and Lei's body shook. Their eyes widened and they subconsciously sat down. Zhu He, who was standing not far from Chen Mo, and Heiying, Luo Yu, and the others outside the forum were all alert. What's the situation? Zhong Lei asked in a low voice. Not yet. My intuition is a bit off. There seems to be a trace of familiarity in the crowd. Wang Hai said softly, I'm looking for it now. As soon as he said this, everyone was secretly on their guard. Their eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the seats and the crowd around Chen Mo. Wang Hai was originally a scout. He had carried out special missions. As a soldier who survived a storm of bullets, especially a scout, his intuition was very accurate and his observation skills were definitely extraordinary. Moreover, they had all used potential potions to strengthen their bodies. Wang Hai started from the people around Chen Mo, one by one, looking for that sense of familiarity. That sense of familiarity did not appear around Chen Mo. Instead, he started to look at the rows of people within sight. Dorowitz's speech, including the questions from the audience, took more than an hour. After going through all the procedures, he came down from the stage. And with the introduction of the host and the applause of the venue, Chen Mo went up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as well as fellow students, good morning. Chen Mo stood in the middle of the stage, bowed slightly, and began his speech. He was still speaking in Mandarin. There was a simultaneous translator beside him. His words were transmitted to everyone's ears through the real-time translation earpiece. Too much professional knowledge is not suitable for the current situation. Simple chicken soup is also pale under beautiful words. It is not very useful. How to let the audience listen to my speech today and gain something from it is what I am worried about. Therefore, I am also quite afraid of the stage. After thinking for a long time, I decided to stir up some cold rice and talk about my thoughts on the development of future technology. As soon as Chen Mo opened his mouth, the audience applauded thunderously. Everyone's eyes were shining, and they were 120% focused. A few months ago, at my alma mater, I drew the blueprint of the future city. Of course, I can only say that it is only my personal fantasy of the future city, not the public's. As a result, Binhai City immediately began to plan for the future city, and their approach was very supported by the Army Ant Company. The official efficiency is very high, and the progress is very smooth. However, our topic today is not this. You may ask, what will the future city look like? What kind of life will it be to live in the future city? I will explain in detail the future city in my heart. Future technology cannot be separated from one word, intelligence. The future city will undoubtedly be an intelligent city. Artificial intelligence will be the most important research and development technology for a long time in the future. There is no need to worry about artificial intelligence destroying mankind. I have done it many times on various occasions. The probability of it destroying mankind is trillions of times smaller than the probability of nuclear weapons destroying mankind. Of course, this is not the problem we are discussing. The problem we are discussing is, how can a city be considered intelligent? When houses, roads, and people are put together, a city will be formed. This is the most basic structure of a city. Humans are inherently intelligent. Therefore, building an intelligent city mainly starts with houses and roads. Autonomous driving has become one of the technological battlefields contested by various parties. Together with the emergence of the city's brain and the emergence of intelligent transportation, these are important components of intelligent roads. Next, intelligent houses will also be a major trend. The concepts that we have now, such as intelligent homes, intelligent appliances, and voice assistants, have essentially formed the prototype of intelligent houses. It is just that the intelligence of the voice assistant is not uniform. This brain cannot be unified, and it can only grow. However, we will be able to get rid of this situation soon. Let's imagine life in the future city. When you get off work from the company, the artificial intelligence will automatically scan your face and help you punch your card. The calculation will start from the moment you step out of the company's door. The artificial intelligence will control the idle elevator and automatically wait at your floor. This will greatly reduce the time you have to wait for the elevator. The cars will be driverless. Intelligent transportation will also reduce the probability of traffic jams to a minimum. Perhaps you will not need to drive on your way home. You can quietly lie on the chair and rest for half an hour. The moment you enter the neighborhood, the artificial intelligence of the building will automatically open the door of the building and control the idle elevator to land. When you reach home, the artificial intelligence will automatically unlock the door, turn on the lights, turn on the air conditioner, or turn on the computer and television. The moment you enter the house, the robot will even prepare water for you. Mr. Chen Mo, do you think it's too early to talk about the city of the future? The person who stood up and asked the question was a Western elite. He looked like a manager of a company. After Chen Mo finished his speech, the people in the audience began to feel uneasy. For many people, the smart city that Chen Mo described was still a long way away. It's not too early. I'll give you a sense of time. In the next 5 years, if there are no accidents, Binhai City will build the prototype of a smart city. Chen Mo shook his head and said, "The unified platform for artificial intelligence has already appeared. Our company's Artificial Intelligence Plus platform is to build an intelligent core. The city's brain, Artificial Intelligence Plus Transportation, Artificial Intelligence Plus Buildings, Artificial Intelligence Plus Appliances, Artificial Intelligence Plus Office, Artificial Intelligence Plus Life, etc. These are no longer movies. Our company's headquarters and staff dormitories have already realized the concept of Artificial Intelligence Plus. This concept is being promoted to Binhai City and even the entire city of Huaxia. According to our statistics, after the smart transportation project started in Binhai City, the average waiting time for the traffic lights on the sidewalk dropped by 15 seconds. In a city with millions of people, this is a terrifying number. The traffic jam rate in Binhai City has dropped by more than 70% compared to the same period in previous years. Even during the peak period of commuting, there will not be large-scale traffic jams. The infrastructure of the city's roads will be fully utilized under the analysis of big data and artificial intelligence. Next, as long as driverless transportation becomes widespread, the basic prototype of a smart city will be formed. This day will not be too far away. Chen Mo's words caused a commotion below. Looking at the raised hands, Chen Mo pointed at another person to stand up. Mr. Chen Mo, we all know that Gates, Musk, and many other experts are worried that artificial intelligence will bring a crisis to mankind. Why are you so sure that artificial intelligence will not bring a crisis to mankind? By building a smart city, aren't you worried that artificial intelligence will control and destroy mankind? Why am I more certain than them? Because I am more professional than them. Let's be more arrogant. The Army Ant Company currently has the most advanced artificial intelligence. I am the person who understands artificial intelligence the most. Chen Mo gave an answer. This was not the first time he had heard this question. Artificial intelligence will bring a crisis to mankind? There was a possibility, but the probability was pathetic. There were countless things that could destroy mankind, such as a mutated infectious virus, a large meteorite crashing into Earth, nuclear war, the sudden change in Earth's climate, radiation from the universe, or the sudden appearance of three-body aliens. There was a probability that artificial intelligence would destroy mankind, but according to statistical calculations, this probability was similar to the end of the world tomorrow. You have to be clear that it is impossible for humans to hand over nuclear warheads to artificial intelligence. Science fiction movies are all lies. Whether or not it would bring danger to mankind would be determined by the capabilities of mankind. Strictly speaking, artificial intelligence was just a tool created by humans, a tool that made humans stronger. During the barbaric era, the ancestors created tools to defeat nature and survive and evolve. They created weapons and weapons for war and slaughter. Was it weapons and weapons that destroyed humans? No, these tools only made humans stronger. What destroyed humans was their own desires and madness. It had nothing to do with tools, even if they were advanced tools. People would die if a gun went off accidentally or a car went out of control. The first thing humans did was to find out the cause and repair the damaged tools. They couldn't just let it go out of control. Would humans scrap all cars just because they occasionally lose control and kill people? It was impossible. The probability of artificial intelligence in movies going out of control and creating robots to kill humans was similar to the probability of all nuclear bombs exploding together. In the future, artificial intelligence is the best tool for universe development and interstellar exploration. If humans want to become stronger, they can't explore the infinite universe with their weak bodies and limited power. Artificial intelligence is an inevitable trend. Instead of worrying about artificial intelligence destroying mankind, you might as well worry about whether artificial intelligence will replace your job tomorrow. That's a more realistic idea. The audience applauded. Chen Mo's analogy was perfect and irrefutable. It was very convincing. Soon, another figure stood up and took the microphone. Only then did the person who stood up speak. Mr. Chen Mo, as far as I know, you're the first person in Xianxia to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. Why is there so few Nobel Prizes in natural sciences in your country? Does this mean that your country's education is very backward? That technology is very backward? The person who spoke had a mocking tone. Chen Mo was slightly taken aback by the sudden question. He didn't take the other party's mocking tone to heart. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask too. Dare I ask everyone here, why is there so few Nobel Prizes in our country? Is our education backward? Is our technology underdeveloped? Chen Mo shook his head. If Xiaxia's education is backward, then why is Xiaxia's technological and economic achievements among the world's top in the short 40 years since it was open to the outside world? It's even leading in certain fields of technology. Is this something that can be achieved by a backward education? Those who say that Xiaxia's education is backward don't understand Xiaxia. They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. Chen Mo's words were translated and spread throughout the venue. Hearing the sarcasm in the answer, the person who stood up to ask the question blushed. He felt that everyone was looking at him with ridicule, as if he was a clown. Chen Mo ignored his reaction and continued to speak. As for why Xiaxia's Nobel Prizes are so few? Have you thought about the reason? Chen Mo paused for a moment. Everyone in the venue fell silent as they thought about Chen Mo's words and the reasons. First of all, the science tree that is the science tree has education and economics as its main trunk. All the achievements are just branches, leaves, and flowers. The Nobel Prize was just a better and sweeter fruit that was unintentionally loaned from the tree of science and technology. Will you deny all the fruits on this tree because there are only a few good fruits? As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, many people in the venue nodded and applauded. The Nobel Prize was only one of the many outstanding scientific achievements. It did not represent everything. They recognized the Nobel Prize, but they also knew that the Nobel Prize did not represent the overall level of a country. Sweden, Switzerland, and other countries had more Nobel Prizes than Russia, not to mention Xiaxia. But did this mean that the technology level of these countries was more advanced than those two countries? It was impossible. Also, Chen Mo did not want to point out some of the things in the Nobel Prize. In the 40 years after the October Revolution in Russia and the more than 10 years when the United States and the Soviet Union were fighting for hegemony, the Soviet Union did not have any Nobel Prizes. Especially during the Cold War, the Soviet Union's scientific and technological strength once surpassed the United States. A steady stream of new technologies were discovered, but there was no Nobel Prize. During the same period, the United States won many awards. This was very obvious evidence. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, relations between Russia and other countries improved, and the number of awards was even more obvious. It was said that science and technology had no borders, but scientists had nationalities. It was impossible to say that technology had no borders. There were no scientists from Huaxia on the Nobel Prize Committee. Why did Huaxia have so few natural science awards? Not to mention the lack of technology, there was not even a single person who recommended or spoke up for them. How could they win the prize? The West's prejudice against Huaxia was not new. In the eyes of many people, the Nobel Prize was not fair. It was an award that was influenced by politics. Xianxia would not say these offensive remarks publicly on this stage. He just kept them in his heart. The second reason is that the research and development of modern top technology is no longer the era of individual heroes. The Nobel Prize winners can only be shared by 2 or 3 people. As far as I know, the research and development of Huaxia's top technology is mainly done by teams. A top team has at least 5 or 6 people and at most hundreds of people. It is not realistic to give credit to 2 or 3 people for the results of a team's research and development. Take insulin as an example. When Huaxia synthesized insulin, Huaxia did not apply for the Nobel Prize that year because the number of people in the research and development team exceeded the number of people who could win the Nobel Prize. It is unacceptable to give credit to a few people for the results of a team. It is very rare for 1 or 2 people to develop a leading technology in the world, especially when Huaxia emphasizes on teamwork. I am an exception. You can't use my personal situation to measure the background of the mainstream of Huaxia. You can't deny Huaxia's education system because of a small number of Nobel Prizes. This kind of thinking is very ignorant. There was another reason that Xianxia did not mention. The top technology in the country, except for some irrelevant basic theories, was not allowed to be published in a thesis. This was because they were worried that the technology would be leaked. The leaking of technology in a thesis was not new. Most of the top teams in the country were research and development teams in the official system. They would not publish the top technical thesis just to win a Nobel Prize. This time everyone fell silent. Many scholars nodded in agreement in their hearts. This was because they all knew that the Nobel Prize did not represent the highest level of technology in the world. It was just more advanced and practical technology. The world's top technology fields, such as nuclear fusion, quantum technology, artificial intelligence, satellites, lasers, and so on, were all developed by teams. The world's most advanced technological achievements rarely appeared on the stage of the Nobel Prize. Where is he? Where is he? Wang Hai's eyes were focused on the audience. His intuition told him that there was someone he knew in the audience. They were friends overseas, so there was only one explanation. The person he was familiar with was someone he had met before. It was very likely that he was an enemy. Because before he retired from the military, his enemies were not easy to deal with. Not only Wang Hai, but Tai Shan, Zhong Lei, He Ying, Zhu He, and Luo Yu also braced themselves and prepared to react at any time. His intuition would not be wrong. Wang Hai kept telling himself as he scanned the crowd. There. Suddenly, Wang Hai's pupils shrank. His eyes locked on the middle seat in the 5th row. The man in the blue striped suit had brown skin and looked like a mixed-race person. The man in the suit was watching Qianmo's Q&A on the stage. He seemed to be listening carefully. But Wang Hai clearly saw that the man's eyes kept glancing at the first row of the VIP seats. The direction was the Nobel Prize winner Doris. And the seat next to Doris was Qianmo's seat. Something was wrong. Wang Hai was sure that there was something wrong with this man. That sense of familiarity, Wang Hai locked on to the man's side profile and started to search his memory, hoping to find the corresponding person. Zhong Lei, flaming hibiscus, 7th in the 5th row, the man in the blue striped suit. Watch out for him. Tai Shan, watch out for the boss. Be ready to protect him at any time. Wang Hai whispered. Hearing the order, the 3 people's eyes lit up. In order not to be noticed, Zhong Lei and Zhu He did not have much reaction. They just glanced at the 5th row of the VIP seats. Is there something wrong with him? Zhong Lei's attention was on the man. My sense of familiarity came from him. He is not my friend. I am trying to remember where I have seen him. Wang Hai looked serious. The 2 understood. Wang Hai's career told them that foreigners were either friends or enemies. Most of them were enemies. Do you need help? The voices of Heiying and Luo Yu also came from the headset. There's no need for that. You guys stay in your positions and pay attention to the surroundings. We're not sure if the other party is real or fake, so just wait here. Let me think again. Where have I seen him? Wang Hai said. They all tensed up. As long as there was any movement, they would be able to rush to Chen Mo's side within 2 seconds. Where have I seen him before? Where is it? Wang Hai thought carefully, trying to find memories of this man. Lyric listened to Chen Mo's speech with great interest. He glanced at Dorowitz from time to time to confirm his condition before continuing to watch Chen Mo on the stage as if nothing had happened. Aisha was in the third row behind Dorowitz. She was chatting with the man beside her. They were chatting and laughing. Everything was normal. Lyric pretended to look at his phone, took out a Bluetooth headset, and pretended to be listening to the call as if nothing had happened. What's the preparation? Everything is ready. The reply from the earpiece calmed Lyric down. Listen to my orders. After Lyric finished speaking, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile as he glanced at Doris and then at Chen Mo. If not for the fact that there were too many people involved in the operation and it would be easy to be exposed, he would not mind capturing Chen Mo. Unfortunately, Chen Mo had many bodyguards around him, and their main mission was Dorowitz. Completing the mission was the most important thing. When he came in, he had already observed the environment. None of Chen Mo's bodyguards were easy to deal with. Lyric glanced at Wang Hai in the corner. Wang Hai had been searching for information about the man, but most of the time, his attention was on the man. As long as the man made any strange movements, they would react immediately. However, when Wang Hai looked up at the man, his pupils constricted. Coincidentally, when Wang Hai was observing the man also looked at him. Their eyes met and they were both stunned. A scene appeared in Wang Hai's mind. That year, their team received a mission to infiltrate the western border and eliminate a terrorist stronghold near the country's border. As a scout, he went to investigate. In the bushes, he saw a man coming out of the stronghold, boarding a car and leaving. The stronghold was eliminated, and the leader was killed. However, he remembered the face of the man who left, but he was not sure of the man's real identity. The moment they looked at each other, Wang Hai left. Thinking of the scene, it was exactly the same, there was no doubt about it. The man was most likely a member of the terrorist organization. Damn it, he knows me, this was the first thought that came to Lyric's mind when he looked at Wang Hai. Their identities were different, but the feeling was definitely not wrong. From each other's eyes, they could see a lot of things. Those who survived the rain of bullets were very sensitive to the eyes of others. This kind of inadvertent eye contact made them realize that the other's attention was on them. He began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Without hesitation, he made a decision and said in a low voice, "Things have changed. Plan B, act immediately. Act. Act. Taishan, Lei, protect the boss." Seeing Lyric speaking, Wang Hai gave the order at the same time. Both of them sounded anxious. When Zhong Lei and Taishan heard the order, they didn't care that Chen Mo was still giving his speech. Their tense bodies shot out and rushed towards the stage. Their mission was to ensure Chen Mo's safety. Nothing else was important, and they were not sure if there were other accomplices of the man on the scene. Chen Mo was answering the questions of the guests seriously. Lyric and Wang Hai's voices were low, so the people in the venue did not hear them. Suddenly, Zhong Lei and Taishan rushed out. Chen Mo's pupils shrank. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He looked around and stepped back, ready to defend himself. Chen Mo's sudden pause stunned everyone. They did not know what was going on, so they followed his gaze. Gotcha! The next second, the lights in the whole forum suddenly went out, and the venue fell into darkness. "There's a bomb, run!" An extremely strange roar resounded throughout the venue, causing everyone to be stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Boom! Before anyone could think, an explosion came from outside the venue. It was too sudden. From the lights going out to the roar and the explosion, it took less than 5 seconds. The explosion outside the venue woke everyone up from their daze. The explosion, together with the roar just now, caused the venue to fall into an unprecedented chaos. Screams, cries, all kinds of falling sounds, and painful screams. It was a mess. Everyone rushed out of the venue, regardless of anything. Taishan and Zhong Lei rushed to the stage in less than 2 seconds after Wang Hai's order. Taishan's strong body blocked Chen Mo's body and protected his head, and they quickly left the stage. Wang Hai and Zhu He took the bulletproof briefcase and blocked Chen Mo's sides. They quickly escaped from the predetermined route. On the way, they surrounded Chen Mo so that the chaotic crowd could not get close to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, are you okay? What happened there? As soon as Chen Mo left the Swedish Academy with Wang Hai and the others, Xiaoyu called him. She sounded anxious and sobbing. She was watching the live broadcast of Chen Mo's speech. The lights suddenly went out, and there were explosions and screams. The scene was in chaos, and then the live broadcast was interrupted. She was scared and called him immediately. I'm okay. There was an explosion. The cause is unknown. I'm rushing back to the hotel now. Hearing the concern and worry in Xiaoyu's voice, Chen Mo felt warm and calmed down. He clicked on the video call. Seeing that Chen Mo was safe and sound in the video, Xiaoyu was finally relieved. The worry on her pretty face dissipated a lot. Be careful and come back as soon as possible. Okay, I'm flying back tonight. I'll be home tomorrow night. Don't worry too much. Have a good rest. Chen Mo comforted her softly. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded heavily. Take care of the baby. It should be very late. Go to sleep. After comforting Xiaoyu to sleep, Chen Mo was relieved. Now that Xiaoyu was pregnant, sometimes her emotions were unstable. It would be troublesome if her body was hurt by sudden emotional fluctuations. Fortunately, she was fine. As soon as he hung up the phone, Zhao Min called him. Lan Shi said that there was an attack. Are you okay? Zhao Min's voice was also a little worried. It was scary but not dangerous. I'm on the way back to the hotel now, Chen Mo said. Are they targeting you? Zhao Min asked. There were many attacks targeting Chen Mo. Now that this happened suddenly, and they were abroad, she couldn't help but be worried. I guess I'll be captured by them, or they'll shoot me twice. I'm not sure. But I'm fine for now. Be careful. You're more precious than a national treasure now, Zhao Min said. I will. Thank you. After briefly explaining the situation, Chen Mo hung up the phone. In a 5-star hotel in Stockholm, a man was staring out of the window with a cigar in his mouth. If Wang Hai were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the man he saw at the venue. At this moment, Lyric was wondering why Chen Mo's bodyguard had recognized him. But he had no clue because he was sure that this was the first time he had seen the other party. His intuition told him that the look in her eyes could not be fake. Bai Di was also sitting on the sofa beside him, quietly reading a magazine. He was as cold as ever, and his eyes would occasionally glance at the phone on the table. Buzz buzz buzz, the vibration of the phone on the table broke the silence between the two of them, and they stopped at the same time. The goods have successfully left the port. All right. Lyric hung up the phone and heaved a sigh of relief. He exhaled the smoke in his lungs and said in a strange voice, inform me as soon as the goods arrive at the destination. Once you're done, you can take a break and wait for the next mission. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lyric finally heaved a sigh of relief and threw the phone aside. After Elsa succeeded, the first thing they did was to send the people on the ship leaving Europe. Now that the ship had safely left the port, there were no more problems. Currently, no one had much of a clue. There was no lockdown plan. The sooner they left, the safer they would be. The second plan was very risky. After all, it was carried out in a meeting with tight security. There was a possibility that they would be exposed. But now that the mission had been completed, the target had been sent out, and they had left safely, there were no more problems. Why did you suddenly choose the second plan? Bai Di asked, puzzled. Lyric glanced at Bai Di and shook his head gently. No reason. I just feel that it will succeed. His strange voice made people shudder. Then, he picked up the cigar and slowly put it in his mouth. His movements were more relaxed than before. You don't have to worry about what happens next. Continue to hide and wait for the next mission. The mission this time is more or less complete. Lyric bent over and picked up a briefcase and threw it to Baidi. The organization will pay for your vacation. Relax for a while. Baidi looked at the stacks of dollars inside and nodded. Okay. At 3:20 p.m. local time, there was an explosion outside the Swedish Academy Conference Center. According to the reporter, there was a Nobel Prize laureate speaking forum at the time. At least 1 dead and 4 injured have been caused. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Latest news: the cause of the explosion at the Swedish Academy has been determined. A criminal installed a bomb in a trash can outside the conference center and detonated it in advance. The Swedish authorities have determined that it was a terrorist attack and are currently investigating the suspect. No organization or individual has announced responsibility for this attack. All kinds of news made the world go into an uproar. There were many media at the scene of the forum, and images from all angles were exposed. The incident that the outside world paid the most attention to was the focus of countless eyes. Such a sudden change stirred up a storm of news. Boss, I just received news that the Nobel Prize laureate, Professor Dorvas, went missing after the explosion. The police have yet to determine Dorvas' whereabouts. We can't rule out the possibility that he has been kidnapped. Wang Hai walked into the hotel room and said. Dorvas is missing? This news surprised Chen Mo. Yes, he went missing on the way out of the Swedish Academy. Wang Hai nodded. Chen Mo furrowed his brows. This was not good news. Why did the other party kidnap Professor Dorvas? The technology in his hands or for other purposes. At the beginning of the attack, he was protected by several people and left the scene as quickly as possible. He didn't know much about what happened at the scene. We can basically confirm that the other party's purpose is not an attack. We can't rule out that this is a kidnapping for the Nobel Prize laureate or a kidnapping for Dorvas. The explosion outside may just be to create chaos and make it easier to take action, Wang Hai said. As bodyguards, all of their attention was on Chen Mo at the time and didn't notice Dorvas' movements at all. The light was dim and they couldn't determine where the man ran to. Thinking back to the scene at the time, the only possibility was to create chaos and then take the opportunity to attack Dorvas in the chaotic crowd. In the chaotic crowd, no one paid much attention to the surroundings. Do you know that person? Chen Mo asked. He only knew when he came back that Wang Hai discovered the other party and immediately after, the other party attacked. No, I just saw him once. In the past, when the army was on a special mission, I saw him at a terrorist hideout. He must have finished talking to a terrorist leader and drove away. I only saw him from afar in the bushes and just felt that he looked familiar at the venue, so I recognized him. Chen Mo nodded. In any case, this incident was scary but not dangerous. Boss, the plane tickets have been booked. The flight will take off in 2 hours. Lan Shi knocked on the door and walked in. There was still some lingering fear on her face. She didn't expect such a bad thing to happen on the second day of the world-renowned Nobel Prize Awards ceremony. Let's go to the airport now. After such a thing happened, there was no point in staying there. There might be more attacks against him. Before catching the mastermind, they couldn't be sure of the other party's purpose. There was no absolute safety here. The safest way was to leave. As for catching those people and finding out their purpose, Chen Mo was not interested. He was not a police officer and this was not something he should do. They packed their luggage and rushed to the airport. Seeing his home in front of him, Chen Mo was relieved. After a day and night of flight, he was tired. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. When he entered the house, he saw Xiaoyu sitting on the sofa in a daze. The worry and haggardness between her eyebrows were still lingering. Beside Xiaoyu were Mrs. Chen and Auntie Zhen, both of whom were waiting anxiously. Mom, Aunt, sister-in-law Xiaoyu, I'm back. Zhang Xinxin saw Aunt Zhen and others and immediately ran over happily. You're back. When Aunt Zhen saw Zhang Xinxin, her worry disappeared. Husband. Xiaoyu turned her head and saw Chen Mo. She didn't even wear shoes and rushed to Chen Mo like a swallow returning to its nest. Chen Mo was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Mom and Aunt Zhen are watching. Chen Mo gently stroked Xiaoyu's back. Oh? Oh. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that her parents were also in the living room. She was a little shy, but she still hugged Chen Mo's arm. When she smelled Chen Mo's familiar scent, her heart calmed down a lot. It's good that you're back. When Mother Chen and Aunt Jin saw Chen Mo came back, they were obviously relieved. Early this morning, they were shocked when they heard the news that the Nobel Prize winner was missing. Finally, they were relieved when they learned that the Nobel Prize winner was missing. What exactly happened there? Aunt Jin asked. I'm not too sure. I guess it should be a premeditated kidnapping. The explosion was just to create chaos and distract the police. Chen Mo said. This was the only explanation he could think of. During this time, don't run around. Seeing this news scared me to death. Mother Chen said with some lingering fear. Okay. Chen Mo nodded and agreed. It's midnight now. You've been on the plane for a whole day. Take Xiaoyu to rest early. She wants to wait for you to come back. She won't sleep. I didn't rest well last night, and I don't have an appetite today. Your health is more important. There's another one in your stomach. Mother Chen urged. You said you were obedient. Why didn't you take good care of yourself? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu's haggard appearance and scolded her. Hearing Chen Mo's reproach, Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at him with an aggrieved expression. I told you to take Xiaoyu back to rest. Why are you scolding her? There's another one in her stomach. What if she gets angry? When Mother Chen heard Chen Mo scolding Xiaoyu, she wasn't happy. She's just worried about you. Who wouldn't be worried in that situation? I didn't even get a good night's sleep. Have you grown wings? Chen Mo realized that he had said something wrong and didn't dare to speak again. He pulled Xiaoyu back to the room with his tail between his legs. I was a little anxious just now. Rest and eat regularly in the future. Your health is more important. Chen Mo comforted her gently and kissed Xiaoyu's cheek. Yes. I didn't mean to be disobedient. I had a nightmare last night and couldn't sleep. Then I saw the news this morning. I was worried about you and lost my appetite. As Xiaoyu spoke, her aggrieved expression suddenly exploded. Chen Mo's scalp tingled. He panicked. A pregnant woman's emotions weren't stable, and he had said something wrong. Okay. Don't cry. I'm wrong. Chen Mo comforted her gently as if he was coaxing a child. After a while, there was no movement in his arms. He realized that Xiaoyu had fallen asleep in his arms. The Swedish Academy was attacked by an unknown person. The winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, Dorvies, went missing. These two incidents caused an uproar in the world. On the second day of the Nobel Prize ceremony, this incident happened. Without a doubt, it was a slap to the Swedish government's face. The international community once again questioned the security of Sweden. This was something that had never happened before. The police searched the entire city but couldn't find any trace of Professor Dalitz. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. No one knew if he was alive or dead. As for the reason why Dalitz was kidnapped, no one knew. There were also no clues about the person behind the explosion. The person who kidnapped Dalitz also didn't contact his family to ask for a ransom. After reading the latest news, Chen Mo sat on the sofa in the villa's library and tapped on the table. He didn't go out. He also asked Lanxi to reject the news interviews. There were still no clues about the kidnapping of the Nobel Prize winner. Even though Chen Mo asked the Mahist girl to look for clues, she couldn't find any. This incident gave him a bad feeling, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Mo couldn't figure it out. He stood up from his seat and lay down on the sofa beside him. Then, he entered the scientific library. After the installation of Starlink, he hadn't obtained a new technology. Now, it was about time for him to proceed to the next technology. After Elder Shu went into hiding, Chen Mo would only enter the scientific library when he wanted to obtain new technologies. The scientific library was as quiet as usual. There were hundreds of meters tall bookshelves and endless books. Nothing had changed for thousands of years. He stood in front of the bookshelves and felt as small as an ant. Every time he entered the library, he would sigh at the endless wisdom and knowledge and the insignificance of humans. There were 8 books floating in the light pillars in the center of the library. Only 4 books were lit up. They were military, machinery, medicine, and ecology. These 4 books were just a drop in the ocean for each field. They were a test given to him by the scientific library. If he completed one of the books, all the theories and technologies in that field would be available to him. If he completed 8 of the books, all the technologies in the scientific apprentice stage would be available to him. He would also obtain the next level of access to the scientific library. As for the next level of access, everything was unknown. The technology in the scientific apprentice stage had already surpassed the current technology on Earth. What kind of terrifying technology would the next level of access be? What kind of secrets would he be able to obtain from the scientific library? Chen Mo was very curious about this. After wandering between the 4 books for a while, Chen Mo began to seriously think about the direction of his next technology. Any of the books here could change the status quo of a field. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Mo's gaze fell on the book in the field of ecology. Without much hesitation, he reached out his hand and pressed it on the bright book. The light slowly dimmed. A huge amount of information entered his mind. The sharp pain from his brain made Chen Mo suck in a breath of cold air. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Damn it. His brain instantly received a huge amount of information. The sharp pain from his nerves made him very uncomfortable. Luckily, it wasn't as terrifying as receiving the controlled light nuclear fusion technology. Otherwise, he would have to suffer again. 5 minutes later, the sharp pain in his brain slowly subsided. Chen Mo was completely relieved. He knocked on his aching head. Oxygen soil grass? What a weird name. Pain relief. Chen Mo recalled the technology he received and was a little surprised. The technology he received was a type of plant. When he saw the introduction of the oxygen soil grass, Chen Mo's surprise turned into joy. Oxygen soil grass, field, ecology, biology, authorization level, scientific apprentice, product introduction, improve the planet's soil and atmosphere. It can grow in barren or poisonous environments. It can absorb poisonous gases in the soil and atmosphere, purify the air, and change the soil's nutritional status. It can improve the planet's soil and atmosphere. This is the origin of the name oxygen soil grass. Most importantly, it can survive in harsh environments. It can absorb poisonous gases in the air to purify and decompose them. This was genetic engineering technology. It had such a powerful effect. No wonder this technology was considered in the field of ecology. It could completely change the biological chain of an ecosystem. Chen Mo began to digest the technology. Cell hybridization technology and gene editing technology. This was creating a new type of plant. As expected, none of the technologies in the scientific library were ordinary. Yang Mingzhi got out of the car and walked into the Army Ant Group headquarters in high spirits. Ever since the success of nuclear fusion technology, he seemed to have become 10 years younger. Fortunately, after Zhao Min invited him, he became the vice president of the Army Ant Group and the general manager of the Huashan Nuclear Energy Group. He was fully responsible for the management of the nuclear energy group. At that time, the company was still in its infancy stage. The technology was still in development and there was no management staff. It was completely an empty shell. He had to recruit people to form the embryonic form of the company. After the success of nuclear fusion technology, everything was different. If the news got out, this newly established nuclear energy group would become a giant in the country. Zhao Min gave him a lot of autonomy. According to the joint venture agreement between the company and the government, he was not restricted by the official chairman and had full management rights of the nuclear energy group. As long as Chen Mo and Zhao Min didn't say anything, no one could influence his decisions in the nuclear energy group. His old friends were envious of him when they talked about cooperation. After entering the Army Ant Group headquarters, Yang Mingzhi was led by the robot into Chen Mo's office. Don't stand on ceremony. Take a seat. Chen Mo smiled. Yang Mingzhi nodded and sat on the sofa. During this time, the government talked to me about the construction of a controlled nuclear fusion power station. The construction of a controlled nuclear fusion power station is already in the documents and the government is almost ready. Chen Mo and Zhao Min didn't say anything as they listened to Yang Mingzhi's report. We proposed 2 cooperation plans. The first is to start the boot model. The Nuclear Energy Group will invest in the construction of a controlled nuclear fusion power station and be responsible for its operation and management. All the profits from the operation will belong to the Nuclear Energy Group. After 37 years of operation, the nuclear power station will be sent to the government for them to manage. The second plan is that we will be responsible for the construction of the nuclear power station and sell it to the government. We will not participate in the investment and management of the nuclear power station. In the later stage, the maintenance of the power station, the supply of parts and equipment, and technical support will continue to be charged according to the agreement. Which plan did the government choose? Zhao Min asked. The first one, Yang Mingzhi said. It seems like the officials are still worried about Starlink's stability, but that's good. We'll profit more this way. The first was long-term returns. They were operating power stations, and the profits and losses had nothing to do with the government. After a few years, they would recover the construction costs, and the rest would be profits. The revenue would be terrifying. The second method was a short-term return. They would sell the power station to the government and collect all the money in a short period of time. The government would be responsible for the use and operation of the power station. All the maintenance costs would be borne by the government. Profits or losses would have nothing to do with them. If it was a mature product, the government would definitely choose the second option. But now that nuclear fusion power had just come out, the government was unsure of the stability of the equipment and how long it would last. So, they let them build it. The officials have confirmed the construction plans of the 2 nuclear power plants. Yang Mingzhi took out 2 documents from his briefcase and handed them to the 2 of them. One is in Binhai City, and the other is in Ji Province. The plan is that if the power stations are stable, more power stations will be built to gradually replace the thermal power stations in the north. Have these 2 contracts been signed? I can sign it at any time. The officials have given me a lot of convenience. It's going so smoothly that it's beyond my imagination. I'm afraid that there might be some tricks involved, Yang Mingzhi said. In the past, when he worked in a state-owned enterprise, his projects were not so convenient. Now, his company's projects were not hindered at all. The higher-ups seem to have set up a special team to review their project plans. You don't have to worry about this. Only Chen Mo and Zhao Min knew that this was a convenience given by the higher-ups. I have sent people to inspect the construction site. Because nuclear fusion power stations have no radiation and are safe and pollution-free, the requirements for the site are not as high as nuclear fission. I will give you a reply after reading the contract. Now, you can start preparing for the construction of the nuclear power plant, Zhao Min said. Now that the technology had been completed, the officials had chosen the boot model, which meant that they had autonomy in the construction of the power station. How they would build it and how fast they would build it would depend entirely on their efficiency. When will the nuclear fusion power station project be made public? Yang Mingzhi asked and continued to explain. The sooner the better. The ordinary people don't know that nuclear fusion has been successful. They will think that we are building a nuclear fission substation. They will be worried about nuclear radiation and safety issues and oppose our construction. The sooner it is made public, the sooner the local people can popularize the knowledge related to nuclear fusion and prevent it from being used by people with bad intentions. No one is more authoritative than the Science Island. Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo 5 days later. I will let the Science Island announce the success of the nuclear fusion experiment. Then, after you sign the contract, you can announce the construction plan of the nuclear power plant, Chen Mo said. It had been a while since the kidnapping of Nobel Prize winner Doritz. Doritz's disappearance had become a mystery. No one knew where he was. Interpol was also investigating, but there were no clues. They could only delay the investigation. On the other hand, Chen Mo's 2-month contract with the government was about to expire. The government wanted to discuss the power station construction contract with them, which meant that they were almost ready. He could also announce the success of the nuclear fusion project. Yang Mingzhi reported some of the matters of the nuclear energy group and left. How are your flowers and plants? Not bad. Everything is going well. Why did you choose to study flowers and plants? Are you planning to inherit Mr. Yuan's legacy? Zhao Min joked. Chen Mo rolled his eyes speechlessly. This girl's words are sometimes unreliable. She often teases his boss. But he cannot tell her that this technology was taken from the scientific library and must be completed by himself. After returning to the company, Feng Yu accepted 2 interviews from the government and started his research. Soil oxygen grass is a plant. It needs cell hybridization and gene editing technology. It needs all kinds of plant cells and DNA fragments. The biology lab is now a petri dish for all kinds of plant tissues. Feng Yu's previous technology is the most advanced nuclear fusion technology in the physics field. Now, he suddenly wants to study flowers and plants. At first, Zhao Min thought Feng Yu is researching breast enlargement and beauty drugs again. So, she started to tease him. But Zhao Min made fun of him. Yanni, when did you find a boyfriend? Why didn't you mention him before? In a 3-star Michelin restaurant, Zhang Xinxin and her roommates looked at their roommates in confusion. Fate is hard to predict. The girl named Yanni couldn't help but take out a mirror to touch up her makeup, afraid that something would smudge. We met when we were shopping. He helped me catch the thief who stole my phone. I treated him to a cup of coffee and he asked for my WeChat. Lu Yanni had a sweet smile on her face as she spoke. Zhang Xinxin and the other 2 couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw the disgusting look on his face. It was as if they were in love. The day before yesterday, he confessed to me. Then, I treated you guys to a big meal. Lu Yanni put down the mirror and said proudly, my boyfriend said that you guys can do whatever you want tonight. He will pay the bill. Is that enough? Another girl with a few pimples on her face said, which school is your boyfriend from? What is his major? He is not from our school. He graduated a long time ago. He is 5 years older than me. Lu Yanni said proudly, he has a master's degree in finance from the University of London. He started his own business after returning from overseas. His company has been established for less than half a year and his monthly income is 300,000. Lu Yanni showed off proudly. Zhang Xinxin and her roommates looked at each other. Then you have found a treasure. Zhang Xinxin said. That's why it's really hard to say what fate is. Lu Yanni looked at their eyes and was very satisfied. My boyfriend will be here soon. I will go pick him up. You guys sit for a while. He has a master's degree from overseas. He is handsome, rich, and talented. With such good conditions, he can find Yanni? Why do I feel that it is a bit unreliable? The girl with pimples whispered, what if Yanni is fooled? Won't it be ruined? I also feel that a pie fell from the sky. Another girl with glasses also said and put the ice cream teaspoon into her mouth. Zhang Xinxin also nodded. I am also a little worried. This time I will help her check, lest she is cheated. The 3 of them whispered. When they saw Lu Yanni walking in with a man's arm, they stopped and began to look at Lu Yanni's boyfriend. This is Dong Quan, the one I told you about. Lu Yanni introduced proudly and hugged his arm tightly. The others didn't know that they were loving each other. This is Kamei, Li Lihua, and Zhang Xinxin. Hello. Dong Quan greeted the 3 of them with a smile. His words and actions were very appropriate, which made him a lot more impressive. Tonight is my treat. If it is not enough, continue to order. Don't be polite with me. You are all Yanni's best friends. We will not be polite to you, the girl named Kamei said. The acne-faced girl named Kamei spoke, her eyes fixed on Dong Quan. Right, Dong Quan, where's your hometown? Where are you from? My hometown is in Donghai City. Isn't Donghai good? It is an international metropolis. There is too much competition there. It is not suitable for entrepreneurship. I also want to come out and see the scenery of other cities. Binhai City has been developing very well these years. It has a lot of potential, Dong Quan said slowly. I heard from Yanni that you are studying in London. How is the scenery there? Is it fun? The girl with glasses asked. It is okay. It does not have such a strong modern urban atmosphere. There are more old buildings. After all, the climate is mild. It is more comfortable to live there, Dong Quan said slowly. Then why don't you develop in England? The girl with glasses asked directly in fluent English. Dong Quan was a little surprised. He smiled and answered in standard English. Actually, those Westerners look down on us Huaxia people. The culture is different. Even if I learned some things there, it is still very difficult to integrate. Our country has been rising in recent years. There are more opportunities, so I came back. The few of them chatted with Dong Quan and tried to get some information from him. Unfortunately, they didn't get much. You can add me on WeChat. If you can't contact Annie, you can also help. If you are looking for a job after graduation, I can also introduce you. Dong Quan smiled and looked at Zhang Xinxin and the others. Brother Mo, there's a message from the president. Yang Ming? Chen? Yeah? Protruding corner squatting Tao Si Yen by Xingjing Mu Xian? K? Eating strong sprouts exhausted? Ji Si Yen by Xingnan? In the biological laboratory of Building 1, Chen Mo was waiting to extract the genetic sequence of the cactus when the Mahist girl reminded him. The soil oxygen grass's heat resistance, cold resistance, and cold resistance genes came from a variety of plants. These genes were combined and then transgenic technology was used to synthesize antitoxic enzyme genes that were not currently available, as well as super decomposing enzyme genes that could decompose toxic substances. All the target genes were combined in a specific haploid hybrid cell to create a new plant. If the new plant was successfully grown, there was hope to obtain the soil oxygen grass. During this time, Chen Mo had been in the laboratory preparing to cultivate the soil oxygen grass. As long as the plant was successfully cultivated and the seeds of the soil oxygen grass were successfully produced, the mission would be completed. Research had a lot of uncertainties and was not easy. It was because he had been looking at these plants every day that he was teased by Zhao Min. When Chen Mo heard the Mahist girl's report, he stopped and tilted his head. Email academician Wan Yuanqi and tell him to release the news of the experiment's success. Okay, the Mahist girl said, the email has been sent. How's the hybrid cell? Chen Mo continued to ask. The two haploid cells are fusing very well. The new cytokinin has already taken effect. It won't be long before these cells can divide into a fully functional tissue. That's not bad. Li Taijun sat in his office and browsed Weibo and various trending topics, hoping to find some news. The news had been constant during this time, and the trending topics were constantly updated every day. However, he still liked to occasionally check the Army Ant Company's official Weibo. Maybe there would be the latest news about the Army Ant Company. Suddenly, a notification popped up that someone he paid special attention to had posted a new message, which made Li Taijun pause. The special attention he set seemed to only be on the Army Ant Company's official Weibo. Li Taijun snapped back to reality and quickly clicked on the special attention notification. It was an announcement on the official website of the Celestial Research Institute. The Army Ant Company's official Weibo rarely reposted any news. The Celestial Research Institute was a research institute jointly established by the Army Ant Group and the Academy of Sciences some time ago. It was under the umbrella of the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. What kind of news could cause the Army Ant Company to spread it? Li Taijun was slightly stunned when he saw the content of the forwarded message. Then, his mouth opened into an O shape, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mind went blank. The controlled nuclear fusion experiment was a success? ZG, quick, put down your work and send the announcement to the live broadcast room. ZG was focused on writing the news article that she had just returned from an interview. Suddenly, she saw the chief editor who was so excited that her face was red. She was puzzled, but she still stopped what she was doing. Boss, what's the big news that made you so excited? A colleague beside him asked. Super big news. The chief editor excitedly gathered all the staff in the office. In front of the office of ZG. What news could make the chief editor so excited, including? Everyone, including ZG, was more or less confused. In their impression, the chief editor was a very calm person. Why did he lose his composure this time? ZG opened the hard drive that the chief editor brought over. There was a news article and some photos. Everyone craned their necks to take a look. ZG's computer screen. Celestial World Research Institute announced that the controlled nuclear fusion experiment at Celestial World was successful. Nuclear fusion power generation can be commercialized. Oh my God. The short opening sentence made everyone take a deep breath. Shock was written all over their faces. The controlled nuclear fusion experiment was a success? The successful nuclear fusion experiment at Celestial World Research Institute achieved the conditions of ultra-high voltage, ultra-high current, ultra-high magnetic field, and ultra-high temperature. The ultra-long pulse plasma beam can operate stably for a long time. Nuclear fusion power generation can be commercialized. The first to release the news was the official website of Xianxia Nuclear Energy Group and their official Weibo account. Following closely behind was CCTV and other authoritative media outlets in China. When the news came out, the world was shocked. Almost all the mainstream media outlets in China reported on the news. The entire internet went crazy. In less than half an hour after the news was released, the number of views reached hundreds of millions. The popularity of the topic quickly occupied the headlines and trending searches of all platforms, and it was still rising. Weibo server? Weibo, the Tianya Forum, Iron Blood Community, Dragon Sky, and other well-known online forums were all discussing the news. The comment sections of various platforms were unprecedentedly excited and shocked. The news came without warning, but no one doubted that the news was fake. Although the news from authoritative media outlets were sometimes old-fashioned, it was absolutely true. Various news reports also explained that Xianxia Nuclear Energy Group was a joint venture between the Army Ant Group and the government. Chen Mo was the chief designer and chief engineer of Celestial World Research Institute. Important news related to Chen Mo was announced by authoritative media outlets. The official announcement confirmed the news, so no one doubted it. Chen Mo was a genius beyond human comprehension. He was also an all-round genius. Holographic technology was mature, controlled nuclear fusion technology was successful, and artificial intelligence was developing rapidly. Countless people had a feeling that this was the future. Within Xianxia, the entire country was celebrating. This time, they surpassed the world. Chen Mo is awesome. At this moment, there are only 3 words to describe my feelings: oh my God. My country is amazing. I've witnessed history. People from the shock department, come out. This time, you said you shocked the world, scared the island state, and stunned the United States. I will never report you. I've witnessed the rise of Xianxia. I've witnessed the greatness of Xianxia again. Countless shouts and cheers were heard on various platforms. BBC, Xianxia's controlled nuclear fusion succeeded? This must be fake news. Wall Street Journal, controlled nuclear fusion technology matures, may affect global coal price. Winter is coming for the coal industry? The New York Times, Xianxia's controlled nuclear fusion technology should be shared with the world for the benefit of all mankind. Countless media outlets reported this matter on the front page. The foreign media's words were full of disbelief and jealousy. They couldn't do anything other than envy. What happened in Xianxia? Oh my God, this is impossible. There was no warning at all. God gave Newton to England, and England became great. God gave Einstein and Tesla to the United States, and America became great. Now, God gave Chen Mo to Xianxia. Chen Mo said, "Trash, you're all trash." I'm sorry, I'm not targeting any of you. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Mockery from Xianxia. All kinds of news spread like wildfire, causing unprecedented waves in the world. Discussions and debates could be seen everywhere. Shocking words were everywhere. Soon, experts, politicians, and journalists from all over the world jumped out and asked Xianxia to share the controlled nuclear fusion technology for the benefit of all mankind. The director of ITER also said to the media that he hoped to use the star ring to conduct controlled nuclear fusion experiments. Xianxia's government and the Army Ant Company chose to ignore these comments. Since the nuclear fusion technology had matured, the global coal price fluctuated greatly. The coal industry could enter a winter period at any time, causing many companies to suffer. especially the small countries that relied on the coal industry to survive. If something like this happened while they were still developing, it was undoubtedly a huge blow. While many countries were still in shock, Xianxia Nuclear Energy Corporation announced another important piece of news. Xianxia Nuclear Energy Corporation announced that the corporation had signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Huainan Province and Ji Province. Within the next 2 years, they would invest in the construction of 2 nuclear fusion power stations with a total power of 20 million kilowatts. In the future, nuclear fusion power stations would become the main source of electricity for Xianxia. This would be the first nuclear fusion power station in the world. It wasn't an experimental device, it was a real nuclear fusion power station. Xianxia Nuclear Energy Corporation wanted to build a controlled nuclear fusion power plant faster than anyone expected. This meant that nuclear fusion technology was not just a successful experiment. The technology could be commercialized. This was another bombshell. Those who had not recovered from the shock were even more shocked. In just 2 days, they had never seen such an obvious change in the world. The coal and oil markets fluctuated violently because of this news. The first to be affected was the coal market. After Xianxia Nuclear Energy Corporation's nuclear power plant project was confirmed, some people's interests were affected. Under the guidance of people with ulterior motives, the unemployed coal miners were indignant. They thought that their jobs were taken away and started to gather and protest. All kinds of protests were exposed through various social media platforms. They hoped to create a storm of public opinion to pressure the Nuclear Energy Corporation and the government to delay the elimination of coal. There were even some ulterior motives. In the end, under the guidance of people with ulterior motives, more and more unemployed coal miners began to target the Army Ant Company. They thought that the Army Ant Company was the culprit behind their unemployment. Unscrupulous Army Ant, give me back my job. We don't want a nuclear power plant. We don't want high technology. We just want a job. I have parents and children. My family depends on me to support them. You want me to be laid off? Isn't that forcing us to a dead end? Without a job, we will starve to death. My daughter is still studying. If she loses her job, our family's source of income will be gone. The unemployed gathered outside the Army Ant Company's stores. They held banners and protested loudly. This was exposed by many media platforms. As soon as this farce broke out, it immediately attracted a great response and debate. Foolish, unruly people. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Nature has always been about survival of the fittest. If society doesn't progress, it's better to return to primitive society and eat raw meat. Army ant technology is too fast. The development of society can't keep up with their speed. When he introduced technology, didn't he consider the people's livelihood and social background? The development of technology and the popularization of artificial intelligence will lead to an increase in unemployment. Isn't this creating social conflicts? This is the first time I've heard of protests from technology companies that are developing too fast. Should they be stagnant and content with the status quo? The employment rate is a problem for the government to consider, not for the Army Ant Company. Army Ant is a taxpayer, not a tax collector. Can the development of a business ignore social conflicts? Should we destroy the entire Army Ant Company? The debate continued, and the comments from all sides became more and more intense. In the end, the incident escalated in the war of words between all parties. Some people who had lost their jobs because of the development of artificial intelligence and mechanization began to gather under the Army Ant Company's headquarters under the guidance of certain people to collectively protest. With the police stopping them, there was no conflict between the two sides. Only the silent protest banners remained. Under the many cameras, the police could only maintain order and wait for the policy to be passed. Zhao Min stood by the window of her office and looked down at the protesting crowd outside the headquarters with a frosty expression. These people were all brainless, unruly people who had been led astray by others, but she couldn't get angry at them. She didn't know who was behind the manipulation of these ignorant and unruly people, so she could only let the police investigate. The cost of doing such a thing was too small, and the impact on them was too great. Her opponent had used this method time and time again, which made her very angry. If she knew who was behind it, she would kill them without hesitation. She could choose to ignore the rumors on the internet, but now they had come to her doorstep and caused her trouble. The virus crisis was once, and now it was happening again. It had already crossed her bottom line. Sister Min, Li Huai is calling. Hearing the notification from her mobile phone assistant, Zhao Min immediately took out her phone. From the beginning of the incident, she knew that someone was behind it. Because the government had already made the appropriate arrangements, if no one deliberately led it, it was impossible for such a ridiculous thing to happen. Therefore, when the incident started, she asked the legal department to follow up and use all kinds of methods, hoping to find the mastermind behind it. President, there's news. Speak. Some of the masterminds are foreign spies. The police have arrested 2 foreign spies who instigated the riot. Are there only foreign spies? Zhao Min frowned. The involvement of foreign forces was within her expectations, but if it was only done by foreign forces, she couldn't do anything. There's also the shadow of a domestic mining company. I'm not sure, but it's not far off. Which company? Zhao Min's eyes narrowed with a dangerous light. Black Earth Mining. The police caught a few initiators and they all said that Chao Jiangmin hired them to instigate the workers. Chao Jiangmin is the most trusted subordinate of Black Earth Mining's boss, Tang Beiming. Some time ago, Tang Beiming gave him a sum of money, then fired him and asked him to leave the company. What did Chao Jiangmin say? Chao Jiangmin denied that he did it. He said that he was angry because he lost his job. He participated in the protest, but he didn't organize it, and he's not behind it. At present, there's no evidence to prove that Chao Jiangmin did it. We can't charge him, and we can't do anything to Tang Beiming. Black Earth Mining? Some things can be solved without the law. It's time to let others know that not just any cat or dog can come here and cause trouble. The company is usually peaceful. Do you really think we don't have a temper? Zhao Min's eyes were burning with anger. This could be a start. Many people were watching. If they didn't kill this chicken, there would be monkeys jumping out to make trouble for them. At the headquarters of Black Earth Mining Company, Tang Beiming sat in his office, staring at the computer screen. It was full of news reports about the Army Ant Company's protests. The worry on his face didn't dissipate. The coal mine production was decreasing, and the competition in the industry was increasing. His business was getting harder and harder. He used to be a rich man with a mine, but now he couldn't make ends meet. He also had a lot of bank loans. If the coal mine continued to decrease in production, he would go bankrupt sooner or later. He also knew that the elimination of coal was the general trend. It was just a matter of time. He originally thought that in the next 5 to 10 years, even if the policy was tightened, it wouldn't be too scary. At the current rate, the coal industry would still have a big market for at least 15 years. But 2 months ago, the policy suddenly increased, which caught him off guard. But he could still deal with it calmly. Now that the nuclear fusion power plant project was announced, he immediately understood the root of everything. His cash flow was troublesome. He had to increase his coal production and obtain enough cash before he could leave safely. Otherwise, he would face the crisis of bankruptcy. He had no choice but to hire unemployed workers to lead the protests. He hoped to put some pressure on the government and the Army Ant Company. This would slow down the elimination of coal and give him more time. The person who helped him was his most trusted subordinate, Chao Jiangmin. In order to cover it up, he fired Chao Jiangmin and gave him a sum of money to control the situation. Even if Chao Jiangmin was caught by the police, the Army Ant Company couldn't do anything to him. He could also say that it had nothing to do with him and get away with it. But now, the effect seemed to be much smaller than expected. This level of impact didn't cause any real damage to the Army Ant Company or the government. The sensational effect was already there. He asked people to buy trending searches to spread the news, but the public opinion on the internet and in society didn't seem to be on their side. So now, the Army Ant Company didn't suffer any losses at all. It only had some small problems. If he didn't succeed, he would go for wool and come home shorn. Buzz buzz buzz, his phone vibrated rapidly, interrupting his thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly had a very bad premonition. Old Chow, what's up? Are you drinking again? Haha. Tang Beiming picked up the call and laughed. Old Tang, I want to reconsider the cooperation I talked to you about last time. The voice from the phone was like a bolt from the blue. Tang Beiming was instantly anxious. If he cancelled another big cooperation, it would be one disaster after another. Old Chow, are there other conditions that you're not satisfied with? Didn't we agree to sign the contract tomorrow? Why did you cancel it suddenly? There are indeed difficulties. Old Tang, you're a little impulsive. What do you mean? Are you behind the Army Ant Company's matter? Tang Beiming was speechless for a moment. He had a bad feeling. Old Tang, we're all sensible people. Since you used this method to create trouble for the Army Ant Company, you should know that they will retaliate. And they will retaliate openly. Say it clearly. What do you mean? I didn't touch the Army Ant Company. Now, all sensible people know that someone is behind this. Zhao Min said in private that she will destroy the person behind this. Now the spearhead is pointing at you. She also hinted that it's your doing. She has already informed your partners in private in advance. Originally, you could have escaped unscathed if you cut off some meat. Business matters are open and aboveboard means. Both sides will fight to the death in the market without complaint. But your methods are not open and they won't play by the rules. The business world is like a battlefield. Playing tricks with people with absolute power will only make you die faster. You're going to be the chicken that serves as a warning to the monkeys. Good luck, I can't help you. Now that things have turned out like this, the higher-ups won't care about you. Pa, the dead tone made Tang Beiming shiver all over. Buzz buzz buzz, just as he hung up, the phone vibrated again. Old Tang, let's cancel our cooperation. Long River Mining just contacted me. Their price seems to be better. Hey, damn it, boss, this is my resignation letter. Just now, the people from East Company told me that the branch company's marketing department is lacking management. I want to take a step forward. A man entered the office and left a resignation letter. Mr. Tang, there are some problems with your loan last time. I'm afraid the bank can't lend you money in the near future, Mr. Tang. Director Wang called for an emergency shareholders meeting. Tang Beiming's brain buzzed. He slumped in his seat. The boss of Black Earth Mining jumped off a building and died. Zhao Min only made a few phone calls and a few well-intentioned persuasions, but Tang Beiming completely collapsed and walked into a dead end. One could imagine how influential the Army Ant Company was. The marching ants, which had always been amiable, showed their aggressive side when they were enraged, just as their name suggested. Tang Beiming's downfall was a warning from the Army Ant Company to their opponents. They could use open methods, but if they used dirty tricks, the Army Ant Company would accompany them. If they were found out, they would face retaliation. The Army Ant Company today was not something that anyone could provoke. This incident also made those who were secretly preparing dirty tricks to stop and not dare to act rashly. The news of Tang Beiming jumping off a building was like a small wave in the background of the success of nuclear fusion technology. It did not cause a single ripple. Only the people in the industry knew the horror. 3 days after Tang Beiming's death, Chao Jiangmin, who organized the protest, pleaded guilty. He admitted to bribing workers and instigating the protest. The official and various reports caused an uproar. Outside the Army Ant Company store, the people at the Army Ant Company headquarters also understood that they were being used. Under the persuasion of the police, they took advantage of the situation and left with their tails between their legs. Lu Qinghua sat on the sofa in the hall with a cigarette in his hand. His face was covered in smoke, and he looked worried and conflicted. He was a coal worker, a miner. Ever since the energy saving and emission reduction policy was announced, there had always been a coal reduction plan. It was just that it was carried out quietly. It was difficult for the outside world to notice, but his workers knew. In the past 2 years, his income had shrunk by a third, but prices were getting higher and higher. But this was a national policy. The times were changing, and there was no way to resist. 2 months ago, the mining area received a notice to reduce production. The youngest workers in the mining area were laid off in batches. Because they knew that they would not need so much production in the future, they decided to lay off the young and strong workers and find another way to make a living. The old miners had worked for too long. It was difficult for them to support their families if they left their jobs, so the old miners could still do their own jobs. Unfortunately, he was one of the laid-off workers. Although the mining area was compensated, he still had to support his family. He asked the workers in the other mining areas and they all had the same situation. The co-workers were discussing that after the invention of nuclear power plants, coal would be eliminated in the future. The consumption of coal would also be reduced, so they had to implement the national policy. Some time ago, someone had instigated a protest. He didn't feel good about this kind of thing, so he didn't participate. However, he still had to find a job. Otherwise, his children would have to go to school and he would have to support the family financially. However, he didn't study much and was unfamiliar with the city. It was very troublesome. While he was in a daze, his phone's ringtone woke him up. Looking at the number, Lu Qingguo raised his eyebrows and hurriedly picked it up. "Hello, Manager Tong. Brother Lu, do you have a job?" A deep voice came from the phone. "Not yet. I'm still looking," Lu Qingguo said hurriedly. "The policy from the top says that they want to restore some of the vegetation in the abandoned mining area. The contractor company contacted me and said that they need some workers. Do you want to go?" Okay. Go away. Thank you, Manager Tong." Lu Qingguo was ecstatic and hurriedly agreed. Now that he had a job, at least he didn't have to worry about being laid off. There were also other workers in the same situation as Lu Qingguo. They were all workers who were forced to lay off after the reduction in coal production. The workers who were originally worried about not having a job also calmed down. All kinds of protests slowly disappeared. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The farce also came to an end. Cataract, France. Inside the conference room of the ITER office, an intense meeting was taking place. This kind of unreasonable request shouldn't appear in a serious meeting like this. In order to solve the energy crisis, Huaxia is actively participating in the ITER project. Dongfang Chaohuan also provides a place for ITER experiments. We will do our best to provide the maximum amount of help to the ITER project. The Celestial Research Institute is not part of the ITER project. It is a high-energy plasma research institute jointly funded by the Army Ant Company and the Academy of Sciences. The research and development technology is owned by Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. The world has never provided any technical assistance. Now that the technology is successful, you want us to share the technology under the guise of morality. This kind of request has never been seen before. As a researcher, don't you feel ashamed? At the conference table, Li Jian pointed at the people in the room and argued. He was extremely happy. Huaxia is also a participant in the ITER project. You should provide the most advanced technology for the project. Only by sharing the technology without reservation can the project be successful. We are all willing to share the most advanced high-temperature plasma technology in our country. Why can't Huaxia do the same? Isn't this too selfish? The leading UA physicist questioned. Selfish? Li Jian looked straight into his eyes. If Celestial Research Institute didn't succeed, would you share all the technology? Why didn't you share it before? You want to trade bicycles for airplanes? Don't you think this idea is ridiculous? If you share the technology, we are willing to compensate Huaxia for part of the research and development costs. If you refuse the agreement within the organization, we have the right to prohibit the sale of the tokamak technology to Huaxia. Without our parts and materials, Huaxia won't be able to build the tokamak. The representatives of the other countries looked aggressive with a hint of desire hidden under their eyes. It was as if Li Jian's refusal to share the technology made him their mortal enemy. He. Li Jian heard the threats and laughed out of anger. You still know what the carrot is? The technology has been blocked for decades. Do you think I'm afraid of you blocking it? Huaxia stood up from threats. He had been in research for many years and had never seen such shameless people, especially from a group of scientists. The success of the controlled nuclear fusion allowed him to hold his head high. He could now straighten his back and point at these people's noses and scold them. Moreover, they couldn't do anything to him. Without Huaxia's participation, the ITER project would stagnate. They had succeeded and didn't have to worry about the other country's opinions. After Li Jian finished scolding, he snorted and left. The people at the table looked at each other awkwardly. At the regular press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, many physicists and ITER directors are calling for Xianxia to share the controlled nuclear fusion technology with the world to solve the energy crisis. What is Xianxia's comment on this? I noticed a lot of reports in the past 2 days. What I want to say is that Xianxia has been actively supporting the ITER project. This is the best way to solve the energy crisis. The Celestial Research Institute is not under the framework of ITER. It is a joint venture between the Army Ant Group and the Academy of Sciences. The technology research has consumed countless funds, talents, and resources without any help from the outside world. The success of controlled nuclear fusion is the result of the efforts of our researchers. The news of controlled nuclear fusion spread more and more. After the news was confirmed, the world's people, academia, and countries began to hold Xianxia hostage and demanded that Xianxia share the nuclear fusion technology with the world. Some small countries that relied on coal for their survival suffered because of the violent fluctuations in the coal market. Under the control of some large countries, some small countries proposed to Xianxia to suspend the construction of nuclear fusion power plants and share the technology. The final result was naturally rejected. The game between the large countries was in progress and the world was in a stalemate. Xianxia's momentum was not weaker than the other countries and remained calm. The countries that had nothing to do with it all acted like it had nothing to do with them. Under this stalemate, the small countries couldn't choose a side. Although they despised the shamelessness of some European countries, they shouldn't participate in the game between the large countries. Dong Quan sat in the private room, his expression flickering. Zhang Xinxin had come without any suspicions. The 4 girls were all singing happily in the private room. Clearly, the 4 of them didn't have any suspicions about him. Now, it was time for the real show. Dong Quan glanced at the door of the private room. He knew that Zhang Xinxin's bodyguard had followed them here and was monitoring the situation in the private room from the corridor. When it was about time, Dong Quan took out his phone and sent a message. Take action. Chen Mo felt that something was wrong. It was as if something was wrong today and it made him feel uneasy. He seemed to have neglected a crucial point in his conversation with Xiaoyu tonight. It was that crucial point that made him feel uneasy. When he had just returned home, Xiaoyu was also by his side. He didn't think too much about it. Now that Xiaoyu had gone to take a shower and rest, he could calm down and recall carefully. What was wrong? Dihao workshop? Birthday party? A female university student? A master's degree from overseas, a returnee? Chen Mo's pupils constricted. He seemed to have found the key point. Could it be the problem with the master's degree from overseas? A returnee who had successfully started his own business would choose an ordinary girl who hadn't graduated yet as his girlfriend? It didn't make sense. He might have been overthinking, but he had to. Recently, the government had caught 5 spies in Binhai City. 2 of them were returnees who had been instigated to defect. The news didn't report it, but Chen Mo was very clear about it. Ever since he had set up the controlled nuclear fusion project, he had asked Miss Mo to pay close attention to the foreigners and returnees who had suddenly come to Binhai City to settle down. Brother Mo, there was a violent incident in Dihao workshop. Wu Qiang and Qing Chuanyu were suddenly attacked. What? Chen Mo suddenly stood up and his expression changed. The Wu Qiang and Qing Chuanyu that Miss Mo was talking about were the bodyguards who had followed Xian there. Contact Wu Qiang and Qing Chuanyu immediately. Chen Mo grabbed his phone and tablet and left the study. He thought of a possibility. If this possibility was true, Xian would be in trouble now. Boss, we were suddenly attacked. There were 5 of them, and one of them had a gun. As soon as he contacted Chen Mo, Wu Chang's anxious voice came through the phone, accompanied by the occasional gunshot. Where's Xian? Chen Mo asked. Chuanyu covered Miss Xian and her friend. They just ran out of the room and escaped towards the emergency exit, Wu Chang said cautiously. Chen Mo's expression changed. Hurry up and chase after them. Among their friends, the man might be their accomplice. Xian and Chuanyu are in danger. As soon as he walked out of the study, Zhu He and Zhenju had already entered the villa. They looked anxious. "Boss, Black Hawk just said that we lost contact with Chuanyu. Prepare the car. Xian is in danger. She might have been set up. Zhenju, stay with Anan, Luoyu, and Taishan to protect Xiaoyu. Apart from you, no one else is allowed to enter the villa or get close to Xiaoyu. If there's an emergency, take Xiaoyu to the safe house immediately. All the robots are on emergency alert." After Chen Mo finished his instructions, he left the villa with Zhu He. "Miss Mo, check the identity of Xian's roommate's boyfriend." The only explanation he could think of now was that there was something wrong with that man. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been attacked. Losing contact with Chuanyu was obviously part of the plan. They knew that they would go to the Imperial Grand Workshop and had a spy. Dong Quan, 27 years old, master of chemistry from the University of London. When he was studying abroad, he had participated in the Special Forces summer camp and was the boss of East Spring International Trading Company. Damn it. Chen Mo's face darkened when he saw Dong Quan's information. He had even submitted his resume to the Army Ant Company a few months ago and had just returned to China. Needless to say, he was another special agent and a smart one at that. He had not been monitored by Miss Mo and had even chosen to attack Chen Mo's family. Moreover, Xian's security was the weakest. "Chang, how's the situation on your side?" Chen Mo contacted Wu Chang again. "Chuanyu was attacked from behind and shot twice. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I killed 2 criminals and they took Miss Xian away. I didn't dare to open fire and followed them." Wu Chang's voice was filled with anger. "Which way?" "We just got on Fenghuang Avenue and headed towards the northern suburbs. The police car is following us. Don't lose them and don't be rash. Report your location at all times and we will chase after them." Chen Mo's group and a car full of robots left the villa. The roar of the engine was venting his anger at this moment. In the car, Chen Mo took out a large box from the trunk. Ever since the previous attack, Chen Mo had been researching and developing self-defense technology. All this while, these technologies had never been put to use. He also hoped that they would never have to be put to use, but in the end, it was still necessary. A dazzling array of self-defense equipment filled the entire box. It was oddly shaped and different from traditional equipment. It was like the technology of secret agents in the movies. The most common ones were pistols. Other than that, there were rings, capsule robots, and some other equipment that even military fans wouldn't be able to name. "Here, put them on." Chen Mo took out a thick bag from the box and took out 2 gray t-shirts. He threw them to Wang Hai and Zhu He, who were in the driver's seat and co-driver's seat respectively. Zhu He didn't argue. She immediately took off her jacket and put on the t-shirt. The t-shirt was only slightly thicker than an ordinary t-shirt, but she had seen its powerful bulletproof function. As a security guard, she knew how much equipment was in the car and understood the functions of the equipment. When she had first found out about the equipment in Chen Mo's self-defense equipment box, she had been shocked. Even high-ranking leaders didn't have so much advanced self-defense equipment. After putting on the t-shirt, Chen Mo put on a ring and casually grabbed 3 ping-pong-sized eggs and put them in his pocket. "Brother Mo, an unknown caller." Mo Nu's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his actions. Chen Mo's expression couldn't help but freeze. "Connect. Mr. Chen Mo, your sister is in my hands." Dong Quan's voice came from the phone. It was a voice that didn't know whether he was happy or angry. "I know your people are already here, and the police are also here, but I still want to get what I want. I'll give you 1 billion, let my sister go." Chen Mo's voice was cold. "I have to say, this condition is very tempting, but that money isn't what I want, and I don't have the life to spend it." "What do you want?" "Controlled nuclear fusion technology, artificial intelligence technology, holographic technology." A sinister voice came from the phone. "Don't you think you're being too greedy?" Chen Mo's face was dark, his eyes hiding endless anger. "Originally, I only wanted the controlled nuclear fusion technology, but unfortunately, there was a problem, so I was greedy. If you think that your sister isn't as valuable as those cold technologies, you don't have to give them to me. I can't give you these 3 technologies. If you want one of them, I can give it to you, as long as you let your sister go. 2. Controlled nuclear fusion technology and artificial intelligence technology. You only have 2 hours. There's an old abandoned factory in the northern suburbs, it should be very lively there later. I prepared a big gift there, and I didn't have any use for it, but there was a problem, so I had to use it. Remember to bring it over personally, don't bring fake technologies, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Dong Quan hung up the phone, looked at the car behind him, and smashed the steering wheel in annoyance. There was a problem with the operation, and Wu Cheng caught up earlier than he expected. The other party's sudden appearance and even killed 2 people had completely messed up his plan. He had no choice but to use the backup plan, and now he was in a bit of a passive situation. End of chapter 448. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.